To each casino dining experience you just decide to go to. The marketplace is open. Marengo, good time. From 1909 to 1979, Statewide Hospital is for 1,000 of sterilization procedures as part of the James Law. After 1979, this practice continued in state prison. If you were left unable to have biological children after surgery while living in a state-run facility or while in custody of a California prison, you may be entitled to compensation. For a confidential application, call 1-800-777-9229. Deadline to apply for December 31st, 2023. Turns to be here before you know it to start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology. Call SolarMax at a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month for the most powerful solar panels on the market. Plus, you want to lock in those 2.0 benefits by April 13th. Save you tomorrow with a 30% federal tax credit in California solar rebate. Call SolarMax to start saving money by spraying on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month. Now, pound 250 from the cell, say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250, SolarMax, to go to SolarMaxTech.com. Available on food credit, CFW, and Max Head, Superwoman, Superwoman. For official rules and more information about contents on this station, go to AFIAM640.com/rules. AFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters. AFI AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handler here, and the morning crew on a very cold Tuesday. Ready to get cold tomorrow, especially Thursday and through the weekend. Cold, rainy, snowy. One baby. California. Let's just go ahead and engage on the news. Well, as is true of almost everywhere in this country, Delaware County, Pennsylvania is suffering a massive spike in sexually transmitted diseases, particularly syphilis. So, the county is making available free condoms for the residents of the county. You can go online, much as we did if you wanted those free at-home COVID tests. You would go online and sign up, and you can get up to 10 condoms for free. There's a selection of 5 different kinds of condoms that you can ask for, and they'll send them on to you. And they're doing that to try to tamp down the transmission of these diseases, and they're calling this undertaking they call Delaware County Delco. And the mission is called Doing Delco Safe. Well, I'll stand up and give them let's start clapping for them. What do you think? Yeah. And then by the way, 10 a week, and if you do order 10 a week, you get a certificate from the county that congratulates you among the top graduates. Okay. All right, Alec Baldwin's rough manslaughter charge was downgraded, and just as both you and Wayne have been saying handled, this just means that Alec Baldwin will not see any prison time in this case. And both Wayne and I are kind of surprised that he was charged criminally. I mean, individually, what criminal negligence, where he relies on the armor, relies on the director. And what the DA is saying that the actor has the duty to make sure that the gun is appropriate. I guess if you extrapolate it, if the lights are put in appropriately, if they fall down, if the camera tips over and someone is hurt or killed, it's all the actor that has to be among those that are responsible. Makes no sense. I mean, they didn't try this. I don't know how a jury's going to convict. I really don't. I don't think they're going to get a conviction. And I don't know what they're going to get, because I don't think Alec Baldwin is interested in cutting a deal of some kind. And the other thing that's interesting here is the statement that they made about it, I think is very telling. This is from Heather Brewer, who's a spokesperson for the 1st Judicial District Attorney there in New Mexico. In order to avoid further litigious distraction by Mr. Baldwin, we are basically removing the enhancement. What does that mean? They were tired? They were tired of him having good attorneys? Yeah. And he is going to stop litigating this. They charged him. He's not going to hire the best attorneys out there. That's got to be code for, oh boy, did we overreach. Yeah, right, for sure. Oh, here's this is, well, okay. So there's a lawsuit going on. A law firm is suing one of their lawyers, former lawyers, who's from Los Angeles, a lawyer named Sarah Jacqueline King, who's being accused of falsifying millions of dollars of loans from the company. What they had set up is this. This is this big international lawsuit. And he set up King Family Lender, which was supposed to make loans to qualified third parties. So he would ask the law firm for money to fund these loans, except they say there were no third-party borrowers, and she just took the money and had a good time and went and lived at the Wynn Las Vegas for 6 months, gambled around the clock. They claim there is a photograph of her going around. I think it's on a golf course, and it's her. And on one side, you got Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady, and on the other side of her is standing Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. So, I mean, is this true? I don't know. I wasn't there, but that's what the lawsuit's about. Lawyers stealing money is not a big story, all right? We could do 10 of those every morning. If lawyers stealing, the accusation is $10 million and spending it in 6 months. That's impressive. That is very impressive. United Airlines says it's going to make it easier for families to book seats with their kids for free. However, this isn't on your business class seat or your first class seat. This is just if you are sitting in economy. But United will show parents or other adult travelers who are with a kid younger than 12 the preferred seat, so you no longer have to pay to make sure that you can all sit together anymore. However, I was reading Delta Airlines says, wait a minute, we already do that, and it doesn't matter which seat you're sitting in. So take that, United. Any junk thing you can possibly throw at the customers. Well, this is one thing that the Biden administration has been going after, and this needs to be in response to it. Kind of a preemptive almost, so that these airlines are saying, oh, we don't want to get our hands slapped. We'll just go ahead and hold this away before we can get in trouble. You reach the point with the airlines you have, they just don't stop. We'll come back to this scandal on the news on this Tuesday morning. Let's check in with Jennifer Lee live in the KFI 24-hour news. New research indicates COVID-19 can damage the heart on the cellular level, which leads to long-term problems. Twitter, on a first-generation iPhone, this sold at auction for more than 10 times its original cost. When it first came out in 2007, it was $599, but at auction, it just went up for $63,000. We're going to look at your drive at BKFI in the sky and the UCLA interchange in just a moment. Americans pay about $5 billion a year in toll termites to repair their damages. No question that termites can be destructive, but you pay a house destruction. Termites cause more property damage every year than storms, than blizzards, hurricanes, earthquakes, floods combined. And termite damage probably isn't even covered by your home insurance. It means you get the right to check. Let me suggest calling Pacific Coast Termite at 800 Pacific. And they can come out and give you a free home inspection, certain restrictions apply, and tell you whether you do or you don't. No harm, no foul. They do treat your home easily without tension. Tension is a nightmare if you don't want to do that. Renters pay a 10% off termite treatment, 2-year guarantee. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific, PacificCoastTermite.com, 800 Pacific. Friendly, wavy. SoCal weather from KFI, an Arctic blast is in the forecast. The temperatures today should be 15 to 20 degrees cooler than yesterday. So highs today are just going to be in the 50s, maybe right at 60, and it looks like overnight that we're going to drop into the 30s and 40s again. This report is brought to you by WaterHeatersOnly.com. For the Southern California Florida dealer, shopping center, West Coast places. This time we've got an issue on the East LA intersection. Every time you say all the floods, just too much music. That's what I understand. It's not that one. That's cool. the motor officer was helping out, so thank you, whoever you are. But it's so hard to ground the officer that's just before the interchange. Second line from left to one block. I'm pretty sure there's nothing through there right now. However, it's close enough from the 60508, and kind of a real backup was forming there before the 710, so a lot slower than usual for that North 5 from Norwalk all the way to the Chilean station. Santa Ana, that's where we're headed right now. It's been for walk in front, actually. South 65, Rapid Arthur, a couple of lanes blocked with a backup there. We're going to go down and take it out for you. And tonight at Victorville, much slower. Unusual stuff that's being a main quite a problem. Back up there, valley after that. Well, kind of a normal slow, if you will, coming down the hill. Jeff, hey, that's high in the sky. Who has over 6,000 five-star reviews for water heater repairs and replacements? Water is heaters only. That's true. Visit waterheatersonly.com for quick same-day service. And if you want real prices, that's their business. Waterheatersonly.com. That's waterheatersonly.com. This report is sponsored by 1-800-NO-COP Criminal Defense. Undersund Jim Capanopi, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP. Because no one looks good in HIPAA. Let's do that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. Toyota. Come with Toyota care, no combination. Have your mind at ease. Your coverage for all regularly scheduled service. Feel like home or home. From oil and filter changes and tire assistance, food inspections and adjustments, tire service, even lockout protection. Let your cares and worries melt away. Toyota Care No Cost Media comes standard with every Toyota. Your Toyota Care is easy. Toyota, let's go places. Toyota Care covers normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. See Toyota dealer for details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we kept together. Weather Heating Review, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more important. Insurances with $80 to the 30-20 thing. And on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is $70 from 9 to 6 Get up there to get human plus. DOE for your next investment opportunity. How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more. Grocery store real estate offers day one tax flow from high credit national tenants. Tax advantages with pension, one estate, inflation fighting, triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Tax distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRTO.com. Is there some sort of a conclusion that President Biden is good in some forms of communication, but not others? The president is the best communicator that we have in our country. The best communicator we have. Then why aren't we getting any communication? We don't understand it. That's a problem. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You'll handle morning crew Tuesday, February 21. Cold Tuesday, Thursday, cold Tuesday. Before we jump into finishing handle on the news, we have a photo at Jennifer's social address, Instagram, etc., at JJLKFI. And it is a picture of all of us in Bowling because today is slightly overweight Tuesday. We have to be very careful, in terms of being politically correct. You can't go after people with bodies, right? It's just another Tuesday. yeah. Days of the week are now on. Okay, tell us Tuesday. Go, David. All right. Back to handle on the news? Yeah, let's go to back to handle on the news. Sure, why not? These are passports. And these are passports that you can get from another country in exchange for an investment in that country, usually by buying real estate. It's for rich people to get citizenship in other countries, and guess which country for golden passports around the world more than any other? Yes, the United America, Americans in their citizenship. Yes. Yep, they want to leave the United States, or at least the possibility of leaving the United States and living overseas. And the law now allows you to hold dual citizenship. There was a time where citizenship from another country, you lost your American citizenship. And my parents came to the United States, and they had to renounce their Brazilian citizenship. Today you don't have to do that. And I hold dual citizenship, both Brazilian and U.S. citizenship. I have two passports. And when I went to Brazil when I was 18 years old to visit, they drafted me. And in those days, if you served in foreign army, military, you lost your American. No, I got out of it. I paid $100. And then at a big lago with Cuba Frigo, and I got serious. Yeah, and family that were waiting for me that really angry with me and said you could have done it for $50. It was pretty corrupt there, but I was legitimately drafted. Yeah, with it was scary, but it worked out. And Lynn mentioning the golden ticket there, Willy Wonka, we have a story about that coming up in just a second. We do. Lingo Keith from Project Veritas has resigned after employee complaints. So he really promised to start this new rival organization doing undercover work like Project Veritas did. And he has been a star on the right, going after any journalist that he possibly can, any liberal group that he can possibly do an undercover on. Yeah, he did those secret videos. People at their work. But now he's out. Yeah, he's resigning from Project Veritas because enough people raised it up. They were angry enough about him, and he clashed with the board of Project Veritas for weeks. They were fighting his out. Yeah, and he overplayed his hand. Yeah, and he just said, "Hey, board, I know everybody here is complaining about me. Either you guys quit or I quit." And they said, "Bye. See you later. Bye." And he's starting another organization, isn't he? I think they're going to be like the rival. Yeah, rival organization. That's what I mean. We'll see what. George Santos sat down with Piers Morgan for an interview and said the reason he thought he could get away with all those lies that he told during his successful campaign for Congress is because when he unsuccessfully ran for Congress in 2020, he told all those lies and nobody caught him. So he thought he was going to be able to get away with it again. He also admitted that perhaps he's not a very good liar. Are you surprised that he ran for Congress as a legitimate candidate, legitimate in the sense of a viable candidate, and no one checked on his background during his first run? I think because at that time he had no sense. The view was this guy is an also ran and has no chance, and he wasn't really getting any attention or scrutiny. And this time around, well, yeah, he won, but anyway, he thought, well, it worked once. Well, it didn't work once. I got away with the lies once. And it was what Piers Morgan said. Well, that's honest, stupid. So you actually thought they're not going to find out. But there's also something else weird that he said. To me, this is the most interesting thing that came out of the interview, and that is, he was talking about all these lies on your resume. And George Santos said, the resume was never furnished or supplied by me. I don't know. And Piers Morgan said, well, where did it come from? And Jacob said, I have no idea where that came from. What? I know, sir. Spin, sadly, I might have. All right, here's the Willy Wonka story. Matilda and the writer of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Roald Dahl, editors at Penguin Puffin have decided that they are going to basically censor parts of it. So words in it like fat and things like that, they want to take them out. And a lot of people say, hey, Roald Dahl did this back in the day when he got rid of some things that were considered to be racist, when they were talking about the Oompa Loompas back in the day. And so apparently maybe people at Puffin thought they were just kind of updating the censorship that he'd already done. They crossed the line on this one. They literally, they went so crazy on this in terms of political correctness and changing things around, which is why today we celebrate slightly overweight people. You're going to be talking about this in detail at 8:30, so that's when people can get a better sense of what's happening and what they're doing to the book. But may I just concentrate all the hysteria? Number one, this is being done with the blessing of his family and the estate. Number two, in that case, this is capitalism. I thought everybody loved capitalism. If they believe, and the family that controls the stuff believe, that they can sell more books. You really believe that? Yes, I do believe that. I do not. I think it is taken into... For what? But why would you take because of the for no reason? Because of the pressure, which is so extraordinary. The pressure of what? That you won't sell books? Possibility, but no, the pressure in general that is out there. Companies don't take the pressure without a purpose. Really? Are you kidding me? No, I am not kidding you, but we are out of time. And we'll continue screaming at each other during the break. Yes, Coming up, Steve Gregory, the LA Bishop murderer. Do not go away. KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Life moves pretty fast. If you don't let KFI fill you in once in a while, you could miss it. KFI. KOST 62. Los Angeles, on time. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You may have known me as a captor. I'm Jennifer Jones, Lee live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man who did handiwork for Bishop David O'Connell has been arrested in connection with O'Connell's murder in Hacienda Heights. LA County Sheriff Luna said a tipster told investigators that 65-year-old Carlos Medina may have had a dispute with the bishop over money. I asked the sheriff yesterday who discovered O'Connell Saturday afternoon. From the information I have, a deacon went to the home to go check on him because he was late for a meeting. And I believe it was the deacon who dialed 911, and we responded. Luna said O'Connell was in bed with at least one gunshot to the head. He said Medina is also the husband of O'Connell's housekeeper. Steve Gregory, KFI News. Now, people in LA say the bishop killed at his home in Hacienda Heights made a difference. Parishioner Jessica Castillo says she's known David O'Connell for over a decade and was at many events with him. From the dignity of human life to different fun activities for young adults and the youth in the area, Castillo says the bishop was also involved with the Latino community, making sure everyone felt included. She said O'Connell was joyful and always made people around him feel like they mattered. Mayor Bass is calling for more police patrols to help curb anti-Semitic violence in LA. KFI's Blake Foley reports live from City Hall, where he says the mayor also wants more license plate readers. The mayor joined other city officials and Jewish leaders for a town hall on anti-Semitism. That's their case for Jewish people has no place in LA. It is so important that we act aggressively and immediately at the first sign of danger. South Boca of the world is calling for action to stop anti-Semitic violence. Newly elected councilwoman Katie Garrison says she plans to introduce a motion today that would increase funding for the Jewish Federation of Greater LA, which provides security to Jewish institutions. The town hall last night follows the separate shootings of two Jewish men in LA last week. The shooter was charged with federal hate crime. Reporting live from LA City Hall, Blake Foley, KFI News. A fire that started in the cafeteria at the high school in Compton has caused massive damage. The fire burned for hours last night. Principal Caleb Oliver says it's not yet known how it started. This was a day off for our school campus, and so we're just glad that everyone's safe. Classes have been canceled for the day. Today, students will be able to get breakfast and lunch at nearby Clinton Elementary Washington Beach City Council is meeting to discuss the housing ordinance despite the threat of a lawsuit from the state. They have a vision for Huntington Beach that is not Huntington Beach. The city is fighting a state mandate to develop more than 13,000 housing units. City Attorney Michael Gates tells KFI's John Henshaw 95% or more of the city is already fully developed. The state's targeting us to redevelop so that it will disrupt and remake our suburban beach towns into a high-density mecca. He says there are large areas of undeveloped land in California that should be developed. A new earthquake on the border of Turkey and Syria has killed at least 8 people and hurt hundreds more. Turkey's disaster management authority said yesterday's quake was a magnitude 6.4. ABC's Peckham Gentry says it lasted about 15 seconds. The buildings around shook. Thankfully, we were outside, but we were standing near a bus, and you could see it moving from side to side, triggering the suspension. The buildings around, some of them were already cracked, and I suspect this cracked them even more. He says it was felt about 20 to 30 so far aftershocks they felt. And it's that Tuesday in New Orleans. Hundreds of thousands of tourists and locals are expected to hit the city streets, many in costume to mark the end of Carnival season. Protesters are also expected in the crowd, gathering last-minute signatures in an effort to recall the mayor over violent crime in that city. We'll get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky in the 55 after sports with Wayne. Dodgers spring training hasn't been underway long. There's already an injury. The Joe Vargas suffered an airline finger fracture. This is pinky. It's not too bad, and it's not stopping him from participating. In hockey, the Anaheim Ducks squandered a 2-goal lead and lost to the Florida Panthers in overtime 4-3. They'll move over to the Tampa Bay Lightning at 4. And the Kings are at the Minnesota Wild at 5. That's live in HD on the Kings channel through the iHeartRadio app. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. So, you finally decided to sell the house, or the area home in Manila. Well, if you've been waiting, maybe it's time to pull the trigger. Now, if you've been waiting, it makes a lot of sense. The property value just kept on climbing by the day. Well, that's turned around, flattening or even going down. So, all right, decided to sell the house and call a broker and pay 6% listed, and you're told to clean and paint and repair, and prospective buyers have to walk through, and you can't be there. The place has to be spotless, and the negotiations and the escrow. I mean, there's a lot to it. Another way of doing it is directbuyers.com. No commission, no one walks through your house, no cleaning, repairing, cleaning. You get paid in cash 10 days or less. It's a very different way of selling your home. It makes a lot of sense. They'll give you a $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move, and they'll never lowball you. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com. Second look at our financial report. Right now, the Dow is down 429, S&P dropping 48, NASDAQ down 166, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.74. SoCal weather from KFI. There's lots of talk in here. We've got an Arctic blast that's got a 1-2 punch coming. So today, really, the story will be the wind. We've got a wind advisory kicking in this afternoon. We could see wind gusts anywhere from 50 to 70 miles an hour in some spots in Southern California, and a big temperature drop. So our high today is just going to be in the low to mid 50s. We drop into the 30s and 40s overnight. Then by Thursday, the second round of the storm comes in, bringing with it rain and snow down to about 1,000 feet in some spots. Right now, it is 51 in Dana Point, 45 in Orange, and in Pacific Palisades, 46 in Arcadia. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky, this time the 55. If you're looking at snow at the Verdugo's above Burbank, that'll be something that's good. All right, so look at this for you if you are driving about 55. Yes, it's slow, but before it's 23. But the problem at my car is just a little bit before the 12. We just had a look at it. Go to the right shoulder. There's one serious speed car sticking out a little bit, but basically all lanes are up. So again, right shoulder is 22. A picture of a reading picture, though, a 2K is not 15 at Main problem. Still causing delays coming away from Bear Valley. As I speak here, we're already know that the northbound 405, 54 to 710, the carpool lane is blocked. You got a bunch of cars and a bus that goes just pulled up. and we're waiting to see if she was coming to help too. So it's getting kind of slow from the 605 coming up here. Again, that's North 405 before the 710. Carpool lane is blocked. And earlier we had a pop in the east area entrance at North side of Bronze this side. Would like to think that's clear by now. Still was a little slow coming through. Just hey, FI in the sky. This hour of the Bill Handel Show brought to you by Jacoby and Mark. If you get hurt in an accident, choose a law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby and Mark. Hello, this is Joe Cordell. Cordell is a firm that practices family law exclusively. We focus on only one area of the law to maximize our strength and effectiveness as advocates for clients that have everything on the line. Their homes, retirement, savings, and most importantly, their children. We're the partner our clients count on. If we can be of help to you, give us a call. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell and Cordell, California area attorney, 1455 Crazy Road, 3500 San Diego, California, 92108. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, our media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how IR Media can work for you. From your cell dial pound 250 and say keyword great result. That's pound 250 and say great result. Vehicle representation pertains to direction of your life. If you think it's an 888 OPO win, pain as high more stimulating cost. And I like to be a station. If you return to a windshield handle, it's the bad place to be right now. And now, handle. Good morning, Bill Handel here in the morning crew on a cold Tuesday, February 21. It's going to get colder, too. And it's not going to be fun. Even snow at 1,000 feet elevation the last time we saw that. And new 6.4 on the Richter Trail, quake in Turkey at Twitch. Again, and they're saying 8 people injured, more than 600 response. You know, that's 8 people. Remember when we first reported, when the earthquake was first being reported, it broke on the show, and the initial report was 1,100 people dead, north of 47,000. Story yesterday that broke was Bishop David O'Connell, Catholic Bishop David O'Connell, was murdered in his home, his home that was owned by the diocese. And we had no idea. Here you have a priest or a bishop who is loved, who is one of those non-political, really gets in to help the community, has for 40 years, and he is murdered. Steve Gregory, of course, went to cover the story, and yesterday, as I was passing down the hall, and usually I see that at his office, and he's working on this stuff, and I said, hey, Steve, what's going on? And he was up to his eyeballs in this story, and of course, he's getting information before anybody else was, and putting this report together. And as I said, hello, Steve, you were very gracious. Get out of here. I'm doing the story. Not now, Bill. Not now, Bill. Yeah. All right. So tell us what happened, where it is now, what's going on. It's the tragedy itself of this well-loved bishop, auxiliary bishop for the LA Archdiocese. Not only just the tragedy of him dying in the first place, but the manner in which it happened, and then who is accused of being behind it. The twist just kept coming yesterday. I had heard early on that it was a person of interest had some sort of a connection to, and they said that they were also connected to someone who may have been close to the bishop. We found out later it's the husband of the housekeeper. It's a very unusual situation. Yesterday, Bob Luna, the sheriff of LA County, had a press conference in which he talked a little bit about after the shooting on Saturday. It wasn't until about Sunday that they actually got their first tip. Sunday evening at approximately 7 p.m., detectives received a tip that there was a person of interest who resided in the city of Corinth. The person of interest was identified as Carlos Medina, a 65-year-old male Hispanic. Detectives were told by the tipster that they were concerned because Medina was acting strange, irrational, So after that, apparently, according to neighbors of Medina, he took off to Central California somewhere. And when he was up there, he's not sure what he interviewed, who he met with, what had happened. It wasn't clear at all. So the sheriff said that while that was happening, they were looking for surveillance video, and they found some in which an SUV had been seen going into the driveway of the Bishop's house on Saturday. He wouldn't say what time, the sheriff. That SUV would end up becoming key to this investigation. Medina is the husband of Bishop O'Connell's housekeeper, who had previously done work at the bishop's residence and drove a similar SUV to the one previously seen in the driveway of the bishop's residence. So by the time they figured this out, and the time that they get to him, he would come back from Central California a little after midnight, Sunday into Monday. And that's when deputies from Carson Station went over there to secure the area, set up a perimeter, and then he barricaded himself in there, and he didn't come out until 8:15 in the morning. Now, was there shooting at all going on? He just he eventually surrendered this to one of the 8:15. So the motive at this point is unclear, but many would suggest that at least one picture that said there was a dispute over pay, and that was possibly fit because Medina had done handyman work for the bishop as he would have said things. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that perhaps there was an issue over money or pay. It's not clear whether the housekeeper worked for the diocese or worked for Bishop directly. But let's take a break from that. Then I'd like to question. His mental state, he may have mental problems. His wife cooperating. Did he know of the problems they had? A lot of questions. I'll be back in just a moment. First checking with Jennifer Jones, please, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is asking Tesla for information after a driver in one of the company's cars was killed over the weekend in Northern California. The Supreme Court is starting a 2-week session that'll see challenges over student debt and big tax liabilities. And while it hovers ranking the hardest working cities in America, San Francisco tops the list, followed by Anchorage, Alaska, and Irving, Texas. We'll get a look at your guys at DKFI in the Sun in just a moment. You hear so many ads for personal injury lawyers here at KFI and all over the place. So who do you go to? Well, we're just looking at handleonthelaw.com. Why? Well, because these are vetted lawyers, and if there is a problem, let's say you hire a handleonthelaw.com attorney, and there is any kind of a problem, I make the phone call. I start screaming, and that's big advantage. So if you're been in a car accident, slip and fall, whatever, you're looking for an attorney, handleonthelaw.com. That's Handle on the Law. Doesn't have weather from KFI today, mostly cloudy and cold. Temperatures just in the low to mid 50s. And very windy for this afternoon. We've got a wind advisory that kicks in. This report is brought to you by Plus Pest Control. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Jeff Law, where would you like to check out? We've got a new class. I was so good on the 710 boy while I worked up. I was the 710 405 like I live in all the rich down there. You could run over the top of them, but didn't get here quicker. Now 710 Willow is quite fast. There's only 3 lanes and 2 of them are blocked. But all lanes have been reopened. There's somebody went into the right sidewall here, so a lot of activity. But thankfully, and thanks to everybody involved, all lanes are now open. All 3 lanes, I should say. So that's doing extremely tough drive now. We go from going into the harbor. The South 710 is really just a crawl from a little bit before the 91 all the way down. Again, all lanes are open. Another problem on the northbound 405, approaching the 710, Broadway lane is blocked. Obviously, at times they're going to have to block all to get that out of your way. So that's getting really difficult coming up from the 605. Also, when you start, no matter where you have to drive, if you're still at home, I'd get going. Jeff, in the sky. For over 60 years, Clark Pest Control has been California's leader in pest control technology. If you need help dealing with pests, termites, rodents, mosquitoes, and much more, contact Clark Pest Control for a free estimate today. Call 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. That's 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. Or visit ClarkPest.com. This report is sponsored by iAccidentMotor.com. Don't be free selfish. Say I want my medical bills paid. I want my car fixed. I want my money. I want iAccidentMotor.com. It's the way to go. Go. 921 Greetings live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for the curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. Here's one of the Excel trying to save the rain, but still throws an elbow. He's leaving for the couch. He should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Guys, learn more at inspiresleep.com. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at inspiresleep.com. Attention accredited investors. Looking to invest in commercial real estate? Invest with First National Realty Partners. Join more than 2,000 accredited investors who collect rent from Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and many more. Partner with First National Realty Partners and get access to commercial real estate investments reserved for elite private institutions. Get all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, quarterly tax distributions, limited liability structures, and the potential for upside and exit. Call now to get information about all of our recent and upcoming projects and learn how you can invest in deals that most people will never find. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrbradio.com. Start enjoying the benefits that thousands of accredited investors are already earning. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Tax distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment security reflect FNRG strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrbradio.com. Solar panel system for $0 down and $69.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your AM 2.0 benefits by April 13th. And say Solar Max today. SolarMaxTech.com. Look again, available. Please credit CSLB number 972 Boys. Alphabet Boys is a new podcast that goes inside undercover investigations. In the first season, we're diving into an FBI investigation of the 2020 version. It involves cigar-smoking mystery man who drives a silver bird. And the thousands of like a lot of those. But our federal agents protecting bad guys or creating. We were just waiting for me to investigate the time and then security is going to get ahead. Listen to Alphabet Boys on iHeartRadio app or wherever you hear about that. When the prices shoot to the moon and people start screaming, here comes Newsom and his empty head. Well, we're going to investigate here regularly. Right like the gas prices, right down here going up. And it's part of the game they play. John and Kim, they've been active collectively for over 20 years now. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 240 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The president, Joe Tuesday, the president is scheduled to speak from Poland this morning at around 8:30 our time, and when he speaks live, it is no small deal. Putin gave his speech, of course, claiming the West restarted the war, and he is simply protecting Russia. Back we go with Steve Gregory, the story of the bishop who was murdered yesterday, and it's a good story as we're putting it together. So that the suspect is, well, the worst person of interest. He is now an official suspect, correct? He was husband. Right. This is the husband of the housekeeper of the bishop, and he has done some work. So let's talk about his wife, housekeeper. Where is he in all of this? He's cooperating fully with authorities. I asked the sheriff yesterday whether or not charges were pending against him, because there was no signs of forced entry into the house on Saturday. And that's a big key. Did this man, Carlos Medina, who the sheriff, by the way, identified as 65 years old, and looks like the jail record might show he's only 60, well, not only, but he's 61 as opposed to 50 accomplished there. But the issue is, how did this guy get into the house? They have a key. They didn't know where the spare key was. They simply knocked on the door. Well, that was kind of a big no, because the bishop was found in bed. So that also tells him that he was probably killed earlier in the morning, sometime in the morning. And it wasn't until a deacon went to go get him, because he hadn't shown up for a meeting he was supposed to be having. Deacon went to check on him, and that's when the deacon found him and called 911. So there's that time frame in there, and the sheriff was being pretty tight-lipped about the time frame and when that TV was seen in the driveway, because that's all going to go towards the actual 5 filing of the charges. So you would think at some point in this day and age that everybody would have a Ring doorbell that had a video camera attached because it's so inexpensive. Yeah, sure, but I get the sense. The first thing I was thinking to myself is, I wondered if there was surveillance with all the archdiocese-owned properties. And I don't really think so, other than the cathedral downtown. So these homes are old. They're typically older homes, and they don't have a lot of modern tech in them. So I don't know whether surveillance did a scoop on this that there was the other day where they were able to see the SUV, so that must have been someone from across the street. Yeah, traditionally, the homes and the archdiocese owns their homes are left to the church by elderly parishioners in their will. They live in the home forever, and then they leave the diocese to those homes. And this was, the home in Hampton Heights. I mean, I saw, a picture of it, and it's a very modest, yeah. So I can't imagine it's going to have a lot of stuff in it. So that's going to be a good part of it. So it's not clear what role the housekeeper is going to play in the case, and I'm not really sure how it's going to go down with her. But the other issue is the motive. Was it over money? Was it a dispute over pay? Was there something else involved? And I had heard initially there might have been a drug component to this. So again, that's stuff that they weren't going to tell us the truth in this. Yeah, I noticed on this one, pretty quickly, and usually it's a 10-year investigation. We're still putting it together. There wasn't a lot there when the sheriff started talking. Then, or do I have that wrong? No, it's a lot more detail than we got over the weekend. Because, it happened over the weekend. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It was over the weekend, and yesterday was a holiday. So you had a lot of challenges for information. But the sheriff he was pretty, open as much as he could be. It was a little comical because he started the press conference yesterday by saying, listen, before I begin my comments, I know all of you in the room asked excellent questions, but I want to tell you right now, I'm not going to be able to answer all of them. And so he made it very clear up front that he doesn't have all the answers. Because I think after the Monterey Park shooting incident, where there was a lot of, he couldn't answer a lot of questions because it was so fluid. I think he's learning that process now. And so I have to admit, he found quite a bit of information yesterday. He shared more detail than I expected with such an early investigation. Yeah, Matt, doesn't get that statement? I'm sure all of you have excellent questions. If you look at people next to you and go, really? I had my good colleagues in there with me yesterday, Justin and Carlos Granda, Pete, and everybody were all. It was more information than I thought I was going to get. Let's talk about your response to the other side. Sure. What's going on there? Yeah, so today I'll be working on the response that the Archbishop has. It was an incredibly emotional moment for the Archbishop when he spoke about it yesterday. At one point, just breaking down, he went completely silent, and his hands were looking at it. He had been crying, his eyes were red, and at one point, Sheriff Luna went over and he put his hand around the shoulder of the Archbishop and whispered into his ear. And I couldn't make out exactly, I think along the lines of God's with you, something along those lines. But it was a moment of comfort from Sheriff Luna, which was a very poignant, because the Archbishop usually just restore strength, and to watch him yesterday is very vulnerable. Pretty emotional. Yeah, I noticed that yesterday. Usually you would think this is not, it's a big story for us. A massive story. But it became national news. It was covered by all the news outlets across the country because it's unusual. And, it was an unusual situation when a member of the clergy at that high level was done in his own home. And the other thing, too, is there were a lot of politicians there yesterday. You know how I feel about politicians at our conferences. But they all had their own stories and their personal connections to the bishop. Because as well as I do, the Catholic Church is tied to politics pretty heavily. And so a lot of politicians, including the governor, everybody came out with comments yesterday because this archdiocese here in Los Angeles is an incredibly powerful entity. And it has a lot of ties to politics. So politicians are coming out of the woodwork with their reactions yesterday as well. Now, that was appropriate. Usually, in all the years I've known you, you have never said anything good about politicians appearing at press conferences. Yeah, and yesterday, I'm still online with it yesterday. In fact, the sheriff was about to wrap it up, and then Hilda police showed up late, and they had to stop. But Hilda could film over to the microphone. And so what's the next step? He has been arrested. Some more information, looking at the motive, is that the next step? Well, yeah, I mean, they're working up the package right now. The investigators, David Times Bureau, Electronic Sheriff's Department, the best are best. They're putting it together. They're going to hand it over to the DA, and the DA is going to work it out, and then they'll figure out the final charges, and then they'll file. And I'm sure that's going to happen today. Yeah, I'm assuming that because he was shot in bed, you haven't heard anything about that there was some kind of fight. That was asked yesterday, and there was no indication there was a struggle. And that's what was so unusual about this, is that it would appear he was laying in his bed, shot once in the chest, at least once in the chest. The coroner's not ruled yet officially on cause and manner of death. But the scene was, I guess, it wasn't that, it did not indicate, like I said, no forced injury, no physical obvious signs of struggle. So it just looks like it was pretty much one and done. All right, Steve, thank you much. Yeah, and I know that you're working on a bunch of stories. Just really quickly, coming up. We usually talk on a Friday, but just a quick preview of what's happening. Yeah, so on Sunday, the big project we're working on now is the documentary we're doing for KFI News called 8 Anti-Semitism in Southern California. That's the one we're working on this week. Which you would not let me, I don't want to, it's only a 2-hour show, so no, that's the big one we're working on right now. That, and of course, all the breaking news. You got it, Steve Gregory, thanks for that. All right, coming up, 100 years ago, 1923, what a year. And I'm going to share some of the facts with you and a lot of information. This is KFI, with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour news. Just reiterating what Handler and Steve have been talking about. LA County Sheriff Luna says been arrested in connection with the shooting death of Bishop David O'Connell. Medina is the husband of Bishop O'Connell's housekeeper, who has previously done work at the bishop's residence. Luna said yesterday a tipster led them to Medina's home in Torrance. After an hours-long standoff yesterday morning, Medina surrendered. Luna says 2 guns were found in the home. Not clear if any of them were used to shoot O'Connell. Luna says there may have been a dispute over money between Medina and the bishop. A 7th resources died at Santa Anita Park in less than 2 months. The 5-year-old Sheldon Big Talker collapsed during a race yesterday. Seahorse racing officials say it's considered a sudden death. Mourners have gathered in East Warwick, Rhode Island to mark the 20th anniversary of the Station nightclub fire. 100 people were killed in what was the 4th deadliest nightclub fire in U.S. history. One of the mourners of yesterday was Stephen Preston was killed in that disaster. And let's just don't forget, millions of them forget what happened. Officials say the fire was caused by pyrotechnics set off during a performance. It ignited flammable insulation foam in the walls and ceiling surrounding the stage. The flames engulfed the half club in under 6 minutes. Rescue efforts are underway in Turkey, where another earthquake has killed at least 8 people and hurt more than 200. This quake comes 2 weeks after a massive earthquake killed tens of thousands of people. Officials say yesterday's disaster was felt across the region and followed by a second magnitude 5.8 trembler. A stray dog in Arleta has been reunited with its owner after speeding through the carpool lane on the side. A nurse in Glendale says she saw the dog running 10 miles an hour Friday morning. Said the other car slowed down, tried to help the terrified dog, but it ran into the nurse's car. Now, many news helicopters caught the dog on TV, which is how the dog's owner found it. She says the dog spent the weekend with her and was checked out by a vet. Trudy, the dog's name, was reunited with her owner yesterday. Airbnb is honoring Broadway's longest-running musical by inviting 2 special guests to spend a night at the venue that inspired the Phantom of the Opera. Guests can rent out a room at the historic place in Paris starting on March 1st, and Airbnb says a one-night stay will be on July 15th, and the cost will be $39. We'll get over your guide to BKFI in the South in just a moment, but first, it's Sports with Wayne. living under a cloud of mystery as to the future of two-way superstar Shohei Ohtani. His agent is reserving comment on whether Ohtani is in negotiations to extend his contract after this season. In hockey, the Anaheim Ducks fell to the Florida Panthers 4-2 in overtime. They blew an earlier two-goal lead. Now they move over to the Tampa Bay Lightning at 4. And the Kings are at the Minnesota Wild at 5. That's live in HD on the Kings channel through the iHeartRadio app. I'm Wayne Nesmith, KFI Sports. Yeah, Father, you waited to take the money out of your house. Why don't you buy your house and take the money out? You should have waited. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Because as property values increase, your equity increase. Well, property values have gone the other way. Flashing, even going down, your equity is going down. So now, and so if you need $75,000 for more, we suggest HMS Capital. And they'll help you pull the money out with the equity you have built. I've done two working with HMS Capital over the years. So I'll tell you about them all day long. No appraisal or credit report fees. Call HMS Capital. Call 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. That's hmscapital.com. That's 50 to 70 miles an hour between today and tomorrow. And Thursday marks two of the storm comes in, and that's what triggers with rain and snow as low as 1,000 feet. Temperatures all this week, though, are just going to be in the 40s and 50s. Let's go to your guys with DKFI in the sky. That's far. The wind is all fast so that they can drive. There's a little bit of that heads up now for those guys. The longest run is out on 710. We're over an earlier run there was bad spot. It was out on 710 at Willow. That's past the 405. Only 3 lanes. And 2 of them were blocked. Now, all lanes have been open. There's a lot of activity up there. As far as you know. But it's good. And for a difficult run, coming down from 105. And there's not that much up down there. So, this gap we're going down. Now, kind of the other way, going north on the 405 through along the north down the 410. Also went from one block that's kind of going away a little bit. So it's coming up from the 605. Good news for the driving into Santa Ana. Standing South 55 is Magarca before the 405. Had a nice right there, working for a long time. And again, that's something else we actually saw, which is the shoulder. So we'll start coming out from 22. And the north side now, coming up from the 605, really difficult. From around Norwalk up to about Clark. And after that, things will improve somewhat. Of course, so entertaining. Quick look at all of our freeway systems. They're all pretty slow, so if you show it off, get going. Don't fool around with one. Just fly in the sky. Going the extra mile for hard work. The company's pushing to go further. TRUMAN will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to make you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, diverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard to keep 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com. I'm Attorney Gary Cavanagh. 1-800-NO-COP. Reminding you to exercise your life with just shut up. It doesn't make you look good, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP. Because no one looks good heads up. Let's hear that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. Hey, always keep sharp. Are you running out of hot water? Water Heaters Only has been specializing in the repair and replacement of water heaters since 1968. That's over 54 years as the original water heater specialist. So visit waterheatersonly.com for zero-interest financing, terms and conditions apply, request for service, or call to speak with a live operator 24 hours a day. Don't wait, don't overpay. Visit waterheatersonly.com today. That's waterheatersonly.com. Southern California Edison wants to remind you that we all have the power to make clean energy California more stimulating products. And I have radio. Download the free radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Stand by, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. No handle here. with the morning crew on a very cold Tuesday, February 21, and it's going to get a lot colder. We're looking for the coldest cold snap in decades, maybe ever for this time of year. It's going to be cold, very snappy, cold snap. They started measuring snappy cold. I mean, no sense whatsoever. And the president is going to speak scheduled at 8:30. He's in Poland, and we'll be speaking about the war in Ukraine and in response to Putin's speech. Is Putin's state of the Union starting the war. 100 years ago, everybody gets that. 1923, what a year it was for watching. Actually, 1923 is being described as the big thing of Los Angeles. And if you look at what happened that year, well, let's start with the Disney brothers opened a cartoon studio in Hollywood. The Hollywood song was put up, and I'll get into that a little bit. That is really a fun thing. The Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum opened in 1923. It built for hotels, one of the most iconic hotels in the city. There was a women's preacher. This is a great story. It's not as well known as it should be. Amy Temple McPherson, and she opened up this massive temple slash cathedral, and it was in LA. And he was almost the first of the good healers. You know how the televangelists touch your forehead, and all of a sudden you're walking and you're cured of your disease. Ever notice that they never have legs growing back for amputees? That one they don't have. Okay, fair enough. And she broadcast a radio show that would turn all over, and it's extraordinary. That's a great story in and of itself. Caltech, Professor won the first Nobel Prize, and we've had dozens of them. El Cholo, and the year before, same sort of year, Hollywood Bowl, the Rose Bowl, the LA County Fair. Now the big story, of course, the one that we have the most fun with is the Hollywood sign. So the Hollywood sign, now let's compare it to the Eiffel Tower. Now you see the Eiffel Tower, you know that is 1,000 feet tall. Statue of Liberty, almost 400 feet. The Hollywood sign, 44 feet. Pretty impressive. And while the Eiffel Tower was built for the World's Fair in 1890 in Paris, it was only supposed to last 20 years. And down it went, or supposed to go, when Eiffel was the one guy. He said, I'll tell you what, you can have it for the first 20 years, and then I'll take it. Yeah, he died a very rich guy. And Statue of Liberty, that is supposed to be there forever, a gift to the United States by the people of France. And it took, I don't know how many decades to put up a pedestal that the government wouldn't pay for it. There's New York. Now, the Hollywood sign, which is instantly recognizable all over the world, was just a advertising sign that went up by a couple of developers who were selling this area up on Beach Boulevard, up on Beechwood Street, and it was a development. So they sold houses, they sold land, and they figured it was going to be up there for a few months. They go bankrupt 18 months later, so now you have a sign. It's actually donated to the city. The city couldn't care less. So it's decrepit as hell. It originally read Hollywood Land, and it was falling apart. Private donations, we did it a few times. Now at least it's fairly solid. And it's iconic. Do you remember when marijuana was first allowed, cannabis was first allowed, medical marijuana was allowed? You woke up one morning and there it was, Hollywood. Spectacular. And then Hollywood for the religious folks. Okay, pretty impressive. And then the fun stuff, the suicides that have happened off of the Hollywood. A couple of actresses that jumped off. Here's a little sci-fi story that really paid for the most of the renovation. There has been several different programs to renovate it. But the last big one that made the sign metal, it was all wood and falling apart. You know who actually paid for the most? Who happened who actually put in the most money to bring the Hollywood sign up to the standards it is today. So when you have these iconic city symbols all over the world, in Paris, in New York, St. Louis, and Artsville, you have here's our version, the Hollywood sign. Creepo advertising. It is so Los Angeles. But who does not recognize that sign anywhere in the world? That's Los Angeles. And when did it happen? 1923. 100 years ago. And everybody that I know who comes in to visit not from California, that's the first thing they want to do. We go somewhere and take a picture with the Hollywood sign. Well, you could go right up to it, ask it at the bottom of the O, and if you wanted to kill yourself, the actress, the most famous one was this woman, Kate Winslet, who actually was a pretty good star during the heyday of the silence, and then she jumped off, and that was pretty. I like that. All right, we are done. Mayor Bass is asking for an overhaul of the LAPD discipline system, and she's getting pretty specific now. What is the mayor doing to make our police force better? A little bigger, much better. I'll share that with you when we come back. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live at the KFI 24-hour news. Russian President Putin continues to insist his country had no choice but to invade Ukraine. One of the main baby formula manufacturers in the U.S. is recalling 2 batches of its products due to possible contamination, with British consumer goods company Reckitt that said the recall affects 145,000 cans of its Enfamil Prosobi Simply plant-based formula. And there's a new effort underway to name an acoustic space mushroom. So the bill recently introduced would make it the golden chanterelle, which is only found under oak trees in California. SoCal weather from KFI is gray today, extremely windy. Highs are just going to be in the 50s, and it could see winds at 50 to 70 miles an hour. This report is brought to you by blindford.com. From the Southern California Trader Dealers, Traffic Center, West Coast, places like the 405. Good morning. We are climbing up into the area. As a matter of fact, we're flying over the South 405, coming up on Mohawk. So, I tell you what, if you're around Truman Way right now, you do this every morning. You get the bag of curves from me. There are no questions, believe it or not. It's just a morning crawl, and boy, it really is a crawl. Starting out about Truman Way. Let me see down here. I can see down to about 30 right now. Yeah, it looks like the normal stuff, and unfortunately, what that means is you can slow on the downhill side down to about Sunset Boulevard, and I'm pretty sure that's got baseball proof. Quickly, we've got coming out of Calabasas, the west end of the San Fernando Valley, pretty much Topanga, very busy morning, pretty much Topanga over towards the 405, and today's flow to Hollywood, if you're going to continue now, where it magically continues snoopers now, East 134 going in towards KFI Studios and Burbank and all that, that section is looking pretty good. Part of the South 405 going down towards Torrance, Gardena. Boy, there's something going on around Crenshaw. I'll check that for you, so be careful. But the northbound drive, really not too bad. At least traffic is moving. Jeff KFI in the sky. Do you need a new blind or shade? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during Blindster's President's Day sale. Hurry, stay on February 23rd. Blindster.com. This report is sponsored by iAccidentMotor.com. Hey guys, you guys, if you've been injured in a car or motorcycle accident, call iAccident Lawyer today. 1 ring to be touched in iAccidentMotor.com is the way to go. Here's some facts about water softening. Softeners add sodium without filtering water. Old-fashioned, costly, maintenance-heavy. So there's a better solution. A light-source salt-free water system. Light-source systems provide filtered, delicious, obviously safe water from every tap without the filters or maintenance. And if you live in an area that bans water softeners, Light Source is the perfect choice. Call 800-803-2696. Speak with a factory rep. LightSourceWater.com. Light Source tastes and feels the difference. Large, convenient location. It's great brand. Get super prices on a super selection during the Norm Reed President's Day event at Norm Reed Superstore. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square and from Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, you'll find a Norm Reed Superstore near you. Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, and Honda. We have your favorite new models in stock. Plus, at home, peace of mind when you purchase. Thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. Which states, if you can find the same new vehicle for less than 5 days, your range will pay you the difference or buy your vehicle back. The price protection guarantee provides assurance so there is no need to shop anywhere else. Don't miss the Norm Reed President's Day event. That's right today at a Norm Reed Superstore location, like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop online at normreed.com. That's the over 100 units. Sales 2022. Welcome to the CPAP Games live from the Higgs bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. It sure is, Ron. Steve has been flailing everywhere, struggling with his success. His wife, Michelle, is as tense as a fiddle string, trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. Here he goes, and the mask is off. Oh, my, it's glory. Michelle throws an elbow. Now it's shove. And she's leaving for the couch, taking her place as the Higgs' 100-pound lamb. That's when that got cracked, too. With all this struggle, he should get inspired. Absolutely, Bert. Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep at the click of a remote. That's right, the button. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no hose. Just sleep. Learn more at InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com. Inspire. Sleep apnea solution. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com. If you're ever hurt in an accident, whether it's a car, motorcycle, truck, or even a dog fight, call a firm that's been helping injured accident victims for 18 years and women. I'm talking about Sweet James Accident Attorney. Settled $188 million last year alone to their injured clients. And the best part is, every time they settle a case, they donate meals to those injured. Having fed almost 80,000 people in the last year, most people don't know what to do when they're in an accident. You might not be able to use your car, and the injury might not allow you to go to work, but take part in your normal, everyday activities. If it happens to you, just call Sweet James. Speak with somebody who's there. You got nothing to lose. Get the capacity you need, help with medical treatment, and the money is just in the case. So if you've been hurt in an accident, you got to call the Dent Theater Judge. Awarded best attorneys in America. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. Or SweetJames.com. It's the whole idea of male contraception in a pill form. A single dose renders sperm immobile for up to 2.5 hours. Now, I remember from my sex ed class, they can live for like 2 days. And then they wake up and go, live 7 to 10 p.m. on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The president, Joe Biden, is expected to speak at 8:30 from Poland. Clearly in response, regarding the war in Ukraine and in response to President Putin on his State of the Union speech yesterday. So we'll carry that live. In the meantime, let's go over to the LAPD for a moment and Mayor Karen Bass. And one of the things she did when she was running for mayor is talk about redoing the LAPD. Now, the first thing was homeless. Of course, that is number 1, 2, 3, 4 on the priority list. And down there a little bit further is redoing the LAPD. And she called on Police Chief Michael Moore to add detectives. That's one of the things we need, detectives. And we need more cops. So, Let's shorten the time it takes to recruit, hire, and train new officers. And overhaul a discipline system that too often lets cops off the hook for misconduct. It's basically akin to the State of the Union speech, where it becomes aspirational and restoring rhetoric, but he's got some power. He actually can do something about it because, well, you have a city council that's motivated to go in that direction. You have the mayor, you have activists, so it's not like Congress or it's not like the way it works for the president or even with a governor. So last month, I tell you, he really got some people angry last month because he supported Michael Moore, our chief, his request for a second term. And there was a lot of controversy about that one, but good for her for going against the political wind. And what she did do is also at the same time promise to tackle the issue of public safety and involving strategies that don't even involve the LAPD. So she wants to do this with from different avenues. And she said that all of it together is interconnected and it all has to be done simultaneously. So, you look at what the Times said. Well, we think that the policing is so horrific here and we're in such trouble. And what happens is the misconduct stories just explode. And at the same time, if you look at the number of police shootings, which remain a top priority, guess what? The amount of crime has actually dropped. But when it comes to the police shootings and police misconduct, that is at the top of the heap, even though that is dropping. When you look at these shootings of unarmed African American men and how many there are across the country, I mean, it's just a tiny, tiny percent of encounters with the police, even deadly encounters with the police. The vast majority come as pointing a gun at the cops or holding someone up. Totally justified. That one we ignore. Ones that make all the news are the Memphis beatings, and they should. But there's more to the story than just that. So he goes and hits it in a wide manner, which makes sense. So what she wants to do is spend a lot of time talking about de-escalation, and wants the department to report back and wants it done later on this year. We want, what's your training model for de-escalation? We want it to be evaluated independently. And she said her administration would also work with the county to expand the capabilities of the mental health. The mental evaluation unit, which is growing, and it pairs officers with county social workers who are trained in de-escalating standoffs, and we talked so much about that. And there are so many activists who have a problem with the police. Some have a problem with the police even existing. And other defeat fine. And others saying social workers should be called out first. Whenever there, for example, is a domestic violence call or a domestic dispute, let's call it the social workers first and wait until a few social workers are shot. And then all of a sudden the police are going to back into the issue. What she wants to do is hire more detectives, take advantage of the state's red flag laws to remove guns from people who are unfit to possess them, which sets up an entire administration. And what she wants to do is increase the number of police. Now, that one isn't interesting. The force right now has about 9,200 cops, LAPD. About 600 are expected to retire or leave for other reasons. That's about 20% higher than a typical year. On the campaign trail, the mayor pledged to increase the department to 9,700 officers. And look at what police chiefs and those who are experts in police and criminology have told us over and over again, we need at least 10,000 officers. And 10,500 officers to have the LAPD considered a full force. So let me give you an example of how many police officers All right, here in Los Angeles, don't know about the county, and you have the Orange County is another story. But all right, we got a city of 4 million in the city of Los Angeles, with let's say 10,000 officers, which becomes fully funded and a full police force. 4 million, 10,000. You go to New York, the official count within the city limits is 8.3 million people, twice as many. So based on twice as many, you would think that a fully funded police or fully manned police force, based on what we have, would be about 20,000 police officers. Okay. They have 35,000 police officers. Now, granted, in order to keep up with the police officers, the number of donut shops that exist in New York are commensurate with the number of you're shaking your head. You were doing so well. Oh, okay. Well, there you are. It's just a fact there for like 5 good minutes. Yeah. Also, a hard one. Also, if you think police officers in New York have dandruff, more so than any other police force in the country, it's powdered sugar. Okay, I'm not hearing you, Rabbi. I'm just going to look at you. Okay, with that eye. So the bottom line is we have a mayor who clearly understands the problem. He pretty well has actually agreed or pushed Michael Moore to be the next police chief again, going against the grain of those who actually pushed for her to be mayor. And so we'll see what happens. And I hope it works. And it's just money. Just some kind of police. All right, coming up, Tech Tuesday with Rich Samuro, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Different. KFI. KOST HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We have a suspect. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The husband of a housekeeper who worked for Bishop David O'Connell has been arrested in connection with the bishop's shooting death at his home in Hacienda Heights. County Sheriff Luna says 65-year-old Carlos Medina was found after people called the Homicide Bureau. Monday evening at approximately 7 p.m., detectives received a tip that there was a person of interest who resided in the city of Fort. Luna says earlier his home, and after a long standoff, he surrendered. Luna said yesterday Medina did some handyman work for the bishop, and it's possible there was a dispute over payment. O'Connell was found Saturday afternoon by a co-worker. Gregory testifying people in LA say the bishop killed in Hacienda Heights with good for the community. Parishioner Jessica Castillo says he knew O'Connell as a devoted man who made everyone feel special. You felt hurt? You noticed that, like, wow, someone cares about me, even though, you probably didn't let him that very second? Castillo says the bishop helps everyone and works closely with underprivileged groups. Their Bass is calling for action to curb anti-Semitic violence in LA. KFI's Blake Foley reports live from City Hall, where he says the mayor wants more license plate readers and more police patrols. Mayor Bass says hate for Jewish people has no place in LA. When anti-Semitism crawls out of the shadows, we must make no mistake. It will be stamped down. It will be stamped down aggressively. There's going city officials and other Jewish leaders for a town hall on anti-Semitism. Newly elected councilman Kira Swapsky, who was also in attendance, said she plans to introduce a motion today to increase funding to the Jewish Federation of Greater LA, which provides security to Jewish institutions. The town hall last night comes less than a week after 2 Jewish men were shot in LA. The alleged shooter was charged with federal hate crimes. Reporting live from LA City Hall, Blake Stroll and KFI News. An Arctic blast is about to cool things off in SoCal. Temperatures expected to drop today and stay in the 50s, even the upper 40s in some areas for the next few days. Rain's expected to start Thursday through Saturday. Snow levels could drop as low as 1,000 feet. The National Weather Service says all mountain roads, including the Grapevine, will be impacted with dangerous winter weather conditions. Julius High School in Compton has been damaged by massive fire. It started in the cafeteria last night. Classes at the school have been canceled for the day. President Biden has arrived in Poland the day after his unannounced visit to Ukraine to mark the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion. ABC's Mary Bruce says Biden is expected to give a speech about what's at stake in Ukraine. He will frame this as a fight for democracy, a fight for the security of Europe, and he will also be making a case to kind of shore up support back at home. As polls have shown that the U.S. interest in this war is starting to wane, and we will get into the president's speech, which is expected to start around 8:30 our time. Now, Biden will be speaking just hours after Russian President Putin addressed his own country's Federal Assembly. Putin said his country is suspending its participation in the START nuclear weapons treaty and says Russia must stand ready to resume nuclear weapons tests if the U.S. does. Members of the LA County Fire Department's urban search and rescue team were met with tears as they returned from Turkey after a 14-day deployment to help earthquake rescue. They also surveyed thousands of buildings to see if they're safe for people to live in. Rescuers tell NBC4 the damage was intense. The response team included more than 200 people and 12 canines. We'll get a look at your drive as you KFI in the sky at Sports with Lane. Dodgers spring training hasn't been underway too long. There's already an injury. Miguel Vargas suffered a hairline pinky fracture. Not that big a deal. It's not stopping him from continuing to participate. In hockey, the Anaheim Ducks squandered a 2-goal lead and lost to the Florida Panthers in overtime 4-3. They move on to the Tampa Bay Lightning at 4. And the Kings are at the Minnesota Wild at 5, and that's live in HD on the Kings channel through the iHeartRadio app. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. Checking your KFI financial report right now, the Dow is down 458, S&P is down 55, NASDAQ dropping 193. On the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.74. Your SoCal weather from KFI, as I mentioned, we've got an Arctic blast that kicks in today, but kind of a two-punch. So today's part is going to start with the temperatures dropping into the 50s, even the upper 40s in some spots. Those temperatures will last through at least Saturday. Now, today's portion of the storm will bring heavy winds with it. So it looks like our wind gusts could be 50 to 70 miles an hour today and tomorrow. Then Thursday through Saturday is when the bulk of the really cold rain is expected to come in, and we could see snow around 1,000 feet. Taking a look at your temperatures right now, it is 51 in Dana Point. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. This time we're looking at the 105.
If you're still at home, I'd get going. All of our freeways are just really, really busy. Westbound 105 is just one of those mornings. Had a few earlier problems. But from the 605 now all the way to the airport, the slowest section through Crenshaw, then we're going to post over the boulevard. Unfortunately, that's kind of normal, so you got to allow for that. South 405, we checked that going down towards Carson. It's South 405 at Crenshaw Boulevard. There, this always a problem with speed, and it's really circle back to the TRUMAN or T Boulevard. Looks like it has that. Things are pretty good. West 210 in the morning, cross away from the 57, 605 all the way to Passage. Complicated by West 210 Sierra Madre by the Gold Line station there. There's a stuffed coach up the coast of all things, waiting for another one. And as I think here, we're circling over the Golden State Freeway at Glendale. We're coming through Atwater Village. The left-laner slots, 6 drivers have tangled there, and they're all out of their cars. Conference store. I don't know what it's really making for a really difficult drive coming up from the East Star Interstate. You'll see once you get past this, things are a whole lot better. Again, that's North 5 Glendale Boulevard, a little bit past the freeway. Don't go away, busy going, and Jeff Fogg, KFI in the sky. Lake Source Water uses proprietary technology to produce Southern California's best whole home water system. Visit LakeSourceWater.com. Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, like knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back?
Hey, Gary and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes have been doing this for years now. You can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics and
innovative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free. If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 3 locations, Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Experience one result. If you can enter the OPO win, pain at more stimulating talk. And I have radio station.
All the latest other gadgets and stuff with me and my president, handsome nerd.
It's Tech Tuesday with Rick De Niro. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. On a very cold Tuesday, handled here with the morning crew, February 21, and it's going to get colder. We are expecting this cold snap, even snow down to an elevation of 1,000 feet. That's a hell of a hill. You imagine snow there, and it's going to be bitterly cold. Coming up at 8:30, the president is scheduled to speak from Poland, but he's now late. We're going to carry it live, and of course, comments are in response to what President Putin had to say, going to blame the West for starting the war in Ukraine, and he speaks for a long time, barely 1.5 to 2 hours, the state of the Union, Russia. And the president made a secret trip to Kyiv. First time I've ever heard of a president spending 9 hours on a train for a international stop. All right, let's move over to Tech Tuesday with Rich tomorrow. Rick on Tech is the social address for Saturdays right here on KFI 11 to 2. Good morning, Rick.
Good morning, Bill. May I speak on behalf of all employees who have moved here from other places?
No. You're going to anyway, so go ahead.
I was just going to say, the reason we moved here is because we don't want snow. And so the fact that you're talking about snow in the forecast, or looking at the weather predictions here, it's too cold. Too cold for Los Angeles. That's all I have to say.
No kidding. I've been here, been here as, little tiny nothing in the late 50s. And they said there was snow once up in Lancaster. I've never seen it snow in Southern California.
Well, I mean, I guess if you live in, like, the mountains area, like Whitewood or something.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Right, but I'm talking Grapevine, sure. But the valley, the coldest I've ever experienced here in my time here, which has been, a couple years. So, anyway, it's very different, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's all changing. Remember, there's no climate change. That is simply not true. All right, a couple things I want to ask you. T-Mobile customers, and you've been in a year on soccer games. The reason I'm bringing this up is I went from Verizon because I was a little bit upset about it. It was way too big a percentage of my paycheck going to that phone bill to T-Mobile. And first of all, did I make the right choice? And how big a deal is it?
Well, I think there's a couple things at play here. Number one, did you make the right choice? I've been actually using T-Mobile on a test device. I've been testing the Samsung S23 Ultra, and it came with the T-Mobile line. And I'm not kidding, I've been very impressed with T-Mobile around Southern California. Just if you grab on, if your phone says the 5G, I think it's USB up in the corner, it's got a pretty good connection. So I've been impressed. I think Verizon is also very good as well. AT&T is good in different places too. Now, this whole thing, the MLS season pass, there's a couple things going on here. Number one, this is Apple. Apple bought their rights to the MLS, Major League Soccer, for some ungodly amount of money. But what they're doing that's really neat is it's the first kind of sports subscription that does not have any blackouts. So typically, if you got like the NBA League Pass or Major League Baseball, the local games you can't watch even though you subscribe. You still have to go to like a local TV channel to get those. ESPN or something. This is the first time that every single game, no matter what, is available, including local games. That's a big deal that Apple's doing this. So they're going all out for this stuff.
Yeah, I didn't even know there were many blackout games on any platform. Here's a little bit of history. The first Super Bowl game, it was in Los Angeles. It was in Coliseum, and it was Kansas City Chiefs versus the Green Bay Packers. So they blacked out television locally. It was clear that people would not go to the game and would watch it on TV.
They're probably right. I mean, this is like you just explained. This has been going on forever in sports because now that was a very unique, thing. But now what it really comes down to is advertising. If you're sitting at home in your local area, those ads are very valuable, right? The local ads that are on that these local stations play. Now that sports is on all over the place with different channels and streaming and stuff, it's all over the place in general. But the reality is it's all because of advertising. And so for AT&T, for Apple TV to do this, it's kind of a big deal. It's like the first. And all these other sports companies, they want this money from streaming, but they kind of are tiptoeing around the fact that they make a lot of money from these deals with broadcasters. And so we'll see what happens with this. But anyway, $99 specifically for this MLS season pass. So if you are a T-Mobile customer or a Metro by T-Mobile customer, you can go and go with what's called a T-Mobile Tuesday app today and get it for free for the whole year.
You were talking about how good these various cell phone services are. Do you ever share what do you use for your personal?
I really don't like to say that because here's the thing. I don't, my use case scenario, and I do talk about it on Twitter once in a while, but, what I use is not necessarily what's right for everyone. So I think that, in general, in an urban area, I think T-Mobile is very, very good. I think if you travel a lot all over the U.S., I think that Verizon is very good, especially in rural areas. And I think if you want a combination of those two things, I think that is AT&T is kind of the best of both worlds there.
All right, you successfully wormed yourself out of that question. Okay. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, a few other things. That first generation iPhone, ridiculous price, maybe not. And Microsoft Call of Duty. Ooh, if you have to be into these days. There we go. This is KFI. Let's check in with Jennifer Dillon Queen live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden is commending Poland for the role it played in Russia's war with Ukraine. He specifically mentioned Poland welcoming Ukrainian refugees during a meeting in Warsaw this morning. The president is expected to speak from Poland any moment now, and when he does, we'll bring it to you live. The Ohio Department of Health is opening up a clinic for people living in East Palestine who are worried about the possibility of health effects from this month's toxic train derailment. And it's Fat Tuesday. The name comes from the tradition of using all of the fats in the home before partaking in fasting and abstinence in observance of Lent. We'll get a look at your job at BKFI in the sky in just a moment. You've been thinking about selling your house, which makes a lot of sense because property values have gone up by the day. Well, those days are gone. Okay? Values in the property are flat or even going down. So here we go. Buying or selling your house. So a couple ways of doing it. If you're listed with a broker, you pay 6%, and you're told to clean and repair, and it's actually spotless. And because the buyers walk through, you can't be there. I mean, it's a hassle. There's no way of doing it. DirectBuyers.com. No cleaning, repairing. Nobody walks through your house. You can still look like a swab. You get a fair price, and you get paid in cash 10 days or less. And a $15,000 cash advance if you need it before closing. Never lowball you. Go to DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL. DirectBuyers.com. Here's my weather from KFI. An Arctic blast is on its way to Southern California, keeping temperatures just in the upper 40s to 50s for the rest of the work week. Looks like also we've got gusty wind coming in later this afternoon into tomorrow. Rain and snow expected Thursday through Saturday, with the snow level dropping to around 1,000 feet. This report is brought to you by iAccidentWarrior.com.
Let's get a look at your guy, the DKFI in the sky.
Look, it's worth it. Heads up, it's coming out of watching out of feathers that drive downhill towards 134 plus, getting slower and slower and slower. It's really a fall through the it starts at mountain, but through the 134, that's what that's for Dugo, right? Where you go around Forest Lawn there must have been something in lane, because I mean, it's really much slower than it should be. Now, as I speak to you, the North 5 at Glendale, we had a quick drivers have all tangled up here on the left lane. Just a moment ago, they stopped all lanes to clear some cars over the shoulder, but we still have left lane cars. And the bottom line here, it is really jammed all the way back to the East LA interchange. That's a long stretch. Now, if they're approaching the interchange, the North 101 will be slow up to the 4 level, but after the 4 level, and certainly after Echo Park, from there into the Southbound Divide, the North 101 is the fastest stretch into San Fernando Valley. Just KFI in the sky.
Hey, that's it. Don't be sweet. Be selfish. Say I want my medical bills paid. I want my car fixed. I want my money. I want accident water.
Accident.com is the way to go. 800-920-0810. Report is sponsored by Staples Store. Right now, during Staples Fit-a-thon, select shares are up to 50% off, like the Union and Scale or Central Smith Backpack shares. Now just $59.99 at Staples. In-store only, offers since 225 all supply class. Staples for working and learning and saving store.
Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online. This hour of the Bill Hamble Show is brought to you by WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. Find the largest selection of in-stock appliances in Southern California at WBCappliances.com. WBCappliances.com.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
Today's stomach issues ruins your birthday.
You're too tired to think that, Grandpa.
When you have a test the tools, it's the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
if these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, come to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you're hurt in an accident, besides your car damage, the injury from the accident can have a rip. Your injury can keep you from everyday activities, including work, not to mention having to live with the pain. That's why the attorneys at Sweet Chance have devoted their lives to helping injured clients. They're going to help you get the medical treatment you need so that you can heal. They will help you get the money you deserve so that you can financially recover, and they're going to treat you with compassion along the way. Sweet Chance has one mission: help hurt accident victims get better physically, financially, and emotionally. That's all they've been doing for 18 years. They've recovered over $1 billion for clients and are awarded best attorneys in America. You pay nothing until they win. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet Chance at 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, sweetchance.com. Our iHeartRadio Podcast Awards are back. It's the biggest night of the year for podcast fans. Get ready to celebrate your favorite. Head to iHeart.com/podcast awards. Check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year. That's comedy, crime, news, sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th. Join us for our 2023 iHeartRadio Podcast Awards.
At Progressive, we're making things even easier. We'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
They want you to pay this much so you stop using everything. They want to get rid of natural gas stoves. I don't think it's monthly bills in California are spiking. Don't kid yourself. Just like electricity and gasoline for your car, this is going to continue to be the trend. John and you created this mess by putting these people in power. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
That's why I like to
On a Tuesday morning, February 21, back we go to Tech Tuesday with Rich DeMuro. Saturdays 11 to 2 here on KFI. It's just the Brett Catwick on that. All right, Rich, let's get into some other topics. And that is, are you at all surprised that that first generation iPhone was just auctioned off for $63,000? And it's only a few years old. I'm not surprised it was that because I had one of these and I didn't keep it in the box and I used it. But, I think see the nostalgia factor. I think that that's a very high price, but for an original iPhone in the box, why not? I mean, this is something that has changed forever, not just technology, but sort of the fabric of mankind. And you go to a Starbucks line, what do you see people doing? Go anywhere, and they're just staring down at their phone. That all started with the iPhone. $63,356.40. This was an 8 GB model, 8 GB in the original box, and this person apparently got it as a gift from her friend after landing a new job.
But yeah, who tries to get the phone and doesn't open the box? I guess that's the magic of it. It's a quick story. A friend of mine who I've known since he was in high school, 2 years younger than me, he got the first 6X income, and he got them brand new, put them in plastic, and when he sold them, it paid for pharmacy school for it.
Oh, wow. That's incredible.
It's crazy. I mean, people do that. I mean, pick something up, keep it in the box, and you make a fortune on it. What did the first Apple computer go for? Also in the box, I remember it.
Oh, a lot.
It was hundreds of thousands, if not seven figures.
Yeah, I think it was like something over $600,000. But here's the thing. So I remember getting the phone, the first iPhone. I was covering it for CNET, and I'm next to Apple, like just sitting lying around the block, and it's just like, hey, you want to buy one of these things? I said, yeah, sure, I do. And it was like $600 at the time, which was an incredible amount of money for a smartphone. Because, by the way, remember, smartphones back then were like you would get it free with your, carrier deal, or maybe you would pay $100, but $600 was just outrageous. And then 2 weeks after they launched this phone, I remember that Steve Jobs was like, we feel bad. We're going to give everyone that bought this phone $100 back because we overcharged them. And so we got like $100 gift card to the Apple Store or something like that. Like, it's just this weird. I don't know what the exact reason. I think they're just getting a lot of pushback for the pricing of this phone back in the day. And now, of course, people are paying $1,200 for a phone.
Yeah, and let me ask you, you paid a huge premium for an iPhone over an Android. I use an iPhone, I always have. I pay a fortune for mine because you couldn't get them a discount. Aren't they worth the money?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, look, here's the thing. I've been testing the Samsung S23 Ultra, which is like their top-of-the-line competition for the iPhone. And it's good, but I will tell you that the iPhone just does certain things better. Like, the camera is professional level. I mean, that camera on the iPhone is just so good. As someone who's on TV, there's stories on the iPhone. And it's not one on the S23. The Samsung, it just wasn't the same. It doesn't have that same quality. The ease, and of course, iMessage. People love iMessage, when you get those blue bubbles between phones. There's a lot of things that Apple does right. They were also the first carrier, by the way, Bill, to kind of the first phone to kind of separate all the junk you got on the phone. Like back in the day, when you got a smartphone, it was crowded with all kinds of extra apps and things like that, and the carriers really had a lockdown on the software on that phone. And Apple, the reason why it came out with AT&T first is because AT&T said, you know what, you go ahead and do whatever you want. We'll just supply the phone line, the actual cellular line, and you do whatever you want with the software. It was like the first time the carrier did not have a carry on what the software could do on a smartphone. So it really changed things in a good way for consumers.
Okay, fair enough. Moving over to one other topic, and that is Microsoft bringing Call of Duty to Nintendo console. Now, I'm not a game player, as I said, so I've never had a console. The only fun story I've ever done is Grand Theft Auto. During the time when the people were screaming about how kids are affected by the violence, and I said, come on, just because you have a game that you can beat a hooker up because she won't give you back your money and your 8-year-old is playing by it, what's the problem? But how, by the way, tell me that's not true.
Well, I mean, look, having two kids with very different personalities, I think I come from the stand of your kids are very unique individuals. Could people be influenced by this stuff? Absolutely. Does it make them do something they wouldn't typically do? I don't know. I mean, it's really tough to draw that conclusion because so many people do things in life I'm the fourth child in the family. I've got two sons.
Okay, so how old are your sons?
8 and 11.
Okay, and by the way, do you have a problem with your sons playing a game where they can see the hooker up who doesn't give the money back?
Well, they don't play that game. You have to play them into it, you know? I want them to play with that place. No, I'm kidding. But here's the thing. With this whole Call of Duty stuff, look, Microsoft announced yesterday morning that Call of Duty, which is one of the big games, is going to be on the Nintendo platform, right? If their proposed acquisition of Activision Blizzard goes through. So, the only reason I mention this is because these big companies, most of the time they don't have the consumer's interest at heart. The only reason they're saying this is because the FTC, the U.S. government, and the European government, they're all looking into this giant acquisition of Microsoft of Activision. They're saying, look, we're so nice, we're going to give our games to other platforms and not just speaking for us.
How many versions of Call of Duty come out?
Oh my God, a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a franchise. It's like the Marvel franchise.
Absolutely. Billions and billions and billions of dollars have been generated by that franchise. I can't tell you how many games they've made, but it's been a lot.
All right, Rich, thanks like always fun. Saturday here, 11 to 2 o'clock out on KFI, and your social media address at Rich on Deck. We'll catch you this morning, Saturday morning.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, coming up, a little bit of political correctness on Jeff Berther, as always. Ronald Dahl, you don't know his name, but you certainly know his book. And again, let's change everything around because that's how we live today. Let's check in with Jennifer Stone 3 live in the KFI 24-hour news.
LA County Sheriff Luna says the man arrested for the murder of Bishop David O'Connell is the husband of the bishop's housekeeper. Luna said Sunday night they got a call about a man in Torrance. Early yesterday morning, a SWAT team surrounded the home of 65-year-old Carlos Medina.
Detectives were told by the sister that they were concerned because Medina was acting strange, irrational, and made comments about the bishop owing them money.
Luna said Medina barricaded himself inside the home for hours yesterday morning before surrendering. Luna said on Saturday afternoon, a beacon found O'Connell after he didn't make it to a meeting. Luna said O'Connell was shot at least once in the chest. He's Gregory Clarifying News.
News is brought to you by Sunlock. LA Mayor vast political leaders, Jewish leaders, and more than 100 people in LA County have attended a town hall in the Pico Robertson neighborhood to address anti-Semitic violence. The town hall yesterday was in response to 2 back-to-back shootings involving 2 Jewish men leaving services last week. That called for more cameras and license plate readers and for the LAPD to increase patrols. He says anti-Semitism has no place in LA. A man in Palmdale has survived being hit by a train. He was hit yesterday on Palmdale Boulevard between Sierra Highway and 6th Street East. He's in the hospital with what's being described as severe trauma to his extremities. Public health officials say LA County's COVID test positivity rate has seen a slight increase in recent days, and the number of COVID-positive patients in county hospitals has climbed back to over 700. Some people were admitted to the hospital for something else, and that's when they had COVID because they had to be tested. More than 300,000 Starbucks vanilla Frappuccino bottles have been recalled because they might have glass in them. The 13.7-ounce vanilla Frappuccinos have expiration dates of March 8th, May 29th, June 4th, and June 10th. The FDA says the recall started January 28th. And cereal is no longer just a morning food. Toast has created a cereal to help people fall asleep. So unlike Honey Bunches of Oats and Pebbles, Toast does Sweet Dreams, which came out last week, is a nutrient-dense bedtime snack made to support a sleep routine. Comes in 2 flavors, Blueberry Midnight and Honey Moon Glow. Toast says the ingredients that support natural melatonin production include blueberry, lavender, vanilla, honey, and chamomile. People can find the cereal in the grocery stores around the country. We'll go listen to your job with ViralRabbi in the sky after sports with Wayne. The Angel spring training efforts are happening under a cloud of mystery. Two-way superstar Shohei Ohtani, his agent is reserving comment on whether Ohtani is in negotiations to extend his contract after this season. In hockey, the Anaheim Ducks fell to the Florida Panthers 4-3 in overtime, blowing an earlier 2-goal lead. Now they move over to the Tampa Bay Lightning today at 4. The
Kings are at the Minnesota Wild at 5. That's live in HD on the Kings channel through the iHeart Radio app. I'm Wayne Resnick, AFI Sports. Taking money out of the equity in your home actually used to be fairly easy to you, actually, or certainly common. Hasn't happened in a while because the equity keeps building and building as your home gets more becoming more valuable. As a matter of fact, it's either it's going down. So, if you are interested in pulling the trigger and you're looking at $75,000 or more to take out of the equity you built, let me suggest HMS Capital, where I went for 2 mortgages. And whether you're consolidating debt, making home improvements, college, whatever, HMS Capital has the best solution to help you. No appraisal or credit report fees. Call 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. hmscapital.com. So now, weather's on KFI, we've got an Arctic blast headed our way. So that means temperatures today and tomorrow are just going to be in the 40s and 50s for our highs. We've got gusty wind forecast starting later this afternoon with gusts 50 to 70 miles an hour in some spots. Then the second part of our Arctic blast kicks in on Thursday when we've got rain and snow in the forecast. The snow level could be as low as 1,000 feet. Right now it is 52 in Fullerton, 55 in Dana Point, and we are waiting for the president to speak live in Poland after a surprise trip to Ukraine. As soon as he begins, which should be any moment now, we'll bring it to you. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky.
Let's go look at still South Florida. Come through the corner past this one this morning. Comes up a little way down to 4 and what's usually 20-minute drive all and so. But now, northbound, pay attention now. It's slow from the east LA and to merge with the west end to the 4 level. But north of the 4 level, it's much better than what I'm about to tell you about. That's the North 5. North 5 is Glendale. Up in that water goes there. Left and block for a long time. It's really jammed from the east LA interstate. Now, we've got a problem on the east side 91. Coming up on Beach Boulevard, actually, we're just getting over this now. We got a few of the left lane drives. Let's say carpool left lane. I think a motorcyclist involved in the crash here. Boy, it's getting really slow coming away from the 605. Again, this is east side 91, getting close to Beach Boulevard. More coming up. The west side, that's looking pretty good, actually, coming away from the 5 over towards the 605. Definitely slow from the 710 across to the 110, but you saw lanes open on that side. One that's coming up. Step 5. Hey, that's high in the sky.
Need an accident that's burning by your side. All you got to do is call the accident guy. Injured in a car accident or at work, call the accident guy. Because unlike other firms, an attorney will negotiate this case, not a paralegal. Friends will be your CM to start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology. Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NAM 2.0 benefits by April 13th. Call pound 250 and say SolarMax or go to SolarMaxTech.com. Once again, very well. Quick credit to the legal momentum to your voice. So many games already want this madness. Wait, it's free everywhere if you stay in place. Almost forgot. Now this top reason to it's really relevant. Both Apple Times and Chicago Magazine readers voted I love that.
And the number 1 reason.
Don't give people that. Get an electric car for the charger so you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 27 or 21.
Rolando, good time. This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeart Radio app. Today, 12:30 on Gary and Shannon, True Crime Tuesday. And don't forget Mo Kelly tonight at 7 p.m. with later with Bo Kelly. And now we're expecting the president to speak any moment. So as soon as he does, again, he's in Poland right now. He has flown in and actually taken a train from Poland into Kyiv on a super duper secret visit to Kyiv, where he met with President Zelensky and just to show his solidarity. In the United States is solidarity.
Putin, and we'll be speaking in a moment, and whatever I have to be saying, I'll be interrupted.
Can I ask you a quick question about the financing?
Yes.
Do you think he's going to directly respond to the Putin stuff?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I think he will. I think that what Putin said and what Putin did, first of all, Putin blamed the United States directly for the war. We started the war, and then he had said that, of course, the attack, or his attack on Ukraine really isn't an attack. It was a defense because we, the West, are an existential threat to Russia. And therefore, he has to defensively go into Ukraine and come up with the entire defense, which the Russian people, the majority of the Russian people have bought it. And while that is going on, it has become a meat grinder for Russian troops. And they're coming in, and already it is estimated that over 100,000 Russian troops have been killed. And what we have found out with the war, and we're waiting for the president to speak, what we have found out two things is, number one, there's no surprise, the absolute control that Biden has over Russia. It has become an autocracy, very close to Kim Jong-un, in controlling the media, and having everybody screaming, yay, 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 we love you, we love you. And if there's any dissent, those dissenters are arrested and they go to prison. They disappear for a very long time. And the other thing we have discovered, which was news to me and to a lot of Westerners, is the reputation that Russia has as being one of the most advanced militaries in the world. Simply isn't true. The training is substandard. The leadership, the military leadership is substandard. The equipment is substandard. Their tactics are way below the level of the West. I mean, Ukraine has a pretty sophisticated military. What they don't have is the weaponry that equals what Russia has. And we've more than made up for that. I mean, if you look at the weaponry that the Western world, the NATO countries, have supplied Ukraine, and it's gone from strictly defensive weapons to now, for the most part, completely offensive weapons. I mean, we're sending stuff over there, the highest grade artillery, the tanks that are going over there. There was an issue there, and this was where Germany was holding off on allowing tanks to be brought into Ukraine. Well, that's been straightened out. So now the tanks are pouring in. The military vehicles are coming in. The personnel carriers. I mean, this is really sophisticated stuff that Ukraine now has.
And not only the weaponry, like you were saying, but just the fierceness of the fight of the Ukrainian people, I think Russia was surprised by.
It was. Yeah, Russia thought that Ukraine would have rolled over like Crimea did just a matter of days. And it turns out that's very, very different what's happening in the heart of Ukraine, particularly eastern Ukraine. But keep in mind, what's the motivation? You've got Ukrainians literally fighting for their country. I mean, Russia comes in and their country disappears. Much like Israel with the Arab countries. Israel has never lost a war because they say, we have to win every one. We lose one, our country is finished. And the same thing is going on with Ukraine. If the Russians win the war, that part of Ukraine disappears. It's not Ukraine anymore, much as what happened in Crimea, which used to be part of Ukraine. And so you're talking about a motivated people that are looking at their country being destroyed and being overrun and disappearing. And can you imagine the motivation if we had, let's say Mexico had the strength to invade us and have made the claim that, well, actually they do have a legitimate claim.
And here comes President
Biden. Let's do it. And we'll go to the president right now. So walking up to the lectern, and the applause, of course, is going on.
This is President Biden in Warsaw, Poland. It's a very large outdoor. It's almost like he's on sort of a catwalk all the way up to the podium. Little dog. This is sort of the background music.
Hello, Poland, Poland. We are great allies. President Duda,
Prime Minister, Mr. Mayor, to all the former ministers and presidents, as well as mayors and Polish political leaders from all across the country. Thank you for welcoming back to Poland. You know, really 1 year ago, I spoke to the Royal Council here in Warsaw. Just weeks after Vladimir Putin had unleashed his murderous assault on Ukraine, the largest land war in Europe since World War II has begun. And the principles that have been the cornerstone of peace, prosperity, and stability on this planet for more than 75 years at risk of being shattered. 1 year ago, the world was bracing for the fall of Kyiv. Well, I just come from a visit to Kyiv, and I can report Kyiv stands strong. Kyiv stands proud. It stands tall. And most importantly, it stands free. When Russia invaded, it wasn't just Ukraine being tested. The whole world faced the test for the ages. Europe is being tested. America is being tested. NATO is being tested. All democracies are being tested. And the questions we face were as simple as they were profound. Would we respond? Or would we look the other way? Would we be strong? Would we be weak? Would we be all of our allies? Would we be united or divided? 1 year later, we know the answer. We did respond. We would be strong. We would be united. And the world would not look the other way. We also face fundamental questions about the commitment to the most basic of principles. Would we stand up for the sovereignty of nations? Would we stand up for the right of people who are free from naked aggression? Would we stand up for democracy? 1 year later, we know the answer. Yes, we would stand up for sovereignty, and we did. Yes, we would stand up for the right of people who live free from aggression, and we did. And we would stand up for democracy, and we did. And yesterday, I had the honor to stand with President Zelensky in Kyiv to declare that we will keep standing up for these same things, no matter what. When President Putin ordered his tanks to roll in Ukraine, he thought we would roll over. He was wrong. The Ukrainian people are too brave. America, Europe, a coalition of nations from the Atlantic to the Pacific, they were too unified. Democracy was too strong. Instead of an easy victory he perceived and predicted, Putin left to burn out tanks and Russia's forces in disarray. He thought he'd get the Finlandization of NATO. Instead, he got the NATOization of Finland and Sweden. He thought NATO was cracked and divided. Instead, NATO is more united and more unified than ever before. He thought he could weaponize energy to crack your resolve, Europe's resolve. Instead, we're working together to end Europe's dependence on Russian fossil fuels. He thought autocrats like himself were tough, and leaders of democracy were soft. And then he met the iron will of America and the nations everywhere that refused to accept the world governed by spirit and force. He found himself at war with a nation led by a man whose courage would be forged in fire and steel, President Zelensky. President Putin is confronted with something today that he didn't think was possible a year ago. The democracy of the world has grown stronger, not weaker. But the autocrats of the world have grown weaker, not stronger. Because in the moments of great upheaval or uncertainty, that knowing what you stand for is most important. And knowing who stands with you makes all the difference. The people of Poland know that, you know that. In fact, you know it better than anyone here in Poland. Because that's what solidarity means. Partition and oppression when the beautiful city was destroyed after the Warsaw Uprising. During decades under the iron fist of communist rule, Poland endured because we stood together. That's how brave leaders of the opposition and the people of Belarus continue to fight for their democracy. That's how the resolve of Moldovan people is here today. I'm not sure it is, but I'm speaking for the people of Moldova. Give her a hand. 1 year into this war, Putin no longer doubts the strength of our coalition, but he still doubts our convictions. He doubts our staying power. He doubts our continued support for Ukraine. He doubts that our NATO can remain unified. But there should be no doubt. Our support for Ukraine will not waver. NATO will not be divided, and we will not fail. President Putin's craving lust for land and power will fail, and the Ukrainian people's love for their country will prevail. Democracy in the world will stand guard over freedom today, tomorrow, and forever. So that's what's at stake here. Freedom. That's the message I carried to Kyiv yesterday, directly to the people of Ukraine. When President Zelensky said he came to the United States in December, quote, he said, this struggle will define the world and what our children and grandchildren, how they live, and then their children and grandchildren. He wasn't only speaking about the children and grandchildren of Ukraine, he was speaking about all of our children and grandchildren, yours and mine. We're seeing again today what the people of Poland and the people across Europe saw for decades. Appetites of the autocrats cannot be appeased. They must be opposed. Autocrats only understand one word: no, no, no. No, you will not take my country. No, you will not take my freedom. No, you will not take my future. And I will repeat tonight what I said last year in the same place. A dictator, then I was building an empire, will never be able to ease the people's love of liberty. Brutality will never grind down the will of the free. Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never. For three people refuse to live in a world hopeless within darkness. You know, this has been an extraordinary year in every sense. Extraordinary brutality from Russian forces and mercenaries. They've committed depravity, crimes against humanity, without shame or compunction. They've targeted civilians with death and destruction. Used rape as a weapon of war. Stolen Ukrainian children in an attempt to steal Ukraine's future. Found train stations, maternity hospitals, schools, and orphanages. No one can turn away their eyes from the atrocities Russia is committing against Ukrainian people. It's abhorrent. It's abhorrent. But extraordinarily, as well, has been the response of the Ukrainian people and the world. 1 year after the bombs began to fall, Russian tanks rolled into Ukraine. Ukraine is still independent and free. From Kherson to Kharkiv, Ukrainian fighters have reclaimed their land. More than 50% of the territory Russia held last year. The blue and the yellow flag of Ukraine proudly waves once again. President Zelensky still leads the democratically elected government that represents the will of the Ukrainian people. And the world has already voted multiple times, including the United Nations General Assembly, to condemn Russia's aggression and support a just peace. Each time in the UN, that vote has been overwhelming. In October, 143 nations of the United Nations condemned Russia's illegal annexation. Only four in the entire UN voted with Russia. 4. So tonight, I speak once more to the people of Russia. The United States and the nations of Europe do not seek to control or destroy Russia. The West is not plotting to attack Russia, as Putin said today. And millions of Russian citizens who only want to live in peace with their neighbors are not the enemy. This war is never a necessity. It's a tragedy. President Putin shows this war. Every day the war continues is his choice. To condemn the war with a word. It's simple. If Russia stopped invading Ukraine, it would end the war. If Ukraine stopped defending itself against Russia, it would be the end of Ukraine. That's why together we're making sure Ukraine can defend itself. The United States has assembled a worldwide coalition of more than 50 nations to get critical weapons and supplies for the brave Ukrainian fighters in the front line. Air defense systems, artillery, ammunition, tanks, armored vehicles. The European Union and its member states have stepped up with unprecedented commitment to Ukraine. Not just in the security assistance, but economic and humanitarian refugee assistance and so much more. To all of you here tonight, take a moment, and I'm serious when I say this. Turn around and look at one another. Look at what you've done so far. Poland is hosting more than 1.5 million refugees from this war. God bless you. Poland's generosity, your willingness to open your hearts and your homes is extraordinary. The American people are united in our resolve as well. All across my country, in big cities and small towns, Ukrainian flags fly from American homes. Over the past years, Democrats and Republicans in our United States Congress have come together to stand for freedom. That's who Americans are, and that's what Americans do. The world is also coming together to address the global fallout from President Putin's war. Putin tried to starve the world, blocking a portion of Black Sea to stop Ukraine from exporting its grain, exacerbating the global food crisis that hit developing nations in Africa especially hard. Instead, the United States and the G7 and partners around the world answer the call with a historic commitment to address the crisis and to bolster global food supply. And this week, my wife, Jill Biden, is traveling to Africa to help bring attention to this critical issue. Our commitment is to the people of Ukraine and the future of Ukraine. A Ukraine is free, sovereign, and democratic. That was the dream of those who declared Ukraine's independence more than 30 years ago, who led the Orange Revolution and the Revolution of Dignity, who braved life in fire in the Maidan, and the heavenly hundred who died there. Those who continue still to root out someone's efforts to corrupt, coerce, and control. It's a dream for those Ukrainian patriots who fought for years against Russia's aggressions in the Donbass. And the heroes and everything, given lives in the service of the Ukraine. I was honored to visit the memorial in Kyiv yesterday to pay tribute to the sacrifice of those who lost their life. Standing alongside President Zelensky, the United States and our part stand with Ukraine's teachers and hospital staffers, emergency responders, the workers in cities across Ukraine are fighting to keep the power on in the face of Russia's cruel bombardment. We stand with the millions of refugees of this war who found a welcome in Europe and the United States, particularly here in Poland. Ordinary people all across Europe did whatever they could to help, continue to do so. Polish businesses, civil society, cultural leaders, including the First Lady of Poland, who is here tonight, have led with the heart and determination, showcasing all that's good about the human spirit. And the First Lady, that we love her. Thank you all. I'll never forget last year the Greenland refugees in Ukraine who had just arrived in Warsaw. Seeing the faces, exhaustion and afraid, holding the children so close, worrying they may never see their fathers, their husbands, their brothers, their sisters again. In that darkest moment in life, viewing the people of Poland offer them safety and light. He embraced them, he literally embraced them. I watched the looks on their faces. Meanwhile, together we made sure the Russians stayed in place for us. We continue to maintain the largest sanction regime ever imposed in any country in history. And we're going to announce more sanctions this week together with our partners. We'll hold accountable those who are responsible for this war, and we'll seek justice for the war crimes and crimes against humanity continuing to be committed by the Russians. You know, there's much for us to be proud of over all that we have achieved together in the past year. But we have to be honest and clear-eyed as we look at the year ahead. The defense of freedom is not the work of a day or of a year. It's always difficult. It's always important. As Ukraine continues to defend itself against the Russian onslaught and launch counteroffensive of its own, it will continue to be hard and very bitter days. This is a tragedy. The Ukraine is still for the fight ahead. The United States, together with our allies and partners, are going to continue to act Ukraine back as it defends itself. Next year, I will host every member of NATO for our 2024 summit in the United States. Together, we'll celebrate the 75th anniversary of the strongest defensive alliance in the history of the world, NATO.
This is Tina Zero at the HBQ Los Angeles.
The United States to our NATO alliance on Article 5 is rock solid. And every member of NATO knows it. And Russia knows it as well. Attack against one is attack against all. It's a sacred oath. Sacred oath to defend every inch of NATO territory. Over the past year, the United States has come together with our allies and partners in an extraordinary coalition to stand against Russian aggression. The work in front of us is not just what we're against, it's not what we're for. What kind of world do we want to build? We need to take the strength and capacity of this coalition and apply it to lifting up the lives of people everywhere, improving health, growing prosperity, preserving the planet, building peace and security, treating everyone with dignity and respect. That's our responsibility. The democracy of the world has to be lived for our people. As we gather tonight, the world, in my view, is at an inflection point. The decisions we make over the next 5 years or so are going to determine and shape our lives for decades to come. That's true for America. It's true for the people of the world. And while decisions are ours to make now, the principles and mistakes are eternal. The choice between chaos and stability, between building and destroying, between hope and fear, between democracy lifts up the human spirit and the brutal hand of the dictator who crushes it, between nothing less than limitations and possibilities. The kind of possibilities that come when people who live not in captivity but in freedom. 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 There is no sweeter word than freedom. There is no nobler goal than freedom. There's no higher aspiration than freedom. Americans know that and you know it. And all that we do now must be done so our children and grandchildren will know it as well. Freedom. The enemy of the tyrant and the hope of the brave and the truth of the ages. Freedom. Stand with us. We will stand with you. Let us move forward with faith and conviction and with a abiding commitment to be allies, not of darkness but of light, not of oppression but of liberation, not of captivity but yet of freedom. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless the heroes of Ukraine and all those who defend freedom around the world. Thank you, Poland. Thank you, thank you, thank you for what you're doing. God bless you all.
President Biden wrapping up his speech here holding here in Farmington by AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Somebody had his reading it this morning, maybe a little Advil cold and sinus. What was that thing
There's Polish kids surrounding the president now.
with American flags and Polish flags and Ukrainian flags?
When was the what speech?
State of the Union.
The 2nd February?
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, you shouldn't take uppers that frequently just because of heart damage, you know what I mean? But he sounded really good today. He sounded very strong.
Well, 10-hour nap on a train ride will be
It's nice to hear. I'll take it.
out of the spotlight for several hours at a time. All right, so this is the president speaking from Warsaw, Poland, outside the, I think it's the gardens there of the palace in Warsaw. And he talked about how he was very proud to have made his way to Kyiv the other day, that Kyiv stands proud a year into Russia's war on Ukraine. This is one of those speeches that is, the message is perfect, I think. The message is perfect, but it has to come with a certain amount of ass kicking on the back end of it. We can stand here as a people, as the United States, and as the president said, going to have a moral superiority. We're here for freedom. We're here to give people the opportunities that they deserve. We're here to give people what it is that they want, the ability to make their own decisions, and to choose their own leaders and things like that. But then we have to do something about it. The idea that I was actually quite surprised. He didn't say anything about China that I recognize, and that's
Kind of persona non grata at this point.
so. What I mean is that they are the biggest player that could enter this conflict. You know,
Right, but why tempt fate? Why even involve them? You know, what Anthony Blinken going on all the shows over the weekend saying what he did with in terms of weaponry and kind of helping out Russia. Maybe got to kind of pump the brakes on that, involving them. Yeah, exactly.
And hey, listen, because the year anniversary is on Friday, sorry, Thursday our time basically, but on Friday, that's why these messages are coming up. That's why this speech itself is so important, and why it is that the president is there in the first place. It's roughly a year from when he was in Poland before, and discussed all of what was going on at the time. He was dealing more then with the refugee crisis that was existing. We were hearing again a little bit from the speech just a short time ago in Warsaw, Poland.
1 year ago, the world was breaking for the fall of Kyiv. Well, I just come from a visit to Kyiv, and I can report Kyiv stands strong. Kyiv stands proud. It stands tall. And most important, it stands free.
The message again, the message I think is perfect. The message is that the United States isn't going to back down. We're not going to leave our NATO allies in the works. We're going to make sure that this was a decision that was made by Vladimir Putin, that he chose to start this war, that he chose to put Europe in its largest conflict since World War II, but that we have a responsibility, especially as members of all of these different countries, that we have to do something. We can't sit idly by and allow these people to be killed. The question is, what are we going to do now? So let's assume there is a massive offensive that Russia is planning sometime in the next couple of days. Probably a new barrage of hundreds of missiles.
But why do we even have confidence in them and their showing of strength? I mean, the Russian military has failed at every turn. The fact that Ukraine has been able to defend itself the way it has, despite the fact I understand how much aid we have given them and NATO and everything else, and weaponry and all of that, but Russia is going to want in one hand and what in the other. Just because they want to have a major offensive doesn't mean they're going to be successful. Putin announced today that Russia would suspend its participation in the start. The last nuclear non-proliferation accord it has with the U.S. because if they're not going to pull the trigger, so to speak, but that they would respond if the United States carried out any tests.
Right, and I mean, to your point, how far can we trust them? Because they have said before they would never invade Ukraine unless they were forced to. Now, on the other hand, a few hours ago, Vladimir Putin gave his own speech. It was a 2-hour speech. Wait, our president didn't last that long. But it was a 2-hour speech where he explained basically that it was Ukraine's fault that this was going on, that the Ukrainian leaders were the one that started the war in the first place. And he went on to say the very, jocular and common theme when it comes to warring nations. We're not at war with the Ukrainian people. We're at war with the Ukrainian government, and we're just trying to rescue the people from the Ukrainian government. Side note about that speech, by the way, it was blacked out. Somebody had believed it was a denial of service hack attack on some of the Russian television stations that were carrying Putin's speech.
We are going to go live to Washington coming up next to get all the latest about Biden's surprise trip, about his comments, about what Putin had to say today, where China stands in all of this. But the major local story that we continue to follow is now the murder of this bishop and what led to that murder of the bishop over the weekend, David O'Connell. Yesterday, the breaking news was that the sheriff's department had made an arrest. Turns out it was the housekeeper's husband who they were able to track down. They caught the car on surveillance camera and tracked him down to Florence.
Medina's the husband of Bishop O'Connell's housekeeper, who had previously done work at the bishop's residence. That's Sheriff Luna at the news conference yesterday.
There was apparently a tipster who led police to this guy, relates to investigators that he had been acting strangely, that he made comments about the bishop owing him money. And so we don't know if that is a friend, a family member, or who. But this is something that they will continue to look into about, is it just mental illness? Was he targeted specifically for money in a robbery type situation?
There's a couple of weird things about this, and I'm sure the investigation will bear them out, at least in terms of the explanation for them. One of them is that the bishop was found in his bed, shot at least once in the upper body, and was pronounced dead there at the scene. The sheriff also said yesterday that the timing of all of it is still under investigation, although they do have, as you mentioned, the surveillance video that apparently shows an SUV arriving at the home and then leaving a short time later. Detectives discovered surveillance footage that showed a vehicle that had pulled into the bishop's driveway, stayed for a short time, and left the location. Now, why that wouldn't be a pinpoint for the time of death occurred, I'm not quite sure, but I guess they're just leaving it open. The other thing...
it lends itself to somewhere in the middle of the night if he's in bed, or in the early morning.
And then maybe
he's not going to be in the bed at noon.
With the time that's
right.
So, the bishop's body was found by another member of the church. They noticed that Bishop David O'Connell had not shown up for a meeting, apparently. Somebody went to his home and actually found him body there in the bed.
It was an interesting way that this was handled when it comes down to the diocese, where the priest that announced it over the weekend said, and I'm paraphrasing here, but something about, we must Bishop O'Connell too soon, or something church. And then the mayor ordering flags to have staff, but waiting until they got an arrest in the case and kind of figured out the motive was not child sex abuse in the church.
Yeah.
Like both pumped the brakes on saying he was murdered or saying he'd gone too soon, and the flags were ordered at half staff like 2 days after he was murdered. It's just still there's this shadow over the church, over the decades of sex abuse.
I mean, we discussed it yesterday. That was unfortunately the first gut reaction, right. Sort of the knee-jerk reaction to what had happened. The
person. Yeah.
The one term that I see over and over again is that he was a peacemaker. That he showed compassion to the poor, to the homeless, to the immigrant community, to all those living on society's margins.
Especially the immigrant community.
Yeah.
And reaching out and helping those kids. And he always said, for me, it's really a labor of love. And this is what our schools and parishes are all about.
I know that there is a lot that can be said. We spent some time yesterday discussing how he sort of made a name for himself in the aftermath of the Rodney King riots in the early 90s. And that a lot of people have said he reaches out to everybody, gang members included. How does a 69-year-old bishop with an Irish accent rolling around in the bishop clothes, how's he received by gang members? I mean, he kind of stands out like a sore thumb, doesn't he? If he's going to be going into some of these neighborhoods and, extending his hand. And I mean, that's, to me, is more, I'm not saying it in a bad way, I'm saying it's proof of this guy's character, is what it sounds like. That he's willing to forego.
Listen to him.
Yeah, that he's willing to forego some of the trappings, perhaps, of what he can stay at home and hockey and ice all he wants.
Well, God is a very common thread through a lot of different communities, whether you're an immigrant and you don't speak the language, or if you're a gang member, or if you are living on the west side. I think a lot of people have God in common, and that is, that's enough sometimes to open a door.
So it appears as if this is the end of this case, but the feelings obviously are going to continue. When we get to 10 o'clock, Steve Gregory is going to join us. He's going to go through a little bit more about what we learned yesterday from the sheriff in terms of the murder, but also from the archdiocese and from Archbishop Jose Gomez and what he had to say yesterday about the losing the auxiliary bishop.
All right, we will go live to Washington where we return. Darian Jennings, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And JJL is Unisha. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is asking Tesla for more information after a driver in one of its cars was killed over the weekend in Northern California. The Supreme Court is starting a 2-week session that will see challenges over student debt and big tax liability. And Wallet is ranking the hardest working cities in America. San Francisco tops the list, followed by Anchorage, Alaska, and Irving, Texas. SoCal weather from KFI, our Arctic blast comes in today. Starts with the first punch will be winds, gusty winds today. Expected 50 to 70 miles an hour in some spots, and temperatures for the next few days just in the 40s and 50s. This report is brought to you by WaterHeatersOnly.com. Let's get a look at your drive at BKFI in the sky, and we're checking in with Jeff Fox.
We got that low to good news out for the eastbound 91 of Valley View. That's still before you get to the spot. Had a lot of the lanes blocked there. The motorcyclist found a terrible crash earlier. Traffic is starting to move as they were coming away from the 605. It was back to College. Now, an extremely tough drive. Listen up, this will make you late. I want to make the call. South 57 now, past Lambert, is coming up over the hill from Diamond Bar. Awful crash there. We were over just a few minutes ago. Only, essentially the white lane of the freeway and the right to left lane were open. All the others shut down, terrible crash backed up and over the hill, going through Pathfinder now. Brave Boulevard, Brave Canyon Road, well, they're slightly better, but getting very, very quickly. Long time delays. Be careful, please. Jeff Fox, AFI in the sky.
This report is sponsored by BlindSphere.com. Do you need blinds or shades? BlindSphere.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during BlindSphere's President's Day sale. Hurry, stay on February 23rd at BlindSphere.com.
Hey, y'all, it's Steve Sharp. Let me tell you the unfiltered truth about water softeners. They don't filter anything. They add sodium, they're old-fashioned, costly, maintenance-heavy, but hey, there's a better solution. A Light Source salt-free water system. Filtered and delicious water from every tap, no maintenance, and perfect for area spanning softness. Light Source does more than a softener and better. Get yours by calling 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Staples Printing Marketing is committed to quality and printing perfect every time. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more. Offer is $225. See staples.com/store/print for details. Try Staples and see the difference. Who should you
Oh, for the lowest prices on water heater repairs and replacements, water heaters only. That's who. Or visit waterheatersonly.com for the lowest prices and quick same-day service. That's waterheatersonly.com. Waterheatersonly.com. And now, you'll find high-quality products at great prices in every aisle every day with Kroger brand. When you stock up on your household favorites for lower than low prices, it feels like winning. Shop now, in-store, or online. Now, fresh for everyone.
Save more and earn rewards too. Use your digital coupons up to 5 times, plus earn double earning rewards points on participating items. Restrictions apply.
Spring's going to be here soon, so start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down at $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NAM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
About pound 250 and say SolarMax at SolarMaxTech.com.
Don't forget available on food credit, CSOB number 972 voice.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks NyQuil high blood pressure for fast, powerful nighttime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. NyQuil high blood pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and disinfectant-free.
Vicks NyQuil high blood pressure. At nighttime, sniffling, sneezing, coughing, fever, sore throat, cold and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use it directly. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowners say we fit together. One is our team Rejuvenation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is Warren Quarantine Drains, which will save you dollars with a 30-foot drain space. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaner service is just $80. So nice at better price. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. DOEPPL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Alphabet Boys is a new podcast series that goes inside undercover investigations. In the first season, we're diving into an FBI investigation of the 2020 protest. It involves a cigar-smoking mystery man who drives a silver hearse. And his cigars feel like a lot of good. But aren't federal agents testing bad guys or creating them? He was just waiting for me to set the date, the time, and then for sure he's going to go bad. Listen to Alphabet Boys on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. The verb a little bit different. The word mother and father are no longer good. This is these terms perpetuate a non-universal, cis-normative view of the parenting and birthing process. John and Kim. Don't find a euphemism for that. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
The Supreme Court takes up policing of the internet this week. 2 cases could significantly reshape online speech and content moderation. These decisions could determine whether tech platforms and social media companies can be sued for recommending content to their users or supporting acts of international terrorism by allowing terrorist content on their site. The heart of the battle is Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, and we'll get into it coming up next.
Buttigieg says he is going to go to East Palestine, Ohio, about 3 weeks after the Norfolk Southern freight train derailed, resulting in a bunch of toxic chemicals being spilled and burned off. Secretary of Transportation has been on the receiving end of, backlash for not visiting yet. The president decided to travel to Poland, obviously different circumstances. But, and the UCLA climate scientist Daniel Swain on Twitter today, quote, nearly the entire population of California will be able to see snow from some vantage point later this week if they look in the right direction.
That's very cool.
So it's very cities, of course, but he says it'll fall quite nearby every major city.
John Lemon from CNN makes his debut back on the telly after he was going to go through some formal sexism that entails. What makes it sexism training versus formal sexism training?
Dress
code, I suppose. Well, the president today warned of hard and bitter days ahead sitting in Poland, but he says U.S. and allies will have these planes back for the long haul.
Russia invaded. Wasn't just Ukraine being whole world is tested for the ages. Europe is being tested. America is being tested. NATO is being tested. All democracies are being tested.
Well, President Biden just wrapped up this speech in Warsaw, about a quarter of the length of Vladimir Putin's speech from earlier today.
Rabbi joins us now from Washington for ABC News, and says that the president seems to be firing on all cylinders today.
Under this kind of very energized on that stage, the administration bill that's going in as, an opportunity for us to see what they call vintage Biden, essentially that the president would be talking about his ideas of freedom and democracy, things that he's been passionate about in his decades in politics, and that's what we heard from the president. He even called out Putin multiple times during this remark, marking a 1 year since Russia's brutal war in Ukraine. Now, if we say a year later, democracies are weaker and democracies are stronger, speaking directly to Putin, of course, he talked about how the administration is getting ready to announce more sanctions against Russia. He said that this is about justice for war crimes and crimes against humanity that Russia has committed in this war. This is strong language that we're finally hearing from the administration. We started previewing this with the vice president over the weekend, and we saw the president repeat that again, which is really remarkable. At the end of the day, this was a message for NATO allies. And so that they're showing here at home that the war is still down the American people, and also talk to NATO allies about why it's important to support this war and continue to support Ukraine. The president is first united. He talked about how a year ago there were questions about whether NATO allies could remain together and could remain united and support Ukraine through this war. And now, a year later, their resolve and commitment to help Ukraine is stronger than ever, and that they're defending freedom. And this is something that doesn't happen in a day. So even as we expect this war to continue grinding on and on and on, and that we need to stay together. Now, what we didn't hear today are any details about a plan for any negotiations in this war, for bringing to an end, or any outcomes for this war. No specific proposals, no details on where we go from here. So, with the president speaking in general terms, this picture about the conflict in Ukraine and how support continues to continue as we move forward.
The other thing I don't remember hearing was anything about China, although Secretary of State Anthony Blinken for the last couple of days has been issuing some not-so-veiled warnings to China not to get involved with lethal weaponry. The president had an opportunity but didn't take it in terms of saying very clearly on an international stage that the United States would not stand for China providing lethal weaponry to Russia.
Yeah, we think others in the administration speak strongly and basically, in my words, threaten China, basically saying that, they need to reconsider if they plan to provide China with any lethal military aid. And we've also heard from the Chinese Foreign Ministry, a spokesperson in the Foreign Ministry saying that, it is the United States that continuously provides weapons on the battlefield, not China, basically taking a shot at the U.S. China basically is one of those countries where they believe that this war needs to come to an end. They believe that people need to come to the table and then negotiations need to be encouraged so that this war comes to an end. And so you're seeing this back and forth between the Chinese and the U.S. over, where they stand, whether they need to be helping Russia at all, or whether whatever they do is helping Russia. And we didn't hear from the president on that specific issue. But, right before the president spoke earlier this morning, we heard that long speech from Putin himself, essentially his version of the State of the Union. And he made some headlines during that as well, basically blaming everything that's going on the U.S. and blaming it on the West. And, one of the big things that he mentioned during that speech was the fact that Russia is now temporarily suspending its participation in the new START treaty, which essentially is the last major nuclear arms treaty that it has with the U.S., which would be a big deal if Russia was to follow through on that. The administration, the Biden administration, has called it irresponsible. They've called it unfortunate. They haven't seen any paperwork or any kind of concrete action to indicate that Russia plans to do that, but they're watching closely to see what happens next.
Rabbi in Washington, thank you so much for your time and the information.
Thank you. It should be said as well that China's top diplomat, Wang Yi, has arrived in Russia today. Yay! This is the first visit to Russia by a Chinese official in that role since the invasion began.
And he's not the only one. We understand that President Xi is also planning to head to Moscow in a couple of weeks or whatever. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And he mentioned, State of Rubey mentioned, the speech from Vladimir Putin today was 2 hours long. Among other things, that's too long, but it was filled with a bunch of these allegations and excuses, reasons, whatever word you want to use, for why they went into Ukraine. And to give you an idea,
the spin zone there is just off the chart.
Yeah, and this is, we're not, I mean, the idea that we are just being nice to a country because we, whatever, for whatever reason you think we're being nice to Ukraine. This guy is an animal. The guy is a monster. The guy has zero credibility on the international stage, and it's amazing to me that this is eaten up the way it is in Russia. So anyway, we'll talk about what he said in his speech. Among others.
Jerry Ken will continue. Jennifer Japanese. LA County Sheriff Luna says 65-year-old Carlos Medina has been arrested in connection with the shooting death of Bishop David O'Connell.
Medina has been a Bishop O'Connell housekeeper who has previously done work at the bishop's residence.
Luna said yesterday a tipster led them to Medina's home in Torrance. After an hours-long standoff yesterday morning, Medina surrendered. Luna said 2 guns were found in the home, and it's not clear if any of them were used to shoot O'Connell. Luna says there may have been a dispute over money between Medina and the bishop. News is brought to you by Two James Accident Attorneys. Gas prices in SoCal have gone up nearly 30 cents a gallon over the last 20 days. The average in LA County is $4.82 a gallon. In OC is $4.79, and inland is $4.71. The national average dropped for the 22nd time in the last 24 days to $3.40 a gallon. President Biden is in Poland, as Jerry and Shannon have been talking about. He's been talking about support for Ukraine a year after the country was invaded by Russia.
1 year ago, the world was bracing for the fall of Kyiv. Well, I just come from a visit to Kyiv, and I can report Kyiv stands strong.
Biden says the U.S. will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Biden was issued yesterday to visit with Ukraine's president and announced another $500 million in U.S. aid to Ukraine. Students from LA State College have opened a free clothing store on campus. The student government says Hubby's Closet can help students dress to impress for job interviews, save money, and not contribute to fast fashion. The student body president says all of the clothes are donated and any student can stop by. And United is making the skies a little friendlier for families. United Airlines has a new seat map feature that'll let families traveling with kids under 12 find seats together at the time of booking without having to pay extra fees for the children's seats. It'll include standard and basic economy tickets. United says the new technology will make it easier for families to sit together and will open up complimentary upgrades to other available seats as needed. No family seating with no extra fees is available in first class or economy plus. The new offering comes as Congress considers a ban on airline family seating seats. Amy King, KFI News. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a high stress advisory in effect starting at 8 tonight until 3 tomorrow morning, and a wind advisory starts at 10 tonight, lasts until 8 the next day. Otherwise, partly cloudy today, and already that Arctic blast is headed our way. Highs are just going to be in the 50s to right at 60, and then the 40s and 50s as the week goes on, with a chance of showers, and it looks like possibly even snow around 1,000 feet, possibly sometime Tuesday through Saturday. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky at 3 taps to 5.
Oh boy, that's good. There's one job in finished. Some of the north side coming through the 605, it's still on the slow side. There's earlier problems up on the 710, and then more north side flowing from the east to interstate just to about Atwater and Glendale Freeway. Again, due to earlier problems. Now, some good news, finally, for the drive from Diamond Bar down towards Fulton on the 57. Gosh, it was an awful crash from the downhill side, right at Bradbury Mall, down 57 on Lambert. Our lanes have been reopened, but it really is a crawl coming away from the 57 split in Diamond Bar. At this point, I would advise you stay with the freeway because Grand Canyon Road and all that, it just got jammed up south. The only other alternative to the South 57 was with all lanes open. I think you're better off on the freeway. It's going to be real tough going uphill, but once you get to the top going downhill, things will approve. South Drive, Jeff Ball, AFI in the sky.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
Hey, Team Shark, California just changed the laws for solar, and sadly, it means new solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar document filed by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlux. If you're even thinking about solar, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Start today at sunlux.com, sunlux.com. ESLB 100834.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From the cell dial pound 250 and say keyword great result. That's pound 250 and say great result. As you learn, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com. Attention accredited investors. Looking to invest in commercial real estate? Invest with First National Realty Partners. Join more than 2,000 accredited investors who collect rent from Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and many more. Partner with First National Realty Partners and get access to commercial real estate investments reserved for elite private institutions. Get all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, quarterly tax distributions, limited liability structures, and the potential for upside and exit. Call now to get information about all of our recent and upcoming projects and learn how you can invest in deals that most people will never find. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrpradio.com. Start enjoying the benefits that thousands of accredited investors are already earning. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Tax distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRP strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com.
Leaders in accident? Visit superwomansuperwoman.com.
The news, gratification, follow us now at AFI AM 640 on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter.
Here you can, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Coming up at the top of the hour, Steve Gregory's going to join us. Authorities have arrested the husband of a woman who was a housekeeper for Auxiliary Bishop David O'Connell in connection with the murder of the bishop over the weekend. The LA County Sheriff identified Carlos Medina as the suspect who was taken into custody yesterday in Torrance after a standoff, a short standoff. But they said that weapons were found at Medina's home in Torrance, and ballistic tests are pending to see if they were involved.
Russia now says it will respect caps under the New START nuclear treaty even after President Putin suspended participation. So a little bit of a disconnect there. Like you mentioned, Putin spoke for 2 hours and talked about this New START treaty. Actively.
I don't know if I can stick it out, but let me see.
Yeah, like that.
I mean, you take it at my ear.
Babel, am I right?
So, this 2-hour-long speech that President Putin gave today before a, would you say, required audience?
something like that for us? Every TV station in Russia basically covered this thing. I think I'm gonna have to. And the state-owned television channels, 124 and Culture, which is what they're called, they all three went dark at some point during the speech. There are some allegations going around. This was some sort of a denial of service attack that would block out this speech. But anyway, among other things, he said that what was going on in Ukraine is the result of the United States. He said that the West provoked the special military operation there. He also said they want to deal us a strategic defeat and are meddling with our nuclear facilities. In this context, I have to declare today that Russia is suspending its participation in the Treaty on Strategic Offensive Arms, otherwise known as the New START Treaty, I believe it's called.
The New START Treaty was signed in 2010 by the two presidents at the time, Obama and Dmitry Medvedev. Yes, Medvedev.
That's an interesting link to what's going on today. If Obama and now Putin are the ones that are supposed to be in charge of this.
The New START Treaty, designed obviously to prevent nuclear war, it limits the number of strategic nuclear warheads that both sides can deploy and gives each country the power to inspect the other. It came into force in 2011, was extended 10 years later. Each side's limit is 1,550 long-range nuclear warheads, a lower number than under the previous New START deal, the old START deal.
Right. So Secretary of State Blinken says, hey, listen, we understand what he said. We're still willing to talk. We don't want this to get out of hand.
The announcement by Russia that it's suspended participation in Ukraine is deeply unjustified and irresponsible. We remain ready to talk about strategic arms limitations at any time with Russia. Irrespective of anything else going on in the world and in our relationship, I think it matters that we continue to act responsibly in this area.
Because Russia coming out just moments ago saying it will respect Pat despite what Putin said, is that kind of like when the White House comes out and says, what the president really meant to say is,
yes, but it's very unusual, I think, for that message to be muddled in Russia. I mean,
it was pretty much the point of his talk, and then they came out and said, no.
But it's not like members of the Russian parliament are going to raise an objection and go, oh, he is really talking about, they don't have the same sort of discord that we would necessarily have. So I'm surprised that it came out that way. The other thing it allows, the New START Treaty, is it allows each country to physically check the other's arsenal. Literally, eyes on. We have people go there. They have people come here. Even though while this whole thing with Ukraine has been going on, we haven't been doing that. This is also important. The State Department has said they violated this treaty long ago. They put out a report to Congress last month that already said Russia was violating the treaty by refusing to allow those on-site inspections, and then rebuffing whatever requests we had made to actually talk about our concern with compliance. I guess that's written into the treaty. Anytime you see something maybe going wrong, you have the ability to call the other side to the table.
Well, I don't know if there's any peace in the New START Treaty. What if they don't allow us to inspect what they've got, what they're working with, then what?
Then we don't allow us even ours?
Yeah, but that doesn't really do anything, does it? China's top diplomat Wang Yi arrived in Moscow today, and this is a pretty big damn deal. This is the guy who got into a fight over the weekend in Munich with Anthony Blinken, because remember, China wasn't answering our calls after spy balloon days. We tried to get on the hotline, they were like, no, you shot down our toy, you're not cool, you don't need this. Exactly, they kind of ghosted us, so to speak. So when Anthony Blinken sees Wang Yi in Germany, he's like, hey, come over here, let's have a little chat. And they're like, nah, they don't really want to talk to you. Come on.
He's playing this out as in a party where Wang Yi's with her friends.
Yeah.
Even though it's a he. And she doesn't want to talk to you.
Exactly. Well, the U.S. pursued China for the meeting, hoping to kind of smooth things over after the spy balloon episode. They finally granted the meeting, but China has not backed away from its claim that we are being absurd and hysterical when it comes to our reaction to their balloon, their weather balloon.
Speaking of your Anthony Blinken, I'm not going to lay out what the consequences he has shared his concerns directly. There's the senior Chinese foreign policy official while you were at the security conference. So then, again, they're foreign diplomats Wang Yi is in Moscow. It turns out that Xi Jinping, the president, is preparing to visit Moscow for a summit with Putin in the coming months, although they doesn't get any more specifics than that. Beijing says it wants to play a more active role in aiming at ending the conflict. That's the way that they say it. The people who are familiar with the president, with the leader, I should say, leader Xi's plan, said that a meeting with Vladimir Putin would be part of a push for multi-party peace talks and allow China to reiterate its calls that nuclear weapons not be used. Ooh, that was another weird line in Putin's speech today. He said that if the United States were to test a new type of nuclear weapon, Russia would do the same.
Well, yeah, because he said we won't start the test, but we will respond to the U.S. carry out a test. That's kind of a way of saying, like, we mean business, but only if you go first.
Wall Street Journal put out an op-ed piece last night about this three-way discussion now between the United States and behind the United States, all of our Western allies, NATO, etc., between the United States, Russia, and China. And the discussion that we heard from Anthony Blinken from a couple of days ago, like he said, it went around on the Sunday talk shows and basically said, we're afraid China's going to give Russia military weapons, or weapons of any kind, fatal, lethal weapons. And this op-ed actually says, this is a bad look for us, or I should say, we put ourselves in a bad situation because if we continue this discussion of China giving lethal weaponry to Russia, we're putting ourselves in a corner where we've got to get involved. They use the description, they use the situation of Barack Obama and his red line in Syria telling Dr. Assad, there is a red line, you will not be allowed to use chemical weapons.
But then they did. And what was the repercussion? How firm is this red line? Yeah, exactly. Are they more serious in this administration about their hard red line? Adding even more escalation to use Putin's word is the fact that China and Russia continue to engage in joint military exercises.
Yeah. And listen, there's only upside for China. There's only upside. They've got bajillions of people piping out multi-bajillions of lethal weapons, whether it's ammunition, guns, tanks, airplanes, whatever. They can continue to build it at a ridiculous rate. All they have to do is turn that place into a meat grinder, and we send our military equipment there. They draw down, basically they slow bleed all of the Western nations' ability to defend themselves in one relatively small battlefield in Ukraine. That's the game they want to play.
Internet's future is dangling in the balance at the Supreme Court, and I'll tell you what they're going to take up this week. We won't get their decisions till sometime in June, but they are hearing arguments today on two big cases that could change the way we can see the internet.
Yeah, and we'll continue. Just a moment, Jennifer Jones-Lee is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
New research indicates COVID-19 can damage the heart on a cellular level, leading to long-term problems. Twitter is facing lawsuits now totaling $14 million for not paying its bills, and a new effort is underway to name an official state mushroom. A bill recently introduced would make it the golden stem cell, which is only found under oak trees in California. We're going to look at your guide to KFI in the sky in just a moment.
If you know somebody who's ever had a water leak in their house, especially in the amount of damage can be unbelievable. And if you have a homeowner's insurance policy, obviously you're going to go through them to try to fix this story, fix the problem, right? Chances are, though, they're going to try to pay you so little that you won't be able to repair the damage. So this is when you call Avner Gas. He lives for this kind of situation. Avner Gas is a public insurance adjuster who's on your side, which means he negotiates on your behalf to make sure that you are getting the best possible outcome, not the insurance company. He and his team have been dealing with insurance companies for years. This is all they do. They've got the experience, they've got the industry know-how you need on your side. They also rated 5 stars on Yelp, Google, Better Business Bureau. No one messes around with Abner Gap and his team. In fact, when you call him directly. 818-917-5256. 818-917-5256. Or visit AbnerGap.com. That's ABNERGAP. AbnerGap.com. Or call him directly. 818-917-5256. Still have weather from KFI and Arctic blast is headed our way. Today's temperatures will be in the 50s to right at 60, but for the rest of the week, highs will just be in the upper 40s to right at 50. The showers starting Thursday through Saturday, bringing with us some rain possibly down to 1,000 feet. Just today, tonight, starting after 10, lasting until tomorrow night. This report is brought to you by El Monte RVs. Let's get a look at your drive to Garden Road. West side of the 22 through Garden Grove, just before Golden West. Crash that takeaway 2 left lanes, touching back up heavy cut away from Magnolia. In orange on the southbound 55, just before Chapman. Crash had the couple in left lane, long stepping over the way over in the last couple of minutes. The driver recovering from Capella and Hysteria 15 freeway just north of Main Street. The left lane closed in each direction. The steep crash that happened early this morning. Big Rig went through the center divider from the northbound into the southbound lane. Didn't do a that media there. The left lane blocks both sides, and the northbound side being way back to about Zero low, southbound side from Bear Valley. KFI on the side up to get faster. Lucky Sister Gorgeous is sponsored by Amtrak. Spring break travel can't plan itself. So get going with your next adventure aboard Amtrak. You can save up to 20% when you book in advance at Amtrak.com. 7-day advance purchase required. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Get ready to spring into warmer weather with our Monty RV Spring Special. Book your next open road adventure by March 31st. Include 10% off of your nightly rate and receive 200 miles for travel between now and May 15th. With promo code SPRING23. For more information, visit MontyRV.com or call 800-227-2149. Looking to sell your valuable toys, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art? Meet Cindy. She's been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been going to tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible just saves more.
Here's a great example of the tangible difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me 50. They offered me 100. I bought it for tangible and gave me $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Tangible suits me as well as would be the person coming in with, $10,000 for the gold.
Tangible investment owner Phil DiGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Phil guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. If you want to sell your home, you call Sally Advantage and they'll make a cash offer with no need for repair. With Seller's Advantage, there are no agents. They can close in days and they buy you cash. And they offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving. Check out their reviews online and call for no obligation offers. 888-321-DIG. 888-321-DIG. 888-321-2747 and visit SellersAdvantage.com. Don't worry, Area number 0961658. California will begin phasing out Mylar balloons. They will become a legal contraband. I'm quite sure on the black market you'll still be able to buy your Mylar balloon. My name is Linda. And if they don't have that, then they must not have in there. No, Kelly, I got the Mylar balloons, the silver spoons, and everything that you need to make it hotter. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR radio app. What's the situation there? Do you have an update on plumbing leaks? No, this is yeah. It's really annoying to look at. I mean, listen, we're not. It could be worse.
I meant to put a sign on the women's bathroom that alerted everyone that Handle used it yesterday for, nefarious Vladimir Putin purposes. Yeah. Wall Street deep in the red today.
Jonesy, I don't know if you heard this. It was hours later when Deborah came in and said, "Is that what happened?"
Yeah, mean, you see what that man eats. Are you surprised?
The other day I had to go in after him and use the microphone, and his mic stopped.
Right. Oh.
And there was stuff in the...
Say no more words, please. I just got really...
You're welcome.
Wall Street in the red today comes as interest rates rattle markets for earnings reports, rising bond rates, geopolitical tensions are all weighing on market sentiment as well. All three major indexes were down more than 1.5% in midday trading. The Dow is falling by more than 500 points.
Have you heard of the Düsseldorf station? The Düsseldorf
station?
Yeah. Researchers announced that a 53-year-old man in Germany has been cured of HIV.
Now, the fifth guy?
Number 5. The fifth guy. Fifth confirmed case of an HIV cure. Details first announced at a conference back in 2019. Researchers couldn't confirm that he had been officially cured at the time, but they said today, researchers announced that Düsseldorf patient has no detectable virus in his body 3-4 years later, even after he stopped his HIV medication 4 years ago.
United Airlines looking to become more family-friendly. The company says it's opening more seats to families traveling with kids under the age of 12. United will allow parents accompanying younger children access to preferred seats at no extra fee if needed at the time of booking. It applies to travelers with standard and economy tickets. What does that mean? It says it becomes as Congress considers a ban on airline family seating fees. But just to pay more to sit with your kids doesn't seem productive.
It's weird. It's weird. When you started being able to select your seats before you get there, it caused problems that were borne out on families that were trying to fly together.
Oh, I see. There's two up here and one down here and one over here. I see what you're saying.
You used to be able to walk up to the gate. Now, granted, this was 20 years ago. You used to be able to walk up to the gate and say, we're flying together, the four of us. And they would go, oh, gotcha. You're going to sit either, 2 and 2 or 3 across and then 1 on the yacht, whatever. They used to be able to do that, and now they're going to have to get back to that.
I'm so glad I don't have this problem.
Before we get to the Supreme Court, state versus federal court case involving Michael Irvin.
Oh, yeah, I've heard this. That was fascinating little legal maneuver, wasn't it?
It may not be a big deal, but Michael Irvin, remember, he has been suing, or he is going to sue Marriott because of the allegations that he had said something or done something inappropriate that eventually got him pulled off of the Super Bowl coverage for the NFL Network. Now he's suing the hotel. It turns out that Marriott has shifted the case to a court that would be more favorable to a giant corporation like that. They've moved the case from a state court in Texas to a federal court.
That's because one of the parties is not from Texas.
Right. So, as long as all the defendants are not in Texas,
the
case would stay in state court, but in this case it's not going to, so it's just a matter of paperwork on Marriott, but very smart paperwork.
That's all arguments before the Supreme Court. We're talking about Gonzalez versus Google and Twitter versus Canada. They carry significant stakes for the internet. At the heart of the issue is Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which we learned about, of course, the speaker state. This is something that went down, maybe you didn't because you were there before 1996, but I remember being bored to tears by learning about it. It's all about this act providing broad protections for tech platforms. Now, the law has critics on both sides. A lot of Republicans allege that Section 230 gives social media platforms a license to censor conservative viewpoints. Democrats say that it prevents tech giants from being held accountable for spreading misinformation and hate speech.
I've always seen it described as should insert name of social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Google, whatever, should, for the purposes of this discussion, Twitter be responsible for the content that guy way over there puts on their site. Because they have all become so large.
And is the algorithm Twitter uses giving that guy a bigger platform?
Yeah, that's a great point. So Eric Snapper, by the way, is a lawyer for Ronaldo Gonzalez, the Gonzalez family in one of these cases, Gonzalez versus Google, and has discussed this issue of the algorithm and what it provides and puts in front of people. So firmly recommended you turn on your computer and the computer that you could send you stuff. You didn't have people just send you stuff. It's no different than if they were sending you email. That's a firmly harmless. Now, part of the issue here is that the lawyers have the uphill battle of describing the internet and social media to 9 Supreme Court justices who don't live in that world. I'm not saying they don't know what it is, but we're reaching certain levels of social media and computer algorithms and discussions of technology that they may not fully be.
Yeah, I don't think they live in that world. I don't think that Brett Kavanaugh spends hours on TikTok.
In this case,
although I would argue that out of all of them, it would be Brett Kavanaugh.
That would be most first in it?
Yes.
Right, because he's probably yeah, maybe. Naomi Gonzalez was killed in an ISIS attack in Paris in 2015. And the YouTube targeted recommendations violated U.S. anti-terrorism law by helping to radicalize viewers and promote ISIS's worldview. That's the argument. The other case that is going to be heard tomorrow is Twitter versus Canada, deciding whether social media companies can be sued for aiding and abetting a specific act of international terrorism when those platforms have user content on them that expresses general support for the group without behind the violence without referring to that specific terrorism action. For example, if they say Taliban is a bunch of good guys, but then the Taliban goes and kills an American in Afghanistan or something, should Twitter then be on the hook for supporting generally that terrorist organization?
It's fascinating, and I'm looking forward to reading through those arguments because I think there's definitely great arguments to be had on both sides. Coming up next, Steve Gregory will join us all about what we know about the murder of Bishop David O'Connell and the man arrested for that murder just yesterday.
Darren Shannon will continue right after that. If you missed it, we got it.
KSI.
KOSP HD2.
Los Angeles, all time.
Live everywhere on the radio.
May have known his killer. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The husband of a housekeeper who works for Bishop David O'Connell has been arrested in connection with the bishop's shooting death at his home in Hacienda Heights. Arizona Sheriff Leno says 65-year-old Carlos Trevino was found after people called the homicide bureau.
Sunday evening at approximately 7 p.m., detectives received a tip that there was a person of interest who resided in the city of Point. Lena says early yesterday morning, a SWAT team surrounded Medina's home, and after a long standoff, he surrendered. Lena said yesterday Medina did some handyman work for the bishop, and it's possible there was a dispute over payment. O'Connell was found Saturday afternoon by a co-worker. Steve Gregory testifying news.
Neighbors that the bishop killed say the accused killer was a friendly man who kept to himself. Flowers, balloons, and burning candles for the base of the driveway at the home where Bishop David O'Connell lived. Officer Hayden says he's lived across the street for 22 years. He says he knows Carlos Medina, the handyman arrested yesterday for killing O'Connell.
He didn't seem like a gentleman to him. It did. He looks like your favorite grandpa.
Hayden says the housekeeper and her husband have been housework for the bishop for at least 5 to 6 years. He says he's shocked because Medina was a quiet man who kept to himself. In Hacienda Heights, Chris Adler, KFI News. Opening statements are expected to go. Former deputy mayor in LA tied to the bribery scheme run by ex-city councilman Jose Rizar. Flowers, balloons, and burning.
Raymond Chan faces a dozen charges, including robbery, racketeering, and bribery. Chan is accused of being a member of the so-called Council District 14 enterprise, a pay-to-play scheme in which former councilman Jose Rizar and others gave favorable treatment to real estate developers in exchange for bribes. Prosecutors allege Chan arranged indirect bribe payments by lining up employment contracts with a relative of city officials. Rizar pleaded guilty last month to leading the pay-to-play scheme in downtown LA. Blake Crowley, KFI News.
Bass says she wants more police patrols and more license plate readers to help prevent anti-Semitic violence in LA.
An anti-Semitism caused out of the shadows. Must make no mistake. It will be stamped down. It will be stamped down aggressively.
Bass city officials and Jewish leaders hosted a town hall last night to discuss anti-Semitic violence. home was in response to two Jewish men being shot as they left synagogues in LA. The alleged shooter was arrested in Riverside. Rescue efforts are underway in Turkey, where another earthquake has killed at least 8 people and hurt more than 200. This quake comes 2 weeks after a massive earthquake killed tens of thousands of people. Officials say yesterday's disaster was felt across the region and followed by a second magnitude 5.8 trembler. Members of the LA County Fire Department's urban search and rescue team were met with tears as they returned from Turkey after that 14-day deployment to help rescue people and survey buildings to make sure they're safe. Rescuers say the damage was extensive.
A lot of multi-story apartment complexes that sitting down in a case with
The response team included more than 200 people and 12 canines. And it's that Tuesday in New Orleans, hundreds of thousands of tourists and locals are expected to hit the streets, many in costumes, to mark the end of Carnival season. Protesters are also expected in the crowd. They'll be gathering last-minute signatures in an effort to recall the mayor over violent crime in the city. Checking the KFI financial report, and now the Dow is down 530, S&P is down 63, Nasdaq down 222, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.74. So that weather from KFI, we've got a chilly day ahead, and nothing like what we're going to see as the week goes on. So today's high should be in the 50s, maybe right at 60, but as the week goes on, temperatures will just be in the 40s and 50s. We have a high wind advisory kicking in at 10 o'clock tonight, lasting through tomorrow night, and then Thursday through Saturday, we've got rain in the forecast and snow as well, with snow levels possibly as low as 1,000 feet. Right now it's 58 in Garden Grove, 55 in Orange, 50 in Arcadia, 55 in Pacific Palisades. Let's get a look at your drive at UKFI in the sky. This time we're checking the 210.
And love to say that eastbound side of the 210 of Pennsylvania Avenue. Fast here has the right lane shut down your back all the way through a Canyon Road. We also have some Caltrans work on the Countryway eastbound out of Monterey Park from Fremont Avenue to Atlantic Wetland Coast for pothole repair back to 710. Westbound side of Central West Covina. This is just before Sunset Avenue. We have a fast lane just moved over to the right. So it's still heading from Grand Avenue. And we have a new crash on the 105 freeway eastbound side as well on the Hawthorne stretch just before Crenshaw Boulevard. That side taking away 2 left lanes and back up there almost to the 405. KFI in the side. Let's get you there faster. I'm not the button. Yeah. Visit UKCheetah.org or call 833-422-4255. Ask for medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
Hi, this is Bill Cordell with the law firm Cordell and Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell and Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you. Contact Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our first California attorneys. 1455 Frazee Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. You can start today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Activity, how to good and wrong. All the
More stimulating talk.
and iHeartRadio station.
U.S. But the story that we continue to follow, President Putin suspended Moscow's participation in the last remaining nuclear arms control pact with the U.S. He had a long, 2-hour bitter speech said he was not going to change his strategy with the war in Ukraine. This was the State of the Nation address for Vladimir Putin, with 2 hours basically. He said that the war's first anniversary on Friday, we aren't fighting the Ukrainian people. He said that people have become hostages of the Kyiv regime and its Western masters, which have occupied the country.
Keep our eye on Wall Street, Dow down 529. Coming up, we will get a don't worry, let's not panic yet report from the high state in Middleton.
Congresswoman Barbara Lee has entered the Senate race in California, becoming the third prominent Democrat to run for next seat. It's been vacated by Dianne Feinstein. She's 76. The highest-ranking black woman appointed to Democratic leadership in the House of Representatives. She unveiled her Senate in a video. Talk more about it when we get to
Well, detectives are working furiously to identify the motive that led to the murder of Bishop David O'Connell over the weekend. Chief Gregory is on it, and it appears to be possibly over money, maybe some mental illness sprinkled in from what we're hearing from the neighborhood where this guy lives.
Yeah, this was something that when we were talking about it yesterday, all that speculation had come out, all those theories were floating around, and the one thing that we know is that the man that was accused of shooting death of Bishop David O'Connell is the husband of the housekeeper that worked inside O'Connell's home that was owned by the diocese. And they're trying to figure out A, motive, and B, how he actually made entry. So his wife did cooperate, and it's not clear whether he had access to his keys, or he knew how to get in, or simply, just get in and open doors. But we do know that he didn't, a lot of people say, well, didn't he just knock? And he said, no, because the bishop was found in bed with a single gunshot wound, at least one. And so, Lipton also reported that the husband may have done some sort of work or some amount of work. And the sheriff said that he had done some work around the house. In fact, Sunday evening at approximately 7 p.m., detectives received a tip that there was a person of interest who resided in the city of Torrance. The person of interest was identified as Carlos Medina, a 65-year-old male Hispanic. Detectives were told by the tipster that they were concerned because Medina was acting strange, irrational, and made comments about the bishop owing him money. There was another element to this too, and it was an SUV that was driven by both the husband and the housekeeper, and Luna addressed that as well. Medina is the husband of Bishop O'Connell's housekeeper, who had previously done work at the bishop's residence, and drove a similar SUV to the one previously seen in the driveway of the bishop's residence. So they were able to put all this together. Apparently, neighbors in Torrance, Medina's home in Torrance, said that he was taken off to Central California, and he had returned between midnight and 2 a.m. into Monday, so overnight Sunday into Monday. And soon after that, that's when people started calling the sheriff's department, and then deputies from the Carson station went out there and set up a perimeter and asked them to come out. He didn't barricade himself in. They called on SWAT team, and around 8:50 yesterday morning, identity on the tipster at all, or tipsters? That's something you probably wouldn't. But I did ask her, who called 911 initially, how was he found? Cardinal O'Connell. And I'm going to tell you, all these titles are really throwing me out. All the first auxiliary Bishop David O'Connell. Yeah, it's been a lot of titles there, isn't it? Yeah, a lot of robes and names and titles that I am not used to doing a lot of this. All the titles are never complete on. So what happened was O'Connell was supposed to be at a meeting Saturday, and he didn't show up. So the deacon that worked at the archdiocese had been calling. O'Connell didn't answer, so he goes right over to the house. He walks in, and he's the one that discovered O'Connell in bed with gunshot wounds. He calls 911. So, but the sheriff yesterday would not tell us the timeline as to when the call came in and how long it might take. Well, I guess you could deduce from
the fact that he was in bed, that it happened sometime during the course of the night or in the early morning hours.
That's what obviously we take from that, but not an exact cause of death.
Now, a neighbor of the suspect is somebody who was in
cause this time. Well, they cause. Cause of death. Official cause and manner of death or time of death has not been established.
But if he was shot, that was probably it.
Well, probably, but then they've been careful to say at least one gunshot.
This guy that they got was described by a neighbor as an odd man who was up all hours of the night and always digging in his yard.
What the sister had told the church from was out of acting erratically and then, slithering about just to vote only money. In terms of the time also, you mentioned the surveillance video that they have. Did they say if it was from the home of the bishop or if it was from a neighbor or something like that? They didn't give the specifics of the location of the camera, but when you asked about surveillance in the home, they said there was no surveillance in the home, but they didn't necessarily say surveillance outside of the home. I suspect there was no surveillance on the property because it's an older home. These are the homes that are donated by the state and whatnot to the church, or that are then owned by the guy.
I was wondering how that worked.
So, most likely it was a surveillance camera from across the street, someone else's home, or a ring camera, or something like that, just enough to where they could see the same dark SUV driven by the house. But that wouldn't necessarily be enough. We were trying to figure this out earlier. That wouldn't necessarily be enough to establish the time of the shooting. No, but it was established as a range. And that's what they're, they know all that information. They weren't telling us God. And I will tell you, the sheriff began the press conference because all the criticism we received after the Monterey Park shooting. So the sheriff began saying, the sheriff began his comments yesterday by saying, I know all of you in here asked excellent questions, but I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to be able to answer all.
I thought he handled it well.
What is it? Yeah. I mean,
can you hold on?
Of course.
Okay. I have some questions about the firearms.
Sure, and then I want to talk about the art system. Steve Gregory is going to be talking more about the murder of Junior Bishop David O'Connell not being ice over the weekend. Jennifer Jones Lee is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Russia says it will respect talks under the New START nuclear treaty even after President Putin suspended its participation. A big decision on California's assault weapons ban could come down sometime this week. And workers at Home Depot are getting a raise. The company's announced a $1 billion investment in raising wages. However, the new average wage was not revealed. You said how weather from KFI looks like today will be extremely windy later tonight. Highs are just going to be in the 50s. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky. And this time we've got a crash on the 105.
Hawthorne eastbound side of the 105 for 4 plates off crashed into carpool and 2 left lanes. Back up really heavy from Hawthorne Boulevard. Lock working on this crash on the east side of the 210 as well. Just before Pennsylvania Avenue, right lane taken away back up there to Lowell Avenue. And then didn't get there yet. Southbound side of the 15 at Main Street, left lane taken away. This is repairs from an earlier crash. The Bakery 2 center divider walk for the lanes back to about Bear Valley Road. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Robert Bucky.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And now save 50% off any order during Blindster's President's Day sale. During sale on February 23rd. Blindster.com.
Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and repair the damage. More than floods, earthquakes, hurricanes combined. Call Pacific Coast Termites at 800 Pacific for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No fencing ever. Call 800 Pacific. 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. Call 800 Pacific. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Just start it today at dmv.ga.gov/online. It is no secret that cities add chlorine to your water, but once it gets to your house, you don't want it in your body or drying out your skin and hair. Hey, this is being sharp with the solution, a Life Source water system. Life Source filters all the water in your home. Using the hard space and feel of chlorine and getting soft skin and hair from every tap. No salt, no maintenance. Get yours today by calling 800-803-2696 or visit LifeSourceWaters.com. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference. Our Radio Podcast Awards are back. It's the biggest night of the year for podcast fans. Get ready to celebrate your favorite. Head to iHeart.com/podcast awards to check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year. That's comedy, crime, news, sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th. Join us for our 2023 iHeart Radio Podcast Awards. Audible is the proud sponsor of the Audible Audio Pioneer Award. Original best-selling audiobooks and the best and latest in podcasts. You'll find your next obsession is Audible, the home of storytelling. Try Audible free. Sign up at audible.com. Solving homelessness will cost $8 billion every year for more than a decade. That's a tremendous amount of money. You just get what people tell you. Oh, you know what? The more you give out free stuff, the more you get. Including years of all wasted. Nonprofits making six figures. John and Jeff, this is like absolute rocket. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Stories we are following for you. Of course, what's going on Wall Street with the Dow down more than 500 points. A number of factors. Of course, all of the political upheaval globally.
And the weather. Don't forget the weather.
The weather?
Yes.
What does that have to do with the market?
The whole United States is going to be under a snow and flood and wind and heat watch all at the same time.
I understand
that will roil the market.
Will it?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure when we talk to Jason, he'll say it's a very astute observation about you and money.
The Supreme Court is being reported to be taking up its first case about a federal law credited with helping create the modern internet. The law shields Google, Twitter, Facebook, and other companies from lawsuits over content posted on their sites by others. So they'll be hearing arguments today about that, and we probably won't hear the decisions until June.
Don Lemon is going to be back to work. He'll receive formal training today, apparently, in the aftermath of his on-air comments about Nikki Haley and whether or not a woman is in her prime.
I'm just wondering what formal training means, as opposed to...
We've all gone through different types of formal training for different reasons.
That tacking on the word formal makes it more serious. It's all spin. That guy's tough one, and I don't get why. He's not that good at his job to survive all the things.
I think I have some ideas why, but I don't know for sure. I'd like to go to the informal training. What is the informal training about whether or not a woman is in her prime? I'd still like to try it. Bottom of the hour, Mondo's going to join us. He's got a big weekend coming up, and we're going to talk about his big deal. Also, the 4-day work week apparently works for, some people.
There was a trial in Britain, and they have found that, most employees are less stressed, burned out, and have better work-life balance. Well, no X. You're working 1 less day a week. Of course, you're going to be less stressed out and burned out.
Steve Gregory has joined us, and we're talking about the murder of Auxiliary Bishop David O'Connell from over the weekend. The LA County Sheriff's Department yesterday announced that they had arrested Carlos Medina in connection to the case after his tip had come in. His wife, Carlos Medina's wife, is the bishop's housekeeper. So that's the connection as to why, well, it doesn't explain everything, but it explains at least the knowledge, the previous knowledge that he had of the Auxiliary Bishop. Now, they did find a couple of weapons in the home. And Shannon had a question about firearms. Fire away.
Well, do we know who they were? Or are they legally hidden? Just because everyone likes to jump on videos illegally. Where did you get them?
And those are all questions that we'll have answers to as soon as the ballistics and forensics are done. That's what we were suggesting.
You don't know right away, Steve?
Well, they're at the crime lab, the LA County crime lab, and they're going to go through a series of, as we say, a battery of tests. And they'll determine if one of those, first of all, going to determine whether one of those weapons is actually a murder weapon. And then they'll determine origin, purchase, and legal, not legal, permitted, not permitted, so you also mentioned that I heard you with Hannah this morning discussing how difficult it was for the Archbishop Jose Gomez, and he took the podium today in this news conference talking about the guy that he referred to as his, obviously, co-clergy, co-worker.
Does anyone else not like the fact that senator grabbed the mic right after the sheriff? It seems a little bit self-serving.
There's very little that a politician is going to offer at a moment like that.
Well, exactly. He did it all about himself, too.
As in all of the elected officials that went to the mic yesterday, it was always about how they were connected to the church. So that was, in fact, the press conference was over at one point, and the police walked in at the last minute. She was running late. And her deputy had already spoken on her behalf, and then they made a big deal about her coming in late, and they had to stop it. We had to stop everything, and wait for Phil to just walk to them.
Oh, for the love of God.
Back to the Archbishop, Jose Gomez, you could tell this is really, really hitting him hard, personally. His eyes were swollen and red. He was just sitting there and he kept reaching for his handkerchief, wiping his nose, and he was really, really moved by this. So when he gets to the question that really starts to speak, he was very quiet, very forward, took his time, and then there was like this brief moment of levity that which we thought, well, okay, this is going to go in this direction. Also, he's not from God. He said this city for more than 40 years. I continue here for my life. I would say that among the many things that are reminded in this time of nature was that he also see was fluent in Spanish, which I'm highly accent.
I love that.
That was pretty good. So then he's talking, and then his pauses between words started to get bigger and bigger, and his hands began to shake, and the paper was rustling a little bit more, and then he starts to get into where he's thinking the sheriff, and for the entire Catholic community, we want to express our gratitude for this very healthy, for the professionalism and sensitivity. Sorry,
No.
Sheriff walks over. Put his arm around him and then whispered in there, you're good, that's this, that's this. And then there was just this moment, and then everyone just started swiping their eyes in the room. And so at that point, that's kind of when it was over. And then Elder Police came up to
Good Lord.
he was good. He did the questions, the questions, and he was pretty good with the questions. He took all as many questions as he could. So. Not that he was able to shed a lot of light on things, but he answered the 911 call question and all that too. So yeah, he did. Given the circumstances and the fact they want to get this one right, also, that's one of the things they're always afraid of giving up too much. Did anybody ask the sheriff, or do we know of any targeting of members of the clergy anytime? I mean, this is very unusual. And in the 20 years that I've been here, this doesn't happen. I mean, it's not a thing. That's why it's an international story. Yeah. You don't hear it. And then, but I think it was less about his role and more about who he was. And it just seems very, very targeted, very actually. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Did that help? Thank you, Shannon.
And you see it.
As always, it's a wonder to have you in here.
A wonder.
I wonder too.
Just because everybody talks about how great the bishop was, that doesn't mean you need to talk about how great Steve is.
Well, we haven't lost it.
No, we have not.
Okay. When we get into this fun story coming up, if you want to help out a member of our show, Mondo is going to take part in the Law Enforcement Challenge, 20th Annual Guacamole Bowl.
Now, the last time he went down to San Diego, Oscar ruined the contest for him.
It's as if Oscar was Kevin from The Office and spilled all of the chili on the floor. There was no chili, and there was no chili. There was guacamole. But this year's Guacamole Bowl, the 20th Annual Law Enforcement Guacamole Bowl in Mondo, Puget Home. So he's going to join us, and we're going to talk more about how you can help him in a few months.
Also, we've got your 4-day work a week. Good news. Will it spread? Are employers going to look at this and implement it? We'll get into that. Also, Patient Tuesday comes through, and True Crime Tuesday. The shelter victim, a man and his unique girlfriend in their vein of terror.
It's a weird story.
I found myself going down that hole this morning for a very long time. It's fascinating.
You and this two crime thing. You can't even turn it off.
Yeah.
You want to. Gary Cannon will continue. Deborah Market live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
And as you've been hearing, LA County Sheriff Minnesota, the man arrested for the murder of Bishop David O'Connell is the husband of the bishop's housekeeper.
Luna said Sunday night they got a call about a man in Torrance. By early yesterday morning, a SWAT team surrounded the home of 65-year-old Carlos Medina. Detectives were told by the tipster that they were concerned because Medina was acting strange, irrational, and made comments about the bishop owing him money. Luna said Medina barricaded himself inside the home for hours yesterday morning before surrendering. Luna said on Saturday afternoon, a deacon found O'Connell after he didn't make it to a meeting. Luna said O'Connell was shot at least once in the chest. Gregory Clarify News.
News is brought to you by Sequence Accident Attorneys. An Arctic blast is about to cool things off in Southern California. Temperatures are expected to drop today and stay in the 50s, even upper 40s in some areas for a few days. Rain is expected Thursday, Saturday, and snow levels could drop as low as 1,000 feet. The National Weather Service is on mountain roads, including Grapevine, may be impacted with dangerous winter weather conditions. Public health officials say LA County's COVID test positivity rate has seen a slight increase in recent days, and the number of COVID positive patients in county hospitals has climbed back over 700. Some people were admitted to the hospital for something else and only found out they had COVID because they had to test it. New COVID-19 research shows the disease may make your heart super beat. Literally. New research out of the University of Columbia shows COVID-19 can damage the heart on the cellular level. Preliminary research looked at the heart tissue from people who had COVID. It found the virus damaged the way the heart cells regulate calcium, an important mineral for how the heart pumps blood, which can lead to lasting problems, including irregular heartbeats and heart failure. The damage isn't necessarily permanent, but more research is needed. Jennifer Jones, please. KFI News. The Mormon Church agreed to pay $5 million to settle charges related to its investment. Aaron purchases the church's investment portfolio had grown to $32 billion and was said to be concerned about negative consequences for its image.
The church then consented to the creation of more than a dozen shell companies to conceal its investments. That, the SEC says, deprived the investing public of accurate market information.
The church says the church and its investment manager and sign chief advisors agreed to pay the settlement. Let me go to the 15 next.
We've talked about SolarMax for years now. It's been several years ago, as a matter of fact. I did a bunch of research. SolarMax was clearly the best solar company. And they came in, built us a custom solar system with the most innovative technology. They provided for the highest quality solar panels. They got inverters, battery systems, top in the industry, hands down.
Right now, they have an amazing deal on the table. Listen to this. Call SolarMax, and you can get a 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month. These are the most powerful solar panels on the market.
Yeah, there's a couple reasons why you want to do it now. Number one, you get more electrical production in the spring, and you can lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
So call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on that 12-panel system for $0 down at $59.99 a month.
Now, pound 250 from your cell phone, take it to word SolarMax, pound 250, SolarMax, or go to solarmaxtech.com. Monthly payment available on Quick Credit CSW number 97204.
Southland weather from KFI is going to be cloudy later this afternoon and windy in some areas, looking at highs in the low to mid 60s for Metro LA, upper 50s to mid 60s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, 60s in the Fort Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire. It's going to be very windy overnight. Then we're going to have more sunshine tomorrow, and then we have that chance of rain starting on Thursday. Right now, 60 in Steel Beach, 54 in Ladera Ranch. We're going to the 15 in Hesperia.
It's the 15 freeway just north of Main Street. Both sides of the road affected at this time. The crash that happened early this morning did went through the center divider from the northbound into the southbound lane. Now the left lane shut down both sides for their southbound side cleaned away back to Bear Valley Road. Northbound side slow right as you approach Main Street. In Hawthorne, eastbound side of the 105 before Crenshaw, the crash in Hawthorne, and two left lanes set you back all the way to the 405 freeway. Hollywood, a little bit of good news on the southbound side of the 101 before Highland Avenue. Crash was over to the right shoulder. Still adding Spirit Drive, so overall flow on the southbound 101 starting around when that's KFI. The guy helps get there faster. Production new blinds are saved. Blinds.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during Blindster's President's Day sale. Hurry, sale ends February 23rd. Blindster.com. I want to remind you about something that you wouldn't think could happen, but it can. People can steal your home. My friend had his home stolen. The crime is home title theft. It's real. It's horrendous, but it's real, and it's everywhere. And luckily, this was just a demo, but I saw how criminals all around the world target American homeowners, and that's why I protect my home with home title locks, and you too as well. And a thief can simply forge your signature on a legal document saying you sold your home to them. Homeowners insurance and common identity theft programs do not protect you, but Home Title Lock does. They want to give you an absolutely free, no obligation verification that your home is still in your name. You register for 30 days of protection for free. Just go to HometitleLock.com, promo code SONG, an absolutely free, no obligation. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code SONG. Superwoman, superlawyer, superwoman, superlawyer.com. AM 640, the news, what it means, why it matters.
Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up after Get This News at the top of the hour, we'll dive into all things Washington. It's turning to Poland today, where President Joe Biden, after his surprise trip to Ukraine, declared that there are hard and bitter days ahead in fighting off Russia's invasion. It's pledging the U.S. and its allies will have Ukraine back as the war enters its second year.
Found this interesting headline in the Washington Post this morning about the top 10 Democratic presidential candidates for 2024.
You think the Washington Post would do that for Republicans, right?
Which they have.
But why wouldn't they assume that it was going to be Joe Biden?
Let's talk about who they think. The number 2 will surprise you. That's part of it. Number 2.
It's not ever good when the number 2 surprises you, is it?
It's not good.
It's not a surprise you want.
The storm that's going to roll through the United States this week is taking shape in the West. More than 30 million people will be under winter weather alert in nearly continuous stretch of states from California all the way to Maine. It's going to be snow out here in the West in some places. Snow level is 1,000 feet, even as low as 500 feet in parts of northern and central California. In fact, the UCLA climate scientist Daniel Swain said almost the entire population of California will at some point this week be able to look around and see snow. Maybe not falling in your neighborhood, but over on those hills. Just about everybody in the state will be able to see snow this week.
This weekend is the 20th annual Guacamole Bowl law enforcement challenge here, and it's going down Balboa Park, San Diego area, and our own Mondo, our award-winning guacamole creator, artist, connoisseur, is going to be taking his delight to compete in this challenge.
Mondo? Yes. We wish you the best of luck. Thank you. Now moving on.
What?
Oh, sorry. So, first of all, how do you are a 3-time Blue Ribbon winner at the LA County Fair for guacamole.
Yeah, 3 teams, back to back, baby. Now, the last time you went to San Diego?
San Diego. I got second. I got second place in the competition. It's a great competition at the Guacamole Bowl. It goes on from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and it's about 3 hours of just straight guacamole making. There's over 1,000 people that show up. Oh wait, you have to make it on site.
Yes,
on site.
that's what Oscar screwed up last time.
On site. Wait a minute. I didn't catch this part. Did you spill the chili on the floor of the office, or did
something with limes? I think he forgot the limes. He didn't bring enough limes. It was a fiasco.
It was very traumatic.
Now I have something to snap you out of this losing streak because you know that on this show, second place is a loser. We have to second place here. You know what I mean? And I think that the problem the first time around was that we were working on the Tim Conway Jr. show, where second place is like winning because Tim never wins. He never wins the big prize. You know this. We've seen the tickets of the track to prove that. Yeah. So second place on that show is like winning, right? But not on this show. We only accept the best. If you don't come back with that championship ring, don't even come back.
And that's it. This time around to doing a championship ring, which I'm dying to get. This is 20th anniversary of the competition, so it's a huge trophy that's keep for a year. But on top of that, it's these limited edition rings, these championship rings that look amazing.
Okay, so you keep the trophy for a year, huh?
It's magic.
You get to do stuff to it, like the NHL.
Yeah, you can make oil out of it. You can drink soda out of it. Ring. Yeah, have a soda over the soda. And you put your name on it.
Remember when you went through that phase of seeing on doorknobs of cars?
Doorknobs, those cars.
Door handles? Yeah. Do you think you're gonna urinate on it?
No. I've gone out of that phase and I would never do that shit.
Okay.
Let's talk about the actual mechanics of this because what can you bring versus what they provide?
Yes.
Ingredients. Whatever your secret ingredients are, they're going to provide you with the basic stuff. So avocados, obviously, lime, jalapeno, cilantro.
Whoa. Is this part of the artist Guacamole picking the finest product?
That's true, but every time I've gone, they have great food. Okay. They're not going to, sabotage you with some unripe avocados.
Okay. Now, what if you get to your table, your station, and your tomato is smashed, your avocado is brown? Is there like a flag you throw up and you're like, hey, I need new products or what?
Yeah, they come around with products every about 15 minutes.
Okay.
So there will be a little cart of a crate of avocados and then a few tomatoes and cilantro and stuff like that. And they, come back with you and check with you. But if your first is right, they always take care of you. And they always wash it, pre-wash for you. So all you have to do is cut it up and start making.
Do you bring your own knives?
Yeah, your own knives, your own cutting boards. I just got the knife sharpened this weekend. Yeah. And I was putting them away because I cut myself. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't really
I've done that.
They make you wear gloves. They don't make you wear gloves. Yeah. People wear a glove, but you have an open wound.
Yeah. I put the lime and the pepper.
Oh, that's it. This is not just to, it's great for charity, honestly, but we want Mondo to win. Yeah, but I will say that the proceeds do go to Sports for Exceptional Athletes, which is actually...
What about the athletes that are terrible?
Well, it's helping. Not people. Yeah, it's a great cause, and in order to win this, I need votes. I need some votes. When you people come out, people have to go. Yeah, it's not just a matter of, you can't vote online or anything like that. You can buy guacamole for it. And the website, by the way, is the letter S, the number 4, PA. Sports for Exceptional Athletes. The letter S, the number 4, PA.org.
It sounds like a fun time. $8 gets you in. It gets you a bag of tortilla chips. Yeah, and you just attack all these guacamoles for hours. I mean, it sounds like a fun day. Now, oh, cool. So you, I'm assuming, have at least one special ingredient that people don't know about, a secret ingredient, I should say?
I have three special ingredients.
So how do you hide that when you're making it in public?
That's the hardest part. I really can't. So, I mean, if you want to see how it's done, you can. And steal my secrets, you can. But at least vote for me if you're going to do that, please. Like that. But what's so fantastic about this is that it's about 3 hours of solid making guacamole, and then you only get the top 5 teams, I believe, to battle in the final guacamole showdown. And you have about 5 minutes to make the guac. And that's what the real country comes from. That's a lot of pressure. Wow. You make guacamole, they say about 1,000 people. That's a lot. But then you get the issue. So, I mean, your guac's so good. My guac's so good, I got people eating, non-stop. I feel like everybody was at my beef last time.
Of course they were. Now, who determined to go to the finals?
It's all votes.
It's all votes. It's all votes. And how do they vote? How do they vote on this?
It's just free to get your ticket. You also get the stickers. Different categories. One is for the table decoration, and then one's for the flavor. And the more stickers you have, then that gets you to the finals. And then from the finals, they have the blind taste test, I believe, 3 judges. I'm not sure who the judges are, but it's always
you hope it's not. Do you want help decorating the table? Or you want to take some stuff from the office?
I really think the llama.
Yeah. Our hands are sympathy cards.
Ooh, let's get some sympathy cards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Friday Night Lights poster. Ooh, delightful heart sweetly.
Real hodgepodge of so much art.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, and we'll be thinking about it again.
I don't wish you luck. You don't need luck if you're good. Bring home the damn ring.
S4EA.org.
That's disappointment.
The number 4EA.org. For exceptional athletes is the best this year. S4EA.org for this year's guacamole bowl, which is Saturday.
Coming up next, the study in the UK, a 4-day work week from great success, good success.
The biggest success, so successful, never more successful.
We're going to get tired of the success.
So much success is very down. We'll continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Tremendous High School in Compton has been damaged by a big fire started in the cafeteria last night. Classes have been canceled for the day. The 7th racehorse died at Santa Anita Park in less than 2 months. The 5-year-old collapsed during a race yesterday. President Biden is in Poland talking about support for Ukraine 1 year after the country was invaded by Russia. Southland weather from KFI. It's going to start getting cloudy this afternoon and windy in some areas with highs in 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by iAccidentLawyer.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We are going to the 91 in Riverside.
Eastbound out of the 91, which is between Van Buren and Madison. The light lane shut down there until around 2 o'clock the afternoon. The south trains looking back up starting around Rothschild. Really getting delays there. Then there's Hysteria, the 16 freeway, both directions, just north of Mason. Left lane closed both sides. The meteor repair related to an earlier crash. Southbound side back up starting around there. Valley Road, northbound side, slow right field. Coach Main Street. And then we hop on eastbound side of the 105 before Crenshaw Boulevard crash. Here's from the carpool and 2 left lanes over to the right shoulder. Still slowed up from the 405. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster.
This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies. Dell Technologies President's Day sales starts now with savings on select fleets and CSEs and more, powered by plus-gen supervisors officers, plus savings on essential equipment and food service. Call 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Hey, Craig, did you know that gold is the only currency that tells its value since the dawn of money? Now, actually, I did, thanks to the folks at Legacy Precious Metals, the most trusted name in gold investing. Investing in gold protects you from inflation and gives you a hedge against stock market volatility. Right now, the economy, man, is chaotic. Inflation, recession. That's why it's more important than ever to have a diversified portfolio. That is true. For those starting out or worried about retirement, it's not something you can navigate alone. No, it's not. That's why Legacy Precious Metals offers honest, patient advice based on your personal financial situation. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Protect your finances, your family, your future. Call Legacy Precious Metals today at 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Or download your free investor's guide now at buylegacygold.com. That's buylegacygold.com. Hey, Andrew, you'll be reaching selfish. Yeah, I want my medical bills paid. I want my car fixed. I want my money. I want accident water. The best water.com is the way to go. Call 800-920-0810.
We're Las Vegas rocking you to awakening a new theatrical experience. Created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous land. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Hey, Team Sharp, California just changed the laws for solar, and sadly, it means new solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlight. If you're even thinking about solar, call Sunlight and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Start today at sunluck.com, sunluck.com. ESLB 100874. Are you suffering from back pain, pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping, pain when you walk, numbness, prickling or tingling sensation? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate the back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, there's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free.
The Contravega doctor test is also going backwards.
Wait, did she say dog?
The Contravega.
So they had Spanish in two of their three words, and they decided to go with the old English version of the first one. Contravega. Oh, bravo. The Phil Garland Jr. Show. Now, what do you do? Seriously going there. So it's live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
During uncanny, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Saturday Wall Street for you. Trump's extending big losses there today. The Dow fell more than 600 points. Home Depot leading the decline. Stocks are following about interest rate hikes continuing into the future. Inflation increase to start the year. The consumer price index for January increased by half of a percent. While the producer price index rose by 0.7%, 13 hotter than expected.
There's a new subscription service making through the world. Consumers willing to pay for movies and pet food and recurring toilet paper deliveries. Now restaurants that are, be discreet for their favorites. Banks, a couple of neighborhood hangouts are increasingly experimenting with a subscription model. A good way to ensure steady revenue and customers. Some offer unlimited drinks, using full free delivery for a monthly fee. Others will bring out your favorite appetizers, study visits. The average American, they said, doubled 6.7 subscriptions in 2022. That's up from 4 subscriptions in 2019, according to Rocket Money.
The fifth grader has been removed from class at that same elementary school in Virginia where the 6-year-old shot his teacher. There was a tip the student allegedly threatened to pop some bullets. School officials said a student made threats to tell someone to shoot up the class in a text conversation. Student reported the message to a parent who informed administrators.
I can point out, I think it's crazy that 5th graders cell phone. I don't exactly mean.
What is the age where the cell phone comes into play? 14?
I would say out loud 14, knowing that it's hard to keep it away from 12-year-olds.
12 is too young.
12 is young. 12 isn't too young as 12 is 20. Just gotta have control over what it is that they're doing.
Yeah. Running down.
Yeah, it's available for
The
phone
world
calls
is
and
a
that.
sick ass place.
You can control who they text.
Yeah. controlling it. You still control who your kids catch.
No, I'm not saying. I don't control who they catch.
No, you track
What
them.
they catch.
You track them.
All their text messages have to go through me before they go to whoever they're sending it to.
Right.
So I use conversations with my son's boss at work, with my daughter's professor at school, stuff like that. Oh yeah, that's why. So well.
A trial of a 4-day work week in Britain has found that most employees are less stressed, burned out, they have a better work-life balance. Because of course, one day fewer that they are at the old grind.
They were able to convince, was it 61 companies to do a 6-month trial to work with shorter hours. Now that's not just saying it's a 4-day work week, because it goes from the 5 days, 8 hours a day. I thought the 4-day work week was going to be 4 days, 10 hours a day. You're still working technically the same amount of hours per week. They're talking here about reducing your work hours.
I never understand that the 10-hour work day thing. I mean, there's so much time that's wasted in an 8-hour day. I mean, there really is. All you have to do is walk around wherever you work and see people looking up recipes or playing Candy Crush or just being around on the internet to realize that they're not actually completely focused on the task that they have been hired to do.
And then 2 more hours in the day.
It was just
2 more hours.
Exactly.
Employees reported these benefits. 71% of them said they were less burned out. 39% said they were less stressed. 48% said they were more satisfied with their jobs than before the trial. 60% said it was easier to balance work and responsibility at home. 73% reported increased satisfaction with their lives.
Well, I mean, you're going to fill out that survey after you work a 4-hour work week, and what are you going to say? It sucks. I hated it.
The fees were down. People were sleeping more. Mental health improved. And what's interesting is that the business people, listen, the workers obviously they're going to benefit from it because it's more time for them to figure out what they want to do with their lives. For the companies, they said, revenue was not affected. And they could have been, whether it was one less workday a week or longer hours in some parts of the year, shorter hours the rest of the time to make an average 32-hour work week, revenue was not affected. In fact, they said revenue grew over the course of the trial for 23 of the companies.
When I was in high school, the deli I worked at had to cut back people's hours, and so I picked up another job at the Toyota dealership in town. And I found...
What's it going to take for me to get you into one of these camps?
To me, I was a receptionist. I just filed paperwork, did paperwork, made widgets with paper, essentially. And it was one of those times when I realized that if my hours were compensated, I would say, this is much done. If my day was 5 hours or if it was 8 hours, I get just as much done. I would feel more motivated on that 5-hour day to work more efficiently. And so, at least personally, when I was 17, that's what I found.
There was a drop in the likelihood of employees quitting. It said down 57% compared with the same period a year earlier, as well as those calling out sick down 65% from the year before.
The other thing is the lunch hour, right? You got an 8-hour workday, 10-hour workday. You're going to take an hour, hour and a half lunch, where if you eliminated that, you'd work a 6-hour day and just work through lunch.
And are you getting...
Who really needs an hour or an hour and a half to go to lunch? You know, it's just get your sustenance and continue working.
Put it in your maw, get back to the grind.
But a lot of people, like, they build their day around where they're going to go to lunch.
It doesn't say if these people also took the 20% reduction in pay. Are they working 4 8-hour days and still getting paid for 5?
That would be in the story if they were making less money. Because if you're making less money, you're not going to have less fatigue and stress because you're going to be worried about how to make up for that.
That is the key. And this other version of the same story does say that has to ensure that employees still receive 100% of their pay.
Yeah.
Well, gosh, I wonder who would hate that. Let me do 20% less work and make just the exact same amount of money.
That's what I'm saying. Why is this a shock? Of course, people are going to love it.
A third said they would require 26 to 50% increase in output. 8% said they would want 50% higher pay.
Speaking of output, there is now a note on the women's restroom door that says men.
Um, my son is a was women people matter.
Yeah. It says, well, if you're just joining us now,
The men's room has been out since Thursday.
right. And yesterday, unfortunately, there was at least one man named Joe Handel who did not make the trek up to the men's room on the fifth floor and decided to use the women's room. 3 or 4 hours after he used the women's restroom, the way that the bomb over Hiroshima, Deborah Mark walked in, and it still was so bad that she said that she nearly passed out. Now, the latest report is that there are other men, not named Phil Handel, who are using the women's restroom. And they're leaving the toilet seat up. You say so. How rude is that? You live with women, Jacob. He would never do that. He would never do that. He would always make the trek to the fifth floor. My money's on John Cobell. I wouldn't feel comfortable. His whole home is boys. You offered that brother who's never lived with a woman except for his wife.
On Friday, when this thing went down, you said that you would stand guard for me if I had to go.
Because I trust you in that. I know you're not going to make a mess. I know you're going to be clean. I know you're going to put the toilet seat down. I know you're going to do all the things and have all the manners. There are certain people I would never give that green light to. Number one, Phil Handel. Number two, John Cobell. They would never get a green light to use the women's restroom, and I bet they're the only two doing it. Furthermore,
And therefore,
do they have somebody that stands guard outside the bathroom to make sure that I don't wander in and see somebody standing up at the toilet?
that has just become a hostile work environment.
You're damn right it has. It's 2023. We could sue for that kind of stuff.
And if we were to open the door to the men's room right now, I mean, since there's not been a human being in there since Thursday.
Oh my God! This looks like stuff living in there.
Does it look like a scene from Land of the Lost or something?
I don't even want to know.
Could be a tree stack sitting in the
All right.
hole there.
We're back into Washington. When we come back to Gary's dinner, not just the main talk, it's more. KSI.
KOST, HT2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the radio app.
Anti-Semitic crackdown on Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Mayor Bass is calling for measures to help curb anti-Semitic violence in LA.
The mayor says she wants more police patrols and more license plate readers.
It is so important that we act aggressively and immediately at the first sign of anything.
Joined Jewish leaders and other city officials for a town hall on anti-Semitism. The town hall last night comes less than a week after two Jewish men were shot in L.A. The alleged shooter was charged with federal hate crime. At L.A. City Hall, Blake Stroll, KFI News.
A man who did handiwork for Bishop David O'Connell has been arrested in connection with O'Connell's murder in Hacienda Heights.
LA County Sheriff Leland said a tipster told investigators that 65-year-old Carlos Medina may have had a dispute with the bishop over money. I asked the sheriff yesterday who discovered O'Connell Saturday afternoon. From the information I have, a deacon went to the home to go check on him because he was late for a meeting. And I believe it was the deacon who dialed 911, and we responded. Leland said O'Connell was in bed with at least one gunshot to the chest. He said Medina is also the husband of O'Connell's housekeeper. Gregory
People in LA say the bishop killed in Hacienda Heights was good to the community. Parishioner Jessica Castillo said she knew O'Connell as a devoted man who made everyone feel special. You felt hurt? You noticed that, like, wow, someone cares about me, even though, you probably didn't let him that very second. 6 years as the bishop helped everyone and worked closely with underprivileged groups. She said she ran into O'Connell several times at different community events. She's meeting him in 2015, and each time she just smiled. A fire that started in the cafeteria at the Men's High School in Compton has caused massive damage. That fire burned for hours last night. Principal Caleb Oliver said it's not yet known how it started.
This was a day off for our school campus, and so we're just glad that everyone's safe.
Classes have been canceled for the day. Students will be able to get lunch at nearby Clinton Elementary School. An 18-year-old in Philadelphia has been charged with first-degree murder for the fatal shooting of a Temple University police officer. Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney says he feels relieved the shooter will face accountability.
I'm confident that they will bring justice to Officer Fitzgerald, his loved ones, and this entire community.
Shooting happened in Tampa Saturday night, officials say. Officer Christopher Fitzgerald had been investigating a recent string of robberies when he ran across 3 people in mass. 2 ran away. Investigators say the shooting happened during a struggle with the accused shooter. President Biden has given a speech in Poland pledging to continue to stand with Ukraine a year after Russia's invasion.
It will continue to be hard and very bitter. This is a tragedy. The Ukraine is still for the fight ahead. The United States, together with our allies and partners, are going to continue to act Ukraine's back as it defends itself.
Biden was in Ukraine yesterday to reassure Ukraine's president of America's support and announced another $500 billion in aid. And Pentatonix, the first a cappella group to win a Grammy for arrangement, will be the first a cappella group to have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The 5-member group will be honored this morning in the live performance category. TCX came together in 2011 and sold 10 million albums worldwide and generated billions of streams. Known for its covers, Christmas albums, and original music without instruments, TCX has performed everywhere, including the White House, the Kennedy Center Honors, the World Series, and the Hollywood Bowl. Their star will be between Etta James and Cole Porter. The KFI financial report, the Dow is down 647, S&P 500 down 78, NASDAQ is down 265, and the average price for the gallon of regular gas in California is now $4.74. Southland weather from KFI cloudy this afternoon and windy in some places, both in the highs in the low to mid 60s for Metro LA. Upper 50s to mid 60s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, 60s in the Antelope Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire. It's going to be very windy overnight. Then it's going to be sunny tomorrow. And then it looks like we're going to have rain Thursday through Saturday. Right now, 62 in Orange, it's 63 Buena Park, 60 at Gore Hills, and 64 in Sherman Oaks. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Shopping Center, let's go places. We're going to crash on the 5 in Atwater Village.
From the 5 northbound Redwood Steelers Boulevard, got transferred over the Big Rig. They are making their way over the right shoulder, but it's already a really slow ride on that 5 northbound, all the way from the 710 in Commerce. Downtown LA and a 110 north ready to 101 south connector. Got a crash over on the shoulder. In Linwood, 105 westbound along this boulevard. Got a wreck over on the shoulder, but some debris still reported in the lanes there. In addition, on the 210 west of the whole car is in a colorful lane, and we're still on this one in this area. 15 northbound southbound right at Main Street. The left lanes are blocked from the earlier crash, and it is going to be a slow ride in both directions as you're approaching that. Clarifying the sign, upset you there, faster. I'm getting Harmon. My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him this NyQuil high blood pressure for fast, powerful nighttime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicine, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. NyQuil high blood pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
With NyQuil high blood pressure, and nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold, and flu for people with high blood pressure,
Like my dad.
medicine. Use it directed.
This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. More stimulating talk.
And I have to do it.
I feel like we haven't had any to feel like this.
I feel that way too, which is why I have gone out looking, mining for something feel good, and I found something. Delavante Johnson is 19 years old. He lives in Palestine, Arkansas. How many Palestines are there? There's Texas, there's Ohio, there's Arkansas. A lot of them, right? Palestine, Arkansas is where Delavante Johnson was. He's 19. He went to Walmart to get money for a tire when he spots a black wallet in a shopping cart. He goes back to his car, he opens up the wallet, and sees a driver's license. He finds the name on it, obviously, and goes to Facebook so he can get in contact with the owner. It belonged to a 61-year-old woman, Dee Hartwriter, and she did not respond to his Facebook message. So he reaches out to another son listed on her Facebook page. In the meantime, he starts driving to the address listed on the license. He eventually gets in touch with Dee Hartwriter and the two meet at a mutual location. And he was surprised that when she got there, it was a 19-year-old kid. He thanked me, gave me a hug, we both took a picture together. I was relieved to get my wallet back and that he took the time to find me and return it to him himself. I'm 61, he's 19, and they have become friends. Dee Hartwriter is a grandmother of 7, and they have been in contact. He even went to a baby shower for one of his cousins. I truly believe that God brought us all together and put us in each other's lives. See you at night?
Here's another good story.
Are you crying?
No, researchers have announced that a 63-year-old man in Germany has been cured of HIV. Referred to now as the Dusseldorf patient, so to protect his privacy, but he is the 5th confirmed case of an HIV cure. Now, they announced that he was HIV-free back in 2019, but they waited until today to make it official because they said he has no detectable virus in his body, even though he stopped that HIV medication 4 years ago. So the expectation is that it's not coming back.
Well, the president was quite lively and showing strength today as he addressed people in Poland. It's the year in now for the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
That's where we're getting closer. Wow, it's horrible.
The government doesn't work.
Oh, man. They just like a reality TV. Going top like a bad food. Always like this. Watching this.
Hey, Joe.
All too clearly, you don't want to talk. So anyway, it's still a talk.
That's the touch of Milwaukee.
Yep, there's
You know, 1 year ago, the world was breaking for the fall of trees. Well, I just come from a visit to trees, and I can report trees stand strong. Trees stand proud. It stands tall. And most importantly, stands free.
much more animated speech than Vladimir Putin had given a couple hours earlier.
Well, he needed to stand strong and stand proud after the embarrassment with the Chinese spy balloon. This was very imperative for him and the administration to come out and show some sort of United States strength and backbone, and that is what this speech was all about.
I mentioned Vladimir Putin. He gave a State of the Nation address in Russia that lasted about 2 hours and basically said the strategy hasn't changed. They're all in it for this, what he referred to as the special military operation in Ukraine. And we know that Russia's life anniversary, Friday is the anniversary of the invasion. So the expectation is they're just building up to something, whatever that will be on Friday.
Putin going on for 2 hours was reminiscent of when Donald Trump would hold those rallies and just go on and on and on.
Except Putin doesn't go off script.
That's true.
One of the reasons Trump rallies for 2 hours is he's got about 45 minutes written and adds another $1.15 just so he can. The things that Vladimir Putin also said, that it was the West's fault, that they don't hate the people of Ukraine, but that the leadership in Ukraine has become beholden to NATO and Western countries. Also said that they're going to be pulling out of the New START treaty. Although Russian officials then said a short time later they will still adhere to some of the rules in the treaty, which include things like defections for Americans and Russians like this.
We saw Anthony Blinken go on all the news shows and talk about his worry that China would be supplying Russia with military strength and power and weaponry. And you made the point that Biden did not mention China. I think it's because there's nothing to see there. Let's move along first approach, despite the fact that the top Chinese diplomat is in Russia today and that Xi Jinping has planned a trip in weeks or months. And the fact that the two have ongoing military operations together, joint military operations, all very troubling.
You don't see the statement from the Chinese government about what Xi Jinping would be doing or Wang Yi, what he would be doing in Moscow right now. because they want to find an end to the war in Ukraine. That's the way they say it. And it's also an opportunity for China to reiterate its policy that they don't want this to end in any sort of nuclear activity. That is interesting because one of the ways that they could end it is giving a lot of lethal military equipment to Russia to try to force the Western countries to then backfill even more military equipment into Ukraine. And that tiny, in terms of scale, that small battleground in Ukraine becomes the place where we just bleed our military resources. That's not the right term, but you know what I mean. They would love it if they could admit that we would commit that much. We're in.
Yeah, I mean, pull out now. I mean, not pulling out, but I don't think that we would be threadbare in other areas for them.
That's the concern, is that if we do get entangled into something like this, do we reduce our ability to respond to something else, whatever that might be?
I would hope not. I would hope that that would be a cost-benefit analysis that was already done. With the military top brass.
Yes, I just don't think we're in that two-front war stance that we have been in the past. This article, okay, there's two things. Yeah. This article by the Washington Post, the top 10 Democratic presidential candidates for 2024. What? And then Kevin McCarthy handing over 41,000 hours of surveillance footage from the January 6th attack on the Capitol. So you gave it to.
But first, the deputy question. Why related the category for a president for $600? The answer is the Department of Commerce headquarters building was named for this president who once served as Commerce Secretary. I have no idea. Herbert Hoover.
Oh, of course.
You don't have a list of Commerce Secretaries who later become president? Me neither. Me neither.
All right, more swamp watch when we come back to Gary and Tim. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
2 people in downtown LA have been killed in a collision with a Metro Blue Line train. The two were trapped inside their car yesterday. An Arctic blast is coming to Southern California. Temps are expected to drop today and stay in the 50s and even upper 40s in some areas for a few days. Rain. Thursday to Saturday, and the snow levels to drop to as low as 1,000 feet. Existing home sales are down for the 12th straight month. The National Association of Realtors for sales of previously owned homes fell 7% of December to its deepest rate in a decade. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 110 in downtown LA. 21 from North and on the right to 101 South Connector. That crash is clearly to the right shoulder, but if you're on that 1 from North and you're hitting the brakes off, away from Manchester. Azusa, 210, westbound after Azusa Avenue, that earliest zone in the lane is clear. Still going to be on the way from the 57. In Riverside, it's a work zone. 91 eastbound after Van Buren Boulevard. The right lane closed until 2 this afternoon, and it is at a call from Tyler Street. And still trouble in this area, 15 northbound and southbound Main Street. The left lane closed on both sides from an earlier accident. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon. This report is sponsored by Memorial Care. Whether it's Sunday afternoon or 3 a.m. Whenever, we're with you at Memorial Care. Get high-quality care virtually or in person with video visits, day or night, 24/7 telephone support, and more. Visit choosmemorialcare.org for more information.
Hey, all is being starts. For emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for power in the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7. 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DuffyPower. PestControlPest.com.
For over 60 years, Clark Pest Control has been California's leader in pest control technology. If you need help getting rid of pests, termites, rodents, mosquitoes, and much more, contact Clark Pest Control for a free estimate today. Call 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. That's 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. Or visit ClarkPest.com. We're Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists. Enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Welcome to the CPAP News, live from the 8th bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. It sure is, Ron. Steve has been flailing everywhere, struggling with his CPAP. Just like Michelle is as tense as a fiddle string, trying to continue her reign. Michelle's rolling Steve over. There he goes, and the mask is off. The whole house is snoring. Michelle throws an elbow. Now a shove. And she's leaving for the couch, taking her place as the hated 100-pound lab. Back in that dog crap. With all this struggle, you should get inspired. Absolutely, Bert. Inspire the sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. That's right, a button. And you should Inspire keep you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no hurry. Just InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com.
Sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
Call Pacific Coast Termites for a free home inspection. Call 800-Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. Clean, friendly, way.
Adjusting finish time. Signing up for eco-friendly rebates. All the creative Clean Energy California. And thanks to programs and incentives from FCE, we all have the power to ensure a clean energy future. Visit FCE.com/cleanenergy to learn more.
Alphabet Boys is a new podcast series that goes inside undercover investigations. In the first season, we're diving into an FBI investigation of the 2020 protest. It involves a cigar-smoking mystery man who drives a silver hearse. And it sounds like a lot of good. But aren't federal agents catching bad guys or creating them? He was just waiting for me to set the date, the time, and then security is going to get ahead. Listen to Alphabet Boys on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you hear about that. Nobody earning less than $400,000 will pay an additional penny in taxes. That reward works like this, well. Where do you think the wealth comes from? You take a chance and wealth is not somebody doing the work. And once they do the work and get the wealth, it's their money, not yours. John is there. What kind of buggy-headed fool is this? Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Serious Sam and KFI AM 640 lines everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If Tuesday comes along, 11:30, we talked with our friend Neil Cerveza. Also, True Crime Tuesday, coming up at 12:30. Couple stories. You mentioned this a little bit yesterday, but it's gotten a little bit more publicity as well. The story about Madeline McCann, the young girl that was apparently kidnapped or disappeared, while a family was on vacation in Portugal. There's a girl now who claims that she is Maddie McCann. Well, Maddie McCann's actual parents have come forward and said, yeah, we'll take a DNA test. There's nothing else to shut this girl up, which it seems like that's kind of what they want to do.
Yeah, but then if you give her any sort of attention, doesn't it give attention to other crazy people?
Yeah, I guess I'm getting a bunch of. We were asking earlier also, with Steve Gregory, we were talking about the death of our junior Bishop David O'Connell, and the arrest that was made yesterday in connection with it. And I had a question of, he's had this incredible reputation of being able to reach out to gang members wherever it is throughout Los Angeles and, build some bridges where they probably didn't exist before. But you're talking about this guy in his 50s, a white guy in his 50s walking around in, junior Bishop apparel, whatever that might be. And my question was, how do you bridge the obvious gaps that exist there? Hey, I was listening to you guys and you guys were saying, how does the bishop stand out towards getting members and stuff like that? Going to the house in the Heights and SUV area, my whole life, that's
all in there. And if you grew up in it, you're just around it 24/7. So the fact that he lives there, and I used to see this guy walking around all the time, getting married and go crazy. You know, he didn't really stand out because he was part of the community. He really was.
If you're living there and you're going to have relationships with people when you live there. There's an article in the Washington Post that lays out the top 10 Democratic presidential candidates for 2024. Now, it does do President Joe Biden a solid and put him at number one, but then lists a bunch of also-rans that you would not think would be able to hold a candle to the Joe Biden name recognition and experience and presidential experience and all of it. I mean, I don't even know who number 10 is.
That's part of why this caught my eye, because the way it's written, Aaron White, the guy wrote this up for the Washington Post, between Biden's candidacy presents some different dynamics in the GOP primary. More Democrats want Biden to be their nominee than Republicans who want Trump to be their nominee.
Interesting.
Think about that.
Yeah.
That alone in itself. Yeah. And obviously Trump says he's going to run and made this announcement already a whole lot since then. And then Biden says he'll make his decision. And remember when he sat down with CBS and said, "Watch me," and everybody went, "Watch me." Now this article comes out. J.B. Pritzker is number 10, happens to be the governor of Illinois. Josh Shapiro, no idea, the new Pennsylvania governor, maybe at the head of the class for sort of that younger version that people are looking for. Bernie Sanders, of all people, please.
How old is Bernie Sanders now?
Bernie Sanders, I think, is older than Joe Biden, if I'm not mistaken.
He is 81 years old.
Yeah. Watch me.
Sounds like the Batman.
Amy Klobuchar is number 7 on this list. Gretchen Whitmer, the governor. Gavin Newsom is number 5.
Jared Polis, the Colorado governor, number 4.
Kamala Harris comes in at number 3, which is not a good sign if you're not number 2. But Pete Buttigieg comes in at number 2 on this list.
Now, when was this written? This was written today. Okay, so we talked about it yesterday, about, in our opinion, what was a big missed opportunity for Pete Buttigieg when he did not show up there in East Palestine, Ohio, after the train derailment. He was going to come out with this strongly worded 3-page letter to the train industry, then you needed to show up there. And the only thing I can think of is when this article came out today, that Norfolk Southern, the train company, that town hall meeting, that they fried politicians with campaign pads, extensive lobbying. And I wonder if there's some world in which Pete Buttigieg is now the beneficiary of some of that train money.
It's possible. Pete Buttigieg, to that end, was on Good Morning America today and was asked by George Stephanopoulos of whether or not he is going to go.
When are you going to go to East Palestine? Well, I am planning to go, and our folks were on the ground from the first hour. So I do want to stress that the NCSB needs to be able to do its work independently. But when I go, the focus is going to be on acting. I was mayor of my hometown for 8 years. We've dealt with a lot of disasters, natural and human. And one of the things I noticed very quickly was that there's 2 kinds of people who show up when you have that kind of disaster experience. People who are there because they have a specific job to do and are there to get something done.
Now, the one criticism I have, I understand him saying, if I can't provide anything immediately, I don't want to be there because I don't want to distract.
I don't want to be a distraction. What the hell am I going to do there? I'm not going to be able to help. It's going to be symbolic, and I do think it's important to stand with the people there, but I'm going to wait a little bit.
But you're not, because that's what we were talking about before, you're not the Secretary of Commerce. Your job, literally at the Department of Transportation, will involve incidents and accidents like this.
Right.
You should be part of the rapid response team that goes.
I'm not asking him to go out there and take a photo op in front of all the wreckage. I wanted him to go to that town hall meeting and take the bullets.
Yeah.
Listen to all the people. Listen to all the concerns.
Just to be clear,
whatever.
Verbal bullet.
Department of Transportation Security Nation.
You know what I mean?
Referring to the verbal.
Yeah. You say that anymore, can you? Too common.
So it turns out a Fox News spokesperson has confirmed that Tucker Carlson and his producing team has been given access to surveillance footage from January 6, 2021. Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House, in control of these types of things, said that he supports the idea of more footage being actually made public because he said when the Democrats ran their committee and their investigation, it was too politicized. He told a news conference a short time ago, I think the public, last month was doing a short time ago, I think the public should see what has happened on that. We watched the politicization of this. I think the American public should actually see what happened instead of a report that's written for political basis. Tucker Carlson produced something called Patriot Purge, which was a documentary a couple of years ago that supposedly told the alternative story of what actually happened that day. And it featured at least one person who suggested that the event may have been a false flag operation. That should have been edited out. That moron doesn't need to be given oxygen or space to speak. But what Tucker Carlson is trying to do is, I guess, weed through 41,000 hours of this surveillance footage to come up with, I don't even know what he's going to plan on doing. Is he going to show security glasses on behalf of the Metro Police Department or Capitol Police? The idea of pointing the finger at the men and women who were there trying to defend the Capitol that day doesn't strike me as a very good idea. So we'll see what happens with this and what he does with it.
Casey Tuesday is on deck. We'll be talking in the box and how it's been celebrated a birthday. Also, a man that ate ketchup at tea for a month may have a collab opportunity. How do you say well?
You got a weird message on a contact. This is Clay. I work here. I'm stuck in the hallway. The call came from within the building. I'm stuck in the bathroom hallway. Oh, I need help. I need somebody to let me out of the bathroom hallway, please. Thank you.
What happened? You said it's
Is anybody there? I hope he's not behind the drywall, because if that's the case, he's been there for a few months.
Did a handle get trapped back there somewhere? Or did you get trapped in the
Honestly, not think so.
No, this is more recently. Oh,
You went in the wrong door.
You went in the wrong door and you...
Is anybody there? Very down. We'll continue. Deborah Mark is live in the chat line 24-hour news. Is anybody there?
LA County Sheriff Luna says 65-year-old Carlos Medina has been arrested in connection with the shooting death of Bishop David O'Connell.
Medina is the husband of Bishop O'Connell's housekeeper, who has previously done work at the bishop's residence.
Luna said yesterday that his tipster led them to Medina's home in Torrance after an hours-long standoff yesterday morning. Medina surrendered. Medina's two guns were found in the home, and it's not clear if any of them were used to shoot O'Connell. Luna says there may have been a dispute over money between Medina and the bishop. Neighbors of the bishop say they knew something was wrong and they didn't see signs of O'Connell the morning he was killed. Alfred Hatta says he has lived across the street from O'Connell for 22 years and was worried when he did not see him on Saturday.
I'm usually out in my front yard or watering 7 in the morning. He usually about that time open the blinds, look the sun, walk his dog.
The bishop was a soft-spoken man who he talked to almost every morning. He said it was very sad because O'Connell was the light of the neighborhood and saw the good in everyone. They're having some huge city council's meeting to discuss a housing ordinance despite the threat of a lawsuit from the state.
They have a vision for Huntington Beach that is not Huntington Beach.
The city is fighting a state mandate to develop more than 13,000 housing units. City Attorney Michael Gates told John and Ken Show 95% or more of the city is already fully developed.
But they started to redevelop so that it will disrupt and remake our suburban beach town into a high-density mecca.
It says there are large areas of undeveloped land in California that could be development. Mourners have gathered in West Warwick, Rhode Island, marked the 20th anniversary of the Station nightclub fire. 100 people were killed in what was the fourth deadliest nightclub fire in U.S. history. One of the mourners at yesterday's vigil was Stephen Sweet. His cousin was killed in the disaster.
And let's just don't forget, really, never forget these people. Let's forget what happened.
Officials say the fire was caused by pyrotechnics that, offering a performance, it ignited flammable insulation foam in the walls and ceilings surrounding the stage. The flames engulfed the Cat Club in under 6 minutes. Southland weather from KFI is going to be cloudy starting this afternoon, windy in some areas, breaking the highs in the low to mid 60s for Metro LA, upper 50s to mid 60s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, 60s in the Antelope Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire. Very windy overnight. It's going to be sunny tomorrow and then ease up that rain Thursday through Saturday. Right now, 62 in Cypress and 61 in Brea. We're going to a crash on the 110 in Carson. Some ones in Northbound Rockies like Florence Boulevard that wreckage in the Center Divider area. In Hollywood, one of them northbound right at Mulholland Drive got a stall in the right lane. San Diego, Pecan West at 3th Street, new wreck over on the shoulder and in the Center Divider area. Mark to Area Reserve Base on the 215 northbound right at Eucalyptus. Got a report of a wreck in the Center Divider area, and we still have that trouble in this area. The 15 northbound and southbound right at Main Street, the left lane is closed on both sides due to that earlier incident. KFI in the sun, I'll get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon. Hiring is hard. Luckily, there's Indeed. The hiring platform makes it easy to attract, screen, and interview candidates from the same place. Just sponsor a job. You'll immediately get a short list of quality candidates on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit to get started.
Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shots, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? Have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here is good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. For reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's the special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375. But if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial #250 and say, knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial #250 and say, knee pain.
Injured in an accident? Visit superdonorsuperdonos.com.
AM supporting.
And iHeartRadio station.
Download the free Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And don't forget, winter is coming.
Is it the Game of Thrones thing?
No, it's just the fact that tonight, I believe, the first storm moves in.
Oh, I get it.
Potential for rain, maybe some snow around here. That would be very cool.
Snow up in these houses. Yeah, the wind is going to be the first big thing that we're going to notice today and tomorrow before overnight a slight shower. So Thursday, Friday could be. It says here that in Burbank, the 24 hours that is Friday, or that will be Friday, they're expecting 3 inches of rain.
Wow.
On Friday. That goes with about 3/4 of an inch on Thursday, another 1/2 inch on Saturday.
This will be a good work from home week for people. So just stay off the road. Please don't come in.
Get out of Shannon's way.
That's
I have a question for Shannon.
Oh, yeah.
Does rain or weather bring the bears out more? Do they
I don't think I've ever seen a bear in the rain.
No, because
bringing animals down to the home.
The night after the rain clears out, just with everything bringing more food and things like that, I would bet.
The little animals come to eat and then eat the rain.
No, they usually just eat the, I don't know. I have no idea.
Even the bears are safe.
Yeah, even the bears
are working from the cave today. One thing we need to get to in Swamp Watch, Congresswoman Barbara Lee has officially entered the Senate race in California, becoming the third Democrat prominent one at least to run for the seat that's been vacated by Dianne Feinstein. Congresswoman Lee is 76 years old, so at least she's not 92. The highest-ranking black woman appointed to the Democratic leadership of the House. She unveiled the Senate bid in a video today that she posted on Twitter, talking about racism that she fought against in her youth, the struggles she faced when she was a single mother and survived of domestic violence.
Hey, Mondo. Yes, sir. What does a vegetable say to its love?
I don't know. What does the vegetable say?
I love you from my head to my toes. Mother would laugh at that one. He's too busy working on his guacamole.
Oh, I got it. That's what it is. Thank you for reminding me. Somebody had asked about the website for the guacamole bowl coming up this weekend. X4CA.org. Sports for Monte. The word is the number. The number 4CA.org. There's a whole thing on the event tab for a guacamole bowl that Mondo will be a participant in coming up. A lot of cops Saturday. Lots of cops. Yeah, so I was trying to tell them how to intimidate the cops. Oh, that's a good. Yeah, because I told them they're going to be like retired cops. So he's got to go through you retired and say, I did God never even been tired once. Stuff like that. No?
That's a good cop trick. They're usually a little darker, but of that ilk. Neil Sabedra, it's Tuesday. Why don't we start talking about tacos?
Hey guys, I'm not dead. Good to be with you. Well, we're glad to hear it.
Were you close to death? Oh, really?
And we almost, the whole house was so thick, we almost put the entire house on the curb. We just let someone take the car around and we just had the slab. Actually, we don't even have a slab.
What was it, the flu or a cold?
I was out for something else. I got to do it, and then Matt brought home something from kindergarten that took out my family, Tracy's family, and we're waiting to see what else. So for High Point Max, yeah, we're going to poor little fella, tacos. How about Jack in the Box celebrating his 72nd birthday by giving you 2 tacos for 72 cents?
That's cool.
There was a Jack in the Box today, by the way, between my elementary school and my junior high. So I walked by this Jack in the Box thousands of times in my childhood. Never once did I eat a Jack in the Box taco. Ever. No, did that come later? Because I don't remember that. I remember them being there come later, but we only had a McDonald's. That was it for the longest time. Then there was a Taco Bell a little further away. Not a lot of fast food in the area. This is the taco that has the slice of American cheese sticking out of it.
They say that.
I think so.
They said the taco first appeared on the Jack in the Box menu in the mid-50s.
Wow, would you look at that? No, that's not when I was there. You were but that's so 72 years also. 72 years that Jack in the Box has been talking about.
So the senator.
Oh, wow. Well, junior senator, your son. A lot of things of these restaurants are growing older and older, and you're making trying to make yourself as fresh as possible. They're also the home of those tiny little tacos. Oh, yeah, you get like a taco.
Oh, I really enjoy those.
Yeah, those are kind of good little bugs.
Trader Joe's has a good little mini taco that they used to frozen in the frozen aisle.
Right, but then it's not of marketing themselves as the stoner food of choice. So because they've had fourth meal, yeah. But that is today. If you want to go out, you can get 72 cents two tacos today, February 25th. The other story that we love it when companies take advantage of stories that they didn't necessarily have anything to do with, that we'll capitalize on. There was a guy named Elvis Francois, swept out to sea, 47 years old, survived off a bottle of ketchup before he was rescued by the Colombian Navy out in the Caribbean. So Heinz people, smart by the way, the Heinz people want to give him a new boat. And not just a regular boat, but a real serious boat. So they had to go through the Colombian Navy to find him. They're out there. Heinz posted on Instagram asking the general public to try to help them find Elvis.
Hashtag find the ketchup boat guy.
Why don't they just say find Elvis? Well, that's Midwest, it could go a different way. At least they're reading the room. You imagine if they're a lifetime supply of ketchup, you guys like, oh, that's not wrong. So they're looking for him. They're going online, social media, asking for people to help. So if you know Elvis Francois, maybe knock on his door and let him know, hey, buddy, there's a boat. And they're talking state of the art.
That would have been a good Super Bowl commercial.
That would have been a just fine to help us find although that would be funny. I'm not sure it plays in the Caribbean as well as we would expect it to, but I always was critical of those kids. There's a car maker that would go around and do nice things for people, but very rarely did they actually give somebody a car.
No, they gave them like a life-size, or like a week's supply of Jack in the Box tacos. So like, you heard that you can't pay your rent, and that your kids have no food. So here, what we're going to do is we're going to give you postage stamps.
Right.
Like, it was always not enough. I'm like, why are you publicizing this? You're not giving them a car.
If it's consistent, and they're doing lots of it.
But it never fit it was always an underreaction thing.
I could have problems in school. We'll take care of those pencils. We got this.
Yeah.
And we're throwing in the eraser.
Right, exactly.
Sharpen every one.
And we're patting ourselves on the back with it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whoever did that ad campaign should get a different show.
Well, it's been around for a while, so it must work.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Let's talk about Sweet Dream cereal when we come back. Neil Surveyor is joining us. Tasty Tuesday. Gary Santa will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A storm is on the way to Southern California that will bring rain, snow, and unusually cold temperatures. Daytime highs will start dropping today, then plummet into the 50s and even 40s in some areas for a few days. Rain expected Thursday through Saturday. Snow levels could drop as low as 1,000 feet. Students from LA City College have opened a free clothing store on campus. Student government says heavy projects can help students dress to impress for job interviews, save money, and not contribute to fast fashion. President Biden has given a speech in Poland, pledging to continue to stand with Ukraine a year after Russia's invasion. We're going to go to the side now.
You ever been in an accident? You know that if you are hurt in an accident, whether it's a car accident, motorcycle, truck, dog bite, something like that, you need to call a firm that's been helping injured accident victims for 18 years and winning.
Sweet James Accident Attorneys, 800-500-5200.
Sweet James has settled $188 million in the last year alone for their injured clients. The best part is, every time they settle a case, they donate meals to those in need.
They've fed almost 80,000 people just in the last year. Most people don't know what to do when they're in an accident.
You may not be able to use your car. Maybe the injury doesn't allow you to go back to work or take part in normal everyday activities.
If it happens to you, just call Sweet James. Speak to someone who cares. You've got nothing to lose.
Get the compassion you need, get help with the medical treatment you deserve, and the money and the justice that's coming your way.
If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James. They're the best attorneys in America.
800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200. Or go to sweetjames.com.
Southland weather from KFI. It's going to be cloudy starting this afternoon and windy in some places. Looking at highs from the 50s to 60s. This report brought to you by Blindster.com. We have a stall on the 5 in Lincoln Heights. From the 5 northbound right as it comes up on Broadway, it is blocking the right lane. And they're going to be hitting the brakes from the 10. 80 cars been on the 110 northbound before Torrance Boulevard. Got that crash in the Spin Divider area. Riverside, it's the worst down slowing you down on the 91 eastbound right again here in Boulevard. The right lane closed till 2 today. Merino Valley, 215 northbound before East Bridge Avenue. Got a crash in the Center Divider. And still trouble in this area, 15 southbound and northbound. Right at Main Street. The left lane closed on both sides from the earlier accident.
KFI is sharing a fit leader faster on Zinghana. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during Blindster's President's Day sale. Hurry, stay on February 23rd. Blindster.com.
Do you need blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during Blindster's President's Day sale. Hurry, sale ends February 23rd. Blindster.com. With gold riding highs, some financial analysts are projecting record high prices for precious metals this year amid continued inflation, a weaker dollar, and a looming recession. To protect your hard-earned money, call Swiss America a trusted leader in precious metals for 40 years. They can have your gold and silver delivered right to your home. And now, Swiss America is offering listeners silver walking Liberty half dollars at the amazing low price of $12.50 each, including delivery. $12.50 each. Call or text right now to reserve your silver coins at 800-289-2646. Visit SwissAmerica.com/Conway. Silver walking Liberty half dollars for just $12.50 each, delivered to your door. You're at $250 per customer, and not to mention Conway. Help protect your assets against inflation with precious metals. Call or text 800-289-2646. Visit SwissAmerica.com/Conway. Will be recorded. John Beard and I went down to order a beer. The guy behind the counter, he said, "Hey, good to see you guys together. I knew you guys were a couple." He said, "I knew it. I watched you guys on Fox 11, and I knew it." We're both great. I went to your show. He said, "Hey, man, it's okay, dude." He said, "You let it go." Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM supporting live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Stocks extending peak losses on Wall Street ahead of the closing bell. The Dow fell more than 700 points. Home Depot leading the decline. Coming up after your breaking news at the top of the hour, we will hook up with KFI News' Jason Middleton, who specializes in all of this information. Maybe he will calm us down.
Maybe. CNN anchor Don Lemon will be back to work tomorrow, apparently. Network Chief Executive Chris Licht says that Mr. Lemon will participate in 4 paintings following his comments that Nikki Haley is not in her prime. In fact, all women, usually, are not in their prime in their 50s. Maybe they're 20s, maybe they're 30s. Maybe.
I mean,
what's your definition of prime?
Well, here's the thing. I'm usually,
Like she said,
she's a presidential candidate, so you think you want her to be in her intellectual prime, right? Like, it's a key statement, even if you were talking about a model, right? Well,
yeah,
it's not
what
just
are you talking about? There's Tino's women. Oh, yeah, there's Tino's women inside it out, I'm sure.
No.
That's a weird statement. He was also supposed to host a Black History Month event today that he had to back up. It was an event about race and real estate, apparently, in honor of Black History Month, but he had to say, he really want to talk about history because it's not his prime. Google it. Google it. Neil Fadedra joined us. He's the host of the Pork Report doing here Saturdays right here on KFI. The people behind Honey Bunches of Oats and Pebbles and Honeycomb Post Consumer Brands has unveiled a cereal duo designed to help you sleep at night. What? Cereal, is this the weird when it comes to cereal? You like the massive bowl, you just tap the box, you can eat it any part of the day. Yeah,
I mean, I'm a big fan of Captain Crunch.
Sure.
And to have it at least on the roof of my mouth.
Do you let it soak a little bit?
But I haven't had a bowl of cereal in 3 years.
Somebody who is patient. Well, some people dunk it with the spoon a little bit, with the milk all over it, so that it doesn't cause.
Yeah, that's right in there. That's right in there.
It's like a cheap outdoor umbrella. They pour it in the wind. So, we like it. You watch Seinfeld, and he was notoriously had all this boxes of cereal, or eat cereal throughout the entire day. Love cereal all times a day, but I don't think of it as medicinal, I guess. But Well, post-consumer brands to the brands that you spoke about moments ago, they're putting together two flavors, blueberry midnight and honey moon glow. Was not really a band of tasting, right? I mean, there was blueberry honey moon glow. It was kind of a combination.
There's certain foods that maybe are comforting, calm you down, if you, that I don't think it's really one of them.
Well, there's the chocolate peanut butter ice cream.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Knock me out.
That'll do it.
Here's the deal. They have lavender, chamomile, vanilla, honey, these things, and boost your tire dip or boost that melatonin.
But it's all the cleansing. The cleansing is an active activity.
And then you have your job.
Ah.
And then you want to sleep. So these are the first cereals that are created for you to be fired about. Okay.
I think they're getting greedy.
Are they going to start marketing ones that will get you up in the morning? Working a couple extra pills or something? Or Meteos? And then Wakeos? Yeah. Hyper trip. Something. But it is interesting that they're actively looking for a new marketing win during the pandemic. We started seeing some coming back, but these cereal brands and cold cereal altogether has gone by the wayside quite a bit with oil because it wasn't, they were going out for $25. I saw an article last week, I believe it was in a Northern California newspaper. It was regarding the great food that exists at the new Ant-Man restaurant in Disneyland, the new Marvel portion there, the Avengers campus. And I thought that was that we had reached specific kinds of food. But now, this new Super Mario Brothers restaurant that's inside Universal Studios here in Hollywood is also getting super specific in terms of the food that they're producing. Old School Cafe, I saw it really cute, under red and white polka dots. Fungi. Sure. It's really, so it's down on the lower level where Transformers is and where the Jurassic Park is. You go down multiple flights if you go there. It's very colorful. And when you enter in, I had to do a couple weeks back, you enter in and it's just bright, vibrant colors, everything that you would want it to be, the excitement of the game, the characters going back and forth, the large boxes, the question marks, all these things that you remember. And then in this little corner area, it's pretty immersive because it's kind of down in a bowl, if you will. So all of the things come up around the side, you really feel like you're in this land, and it's super hyper colorful. And there's a lot of new tech there. It's really neat. You ride there, one of the main rides there is using virtual reality, newest tech, very cool. And then you see this mushroom with a long line in front of it, and it has, and that's where the eating comes in at Social Cafe. And they have a lot of fun things that are reminiscent of the gaming and the Nintendo insider stuff. Some garlic knots that they call their cool, so cool, cheesy garlic knots. To the mushroom, there's the little toppings on there that are reminiscent of the game. But everything is playful and crazy and fun and ties back in. This is becoming more and more popular in the theme parks. Not only are they focusing more on food, but the theme food, pretty on point. They're starting to get things that you tie in. And there's not just the fun names, but they're trying to do things that tie in visually. And they're doing it pretty well. Are they doing it expensively? Because, I mean, what are you going to do? Right? None of it's going to help you hostage. Yeah,
What are we giving up for lunch, kids? Easter is around the corner. Your rescue pet could become a new Cadbury mascot, which I say, what dog wants to be dressed up like a bunny?
Well, it doesn't matter if the owner of said dog was $5,000 to do it. Okay, how much? $5,000, huh? To be in the commercial. So you can take your pet. It doesn't matter if it's a lizard, whatever. They put the little ears on it, and then they do the buck, and everybody and the animal feels horrible inside about itself. But for money, yeah. But you get imagine them die. Okay, now your animal, whatever it might be, about, you gotta have something with between a ferret or something that, but it's gotta be a rescue. Always. Treating the honor ever as partnership in the American society set with emotion. Well, what
Do not piss off the animal.
No. I'm just saying I didn't get arrested on.
You did not get arrested on.
I didn't, honestly, I didn't know you could do that. They have other, you buy them off the shelf, yeah.
Fancy people.
You can go to that. My wife Tracy refers to me as a rescue husband.
That's checked out.
She said to me, and she said to me, but did you ever get your DNA tested? No. I mean that because my sister had her dog's DNA. That's for what? I just, what kind of, I don't freely just give it out. I don't do the 23andMe business, anything like that. I know. Maybe he wants to know you. No one does. If we're making some progress here, you're pushing back. Don't dig holes in other people's backyard.
All right, coming up video. Thank you.
Never you miss your DNA? No holes. Not with you. Crazy.
Coming up next, 8 noon, which means we will get you caught up on everything everyone is talking about everywhere. We will talk trending. We will get a Wall Street report, get you all caught up when we come back to Darian Sanders.
Everything that's going on. Luckily, that's a little hobby of ours.
KSI.
KOST, HD2.
Los Angeles on time.
Live everywhere. On the radio app.
Cracking down on anti-Semitism, I'm Dr. Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. We're back if you want more police patrols and more license plate readers to help prevent anti-Semitic violence in LA.
When anti-Semitism crawls out of the shadows, we must make no mistake. It will be stand down. It will be stand down aggressively.
Asked city officials and Jewish leaders hosted a town hall last night to talk about anti-Semitic violence. Town hall was a response to 2 Jewish men being shot as they left synagogue in LA. The alleged shooter was arrested in Riverside. The husband of a housekeeper who works for Bishop David O'Connell has been arrested in connection with the bishop's shooting death in home in Hacienda Heights.
LA County Sheriff Luna said 65-year-old Carlos Medina was found after people called the Homicide Bureau.
Sunday evening at approximately 7 p.m., detectives received a tip that there was a person of interest who resided in the city of Port.
Luna says early yesterday morning, a SWAT team surrounded Medina's home, and after a long standoff, he surrendered. Luna said yesterday Medina did some handyman work for the bishop, and it's possible there was a dispute over payment. O'Connell was found Saturday afternoon by a co-worker. Chief Gregory testifying news.
Neighbors of the bishop killed in Hacienda Heights say the accused killer was a friendly man who kept to himself. Flowers, balloons, and burning candles for the base of the driveway of the home where Bishop David O'Connell lives. Alfred Tejeda says he's lived across the street for 22 years. He says he knows Carlos Medina, the handyman arrested yesterday for killing O'Connell.
He didn't seem like a gentleman that came. And he did, he was like your favorite grandpa.
Tejeda says the housekeeper and her husband had the house before the bishop for at least 5 to 6 years. He says he's shocked because Medina was a quiet man who kept to himself. In Hacienda Heights, Chris Agnes, KFI News. Opening statements will get underway in the trial of a former deputy mayor in LA tied to the bribery scheme run by ex-city councilman Jose Rizal.
Raising scam cases of 7 charges, including robbery, racketeering, and bribery. Scam is accused of being a member of the so-called Council District 14 Enterprise, a pay-to-play scheme in which former councilman Jose Rizal and others gave favorable treatment to real estate developers in exchange for bribes. Prosecutors allege Scan arranged indirect bribe payments by lining up employment contracts with a relative of city officials. Rizal pleaded guilty last month to leading the pay-to-play scheme in downtown LA, like Troll and KFI News.
Kelly County Fire Department is putting mechanical CPR devices on every paramedic unit. They will be paid for by a $1.5 million grant from the Department of Homeland Security and $240,000 from the LA County Fire Foundation. The fire department plans to roll out the devices by around the middle of this year.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never.
President Biden has again pledged America's ongoing support for Ukraine during a visit to Poland.
The defense of freedom is not the work of a day or of a year. It's always difficult. It's always important.
Biden was involved in the mark the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Biden says the war was never a necessity, it is a tragedy.
А для граждан такая программа теперь будет.
Russian President Putin has said during his speech that his country was suspending its participation in the new START nuclear weapons treaty. He said Russia must stand ready to resume nuclear weapons tests if the U.S. does. Russia later said it would respect caps under the nuclear treaty. The KFI financial report, the Dow is down 627, S&P 500 down 74, NASDAQ down 262, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.74. Southland weather from KFI will get cloudy this afternoon, windy in some places, highs low to mid-60s for Metro LA, upper 50s to mid-60s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, 60s in the Elo Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire. Very windy overnight. Then tomorrow it's going to be sunny and windy, and then rain Thursday through Saturday. Right now, 63 in Tustin, 56 in the Beach, 63 in Fontana, and 63 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 10 in West LA. 10 Eastern, right at National. It is clearing on your shoulder, but you're still going to be on and off the brakes from Bundy over to La Brea. Almost on the 405 south at Jennings, some debris will second lane from your left. In Franklin, 210 East at Wheatland, that's a metal sink sitting in the middle lane. In Lincoln Heights, on 5 northbound right at Broadway. Typical stall, and they just got that over the right shoulder. I still see some delays from 4th Street. Claremont, 210 westbound before Town Avenue stall in the left lane. Moreno Valley, 215 northbound before you get to East Ridge Avenue, Chapel Pass in the center divider area. And then once the pass back, 215 northbound Central Avenue, got a pass in the second lane from your left. And still Astoria, 15 northbound and southbound, right at Main Street. The two left lanes are blocked on the rear incident. KFI in the sky, I'll get you there faster. I'm getting on it. This hour of the Gary and Kenny Show is brought to you by Solarmax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down to $59.99 a month. Go to SolarMaxTech.com.
Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and repair the damage. More than floods, earthquakes, hurricanes combined. Call Pacific Coast Termites at 800 Pacific for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No fencing ever. Call 800 Pacific. 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. Call 800 Pacific. The green, friendly way. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, I run media for the goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to figure out iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive. Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and throwing cheese for another slice of pizza. I sure hope he brought the Pepto. Mike realized the Pepto-Bismol provides fast, 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upset. He's no rookie. The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the dope. He's ready for game day. The Pepto-Bismol when you have that, it's food, that's
Hi, this is Bill Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's California attorneys. 1455 Tracy Road, 500, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com. Call Service Champions for an $88 per chicken heater tune-up or visit ServiceChampions.com. More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is a show that enjoys its llamas. I've got a couple llama stickers here on my laptop. We'll draw a llama, and they say, "You're a llama fun." It's been a while since we brought the llama in for Foodie Taco Llama Thursday.
We don't allow it in the new studio.
Oh, really? It's a law?
I don't know if it's a law.
It's a no llama law?
Who knows if they say, is anybody there? Is anybody there? You're not supposed to let the llama in. What else is going on? 34. What's happening?
Just pointing out that we're such like llamas, but that coming out with a story about a priest who really likes llamas. I mean, not like that. Don't think this dirty stuff.
But they didn't allow the space for the llama to breathe.
Yeah, you shut the door on that llama pretty quick.
For that, I apologize. Well, the Dow has been taking it into shorts. Wall Street has been having a pretty rough day. As a matter of fact, the latest look, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down about 1.8%, 600 plus points. Jason Middleton, are amazing when it comes to the world of money and losing it, is joining us on what I guess you would say is a good day to lose money. It's a good day to lose money. It's a good day to buy the dip. If you have that kind of swag. Oh, it's my joke. Sorry, dude. Oh, that's okay. No, I still reference to my Appalachian roots. I get it. The Dow's been starting to recover a little bit, but yeah, it's down 1.8%. The NASDAQ, a lot more tech stocks on that, down 2.2%. Look, a lot of it is just first wave reacted because of the retail stuff we saw today. The earnings came in, and retailing is not as hot as it was. So that sound you heard this morning was the market's going, wait, what? Because retail was, consumer stuff is 66% of our annual economy. So if it starts to hit a little bit, that's bad. Also, this makes the Fed interested in to maybe raise interest rates again, which also freaks out the market too. So it's a sell-off, it's a risk-off, it's a readjustment getting ready for tomorrow's drop, which would be another ripple, which is a minute from that Federal Reserve. We'll get that. Are people not hitting up the retail because, I don't know, everything costs so damn much these days? Yeah, I think it's part of it is for sure. Look, pretty much, but just a little bit in the last few. So that's got everybody concerned. What I've been watching is like our credit cards, right? Our accumulated credit card debt is at an all-time high, and so it was already pretty high. So that's not great, which means people are not using that inflationary check money that we all got, their grants, and then people are putting on their cards. I think people are paying the big off of their cards right now and not using any capital to buy new stuff. Because look, first of all, it was the boutique where I shop and where I believe Shannon might shop as well, and then it goes to the regulars, and then it goes to like the Walmarts, and you see Home Depot looking at like this. It means that people just are locking up the wallet. But that's what I said at Aviator Nation. Jason Middleton, appreciate it. Absolutely. Great to join you guys. John Lemon will be back at CNN tomorrow, allegedly, after he goes through formal training about, I don't know what he's going to go from. Is sexism? Is it ageism? Is it sexageism? You won't train the D out of somebody. That's the other part about it that is unknown. Chris Lick is the new guy in charge of CNN, CEO Chris Lick. Said in an email to employees that he's going to get formal training for comments about Nikki Bailey, where he said a woman in her 20s, he said she's not in her prime, and that a woman is in her prime in her 20s and her 30s, maybe her 40s. And his defense of that was nothing real other than Google it. Well, and we're talking about a presidential candidate. We're not talking about a Sports Illustrated model. Is he really interested in the insinuating that it's important for a woman to be in her physical prime when she's running for president? Is he kind of is the nicest way you could say it. I would have expected something like that from Chris Cuomo. For somebody who likes girls. For somebody who's 75. And not an a-hole to the people that he works with, too, by the way. The Morgans are in trouble. They've been fined $5 million by the SEC over accusations that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints failed to properly disclose investment forms. That the Mormon Church
They recently hid $32 billion investment fund behind shell companies. Well, what's wrong with churches getting creative?
A lot of money in those churches.
Yes, there are.
A lot of money. The EPA is going to come in and handle all of the cleanup, at least based on what the EPA is demanding that Norfolk Southern come in and handle all the cleanup under the direction of the EPA. The EPA finally announced a legally binding order today, 18 days after that rail freight train carrying hazardous materials derailed here in Palestine, Ohio. They'll have to identify and clean up all and any contaminated soil and water resources, reimburse the EPA for the cleaning services there, attend to and participate in public meetings at the EPA's request, and pay for the EPA's cost of work performed under that order.
Remember how we told you about that 6-year-old who shot and injured a teacher at Richmond Elementary in Virginia last month? Well, now a 5th grade student has been removed after making a threat to pop some bullets. I guess it was, the threat was via text message to a group of 5th grade students over the weekend, and so he has been removed.
Last year at this time, we were on the heels, right on the forefront, I should say, the precipice of what was going to be a baby formula shortage. Thank you. And they have now, a British consumer goods company says it's going to recall a couple of batches of plant-based infant formula they produced because of the possible cross-contamination with Carnobacter sakazaki leaves. Which is bad for your baby?
Yeah,
I think that's why they would recall it.
yes.
They can't do a recall like Tesla does, where they just add a new software patch to it.
Coming up next, we've got a Sony priest who is into premium llamas.
A lot of money in them churches.
What makes a premium llama? When does a llama become premium?
Is it the quality of the fur?
I think you may be onto something.
Is anybody there? Do they call it fur? Do llamas call it fur?
Well, what else did they call it?
Coat?
Coat? I'll do a few seconds on that.
Can't wait to find out the answer. Gary and Sam will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A man in Palmdale has survived being hit by a plane yesterday while on Palmdale Boulevard between Cedar Highway and 6th Street East. He was in the hospital with what's been described as severe trauma. Gas prices in Southern California have gone up nearly 30 cents a gallon over the past 20 days. The average in LA County is $4.82, in Orange County is $4.79, and in the Inland Empire is $4.71. The national average dropped for the 22nd time in the last 24 days to $3.40 a gallon. High school teams from Hemet, Murrieta, and Riverside have reached the final round in the Riverside County mock trial competition. Nearly 400 students from around 20 high schools started out in the country's mock trials, which were in person this year. On the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center was still crazy. We're going to a crash on the 15 in Ontario. That was 15 northbound on the left before you get to the roof. It is blocking the left lane. Then on the flip side, 15 southbound before you get to the 10. Heads up from the last debris in the middle lane. It is Lawrence on the 405 south at Vermont. Got a stall in the left lane and still troubling Hysteria. 15 northbound southbound right at Main Street. The left lanes are blocked on both sides due to an earlier wreck with a big rig. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harman. This report is sponsored by Vanguard University in Orange County. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University. Ranked as the top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit Vanguard.edu to learn more.
When you want the best deal on the best meal, choose Wendy's 2 for $6. Pick from Dave's Single, spicy chicken sandwich, 10-piece crispy nuts, or a medium strawberry lemonade. Pair any two for just $6. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6.
If your business has 5 or more employees and managed to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. Not alone either, it's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting it clean. Complicated, lots of red tape, so let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and it will probably help you too. No charge up front and share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you have increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, and they start to work. Getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com. Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all. iHeartRadio has access to all of your favorite radio stations. He's Ryan C. Craig. I go by the name of Charlamagne John. Hi, I'm Ellen K. Bobby Volunteer. Hold on, put everything to access to all of the best free curated playlists, my favorite music, and that songs. A little bit of everything. Access to all of the great podcasts for every interest. The stuff you should know podcast. The Daily Show podcast. The Herd with Colin Cowherd. And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now. I would like to believe that Disneyland concept is going to be available and affordable for most people. Would I like to go? Absolutely. Would I like to spend $5,000 a night? Absolutely not. Phone number here is 4. Look, Kelly, there better be for $5,000 a night. It better be right next to the bed. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Once again, an international story was dominant this morning. Russian President Vladimir Putin suspended Moscow's participation in the last remaining nuclear arms control pact that they have with the United States. He announced this move as part of his State of the Nation address. It took 2 long hours. Of course, nobody moved because they didn't dare. He said that Russia and Ukraine both are victims of Western double dealing. He said it was Russia, not Ukraine, fighting for its very existence. And he said, but we aren't fighting the Ukrainian people. He said the Ukrainian people have become hostages of the Kyiv regime and its Western masters, which have effectively occupied the country. A U.S. jury just convicted a former Mexican public security chief, Genaro Garcia Luna, taking payoffs to field drug cartels. So, former top cop there in Mexico is going to be going away. Authorities have arrested the husband of a woman who was a housekeeper for a jury visit David O'Connell in connection with his murder over the weekend. LA County Sheriff Luna yesterday identified Carlos Medina as the suspect. Didn't explain what a motive might have been, but he'd say that the tipster who called them told authorities that Carlos was acting strangely after the killing and claimed that the visit had owed him money. Luna said that he's 65, Jill said he's 51 yesterday. Also reports from neighbors that he was digging in his yard at all hours of the night. It certainly sounds like a drug situation. But, yeah, they'll continue to search for answers there. Weather is coming. Millions of Americans under winter weather watches and warnings from the west coast to the Midwest. Powerful storms picking up steam. Blizzard warnings dotting much of eastern South Dakota and south of southern Minnesota. Minneapolis, St. Paul to bear the brunt of the storm if it pans out. We've also got winter storm warnings in Washington, Oregon, Arizona, Utah, Colorado, and right here in California, where they say we could see snow in the Simpson and the Rally. You'll definitely be able to see it. Will it fall onto the ground? We don't know. You'll see it in the mountains for sure. And right now, I mean, the most significant areas of weather, like Salt Lake City, Utah, there is some rain and snow up and down the west coast. It's very spotty at this point, so it's going to be over the next few days as things pick up. And Friday at 2 degrees, the worst of it. I mentioned that when I looked at the forecast for Burbank, the National Weather Service expects to see 3 inches of rain just on Friday. Now, that's not a lot for one day, but it's a lot for one day, especially for Burbank. A fake priest here in the United States has been accused of swindling millions of dollars from local churches so that he could splash the cash on premium llamas for one of his healing ministry establishments. Now, llamas do have healing properties. You're not going to be in the company of a llama and not have a smile on your face, unless it's like healing your arm or something like that. But they're generally very passive and polite and common animals. There is
there's some issues with Father Ryan. He's probably not a priest, for one thing. Legal documents show that he is not now and never has been ordained. But even without a confer of the Holy Order, Ryan appears to impress people with his knowledge about stuff.
Well, we're ordained, aren't we?
I don't know how well that would stand up in court, but yes, we are ordained.
We perform marriages. I would assume the Catholic Church has a more detailed accounting system.
I would not stand down at Our Lady of the Angels and proclaim marriage. It's probably not a great idea for me to do.
We're more of like field people. Like we'll marry you in a field.
Yes, your uncle's gazebo is the place I will marry you. Things you don't know, over a 30-year period, he said to have traveled around the Midwest of the U.S., seeking and profiting from those who put their faith in him.
He doesn't even look like a priest. He doesn't pass the visual test.
He looks like a retired detective who's put on a few pounds.
But you know what? This guy had a good run of 30 years of doing his so many healing surgeries with llamas and llamas at that. But you know what his downfall? TV podcasters. Deeper into this guy's backstory. It's always a podcaster who's ruining people's lives. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? They just sit in places where they shouldn't belong.
Alex Truman is the podcaster and said that Father Ryan did this for about 30 years, traveling the Midwest, opening different churches. It's not like he shows up in town and hides himself. People being really impressed by him. They felt that God was in the room while he was at the pulpit preaching.
Well, that's something, right? If you can lead people to God, it doesn't matter what your credentials are. The fact of the matter is that you found God. You felt God's presence.
I thought this, and I don't know if this is a theory in my head or if it exists. How many times have you have done stories about cult leaders, religious leaders gone bad, that there's something about them and their style of teaching leadership that is hypnotic?
Yeah.
Where there's no good reason why a woman in her 20s would want to be around a dirty, nasty, hairy, Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh in the 80s. But for some reason, the guy had such a hold on people that it almost seems like it was an actual hypnosis. Not the old, flinging their pocket watch back and forth in front of your eyes to make you feel green theory. But there was literally something that they were doing that was selling themselves to these people, but in an unconscious way.
Yeah.
And they were unable to get out of it.
Well, part of the problem is you can probably look to your experience in your faith, whatever it is, and identify at least one priest or whatever they call the leaders in the other faiths, and say like they were really charismatic. When they talked, I listened, and if you have that charisma and that ability to communicate, then you also have the wire crossed in your head where you're a bad dude and want to use it for evil. You're going to be able to lead conversations with people into bad things, and that's. But you need to have that charisma with charisma. You need to have that charismatic sparkle, right? Where people want to listen to what you have to say. They want to please you. They want to do all the things that you say will make them happy.
So they call it Riz?
Is that what they call it?
Jacob, is that what they call?
But you look at Manson and Jim Jones, and he's not aged out of the 60s. Jacob has.
That's me. Yeah, I'm getting old.
He's almost 30.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What a sweet. No.
Well, I think Nate's older than you, Jacob.
He is? Oh.
Yeah.
Never mind.
But you think about, Manson and Jim Jones and David Koresh and all these guys, there was something there that was magnetic. It's just that they also were bad people.
Yeah. That's the part that I don't get. But I mean, maybe this guy had it. Maybe that's what people refer to it as that they felt like
he was molesting anybody. He was just taking using money to buy llamas to heal people.
Well, he was described as incredibly kind. He had a child conceived out of wedlock. I mean, everybody does these days. Am I right? I call him. Hello? Jonathan Brady said that his claim derails his credibility, that he's converted a care center in Buchanan, which is where he stored up to 20 Argentine llamas, claiming that they would be part of the healing ministry. And then after that short stint, he now walks around as a retired priest and updates his Facebook links and send out a link to request for donations for a church in Portugal.
It's a wild time, 2023. Either your uncle's DNA is going to land you in prison, or, a podcast is going to get you. I just knew your uncle that did ancestry DNA, and that was a familial hit, and then you got caught up for the murder because of his DNA inquiry.
And maybe it's both. Maybe it's your uncle's DNA and a podcast.
It could be. It could include all of that.
Well, that's why we love true crime. There's actually a couple of true crime stories that we wanted to get to today. One of them is regarding Madeline McCann, the girl who was missing out of Portugal.
Yeah.
There's somebody on social media claims to be Madeline McCann.
Yeah, that's even her handle. I am Madeline McCann.
And Madeline McCann put up her shout out to the DNA test. We'll do that, among other crimes.
Very Center will continue. Deborah Marks in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California Democratic Congresswoman Barbara Lee has announced she's running for Dianne Feinstein's Senate seat. She's retiring at the end of her current term. Lee posted a video on Twitter talking about the personal and professional battles in her life. I didn't know that. There's a women in the United States Senate. We won't let that stop us either. Because when you stand on the side of justice, you don't quit if they don't put you a seat at the table. We filed federal paperwork last week to enter the campaign. Democratic Congress members Katie Porter and Adam Schiff are also running for Feinstein's Senate seat. Members of the LA County Fire Department's urban search and rescue team were met with tears as they returned from Turkey after a 14-day deployment to help rescue people and survey buildings to make sure they're safe. Rescuers say the damage was extensive.
A lot of multi-story apartment complexes that came down in a
The response team got back last night, and they included more than 200 people and 12 canines. A stray dog in Arleta has been reunited with its owner after speeding through the carpool lane on the 5 freeway. A nurse in Glendale said she stopped the dog running 10 miles an hour Friday morning. The other car slowed down, tried to help the terrified dog, but it ran to the nurse's car. Many news helicopters caught the dog on TV, which is how the dog's owners found it. She says the dog spent the weekend with her and was checked out by a vet. Who sees the dog was reunited with her owner yesterday. President Biden is in Poland talking about support for Ukraine a year after the country was invaded by Russia.
1 year ago, the world was bracing for the fall of Kyiv. Well, I just come from a visit to Kyiv, and I can report Kyiv stands strong.
Biden says the U.S. will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Biden was in Kyiv yesterday to visit with Ukraine's president and announced another $500 million in U.S. aid to Ukraine. And talk about a fish out of water. 3 endangered penguins have hatched in Arizona. Odyssey has announced 3 African penguin chicks have hatched at the aquarium in Scottsdale. They'll stay behind the scenes with their penguin parents until they're ready to make this public debut. Odyssey says the African penguin population is rapidly declining, down 23% in the last 2 years. So any successful hatching is cause for celebration. Odyssey Aquarium now has 40 African penguins and has 13 successful hatchings. African penguins live in colonies on beaches and islands along the east coast of southern Africa. They're listed as endangered by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Amy King, KFI News. We're going to go to 710. Next.
You're tired of living with chronic joint pain, knee pain, shoulder pain, maybe a pain in your hips or back. You don't have to go through another year in pain.
Next generation pain management has arrived here. It is QC Kinetics.
Now, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader when it comes to cutting-edge regenerative medicine. And regenerative medicine is amazing.
It's an all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, put them directly into your achy joints to restore and repair that damaged tissue.
And this is lasting pain relief. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime.
So athletes have been doing it for years, now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America. Now they are here. They have regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
They got 3 locations now in Southern California, Glendale, Mission Viejo, City of Orange. So give them a call and get started. 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN.
213-997-PAIN. Southland weather is in KFI. Going to be cloudy later this afternoon and windy in some places. Highs low to mid-60s for Metro LA. Upper 50s to mid-60s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. 60s for the Antelope Valley, in Orange County, and the Inland Empire. It's going to be very windy overnight. Then it's going to be sunny tomorrow. We do have some more wind on top for tomorrow, and then rain starting Thursday, lasting through Saturday. Right now, it is 63 in La Habra and 57 in Virginia and Dallas. We're going to a star on the 710 in Long Beach. 710 north end before you get to the 405. Looks like they have just cleared that out of lanes. If you're on that 710 southbound, you're going to see some passing flowing from the 405 down to Ocean Boulevard. And even with 405 north at La Sierra, there's a disabled vehicle in the left lane. You're going to be on the brake for 905. In Boyle Heights on the 5 South of California, got a report of a wreck clearing to the shoulder. Also in Ontario, 15 northbound right after the 60. Look at that crossing the center divider and blocking the left lane. KFI and Sky help get you there faster. I'm getting on in.
Are you suffering from back pain, pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping, pain when you walk, numbness, prickling or tingling sensation? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free.
Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and repair the damage. More than floods, earthquakes, and hurricanes combined. Call Pacific Coast Termites at 800 Pacific for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tension ever. Call 800 Pacific. 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. Call 800 Pacific.
For green, friendly, wave. Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell and Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell and Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these, but so I would love to help you.
Contact Cordell and Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our current California attorneys. 1455 Tracy Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com. This is Jacob Amron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. This game day is Jimtown, and the spread is impressive. My dog damage with the Hot Wings, and now he's dropping back and throwing cheese for another slice of pizza. I sure hope he brought the Pepto. My girls, the Pepto Bismol provides fast, 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upset. He's no rookie. The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's a dope. Be ready for game day with Pepto Bismol. When you have time to hard for food, that's a thing about a real
We posted, you see it. It's like radio, but without the need for all that annoying imagination. Follow us now on all the socials. CFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Federal environmental regulators are taking charge of the cleanup from the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment and chemical burn, ordered Norfolk Southern to foot the bill. EPO told the train company to take all available measures to clean up the contaminated air and water.
This is the story about the woman who was killed by an alligator in Florida.
No.
Not a new one. Or I should say, this is a new one. It's not the old report. This is a 10-foot alligator. That's pretty good size. Attacked her while she was out walking her dog near a lake or a pond, depending on how big it was. But they said that alligator attacks are pretty uncommon, actually, especially those that result in deaths in Florida.
Remember when you were in Costa Rica? I don't know. Where you would like walk by just like a little body of water or pond or something, and there's these signs that have the little alligator on them, and I thought it was a joke. I thought it was cute, like, haha. No, that's a real thing that happens.
The pictures that I have, I can look at a picture of this alligator. This is a sizable, this is a 10-foot alligator that they pulled out of this lake. By the way, the dog survived, the woman did not. There was a bridge that you drove over.
And you look below, and there's a bridge
waiting for you.
Oh my God.
Now, and to give you an idea, the building codes are different there in Costa Rica than they are here in the United States. So if I was to stand on a bridge that had a 40-foot, 50-foot, 60-foot drop to the river below, it'd be a giant, like 6-foot tall walkway. There'd be no way for me to use. The walkway was about maybe 24 inches high. I mean, the curve of the water. And then the sidewalk itself, it wasn't designed for people to walk on it. So cars are flying by you at 50 miles an hour within inches of you as you're looking over watching these alligators, just lounging, waving with their mouths open so you can fall upon them.
True Crime Tuesday brings you the tale of Showtime's The 12th Victim. The 12th Victim is a docuseries exploring Carol Ann Trugate's role in the crime that her boyfriend, Charles Starkweather, committed.
She's trying to clear her name now, is Carol Ann. And it's interesting that this story has come up because there's a new show called The 12th Victim that I finally saw the ad for on Showtime. And it explores Carol Ann's role in these crimes and kind of gets into the idea that, oh, this young, innocent girl knew that she was doing wrong, but couldn't do anything to stop the guy that was perpetrating all of these attacks.
Yes, that he went along with it as a survival strategy. All right, so how did these two meet, Charles and Carol Ann? Well, Carol's older sister had a friend who was dating Rodney Starkweather in 1957. At first, the three of them and Rodney's younger brother Charlie made for a foursome. But then Charlie introduced his pal Bob to the group, and Barbara fell head over heels for what turned out to be her future husband. So the new couple introduced Charlie, who was 18, to Barbara's then 13-year-old sister, Carol. The older girl figuring her mom would let them at least double date if they were together.
Charlie was a high school dropout, working as a garbage man, tried to be sort of the James Dean rebel without a cause character, red hair, bow legs, speech impediment. All of them made him target of bullies.
As he grows older, as can happen when somebody's bullied, he develops a bad temper, massive chip on his shoulder. He was obsessed with social status, talked about death being the great equalizer. That's a red flag. His mother later told reporters that Charlie liked a good fight. He could take it and he could dish it out. But little Carol was smitten.
So she's falling in love. The absolute worst possible thing you could do and possibly imagine happening to the person you're in love with happens. They have a psychotic break, and then they brutally kill a bunch of people in front of you. It's described as what happened to her.
December 1st, 1957, the body of Robert Colbert, a 21-year-old night attendant at a service station on the outskirts of Lincoln, was found on a gravel road north of the city the next day, dead of a close-range shotgun blast to the back of his head. $100 in bills and loose change had been taken from the station, and the sheriff said there was no question that robbery was the motive. The crime had been committed sometime between 11 p.m. the night before when it just started and 4 a.m. and a customer came in and found the station empty.
It happened also that Zelda Bartlett, 35, her Barbara and Carol was her first husband. This is the mom. Verbally abusive alcoholic, walked out on the family when Carol was just 8 years old. Her second husband treated the girls like his own. Life was stable for the most part. But what happened is, like we already explained, that they developed these relationships with the Starkweather family, and Charlie sort of became the very quick boyfriend to Carol Ann. The Starkweather then drove to Bennett, Nebraska, after he killed the young guy at the gas station, knocked in a farmhouse belonging to 70-year-old August Meyer. They figured out that August Meyer was shot to death in his farmhouse. Hours later, the bodies of a couple of high school sweethearts, Carol King and Bobby Jensen, discovered in the storm cellar. Waitress at a diner recalled a little girl who matched Carol Ann's description coming in and ordering hamburgers from her, which led to the final. Eventually, they figured out who this was and were able to pick up Charles Starkweather.
How many bodies have to pile up before you go to the authorities? Or if somebody gets their mitts on you when you're as young as 13, does that just completely change your brain chemistry into going along with it for survival or love? This story of these two has long been quite the muse, I guess you could say, to a number of songs and movies, and it captured the fascination of people of, was she in on it, or was she just the 12th victim?
She's the 12th victim, that's the story. As you think about this, you mentioned the movies. I mean, you've got Oliver Stone and Peter Jackson and Peter King, the songs from Bruce Springsteen. But just think of the simple one. The Sadist from 1963, a madman terrorizing the Southwest with his semi-nude teenage girlfriend in tow. Or Badlands from 1973, the charming nihilist played by Martin Sheen and his girlfriend, Sissy Spacek, played by, of course, Juliette Lewis and Brad Pitt in California. And then Natural Born Killers, the true crime miniseries Murder in the Heartland with Tim Roth and Bruce DeVault and Starkweather, that aired back in 1994.
Now, he claims that it was her who came up with this whole plan.
Yeah, but that's what I would do.
And
I mean, not that I would ever do that.
And that she would be on his lap when he went to the electric chair.
By the way, she won't. She is currently imprisoned in Nebraska, I believe it is. The Nebraska has decided that she is eligible for parole. She was free June 76 after 18 years. When she was 32, she said she was very touched by the parole board's decision. She moved to Michigan, got a job in patient transport at a hospital. He was on a TV show back in 1983 called Lie Detector. He has been in frail health in recent years, did not want to appear in this show called The 12th Victim. He unsuccessfully petitioned a board of pardons for a hearing in 1996, tried again in 2017, and the board agreed to take the matter in 2020. That one couple is responsible for so much of what we know when it comes to pop culture murder duos.
Coming up next, Madeline McCann's parents have agreed to a DNA test because there is a woman on Instagram claiming to be their daughter, Madeline.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Just a moment, Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Salinas High School in Compton has been damaged by a big fire. It started in the cafeteria last night. Classes have been canceled for the day. A 7th grade source has died at Santa Anita Park in less than 2 months. The 5-year-old building did phosphorus collapse during the race yesterday. President Biden is in Poland talking about support for Ukraine a year after the country was invaded by Russia. We're going to go over to the 405. Now, we've been talking about solar mass technology for years now, and there's so many reasons why you want to go with solar mass.
Yeah, when I did the research several years ago, solar mass came out on top by far the best in terms of solar production, solar installation, all of it, customer service. SolarMax will build you a custom solar system with the most innovative technology, the highest quality solar panels, inverters, and batteries in the industry hands down.
Now is the best time to get solar to get more electrical production in the spring. To jump on this deal, call Solar Max, get a 12-panel system for $0 down at $59.99 a month. The most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you're going to want to lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th. So call Solamax, start saving money by spring on this 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Now, pound 250 from your cell and say that keyword SolarMax. That's pound 250 SolarMax, or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
Monthly payment available on approved credit, CSLB number 97004.
Stop on weather from KFI. Cloudy this afternoon, windy in some places, working with highs in the 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by Jackson Stewart. We're going to a class on the 405 in Inglewood. On the 405 northbound at ROTHSCHILD, that class is clearing from the left lane over the shoulder, but it's still going to be stacked up from the 105. In Studio City, 101 southbound on the right to 134, heads up a large tire is blocking that transition. Downtown LA and the 101 north right at Alvarado got a wreck in the right lane. 38 for ride down to the 510 split. In the Highland Park and the 110 south at Avenue 62, this is a report of a brush fire starting up over on the shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Audible. Find everything you love listening to on Audible. Here's celebrity memoirs, mystery, true crime, sci-fi, and more. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
On the podcast, The Last Soviet, Last Death, coming soon. Take your own experiences of astronaut cannon and rocket. Yes, that's true. And tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Kretschmann. He's a Soviet cosmonaut and he's manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Want to be 100% certain about your taxes? Jackson Lewis affects your returns for life. Switch today to 50% off tax prep. 50% off is a limited time offer for new clients filing a participating location. Max value $200. Visit jacksonlewis.com/50 returns.
Visit HoustonFetus.org or call 833-422-4255. Ask about a case of treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. Regrow your own natural hair with the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair Restoration. Get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts by calling 844-333-HAIR or advancedhair.com. They don't put you in jail. You go to California, steal $1,000. They don't put you in jail. It's a low-level, non-violent felony. You don't even have to show up in court. Okay, so that's another day. We'll let you know. So, a friend land from Romania, 500 kids come off the plane. John and Kim. You're going to get your money stolen, and good luck getting it back. Live, KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Winter is coming. First storm hits sometime tonight. Is that right? I think so.
Definitely the wind will be coming in tonight. Probably won't see rain until late tomorrow, but definitely it's going to be there. And the temperature's going to drop significantly too. So, yeah.
Are you a big Judge Mathis fan?
I don't even know if it's Judge Mathis out of the lineup.
Well, he's headed back to television. Warner Brothers canceled Judge Mathis after more than 2 decades. So the judge's new show has been pitched to various potential landing spots. So if you're worried about Judge Mathis disappearing, he will be back.
Buttigieg says he will finally pay a visit to East Palestine, Ohio, about 3 weeks after that Norfolk Southern freight train derailed. Spilled a bunch of chemicals that had to be burned off and forced evacuations. Residents, of course, cheered for their health. Transportation Secretary and the President have been receiving some backlash for not showing up yet, although the President going to be quite a distraction. It's a tiny town, 4,700 people. But the mayor was upset. The mayor was mad that the President said Warsaw didn't go, went to see eventually, but didn't go to East Palestine.
remember when little Madeline McCann went missing, right? She was 3 years old. She and her parents were on vacation in Portugal. It was 15 years ago now. And they went out to dinner, came back, and she was gone. Well, now there's a Polish woman, 21 years old, who believes she is Madeline McCann.
She says that she's 21, she believes that the age may be wrong, that she may be 19, but her main evidence, at least what she has said, is a German pedophile who was the primary suspect in the disappearance of Madeline McCann had assaulted her as a child. He says that the McCann family has approached her to perform a DNA test to determine whether or not, in fact, that they are a match. But he says she resembles Maddie and resembles Madeline's parents, Gary and Kate, and claims that she even has the same eye deformity that Madeline McCann has.
In one of her first Instagram posts, and again she's posting under the handle I am Madeline McCann, she writes that she does not remember most of her early life except holidays in a hot place where there was a beach and white or very light-colored buildings with apartments.
She said that she was unaware of the Madeline McCann disappearance until she began looking into her parents' stories regarding her own childhood. She said the memories were blurry. When I would talk to them about my parents, things didn't match up. They were always trying to change the subject. My teacher at school says I didn't always attend school, but my parents insisted that I did. But she said she was confused about all of this. She didn't quite understand where she came from, so she started doing her own research. That's when she happens upon the story of Madeline McCann and decides that in fact she is that person. So, what does she say? She says she has the evidence that she's Maddie McCann, the facial expression.
She says I have similar eyes, shape of face, ears, lips. I have the gap between the teeth, as Madeline did. She's posting several photos of both herself, and Madeline side by side.
One of the things is the mark on the iris,
yeah,
which I think is on Maddie's right eye. You can see in some of the early pictures of Maddie that if you look close enough, there's a little mark on the blue in her eye. And she says, I have a mark on the same eye, but it's faded. This is one of the most striking signs because obviously it would fade. If it was faced on age, it would definitely fade.
How come we even heard from her parents about, like, her daughter's got mental issues or anything, really? A source close to the McCann family has said that the family isn't taking any risks, is willing to check any references. It's important, they say, that they look at all the factors, and the girl does indeed look similar. No one is debating that. If what she says is true, if that there's a chance that it's her, they are going to check it out.
Unfortunately for Gary and Kate McCann, it's not the first time someone has come forward and said that they're Madeline McCann. In 2017, there was a Manchester University student who claimed to have that same spot on her iris, on the right eye.
It's very common to have those.
Yes. And you're blonde. I mean, right. That's what she said. She wrote on Twitter at the time, back in 2017, this girl, Harry Brooks, again. She said, guys, I don't usually believe in conspiracy theories. I honestly believe I'm Madeline McCann. She said, I'm Madeline McCann, and I don't know what to do with myself. At the time, Madeline would have been 14 years old. Harry eventually confessed that it was just a joke. Haha. Very funny. Here's another one. Maddie. Happened when TikTok era had already begun. The user known as Maddie claims to be Madeline McCann. Madeline was supposed to be 18 at the time, 3 years younger than the TikTok user who, again, eventually admitted that the whole thing was a joke. And then a woman named Embla Jahu-Jarzi, the most relevant of the three, claimed to be Madeline. She lived in Rome, but claimed to be British and to be called Maria. They began eventually reporting on her case. The Sun tabloid was the first outlet to report on it, showing the similarities between one and the other, just as Julie had done on her Instagram profile. But quickly, they jumped to the rest of the press, and they began to talk about whether it could be true. Embla's father eventually came out and denied that he was saying that his daughter had Asperger's syndrome and that she had run away from home months ago. In addition, the age wouldn't get it. She would have been 8 years older than Madeline was then at the time.
Francisco Marco is the detective who worked on the Madeline McCann case. He was the owner of the agency Metodo 3. After Madeline hired by the parents, Hayden and Jerry, to follow the trail of their daughter and find culprits of the abduction. Of course, neither the Spanish nor the Portuguese nor the British investigation was able to find anything about her trail or who may have taken her, so they hired Francisco Marco. And he says, without knowing the in-depth details, it doesn't fit. I don't think it's her.
You remember the guy that I said, this girl claims that she was abused by the German pedophile, a guy named Christian Bruckner. He's 45 years old. He was formally identified as a suspect in Maddie McCann's case back in April of last year because he was a handyman at the time that Madeline McCann disappeared. He's currently serving a 7-year sentence for raping a 7-year-old woman at the resort back in September of 2005.
Did you see the picture of the girl? Yeah, not close enough. I agree. Because she said Madeline McCann had a very distinct dark eyelash line that made it look like she was wearing eyeliner at 3 years old. It was just very dark. Yes. And this girl, her hair color is much lighter, especially along her eyes. Well, I know that
this is enough. This is painful enough that if this woman is doing this on social media, I would want my social media outlet
totally
to ban her for life. I mean, that's so painful. But it also brought up the name I mentioned yesterday, John Mark Carr. This is the guy who claims to have been the one who killed Dominic Ramsey.
Right.
I don't know what his name is now. He goes by something else. But John Mark Carr was picked up in Thailand.
He had a lot of issues going on.
Yeah, it seems like all of these people have these issues on. If you're going to walk around proclaiming that you're the missing daughter of somebody who's been kidnapped and likely killed, then you got issues.
Speaking of issues, we all need a show coming up next.
Stay dry, everybody.
We tried less stimulating talk. Yeah, it's poorly. KSI.
KOST, HD2.
Los Angeles, on time.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Remembering the Bishop, I'm Jeffrey Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, the Archbishop of the LA Archdiocese. So still in shock over the death of Bishop David O'Connell.
Bishop Jose Gomez says O'Connell was a good friend to Los Angeles. He was an immigrant from Ireland. O'Connell served the area for more than 40 years. Among the many things that are reminded of the precise on May 2nd was that he was fluent in Spanish, which I'm highly practicing. The bishop spoke yesterday at a press conference at the LA County Sheriff's Department, and after those moments of levity, the bishop became more emotional. He wants to express our gratitude to the state authorities for their protection on his and sensitivity. At this point, Sheriff Luna walks over to the bishop and puts his right arm around him. He whispers into the bishop's ear, listening closely. A memorial and service for Bishop O'Connell attended. The Gregory KFI
The news is brought to you by the County Dental Implant Center. Mayor Bass is calling for measures to help curb anti-Semitic violence in LA.
The mayor says she wants more police patrols and more license plate readers.
It is so important that we act aggressively and immediately at the first sign of any.
Outgoing Jewish leaders and other city officials for a town hall on anti-Semitism. The town hall last night comes less than a week after 2 Jewish men were shot in L.A. The alleged shooter was charged with federal hate crimes. At L.A. City Hall, Blake Stroll and KFI News.
An 18-year-old in Philadelphia has been charged with first-degree murder for the fatal shooting of a Temple University police officer. Philadelphia Mayor Gene Cummings says he feels believed the shooter will face accountability.
I'm confident that they will bring justice to Officer Fitzgerald, his loved ones, and this entire community.
The shooting happened in Tampa Saturday night. Officials say Officer Christopher Fitzgerald had been investigating a recent string of robberies when he ran across 3 people in masks. He ran away. Investigators say that shooting happened during a struggle with the accused shooter. President Biden has given a speech in Poland pledging to continue to stand with Ukraine a year after Russia's invasion.
We will continue to be armed and citizens. This is a tragedy. The Ukraine is still for the fight ahead.
The United States, together with our allies and partners, are going to continue to defend that as it defends itself. Biden was in Ukraine yesterday to reassure Ukraine's president of America's support and announced another $500 million in aid. Israel's president has called on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition to compromise after it pushed ahead with a controversial judicial overhaul. ABC's Jordana Miller says Netanyahu's majority passed the first reading of two bills yesterday. One revokes the Supreme Court's ability to rule on basic laws or related amendments. They serve as a constitution of sorts in a country without one. Miller says the other bill criticizes the appointment of judges, which gives the ruling government an automatic majority on the selection committee. The president says it was a difficult morning. The dollar gained over 2% against the shekel, continuing a month-long plot. The KFI financial report, the Dow is down 696, S&P 500 down 82, NASDAQ down 295, and the average price for the gallon of regular gas in California is $4.74. Frontline weather from KFI, cloudy this afternoon and windy in some places, highs in the low to mid-60s for Metro LA, upper 50s to mid-60s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, 60s in the Antelope Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire, very windy overnight. Sunny tomorrow and then rain Thursday through Saturday. Right now it is 58 in CLB, 64 in Buena Park, 60 in Nagore Hills, and 64 in Sherman Oaks. We're going to the stall on the 110 in South LA. Still 110 northbound right at Adams Boulevard, disabled the big rig. It's blocking the right lane. You've already got a slow line coming away from the 105. Mid-city on the turn east at Fairfax, second class, clear into the shoulder. It needs to go over the pass, 405. Center Drive. Just to report a car fire in the middle lane. There's a work 405 north at Los Angeles. That place is cleared. And also, 105 is ready to 405. We've got a wreck clear into the shoulder. You're still going to see some delay cars over to about Central Boulevard. KFI and the Valley helps get you there faster. I'm Billy Harman.
Good news for Newsmax. AT&T's DirecTV censorship of Newsmax continues. Newsmax says DirecTV continues carrying 22 local news channels, but they just canceled Newsmax. With OAN gone, Newsmax says 2 conservative channels now DirecTV has removed in a year. Newsmax says they are the 4th highest rated cable news channels and great hosts like Greg Kelly, Chris Sato, Rob Smith, Mike Huckabee, Greta Van Susteren, and more. Now millions of DirecTV subscribers can't watch them. Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, Mike Huckabee expanded the Newsmax and for 3 seats. All DirecTV now, and Newsmax wants you to tell them to get Newsmax back on the air. You can tell them Newsmax says you oppose censorship, you want more voices, not less. Call toll-free 877 Newsmax and they'll connect you to DirecTV. Newsmax says if you support free speech, you can call 877 Newsmax and they'll tell you how you can help. Dr. Ben Carson says our dreams are eroded. Newsmax says make your voice heard. Call 877 Newsmax today. Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve ache, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed. Go forward with local and veteran-owned Zipper Solarium. Visit zippersolarium.com. More stimulating talk.
And I have radio stations.
John Kent Show. John Colbell, 20 KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hello, hello. How do I sound? It's better than it was last week. Several more because COVID has gotten to me.
Oh, you have COVID?
No. Tested negative 2 times this year. I haven't tested, but I've never had a cold to pick up my voice like this.
Yeah.
So you had 3 sticks up the nose? Well, I swab myself that week.
Yeah. Oh, so Ken, maybe it's not an accurate test. You only got to push it up.
Yeah, you got to get it right? So now I was off there, but you don't have to just slam it in there and get it up pretty far. Yeah, so I did. I can look at the test strip and it's different colors, so stay blue.
You know what? A lot of people have your symptoms, and so many people don't have COVID, but they have whatever you have.
Yeah, these things go around. I must have got misinterpreted. I went to a Super Bowl party. And 3 days later, I started to feel it. And then Thursday, Friday, it started better. Over the weekend, the other day. Yeah, that's because crowds indoors. Not much ventilation. That's what happened. I should have worn a mask, John. You make fun of that. Huh? They all should have worn masks. It wouldn't have worked. Maybe not. No, man. So, you're disgusting. Yeah. So we're down to the last part here where I'm coughing a bit and I got so feel free if you have to spit up just well, you're glad I'm not there. Point out your sinuses. But you're both glad I'm not there.
I don't want to get sick. I was sick enough.
Yeah. But
I'm trying to stay away from everybody that's ill because I was not feeling.
But we got a lot of show to get through today. I just wanted to give us this funny story that just passed in the Daily Mail. That horrible shooting in Michigan State a week or so ago, remember that? Yeah. A couple of, what would they be called? Executives? Nicole Joseph and Christina Manahayut with the Office of Equity, Diversion, and Inclusion at Vanderbilt sent out an email to all students after that shooting, reminding them the importance of taking care of each other. It was a really heartfelt kind of way to reach out to the students to build trust in each other, a strong relationship, actively engage, respect diversity. At the end, you could tell that you got to take out that it was written by artificial intelligence. Because these students have their own natural intelligence. Apparently they didn't feel like sitting down and composing an actual email up to the staff of the school, so instead they relied on the AI. Well, we work all day in equity, diversity, inclusion. It's pretty busy in there. It's exhausting. I mean, it's not the computer could write it better than they could. Yeah, like all the exact words that you see, all the phrases. The students are upset. What? I mean, I wouldn't care. I know the students are upset, and the students are upset there. Really? Yeah. That's not good. You gotta give each other time. As soon as the students realized it was written by a computer, they got angry because they thought that this was suspicious. Oh my God, how fragile are they? Oh, this is a really, really sad generation, isn't it? Wait. The administrators, first of all, even if they wrote it by hand, it's just one of those fake boilerplate messages anyway. They all sound the same. It's all thoughts and prayers, blah, blah, blah. And I see, if I'm going to play some tragedy happen, I don't need human resources people to send me condolence letters. But you don't care about me. I don't care about you. So let's save ourselves this silly ritual. But then, if I got one of these, I wouldn't even read it. But if I did read it and then find out it was written by a fake computer, I would find that funny. Better than being written by a fake person. So I can't imagine getting angry and upset and you two have to resign. Oh my God, what a fragile, silly, precocious group. Wow. They're stepping down for now. They're actually leaving their post, but kind of suspended themselves. Suspended. The school's investigating. I mean, it actually said that they just forgot to take it out. At the bottom of the email, we had a reference to the AI program that wrote it. That idiot who edited it didn't even notice that and left it in. It said paraphrase from AI ChatGPT. I think there's already been a lot of that around. There's been stories that are written with these programs. When I go through websites, sometimes they have a little disclaimer at the bottom saying that this was generated by whatever the software was. So this is just the way the world's going to communicate now, because these office workers are too lazy to write their own messages. So they're just going to and then eventually these people will be eliminated. Because what do you get? They've got nothing to do on it. How did this generation get raised that they need these messages from equity, diversity, and inclusion people? And then when they find out that there's a computer generating fake messages, that you would get angry about it and demand recognition. What is why don't they like? Why does it care? Well, they take these officers seriously. Why do not? Exactly. Why do they take it seriously? And why do they care if the message is genuine or not? And what's the point of the message anyway? Wow. I think the world's just unrecognizable. Can you imagine being 19 or 20 years old in college and caring about this stuff? Can you imagine that? I couldn't. No, I couldn't think of a single person I knew back then who had any interest in this sort of nonsense. Wow. Seems like we got backed out and jumped on another planet. All right, so we got some final rain is coming back. What we talked about there in December, we said, what if that's it? Yeah, it's rained into early January, and now for the last month, roughly. Well, no, as I told you last month, there was a long-term forecast that said that mid-February. You did say that, yeah. Right, and you could. Although we're talking about light rain in Southern California, but it seems like other parts of the state will get hit pretty hard. In fact, there's a story that nearly everybody in the state will be able to see some kind of snow, like on the mountains in the background. I often see that at San Bernardino Mountains. When I drive out over the hill, we can see the mountains covered with snow. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, I know. It's cool. That's the drought month. Now, the flood mongers are going to keep going, but the drought mongers, they're putting the crick for a year. In a matter of days, the Times had one story that the snowpack is going to melt too fast, and they changed it 3 days later. No, it's melting further. This is a good thing. I saw it. Every day they reverse themselves in 2 days. This is the making stuff up. First of all, they don't know if the snowpack is going to melt quickly or slowly. How would they know that? You can't do a forecast 48 hours in advance. So they know in 2 months and 4 months it's going to have to snowpack. They're just still in space. And they're trying to, feed all their, right, well, and actually, it's more grown-up versions of these idiots in Michigan. These are fragile people who are terrified that the world is ending. So every day there's got to be some kind of climate change going on. So looks like we're getting no rain for the rest. Looks like we're not getting some rain. We're going to have flood. We're going to have drought. We got to feed the beast every day. Now, I just hope people look for that kind of news. It's not news. It's just feeding some weird, emotionally stressed fire that people have. Feeding a phobia. That's news. You probably won't get a lot of rain. Because it's going to get cold. It's maybe the coldest it'll be all winter. Some places are only in the upper 30s. Many mornings this winter it's been the upper 30s on the outside. Yeah. I've been often in the low 40s. Many days I woke up. I remember I had a 36 one morning, a 37, several 37, a number of 38. Well, actually, yeah, it's fairly common.
And the last few waves are coming back.
Now, you're getting blown off your
I know, I can't stand it. I can't stand the heat.
You feel vulnerable.
Well, and it keeps me up all night when I'm sleepy in the morning.
It keeps you up?
Yeah, it's so loud. I should send you, I took a video of the last time it was really windy and I posted it on social media. I should send it to you. What it sounded like in my house. It's ridiculous.
Turns out that's another thing that keeps you up.
I didn't say I'm afraid of it, but it's live. So yes, it keeps me up and everything's rattling. It's just friggin' nightmare.
When I was on my deathbed, I thought of you because I saw the movie 10 years later.
Oh, God.
One of the channels, it's a lot. It's the most ridiculous over the top and it's very false says, knowing the 50-50 ever imagined. For all the buildings crumbling and stuff like that,
I will never see that. Maybe what's happening in Turkey and Syria? They have that 7-8, right? And they have that big aftershock, and 2 weeks later they have a 6-4.
They don't know how to build buildings.
I can look at that. Just had a 6-4.
The well-built buildings are standing. It's all the cheap buildings that the corrupt developers.
I don't want a 6-4, even if my house survives.
You know what? And Jordan, you don't think we have any of those here? Well, I want corrupt developers. Don't let me laugh at that coming up this house. But in modern society, there's no excuse for building a building that collapses in a state of effect. There's no reason for it. Well, they know how to do it. But we got more coming up on the 10 Tampa AM 640 live everywhere the iHeartRadio app.
And Deborah Mark, the live in the 24-hour Cafe News.
Two people in downtown LA have been killed in a collision with a Metro Blue Line train. The two were trapped inside their car yesterday. An Arctic blast is coming to Southern California. You've heard us talking about temperatures are expected to drop today, stay in the 50s and even upper 40s in some areas for a few days. Rain expected Thursday through Saturday, and snow levels could drop as low as 1,000 feet. Existing home sales are down for the 12th straight month. The National Association of Realtors, the sales of previously owned homes fell 0.7% in December to its deepest rate in decades. We're heading over to the 405 next.
Did you know that gold is the only currency that's held its value since the dawn of money? Dawn of money? Well, thanks to our friend Legacy Precious Metals, the most trusted name in gold investment. Investing in gold protects you from and gives you a hedge against stock market volatility. Right now, the economy is in turmoil. What a bad day in the market. That's why it's more important than ever to have a diversified portfolio. That is true. But for those starting out or worried about retirement, it's not something to navigate alone. No, it's not. That's why Legacy Precious Metals offers honest, instant advice in terms of personal financial situations. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Protect your finances, your family, your future, all that. Call Legacy Precious Metals and call them right now at 866-691-2173. 866-691-2173. Or download the free investor's guide now at buylegacygold.com. That's buylegacygold.com.
There's a car fire on the 405 in the Sepulveda Pass. On the 405 northbound right at Sepulveda Boulevard, it's open flames. They're holding a 3 right lanes, and now it's going to be stacked up from at least Sunset Boulevard. And in the backup, right in Mulholland, heads up about some wood debris reported in the middle lane. New York City on the 20 south right at Fairfax, got that crash clearing to the right shoulder. South LA on the 110 northbound, right at Adams Boulevard, spelled out Big Ridge blocking the right lane. And in Pomona, 10 west on right at Town Avenue, they're holding on rings, trying to fill some potholes. They've got some flowing there as well. Clarifying the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon. This report is sponsored by Blindspur.com. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindspur.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during Blindspur's President's Day sale. Hurry, stay on February 23rd. Blindspur.com. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University. Ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit Vanguard.edu to learn more.
News live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for the curious Ron T has been struggling with his feedback. Here's why you're jealous. He's ready with your frozen elbow. He's leaving for couch. You could get inspired. Absolutely great. Inspires the food apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. John. Learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspiring is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
Hey, California just changed the laws for solar, and sadly, if you new solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar document filed by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlux. If you're even thinking about solar, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Start today at sunlux.com, sunlux.com. PSLB 1008274. Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shock, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? Have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here is good news from Laser Regen Pain and Therapy. There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's a special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. If we watch out for anyone who's mentally ill in the country and we do a good job at following the mentally ill and making sure they don't do
our gun problems will be over. Okay. Now what? Let's move on to something important. We'll handle how many in-app burgers are going to be allowed in here. That is an issue. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Who study that? Many drink Coke or Pepsi at higher testosterone levels largely tested, according to this study. How about that? What's the cause? What's in the Coke or Pepsi? I don't know. I just read the headline. I don't know if that's true. It's the Coke drinker. Yeah, well, I know. I just was reflecting on all the Coke I consumed over the years. A lot. A few more memories. I think I do. I think this explains my breast addiction. How silly. Yeah, I have a lot of extra testosterone. So you're going to study up against you that many penis have gotten bigger. So not sure that's a good thing. Not sure that's a good thing. No, I didn't read the story either because I had a but the growth is spectacular in the last 20 years. Is that right? Yeah, I didn't know that. But now you're on the coast. It's because I was News you need to know. KFI is 40 watts every day on the iHeartRadio. Then he's 5 years in Poland. Yes, he is. And it's one of those things again where the business is suddenly stopped and says, well, I grew up in this very Polish neighborhood. There should have been an SJI at the end of my name. He does it all the time. He tries to act like he's always showing up in the neighborhood with whatever. He has to. I think that was Irish people. Not too well, he is Irish, I think. Right, yeah. But I mean, he said, it's a weird ethnic standard. He does, you know, he says, I grew up with these people right around the corner from there, and they were like brothers. He does it to the wet your food respect. You should think of it. Some guys, very few politicians do that. Cool. So anyway, he's obviously been he was in Ukraine yesterday, Poland today, to make a point. They're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. You wonder just how desperate Putin becomes eventually here in terms of, well, he just turned this around. He withdrew from the nuclear treaty agreement we have with him. Well, he suspended Russia's participation. Not that they were all that compliant to begin with. Another one of those fake phony rituals. But now he's made it official that for the moment they're out. It seems he's threatening to do nuclear testing again. And maybe add more missiles to his supply. Yeah, he doesn't have any limits on if it goes to kill us, he can kill us all. But we already have, we both have thousands. He has thousands, we have thousands. Chinese have hundreds. I mean, there's enough to go around. Couldn't tell you hundreds of times over, but I have taken reservations for my bunker. I still think there's a reasonable chance he's going to blow before this is all over. Yeah. Think you might do something on Friday, the 1-year anniversary? That's a good thought. I don't spectacular. Yeah, of course. There's people, a lot of these are Republicans that seem to be creating some kind of resistance to funding this Ukraine operation. I don't really understand, because if he gets Ukraine, he is going to keep going to Europe. He's got to be stopped now for the sake of the future. This battle, it keeps blowing. That's what all the great dictators do. They don't, I mean, Hitler didn't stop. You don't think he supports the Soviet territory back? If I get that straight. That's what he said. That's what he said. But what stops them from keep going? People would want to know. That's another thing. You've got to make this mark. Yeah, no. Make this mark on history. You know, I take these guys seriously. They look like I mean, he is willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of soldiers. I can't imagine what it's like in Russia right now. How many families are grieving? They've lost tens of thousands of their young men. You know, these are 18, 19, 20-year-olds. It's shocking. It's shocking what the Russians put up with. And every day he goes out and calls the Ukrainians a bunch of Nazis, and the U.S. started this war, and blah, 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 blah. He says all these wild, crazy things. Nobody takes notice. The latest poll shows that Americans are split whether they should keep funding. Ukraine is 49-47.
That's something too. Yeah, because we're tiring and I'm scared about this and fundamental and just tired. What are they doing? They're not doing anything. They're not out there firing you. What are you fighting? So, spending money, I guess. Right. If they didn't spend the money on Ukraine, they'd be spending it on whatever nonsense you'd be spending it. I'm telling you, Europe's going to be in danger, and the European countries we are bound by our NATO treaty to defend. Right, Ukraine's not one of them. No, but it's right next door. And then there's dozens of countries we're going to have to defend. So I said, let's keep him out of Europe. Let him use up all the 20-year-olds he's got trying to storm into Ukraine. Let's bankrupt them. Reagan bankrupted Russia back in the 1980s with the arms race. And so let's bankrupt them again. There is a video, we're looking at this newsweek.com, I don't know if Ray gave it to you, John, that when Biden arrived in Poland over the weekend, somebody coming down the stairs of one of the American U.S. government planes plummeted. He was actually pretty wild. But the video is from up high and a little far away. You can see the plummeting. Asking who it is, and speculation is right that that's Biden going down the stairway to the ground. Nation said there isn't clear that it's Air Force One. Another U.S. government plane, you just can't trust anything. You can't trust photos and videos anymore. And what one commentator wrote, Joe Biden fall down the stairs of Air Force One again when waiting for a Ukraine visit? Who is this? Whoever it is takes down other people because they're down the watch the stairs. Did you watch? Yes, most of the thinking of it. I just told me I had it. It looks like a luggage conveyor belt that just go flying off at the bottom. But she probably would have heard about that. If it would have gotten down from a quarter. Yeah. Yeah, it says a YouTube video, and even two guns so far you walk down the steps and coming out falling. So, in the video of Biden, is below it. The person that plummets down the stairs in the other video. A group of people. Yeah. Probably not right. No, because it would be intensive. He's fragile. Because he does fall off and walk alone or pretty much alone down the steps of the plane. Yeah, didn't he come off first? Yeah, because there's a picture from BBC News, President Joe Biden arrived at Washington Airport on Monday and he walking alone down the stairs. So, where that was, I don't know, a little glimpse of the body, doesn't look like his body type anyway. Maybe it's a drunken reporter. All right, more coming up on the KFI AM 640 live everywhere that I have anyway. Separate Mark live in the 24-hour KFI.
A trial is starting for former LA Deputy Mayor Raymond Chan, who's accused of taking part in former Councilman Jose Rizar's pay-to-play scheme.
He allegedly agreed to accept more than $100,000 from a George Chan, who is a real estate development consultant, for official acts to benefit a project by a Chinese real estate developer.
U.S. Attorney spokesman Karen McAvoy says the scheme granted special treatment to real estate developers in exchange for bribes. Jose Rizar pleaded guilty last month to running the operation. The news is brought to you by WBC Kitchen Bath Center. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says the country's freight railroads need to improve safety in the wake of a fiery derailment in Ohio. The derailment forced evacuations and toxic chemicals were released and burned. Buttigieg says the National Transportation Safety Board is an independent body independently investigating.
Well, we don't have to wait for their final report to know that some things need to change. And so today, we're pushing forward to a three-part drive on rail safety.
Because railroads and tank car owners should upgrade the tank cars to inflammable liquids, freight railroads should improve working conditions, and railroads should stop asking for waivers from inspection requirements every time they develop new technology. The Mormon Church has agreed to pay $5 million to settle charges related to its investments. Earnings of Turkey says the church's investment portfolio had grown to $32 billion and was said to be concerned about negative consequences for its image.
The church then consented to the creation of more than a dozen shell companies to conceal its investments. That, the SEC said, deprives the investing public of accurate market information.
because the search and its investment manager and scientific advisors agreed to pay the settlement. And their COVID-19 research shows the disease may make your heart disobese.
Literally. New research out of the University of Columbia shows COVID-19 can damage the heart on the cellular level. Preliminary research looked at the heart tissue from people who had COVID. They found the virus damaged the way the heart cells regulate calcium, an important mineral for how the heart pumps blood, which can lead to lasting problems, including irregular heartbeats and heart failure. The damage isn't necessarily permanent, but more research is needed. Jennifer Jonesley, KFI News.
Southland weather from KF5. Cloudy this afternoon and windy in some areas with highs in the low to mid 60s for metro LA. Upper 50s, mid 60s in the San Gabriel and Santa Clara Valley. 60s in the Elliott Valley, Inland West County, and the Inland Empire. Very windy overnight, sunny tomorrow, and then rain Thursday through Saturday. Right now, 59 in Laguna Woods and 58 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to install on the 5 in Commerce. 25 south right at Slauson, disabled car is in the middle lane. You've already got a slow ride though from the 10 in Hawthorne, 105 eastbound right at 405. That really left clear to the right shoulder, even has blades of the sunshot. And on the flip side, 105 westbound right at the 405, new left block in the right lane. Culver City, 405 south I 410 Boulevard. Got a part of it on the right shoulder, looks like the left lane may be blocked as well. And that car fire is the culvert back, 405 northbound. Before you get to a boulevard, the 3 right lanes are blocked. It is stopped coming away from Getty Center Drive. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm getting home.
Good news for Newsmax. AT&T's DirecTV censorship of Newsmax continues. Newsmax says DirecTV continues to carry 22 local news channels, but they just cancel Newsmax. With OIM dying, Newsmax says 2 conservative channels DirecTV has removed in a year. Newsmax says they are the 4th highest rated cable news channels with great hosts like Fred Kelly, Christoph Sato, ROTHSCHILD, Mike Huckabee, Better Than Question, and more. Now millions of DirecTV subscribers can't watch them. Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, Mike Huckabee, the king of the Newsmax, only 4 free seats. Call DirecTV now, and Newsmax wants you to tell them to get Newsmax back on the air. You can tell the Newsmax says you oppose censorship, you want more voices, not less. Call toll-free 877 Newsmax and they'll connect you to DirecTV. Newsmax says if you support free speech, you can call 877 Newsmax and they'll tell you how you can help. Dr. Ben Carson says our freedoms are eroded. Newsmax says make your voice heard. Call 877 Newsmax today. COVID-19. Brought by the California Department of Public Health. Contractor license 1047-781. Dealers and homeowner headaches, we fix it, yes. Wonderful team rejuvenation. Where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 clinical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on-call game drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain set. More on-call. 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. Get a fair conditioning and plumbing. DOECTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Dressing hair wash has never been easier thanks to advanced hair restoration, simple one-day treatment. The most difficult part? Making the call for your free consultation. Call 844-333-HAIR and get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. AdvancedCare.com. Some of the California editors want to remind you that we all have the power to make a clean energy California. KFI and Victoria. More stimulating talk. More on the John King Show. John coming up with KFI and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, certainly. I will talk more about the murder of that LA auxiliary bishop coming up after the news at 2 o'clock, 2:03. Today, about the man arrested in that case that news from, he was such a nice man in me. Yeah, he's talkative and very friendly. It sounds like more mental illness. Mental illness? Another old guy who's crazy. Instead of just sticking up stuff in the garden at all hours of the day and all sorts of junk in his garden, they're doing burying things. And there's some predictable money that's just made up. I don't know. A lunatic. We got Blake Stoller tomorrow here?
What's up, guys?
All right, hey, how you doing? Well, the choice of RSR Studies administration still lingers in the air. We've got looks like a deputy mayor is going on federal corruption charges, trial to get it. Yeah, guys, so Raymond Chan is actually the number 2 defendant, according to prosecutors, in the Council District 14 Enterprise pay-to-play scheme. 9 people have now been convicted as part of this scheme, which was ran by former Councilman Jose Rizal. Big takeaway, Chinese real estate developers are given special treatment for bribes. This was, of course, going down in Council District 14 because that encompasses downtown LA, and that's a hot target for international real estate. These bribes included cash, luxury hotel stays, private jet flights, and really, you name it. Raymond Chan was supposed to actually go on trial with Jose Rizal, but last month Rizal pleaded guilty in this case, which now means Chan is the final alleged member of this scheme to be outstanding. Raymond Chan was deputy mayor of economic development from 2016 to 2017, but check this out, he worked for the city for almost 36 years, serving at one point as the top executive overseeing the Department of Building and Safety, which reviews building plans and inspects construction projects. He's been hit with 12 charges, including bribery and racketeering. Prosecutors say Chan helped Councilman Jose Rizal at the time secure a $600,000 payment to settle a sexual harassment claim against Rizal. This claim was threatening Rizal's 2015 election bid. Rizal, according to prosecutors, actually prevented a merger at the time that would have asked to stand up. So this is allegedly one of those favor-for-favor situations. The Chinese developer who paid that claim off is planning to redevelop the LA Grand Hotel into the tallest tower west of the Mississippi, which would require Rizal's help. U.S. Attorney spokesman Karen McAvoy said there are other allegations against this former deputy mayor.
He allegedly agreed to accept more than $100,000 from a George Chang, who is a real estate development consultant, for official acts to benefit a project by a Chinese real estate developer. Additionally, the Chan allegedly facilitated a bribe agreement in which the U.S. subsidiary of a Chinese company would make a $100,000 campaign contribution to a Rizal relative who is running for the Council District 14 seat. That covers downtown Los Angeles and Boyle Heights and some of those areas, in exchange for Rizal's vote to approve the project.
Now, McAvoy told me that campaign contribution was allegedly to Jose Rizal's wife, Michelle Rios, who's expected to testify here in this trial against Chan, which, again, guys, opening statement set to start at 2 p.m. Start. What is the point of this going to trial? It's 9 other people involved in the story either have been convicted or pled guilty, and you have Rizal's wife testifying against him. I'm looking for the details of the story. It's like he's got no chance. Everybody else is going to burn it down. This is going to be a serious uphill battle. I mean, again, Rizal's wife, they're planning to ask her about her knowledge of those who did business with her husband and her bid to follow Rizal as a representative for that 14th Council District. Boy, again, says, yeah, Chan's going to have quite a few other people tied to the case testifying against him. Check out this list.
Basically, how the prosecution intends to prove its case? Well, call witnesses and have them testify, including FBI agents. Some of the people also expected to testify is George Esparza, who is Rizal's special assistant at one time. Morris Goldman, who was a real estate consultant and lobbyist and fundraiser for Rizal. Kevin Keller, the deputy mayor for economic development for the city of Los Angeles. Bud Obram, the former deputy mayor for economic development for LA, and the former general manager of the LA Department of Building and Safety. And so basically what would happen is they testify how things are supposed to work in the city and how they actually work under Rizal.
Now, that Chan is facing around 200 years if convicted on everything he's charged with. I'm told there's no way he'll actually get that. His attorney said he's an innocent bystander who got swept up as a narrative device. And as I mentioned, this is the last criminal case expected in the CD14 trial. But some of the guys listed in that clip have already pleaded guilty. So they've already pleaded guilty to this scheme, and now they're going to describe Chan's role in it. Who's not going to believe Chan was part of it?
Yeah, they're legally guilty, and again, as I mentioned, this is gonna. It seems like this is really setting up to be a real uphill battle for Rain and Sam. I do want to say again, this is the last criminal case expected. There is one remaining Chinese national who's been charged. I'm told there's no way he's coming over here to fight these charges. Opening statements again, starting at 2 to 3. It was supposed to start sooner today, but a door to the federal building was damaged yesterday. Not sure how, but that did slow things down. But guys, one question that I'm trying to get answered right now is he worked for the city for 36 years. So I have, I'm starting to really look into our prosecutors investigating his entire time at, with the city of LA, not just tied up in this Jose Rizar. I don't think a guy suddenly goes rogue in his city. Well, that's really my question. Yeah, I don't. You're close to the big pension. You're close to to your retirement. Why would you get involved in these kind of felonies that'll put you in prison? I wonder who's witnessing. I wonder who's going to come to defense of it. It's going to be really interesting how this plays out. I'm told this is going to take 2 to 3 weeks. Harlan Braun is his defense attorney. Yeah, Harlan Braun. Oh my gosh, what was the case he was in years ago? Well, he defended one of the officers in the Robert Kennedy. Oh man, he used to have Robert Blake's attorney originally. It's true. He was yeah. No, I agree. That's so baby, huh? Well, he's going to get a payday from Canada. I guess he just got to make up a bunch of stuff and throw it up the wall. All right, great, thank you. All right, thanks, guys. Great, totally can't find anyone. Yeah, another corruption case. This guy was the co-defendant. He was supposed to go to trial with Rizar. He's on a plea deal. Right. Why this guy's not making a plea deal, I don't know. Maybe he convinced himself that there's nothing wrong. Yeah. He was teammates with Rizar. Yes, he was the inside man in City Hall to make this work for the developers and the bribery scheme. I don't know. I have no idea why he would do this. He's a dead guy. It's the world's normal. You never know. Does it say how much he took from this whole scam? We know Rizar took a lot of money, but I couldn't see anything in the story about how much he took this stuff. He's 66 years old. That's late in the day, unless he felt like he never got his share. Because Rizar was paid $1 million by a real estate development company, Gen New World LLC. Right. But it doesn't say specifically what Sam got at it. Yeah, it's 9 defendants, over $3 million. The criminal penalty is a result of probing to the real estate corruption deal. So we got more coming up. Johnny Trump, KFI AM, 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio. 7 more live to 24-hour KFI Newsroom. A storm is on the way that will bring us rain, snow, and unusually cold temperatures. Daytime highs will start dropping today, then plummet into the 50s, even upper 40s in some areas for a few days. Rain expected Thursday through Saturday. Students from LA City College will open day 3 clothing store on campus. The government says having projects and help students dress to impress for job interviews, save money, and all the clothes are donated. Any student can stop by. President Biden has given a speech in Poland pledging to continue to stand with Ukraine a year after Russia's invasion. We are going back to the 405 next. Getting hurt in an accident can happen to anyone. If you're ever hurt yourself in a car, motorcycle, trucking accident, dog bite, and one friend to call, Blue James Accident Attorney, 800-500-5200. Yeah, for the last 15 years, Blue James has helped tens of thousands of injured accident victims get medical treatment needed, and it won over $1 billion for the clients and won $188 million settled in 2022. Being hurt after an accident has a major impact on your life. And the last thing you need is to take it out alone. Blue James has been awarded Best Attorneys in America. Personal injury is all they do. Blue James is quick to you, but tough on the insurance company, hold them accountable. They're driven by their purpose to help you when you need them the most. So if you're interested, call for a free consultation, 24/7, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, BlueJames.com. Southland weather at the KFI, cloudy this afternoon, windy in some areas, highs 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by Jackson Hewitt. From the Southern California Toyota dealers south of Center with Bill places, we're going back to the 405 and the Sepulveda Pass.
On the 405 northbound before Ventura Boulevard, got that car fired. The three right lanes are blocked, and you're to crawl all the way from Santa Monica Boulevard and in the back. That's heads up. 405 northbound right in Mulholland Drive, got some debris in the two left lanes. Culver City, 405 southbound, debris at the Venice Boulevard. That wreck is still blocking the right lane. You're on off the brakes from the length of the boulevard. In Hawthorne, 105 west at 405, that traffic clearing from the right lane to the shoulder. In Commerce, 5 southbound at Boston Avenue. That earlier sold car cleared from the lane. Look at Kentucky from Calgary Street. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon. Look at you 100% certain about your taxes. That's your year. That's your returns for life. Switch today to 50% off tax prep. 50% off is a limited time offer for new clients signing with participating rotation. Max value $200. Visit shopcomputer.com/50%. This free card is sponsored by Scandinavian Design. For President's Day at Scandinavian Design Furniture. For a limited time only, with great values on select modern furniture and home decor. Scandinavian Design. Items aren't stock and selling fast. Ask for details when you shop one of their 5 Los Angeles locations. Or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com. For 1979, Gateway Hospital in California performed thousands of sterilization procedures as part of the Women's Law. After 1979, this pattern continued in 48 if you are left unable to have biological children after surgery while living in a state-run facility or while in custody of a California prison, you may be entitled to compensation. For a confidential application, call 1-800-777-9229. Deadline to apply is December 31st, 2023.
I went to look for my keys there. I couldn't find my keys in the car, so I got a spare key. I went out to the car. I parked on the street. The key was in the door. And I'm thinking, what an idiot. Anyone could have stolen the car, but that's how undesirable it is. People are like, nah, let's get a car like you in your show. I am not going to take the rap for this car. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Got today's show continues. John Cordell, the CFO, 3 o'clock. It's 40 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. After 2 o'clock, Alex Stone from ABC News on the murder of Bishop David O'Connell. This happened over the weekend by the husband of the bishop's housekeeper, who also supposedly did handyman work at the house. So he hasn't been paid, as the story is floating around. What all the reports say. You know, I saw that story over the weekend. I thought maybe some involved in gang intervention, so I thought maybe something was wrong there. Oh, yeah, I had a whole section. Oh, you know what else you have on the list? Yeah, I didn't have the handyman. Thought he didn't get paid. But somebody got connected to the Mark Bishop. So Alex Stone, yeah, we'll go to that 2 o'clock. The Wall Street Journal has a pretty good opinion in today's edition. The price of anarchy in Seattle. The city has to pay out nearly $4 million to the victims of the Summer of Love. What are we talking about? We're talking about 2020. On outfits like CNN covered what was going on in Seattle as mostly peaceful protests. It was just people out there expressing their anger over the violence by police officers. They could defund the police movement following the death of George Floyd. In fact, the mayor at the time, Dave Johnson, called it the Summer of Love. The Seattle Times said it's mostly peaceful. So you're not paying out $4 million to the residences and businesses. You are mostly peaceful. Here's the truth. In the federal lawsuit, there was extensive property damage, public safety dangers, inability to use and access these business properties. There were 2 murders and multiple shootings. Remember they set up that autonomous zone? Yeah, they just took over the streets. These are all the violent radicals, all the Antifa anarchist types, and the Seattle mayor, Jenny Durkin, let these insane people out of Seattle. And so they agreed with them. Yeah. They agreed with them. They thought they were important. They thought they should have their say and their time to take over a part of the city. Because there were people there that had businesses. It was a part of the economy that was shut down and hurt and robbed and broken. He's the owner of a business called Car Tender. That's automotive repair business. And they're part of the lawsuit. They said an intruder doused its business with hand sanitizer and then lit a fire. The owner repeatedly called 911, but police
never responded to the scene that night, and an intruder tried to stab the owner's son with a pipe and slashed his femoral artery with a knife. That's one of your thoughts. They managed to subdue the man, but a mob of some 500 people forced him to release him. And again, no police. Well, they wouldn't go in there. This is the city they took over the police station, remember that? Yes. Yeah, and they just gave up. Well, I can see your territory. Yeah, because Jenny Johnson thought this was a proper action by these anarchists. So I became a complete government-free zone. Okay? Notice, I don't believe no one of them cares about anybody's civil rights or George Floyd or racism or any of that. I think they enjoy destroying things, and they want to destroy our country and our way of life and capitalism and police and everything about it. These are really sick, violent, twisted people who ought to be put away for the rest of their lives. And they have now politicians and journalists who are just as crazy as they are, who fear them on, like some grand sporting event. And whole property owners that have been dared to take over graffiti, the buildings will be more severely vandalized or even burned to the ground, according to the complaint. You imagine all these poor people in Seattle that have to deal with this and completely abandoned? They weren't hurt by anybody. A couple of media people got in there and interviewed them, but that was about it. No, most of the media was there. The media certainly didn't care. The rest of the city council and the police were stopped. In fact, a lot of police quit since then. They weren't allowed to do anything. Everyone that's like trying to lie on that, so you're just exaggerating. Most of the people there are just peacefully protesting. I got two eyes. I saw this. Listen to this. Mayor Durkin, the former Seattle Police Chief Carmen Beth, the fire chief Harold Goggins, and others deleted thousands of text messages during this riot time from their city-owned phones. And this pissed off a federal judge in Thomas Hill. And the jury said the court would instruct the jury that it may presume that these text messages were unfavorable to the city. And the city has to pay $600,000 in penalties for all the evidence that was deleted. And what that was they ought to stand down, don't get involved, they're just carrying them on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's the woke virus that has infected the brains of so many people in power and influence right now. It's the most bizarre time. By the way, it hasn't ended. Seattle Police Department released its annual crime report and showed that violent crime reached a 15-year high in 2022. So it's been 2 years of violence and mayhem and insanity and no sign that it's going to end. Yeah, that's what happens when you let the inmates take over. But people, just going to keep moving out of cities. I mean, there's no point in sticking around. They've already destroyed the cities. Just go ahead, go do it. Go find another place to live. The suburbs look really good. The farm looks really good. I think people have given up arguing with this crowd. It's fine. Don't destroy the cities. We're getting out. We're going to have our life somewhere else. They did change a lot of officials, didn't they, after that? I believe the mayor changed and the council changed. Yes, it's more moderate. They got a Republican city attorney. They have a more moderate mayor. But, they've unleashed, once you unleash the insanity, it feeds on itself. They have a new mayor named Blue County, and he's definitely more moderate. You couldn't get more radical than this crowd. Yeah. What is Jenny Durkin go on to? If you look at that, what did she do for the rest of her life if she destroyed the city? And she's so proud of it. It feels like those radicals, some of them are still in prison. People like the crazy Kennedy groups, like the Sudanese Liberation Army, or, the Manson followers. And you see these people now, like the women are all old, they're just haggard and gray. And the guy's usually got young. They usually end up in some kind of fight drinking guy. And they're all wrinkled looking. And it says, is that what this crowd's going to have? All the people who ran Seattle? All these Antifa people? All these young guys dressed in black? They're eventually going to be in prison. And they're going to die. Good water. It's supposed to be considering a vote today and outlawing caste discrimination. Well, that's neither. Seattle City Council? Caste? What does that mean? Yeah, you know in the Asian countries, there's a caste system. Oh, I thought people were in caste. No, CASTE. Wow, that's very specific. Apparently there's a South Asian population who is activist considered important. It's not covered under existing civil rights protections in Seattle. It's fantastic to be the first city in the nation that will approve an anti-discrimination law about a caste. So there's people living in Seattle that are subject to caste system of, yeah, it's about, you're placing a social hierarchy based on the occupation. Right, but what's going on in Seattle in these enclaves, these Asian enclaves? I doubt it, but I always supposed to respect other people's cultures. Good. Well, not just that. Because the U.S. Constitution is not father. All right, when we come back, we're going to look for the latest in the murder of this Los Angeles business. Apparently, the man arrested for that murder is the husband of the bishop's housekeeper. David O'Connell was found dead over the weekend. His housekeeper's husband has been arrested for the murder. So we're getting to learn more about him. It is bizarre. They're coming down the mental illness road. Alex Stone will be here with the update. Sun is 10, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere, the iHeartRadio and Get Mark Live, the 24-hour KFI Newsroom. KFI, AM 640, that means what it means, why it matters.
KFI.
KOST, HD2.
Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio.
During the trial on Deborah Mark, live from KFI, 24-hour newsroom. Trial is starting in a court in L.A. for a former L.A. deputy mayor tied to a bribery scheme run by former councilman Jose Rizal.
Raymond Chan is facing more than 10 charges related to his alleged involvement in a scheme in which real estate developers were given special treatment in exchange for bribes. Racketeering, conspiracy, 7 counts of honest service wire fraud, 3 counts of bribery, 1 count of making false statements, federal investigators. U.S. Attorney spokesman Kieran McAvoy says, among other allegations, Chan is accused of helping set up an arrangement in which a Chinese developer paid $600,000 to settle a sexual harassment claim against former councilman Jose Rizal in downtown LA, like Troll and KFI.
School is not in session at Dominguez High School in Compton following a fire in the school's cafeteria. That fire broke out around 7 last night. The Compton School District says nobody was hurt. School was closed yesterday. Schools, rather, were closed yesterday because of President's Day. Mayor Bass says he wants more police patrols and more license plate readers to help prevent anti-Semitic violence in LA.
When anti-Semitism crawls out of the shadows, we must make no mistake. It will be stamped down. It will be stamped down aggressively.
Bass, city officials and Jewish leaders hosted a town hall last night to talk about anti-Semitic violence. The town hall was in response to 2 Jewish men being shot as they left synagogues in LA. The alleged shooter was arrested in Riverside. Seattle City Council is considering whether to add caste to the city's anti-discrimination law. You heard Jonathan was talking about this. Caste is a division of people based on birth or descent. Some Hindu Americans say the law vilifies a specific community. People in favor of the rules say caste discrimination crosses national and religious boundaries, and without them, those facing caste discrimination in the U.S. are not protected. If this ordinance passes, Seattle will become the first city in the United States to outlaw caste-based discrimination. Stocks in the U.S. have tumbled to its biggest drop since December after markets were closed, the president said. KFI financial analyst Jason Middleton told Jeremy Shannon people are worried because retail took a big hit. When that happens, they're nervous the Fed could raise interest rates again.
I think people are playing the big off of their cards right now and not using any capital to buy new stuff.
Home Depot fell to one of the market's biggest losses. Walmart says consumers pressured by inflation are shopping for lower priced items, and that could negatively impact margins. We'll have the details coming up in a minute on how the Dow fared. Officials in Turkey and Syria say 8 people have been killed in a new earthquake and nearly hundreds more hurt. 2 weeks ago, a devastating quake killed nearly 45,000 people. ABC's Ibtisam Genfood said she and others felt 20 to 30 aftershocks. People sitting outside, huddling around fires to keep warm, started praying and shouting to get away from the building. So a sign that they knew that they had lived that before. And was happened yesterday. The quake was felt in Jordan, Cyprus, Israel, Lebanon, and as far away as Egypt. KFI financial report, the Dow Jones down 697, the S&P 500 down 82, Nasdaq down 295, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is 4.74. Southland weather from KFI, very windy overnight, sunny and windy tomorrow with a slight chance of rain in some places. Highs mid to upper 50s for Metro LA, upper 40s and 50s for the San Gabriel and Castaneda Valley, 40s in the Antelope Valley, 50s inland Orange County, upper 40s to low 50s in the Inland Empire. And we have rain Thursday through Saturday. Right now, 59 in Tustin, 55 in Virginia Beach, 63 in Fontana, and 60 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Gordy. So, 210 eastbound on right at 153. It is blocking a car full lane. Got a motorcycle down. You've got some traffic coming from Huntington Drive. In Pasadena, 210 eastbound right before Lake Avenue. They were holding lanes to fill some potholes. That is done. Now they've reopened the lanes. Still going to be stopping there from Mountain Street. In the Chipotle Pass, some good news. 405 northbound before Ventura Boulevard. That earlier car fire has cleared. I still do see a lot of someone from Wilshire. And in the back up, 405 northbound Gettysburg. I still have a roll of chicken wire reported in the sea like lane. And in the West 405 south at Los Angeles, 5-car crash clear into the shoulder. And in Torrance on the 405 south at Avalon. Got a wreck in the San Divider area. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harman.
Good news for Newsmax. AT&T's DirecTV censorship of Newsmax continues. Newsmax says DirecTV continues carrying 22 liberal news channels, but they just canceled Newsmax. With OAN gone, Newsmax says 2 conservative channels now DirecTV has removed in a year. Newsmax says they are the 4th highest rated cable news channels with great hosts like Greg Kelly, Chris Nupfato, Rod Schmidt, Mike Huckabee, Greta Van Susteren, and more. Now millions of DirecTV subscribers can't watch them. Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, Mike Huckabee, the standard of Newsmax and for free speech. Call DirecTV now, and Newsmax wants you to tell them to get Newsmax back on the air. You can tell the Newsmax that you oppose censorship, you want more voices, not less. Call toll-free 877 Newsmax, and they'll connect you to DirecTV. Newsmax says if you support free speech, you can call 877 Newsmax, and they'll tell you how you can help. Dr. Ben Carson says our streams are eroding. Newsmax says make your voice heard. Call 877 Newsmax today. Dell Technologies President's Day Business event starts now. Reveals the power of America's doers and dreamers. Save on select performance business PCs powered by 12th-gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, costs, and accessories. Plus free shipping and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call the Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for President's Day deal. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
We're Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
50 years. Maybe a lifetime to build trust. One, it's a precious study. I'm Michael Akiva, community partner with Jacoby and Meyer. We're honored to have earned your trust since 1972, and there's nothing we value more. Jacoby and Meyer, the name trust. Southern California Edison wants to remind you that we all have the power to make a clean energy California. More stimulating talk. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, we're now on 1 to 4, so transfers are still live, but the podcast right after 4 o'clock over now is posted KFI AM 640.com or YouTube iHeartRadio app. We are now going to Alex Stone. No, Alex. What? Is he afraid? Is he shirking his responsibilities here? Miscommunication? Or is he connecting on email? Connecting in a minute. Well, this is about Bishop David O'Connell getting murdered in Hacienda Heights, Bruce Craig, in his own in a home owned by the Archdiocese. And the suspect is the husband of Bishop O'Connell's housekeeper. Carlos Medina, 61, was arrested yesterday. He now learned the bail is $2 million. They're still working up the exact charges against him. 65 years old. And he did some... how did he twice? 65, 61. They can't figure out how old he is. Two different ages. It's just finished in the record. Hey, what was Carlos Medina? So they thought that that's the firearm. But yeah, story is that the husband felt he was short-changed on some work that he did. He needed paid properly. Yeah, we think it was a typical. He said that he was acting crazy and they commented that the bishop owed him money. That is the main motive behind this murder of the archbishop. So we got to know. So we got to know. We're moving on. I don't know. You don't have. Okay. Well, if he bothers to step in, let us know. But that's all we have. Well, there's a few things we can tell you about this suspect from the California news group. Put together a list. He was arrested about 9 a.m. yesterday after a standoff with sheriff deputies outside his home. And says here, his wife is a devout Catholic who worked with the bishop's housekeeper for several years, said a mayor. He did not leave her married. The bishop lived in the Hacienda Heights home owned by the Archdiocese for some time. The wife would often take care of the bishop's small white dog at her residence in unregulated West Carson. You know, every bishop, the wife and the husband don't really live in the same place where he previously worked at the home of the bishop. Again, like I said, the sheriff said he's 65, the eldest said he's 51. So that means he had a history? I don't know if he's in the jail record. Of course, a number of the audience members aren't going to be innocent. That came up quickly. Well, I've seen nothing on this. No. The couple had a tenant living in the back unit of their home. The tenant emerged when police arrived around midnight. But, the wife and Medina did not appear to be home. Medina then arrived at 2 in the morning and barricaded himself in his restaurant at 9. That's a sign of guilt. You barricade yourself in your house. Yeah, you don't want to be bothered. There's Alex Stone. Look who showed up. Sorry, guys. I didn't know you wanted to chat. They always tell me last. I'm always laughing to find out. Well, it's good to have you anyway. Anyway, we just going through the basic facts of Medina's life. What do you do? Yeah, so you were talking about the timeline of it. According to the sheriff, that they thought he was in Central California, that they'd been told by the person who called in with a tip that he had gone to Central California. So they went by that apartment to try to get the roommate out and just to make sure that everything was secure there. And he wasn't there. So the neighbors saw regular uniformed deputies go to the home. They were there for a little while in the middle of the night on Sunday night into Monday morning, and then they left. But then they realized he came home and he wasn't actually in Central California. Then everything began to go down at that point, and he barricaded himself in, and then the Special Enforcement Bureau, the sheriff, version of SWAT was called out. Then a little after yesterday morning, they finally got him to come out. But so there was this weird kind of, well, they got the tip on Sunday night. Thank goodness that came in. They knew based on surveillance video in the neighborhood that there was a dark SUV that was in Bishop O'Connell's driveway. And then they began to put it together, went to his home, believing he wasn't there. He wasn't there. Got everything kind of secured down. And then boom, 2 o'clock in the morning, he shows up and it's like, whoa, what is he doing here? And then they tried to arrest him and then he wouldn't come out. But we've been talking to a bunch of neighbors, and the neighbors are saying that he's been acting Medina weird in recent days. This neighbor among them,
came in on Sunday night was that he was acting strange, that he had been talking about the bishop owing them money, and then whoever gave the tip thought that something wasn't right there. And that neighbor was asked, so motive-wise, what do you think it might be?
I believe it was a personal motive for sure. Yeah. Let's see how it again.
But we really don't know. And the sheriff said last night that they know, based on what the tipster said, that he had been claiming that money was owed from the bishop. But if there was something else going on, they didn't know if that was the motive. If that's what prompted it, when he allegedly went in and shot the bishop in bed. And then, guys, there's a whole weirdness, and we're expecting to get an update later today from the sheriff's department, and maybe some of this will be clarified, not like these details, but the initial call came in as a medical emergency when the deacon went in to try to get the bishop because he hadn't shown up for a meeting. And then medics arrived, it was ruled that he had died. And they didn't know, the sheriff's department, that it was a gunshot wound apparently, until coroner investigators arrived, at least the way it's been described to us. Was he shot and then rolled over and away in bed, that they couldn't see it. And then initially there were questions if it was a medical emergency or suicide, and then on Sunday it was determined to have been a murder. So the scene details are a little bit interesting of why wasn't it immediately known he had been shot in the chest or in the upper torso. The deacon didn't pick that up. No, and nor did at least the initial indicators are the medic or potentially even the deputies who first arrived on scene. There was no gun there, but initially they were very general in how they described it, where it could have been a suicide situation, but then they ruled out suicide, not Saturday night, but on Sunday morning. So a lot of those details, at least in the kind of cryptic way that been given to us, yeah, none of it. Yeah, I mean, you were thinking somebody was shot in bed, you say, oh, they were shot in bed, there's no weapon here, so clearly it's a murder. The reason LAFC homicide didn't know that right away, the scene details we really don't know. I mean, clearly it must not have been visible and totally apparent, but why they didn't know right away, we don't know. How much blood would this been pouring? You would think it'd be a lot if somebody was shot. You know, what was it where he was shot like in the chest and then rolled over the way he was in bed and it soaked into the mattress, or you think if it was somewhat point blank from what we understand, that it would have been what they would call a through and through, where you would have seen it no matter what side you're looking at him, but maybe it didn't go through, or where the side where the shot was down and nobody moved him. That we really don't know. And the wife, where is she now? The wife of the housekeeper, the wife of the suspect, interviewed by sheriff's investigators, and she is cooperating, she is talking. The sheriff saying that they likely will learn a lot more from her and what sort of relationship may have been going on. Apparently, Medina had a key or some way to get in. This would be understandable if his wife was a housekeeper, because there was no fourth entry, but they say they're interviewing her and trying to find out more. Thank you very much. You got to think that so easy to clarify on the murder of that Archbishop in the Heights. They have arrested the husband of the housekeeper who currently for the Archbishop. But marriage is also between Calvin and Pigtail members. More coming up, Johnny, 10 KFI AM, 640 live everywhere the iHeart Radio and Evermark Live in the 24-hour KFI News.
Rescue efforts are underway in Turkey, where another big earthquake is killing at least 8 people and hurt hundreds more. That quake comes 2 weeks after a massive quake here killed nearly 45,000 people. Officials say yesterday's 6.4 quake was felt in Jordan, Cyprus, Israel, Lebanon, and Egypt. Mayor Bass says she wants more police patrols and more license plate readers to help prevent anti-Semitic violence in LA. And the LA County Fire Department will become the largest public safety agency in the country to have mechanical CPR devices on every paramedic unit. The devices could be deployed by the middle of this year. We're going to go to the 405 next.
Well, for my whole life, I had terrible vision, born that way. And my vision was so bad, I think it was 21,000 one of my eyes. Everything in blood, big, heavy glasses I wore. Then I go to Dr. Charles Manger at Saddleback Eye Center. He has the laser light LASIK exam. A laser to make your eyes over 1,000 times to get the perfect blueprint for your vision. You go from the LASIK exam to the I was. It was dramatic, it was stunning, it's the best thing I ever did for myself. And I walked in there fearful. I left feeling foolish. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing happened. Except my vision became perfect. Nearsightedness, farsightedness, astigmatism, reading glasses, you take care of all that. Be one of the first 14 callers who call now, Dr. Manger, Satellite Eye Center, get the free laser light racing exam. Go schedule it. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
We're going to a class on the 405 in person. Those 405 south on left down along that frontier in the center divider area. Then once you pass down at Wilmington, heads up a ladder is in the car 4 lanes. You're basically hitting the brakes all the way from Crenshaw Boulevard. West LA, 405 south on Wilshire Boulevard, disabled vehicle making its way to the right shoulder. In South LA, on the 110 south on before Manchester Avenue. Heads up, a mattress is in the right lane, and leaving Monrovia. 210 eastbound, right before you get to Mountain Avenue. Still get that crash with the carpool lane is blocked, got a motorcycle down. You're going to see some delays from Baldwin Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harman. This report is sponsored by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Attention I-10 freeway drivers. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lane project. Don't get stuck. For dates and detours, visit GoFTCCA.com. That's GoFTCCA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lane project.
Dave Matthews Band Live. Friday, August 25th, Yamava Theater. On sale now at YamavaTheater.com. Or take the Casino box office. Reorder the new album, Walk Around the Moon Now. Are you suffering from back pain? Pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping? Pain when you walk? Numbness, prickling or tingling sensation? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We love to figure out iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today. iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. This is for all of our listeners who are understandably struggling with hair loss. Tomboy here. Now, I'm sure you've tried lotions, pills, creams, and potions, right? There's so many options out there. Who are you going to trust? What's really going to grow your hair back? The groundbreaking FUE treatment with advanced hair is an incredible breakthrough. Receiving hairline, thinning hair, bald spots, advanced hair is simple, quick, one-day treatment has your own natural hair growing back the very next day. Advanced hair is the best of the best, and your commitment to the highest standard of care has and always will exceed the CDC guidelines. I've had the treatment, and I know that reversing hair loss is truly life-changing. You deserve to know what this feels like. The first 10 callers get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 844-333-HAIR. Locations in Beverly Hills, Orange County, and Ontario. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is 100% guaranteed to grow. 844-333-HAIR. Or go to advancedhair.com. Contact license 1047-781. Here are some homeowners today. We fix together. One of the key reviews and treatments for re-housing advanced breakdown by performing quick with $129. Another one is warm call unit drainage for $80 for 30-foot drain tank. We're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice and $80 plus. It'll air from the human plumbing. DAUTPL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. You really have to have those metallic balloons, and it looks so good. Talking about air with a capital E, which is why
I release them all the time. There's planes that fly 50,000 people without power for a few hours. That's a small price to pay. They'll handle the fireworks of it. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John goes out in KFI. And 640 Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're on from 1 to 4 every day after 4 o'clock. Listen to the podcast. Same show, podcast form. iHeartRadio app. Johnny on demand is called. Do that. Almost the same show. And it'd be really funny if it came out different. And it worked. I tried it out the other day. I went home and turned on our own show on the iHeartRadio app, and it was there. If you recall doing it. Yeah. Look at anything that you just done. I just periodic spot check quality control. They're talking about taking the Cuomo name off the bridge. In New York State, the Ariel and Cuomo Bridge across the Hudson. Remember you see the happened people? Oh, yeah. You know what? I was like a cool name, Captain Zoo. Sounds like it was an old Indian name. No, maybe it was Dutch. I think it was Dutch. That's what it was. It was the old Dutch name. And I thought it puts to the history and the character of the region. And to put some idiot politician's name on there, he people revered Mario Cuomo back then. He did it's all about this great former governor, Andrew Cuomo. Yeah. It's why but apparently a Democrat has gotten behind the effort for the area. He says he wants the original name of the bridge back. And it should be done. Because that reflects the history of the area. And so I guess there should be nothing to be named after any politician for these nothing. Especially if you're right. No, what really? Name it after ordinary people who've done something unusual. People who've made life better. That's not something. Somebody who creates medical achievements or save lives and fires or I read the obituaries on the news. Yeah, I read that becomes a kid, yeah. I didn't know that. I saw yours the other day. No, I read it. Because almost every time I watch it, if you go to a big city paper, right, New York Times, I almost always find somebody who did something really cool, and I've never heard of it. And I like to read about those people, and this is the only time to get any recognition is when they die. Then you find out they invented something. Often they invented something and got no credit for it, made no money off it. Much of the world that you see, hear, and touch is designed by people that you'll never know until they die, and only then if you look. I don't think that's fair. Where do you see your obituaries? My obituaries always like, there's a bunch of grandchildren living that life. Well, I don't see much about inventions. They have prominent obituaries. They're working at factories for 30 years and took care of this thing. What's the nice obituaries until they come over? Oh, well, there are some remarkable. Remarkable people die every day. I mean, a lot of unremarkable people. That's true. But am I wrong? It's unremarkable. It's all right. It's never remarkable. Okay, so listen to this story. A bunch of congressional Republicans signed off everything is so vital, not to appoint Louis Chu, who used to be California's labor secretary, as the new secretary of labor. The federal secretary of labor, Marty Walsh, is leaving his position now. He was the deputy secretary of the department. They're saying, don't do this because this is the woman that oversaw California's EDD, the Employment Development Department, when we lost $20 to $32 billion to fraudsters. Yes, she was. She opened the floodgates. She's the one that authorized no waive all of the requirements that people had to, all of the gates that people had to open, all of the states that they had to jump to their paperwork. It may be the employment claim. It may be the worst financial decision that any California bureaucrat ever made in the history of the state. That one decision cost us $32 billion at least. They decided they weren't going to check on any of the applications to see if any of them were legitimate. They were just going to send the check.
That was doing good work. If he's going to become labor secretary, I think it's a reward. It'll come forever. I was shocked when she went from running this debacle in California to Washington to be the deputy. And then when I saw the other characters that the Biden administration hired, and everything was based on gender, sexual interest, race, ethnicity. I mean, that was the only criteria. And she is flat out incompetent to the point of danger. She was costing the state $32 billion just because of laziness. I mean, what's the excuse for not checking the application? I mean, when death row inmates were filing applications, how hard would it have been to say, hey, Scott Peterson, I know that name? And she used the old argument during her confirmation hearing in 2021 to become deputy secretary. She said, oh, this was going on all over the country. We weren't alone in not being able to prevent this fraud. Well, that's not. We know that they decided not to have any requirements because people need the money immediately. Let's let them have eyes go. And this opened the door to the prisoners. Even if filing claims, if it went on in the other 49 states, I don't want any of the other states to leave that. Running the labor department. None of them should have jobs. They all should be fired. If it's all 50 states, then all 50 of them should be fired. That's absurd incompetence. You know, that's outrageous. Remember what they did, led by Newsom. They said, oh, you have to check the social security numbers of the prisoners. Don't worry about that. Don't do that. So that could be the violation of the fight. Yeah. So now they need to check to knock out the prisoners' filing claim. No, I mean, she's a perfect Newsom employee. The thing is, she didn't even deny that it was a fiasco when it was happening. She admitted in 2021 there is no sugarcoating the reality. California did not have sufficient security measures in place to prevent this level of fraud. Isn't it shocking? Yeah, if it was going on all over the country, all over the world, then isn't that all the more reason to have security measures in place? This is what I don't get. It's like there is no circumstances that you wouldn't have tight security doing checks on the applicant. Whether it's one other state or 50 other states not doing it or other countries, whatever the story is. Doesn't matter what the story is. This is our money in California. Her job is to protect our money and only give it to people who met the criteria. And she's a complete failure. I don't think anybody failed at her job more than Julie Sue failed running the unemployment agency. Yeah, and then when employment caught on to the fraud, it shut things down so much that 5 million people had their claims delayed. 1 million were incorrectly denied by the agency. It went completely in the other direction. It got just as bad in the other direction. And on top of that, this Julie Sue is a big supporter of AB 5. That's the bill that really did a number on the independent employees in the state. Yeah. It's a great thing. She's a complete loser in her job. So, she should be in the judiciary next to the word incompetence. We got more horse Biden's taking her. By the way, the guy she's supposed to replace, Marty Walsh, I think I mentioned this, is going to run the National Hockey League Players Association. Oh, well, this could be it. He's going to leave their union. Okay, was that my thing? Oh, yeah, that's a good thing. Good to have. On the 10th AM 640 Live, every radio live. Union leaders are never marked live in the 24-hour camp on your team.
The Heart of Justice in downtown LA has been evacuated because of a suspicious package found on a bus bench. This County Sheriff's Department headquarters are located in the building. KFI Chief Gregory says a bomb squad, canine, and arson unit are investigating. The package is made up of multiple black cylinders connected by wires in a honeycomb pattern. Streets surrounding the building have been closed off. California Democratic Congresswoman Barbara Lee has announced she is running for Dianne Feinstein's Senate seat. She's retiring at the end of her current term. Lee posted a video on Twitter talking about the personal and professional battles in her life. And even though there are no African American women, we won't let that stop us either. Because when you stand on the side of justice, you don't quit if they don't give you a seat at the He filed federal paperwork last week to enter the campaign. Democratic Congress members Katie Porter and Adam Schiff are also running for Feinstein's Senate seat. The CDC has added COVID-19 vaccines to the official immunization schedule for kids as young as 6 months. The agency cannot force vaccines to schools across the country use its recommendations for requirement guidelines. The recommended kids between 6 months of age and 18 should receive 2 doses between 4 and 8 weeks apart, followed by a booster. A county in Pennsylvania is offering free condoms in the mail to combat high rates of STDs. People living in Delaware County can order up to 10 condoms that can be mailed directly to them in discreet packaging. Health officials say the county specifically has seen a rise in syphilis. The program started last week. We're going to go to the T10 next.
If you're considering focus on the seller needs, there's your competitive cash offer that can close in days, so agents don't commit getting your home ready to list can be expensive, complicated, and you don't want all those unwashed people coming in and out of your house with their aromas, debris. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy. So if sellers walk away happy, they may even offer a $10,000 advance to help you with moving. To get a no-obligation offer at 888-302-AS-IS, 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 sellersadvantage.com.
Seller's Advantage will buy your home like this. Easy, so that you don't have to worry. Self-happy with Seller's Advantage.
Number 0196165.
Southland weather can stay up by very windy overnight, sunny and windy tomorrow. We do have a slight chance of rain in some places. Highs mid to upper 50s for Metro LA, upper 40s and 50s in San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, 40s in the Antelope Valley, 50s inland Orange County, upper 40s to low 50s in the Inland Empire. Rain Thursday through Saturday. Right now, 59 in San Juan Capistrano and Biscayne and Stratton. We're going to crash on the 210 in Rovia.
Some people eastbound right before the Mountain Avenue. West of the caution lane, but you set everything over to the right shoulder, but your 210 eastbound is going to be a really slow ride. All the way out of Pasadena on the 134, and in Pasadena, 210 eastbound is no Avenue. There's going to be a break to try to fix some more potholes there. In Parkland 405 south at the 1 foot of the salt car being cleared. Also 405 south at Wilmington, and still every foot of ladder in the carpool lane. And an Inglewood 405 north of Florence. 4-car left clearing to the right shoulder there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm getting on in. Do you need new blinds or shades? BlindsShade.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, 50% off any order during Blind Shirt President's Day sale. Hurry, stands February 23rd. BlindsShade.com. Want a strong, lean body, but hate fad diets and cardio workouts? If your goal is to build strength, lose fat, or increase energy without being injured, the perfect workout is for you. The perfect workout method is just 20 minutes. Twice a week with a private personal trainer. They're safe, effective, and time-efficient workout at any of our 18 locations in the San Diego, OC, and LA areas. Results guaranteed. Call 800-882-2169 for a free no hard sales intro session. That's 800-882-2169 for the perfect workout.
We grow your natural hair with the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair Restoration. Get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts by calling 844-333-HAIR or advancedhair.com. This year, it's easier to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. Welcome to the Japanese live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his keycap. His wife is now striking the rain. Michelle throws an elbow. He's waiting for the couch. You could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talking about the sleep is right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
This is Jacob Amani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. You will have it here. Now you can see it too. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. John Cobell from Stambo at KFI and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
We'll be bringing the voice line back on Friday, so it's a quick reminder for you to leave the messages. Use the iHeartRadio app, use the microphone icon, and call the toll-free number 1-877-VOICE-86, 1-877-664-7826. Coming up after 3 o'clock, California makes it official. We have no more money for you. What are we talking about? Asylum seekers. I'm going to California. We're going to wind down the program. Remember Newsom touched on this a few months ago. He said we're going to have budget difficulties because no longer funds. These are some of the migrants that are coming in the border in Texas. They're being sent here. So we're providing all sorts of things. I figured here's a list of things we do.
I figured we would cut off the funding to sick American children before we cut off funding to illegal aliens. That's have a lot of funding to puppies first.
They just don't have docking. So they're winding down the program. We're giving you details in about 30 minutes. We now go to Ohio, and this train derailment that affected East Palestine, Ohio. Today, the train operator in Norfolk Southern Railway said that they removed 15,000 pounds of contaminated soil. That's 7.5 tons. 1.5 million gallons of contaminated water excavated from the sea. Some of the materials include vinyl chloride, ethyl acrylate, and isobutylate, considered to be very toxic, perhaps causing death. You know, when you burn the vinyl chloride, it can make phosphine gas, which they used in World War I. Oh, the killed water, horrible gas. Yes. That's what was getting formed from the worst war of all wars. Yeah, and they used everything. They did everything. Yeah, for those all sorts of gases. And no, it was after that when they the war. Men were bad. Today, apparently, the EPA chief went. Buttigieg hasn't been there yet. Supposed to go. I think Trump goes to Harvard. To the state. I love all these symbolic steps that everything. We are in the age of why doesn't Kamala Harris go to the border? Why doesn't Joe Biden go to the border? Why doesn't Pete Buttigieg go to the train? Well, it shows your concern that you're there. They're going to hear what their problems are up front, personal, and face. They're not going to face. Especially Buttigieg. Right? People feel better. That train derailed on February 3rd. What is today? The 21st? It is. All right. If you're 18 days late, you don't care. Oh, yeah, you know, if you're 18 days late to your wedding, you don't want to get married. I mean, it's not that far to go from Washington, D.C. to Ohio. No, and the question is then, that's what these guys are born to do. Why did you go? I could say that for sure, but you know the media's going to focus on. Did you have paternity leave again? No, I don't think so. No? You didn't have to do some bottle feeding? The EPA administrator, Michael Regan, showed up. And of course, they did something else symbolic. Along with the Ohio governor, Mike DeWine, they volunteered to drink the tap water when they went to a woman's home in East Palestine. That old trick? Did they do it? Did they drink the water? It's going to be saying if they did. If somebody said, oh, it says they did drink it. Yeah, they did drink it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, nobody trusts the government. That's here, yes. Would someone want to drink the water the woman asked when they came to her home? They agreed. She directed them when to find glasses. They passed on the glasses and drank.
They can say repeatedly that the drinking water in the home is okay. I mean, the river water is not, because there's been video of hundreds of fish dead in water there. Oh, and then it's a farming area, and people's chickens drop it dead. Right, oh, yeah. So it's a good number on the local animals.
They're afraid that there's controlled birds on the still chemicals. Prevent it exploding and that really Florida is dangerous chemicals. Hey, how many firefighters and police
and rescues did they send it as death on 9/11, fighting the World Trade Center rubble? The air was clear. None of that. And everybody went in there, and then they ended up suffering. bureaucrats. Basically, it's like, hey, we got to clean this up before we move.
Yeah, you can't. Right. And you tell people it's not safe, and they're not going to clean it up.
Right. There's fake assurances. Oh, no, we did the They lied. I saw an article on this years later. So I get it. It didn't make sense. He was trying to do this. I wouldn't believe anything the government said. I would make them all these bastards drink the water. But that, they should go for a swim in that river too, because that's it. The toxins they can take in their food.
The two Ohio senators released a letter that the toxic chemicals can lead to the formation of dioxins, highly toxic compounds that are pollutants. They can interfere with your hormones, cause cancer, reproductive, and developmental problems.
People were coming back to their homes after being told everything's cool, and they were immediately had rashes, their eyes were burning, the throats were closing up and getting scratchy, the kids were all complaining. It's very similar to what happened at Puerto Rico with that methane leak.
Yeah, it is.
And you've always got idiots in their suits from the government or the company, this is Norfolk Southern, who stand in our safety of our citizens are our highest priorities. And they said they conducted numerous tests, and the air and water are safe. I wouldn't believe it.
The EPA, the Ohio EPA, and Norfolk Southern all
Saying that they did tests. Buddha's judge was trying to downplay the accident, claiming that, well, there's 1,000 accidents, train accidents a year.
Yeah.
And I looked at that and said, well, why are there 1,000 references a year? Because 3 days, seriously? That's how you downplay the disaster?
And it's okay if they're carrying a bunch of cans of potatoes. But when they're carrying chemicals to trains derailment, or they're carrying people, that's when you got to step up and do something. I think there's been several derailments in the past few days. Not as big as this one, but there was, I think, another one in Nebraska somewhere.
Well, no, I haven't, but if, 1,000 a year, I'm sure there is. They just never come.
Right. A lot of times the cargo is dangerous. Well, the cargo is dangerous, but there's something wrong with our rail system.
With Mr. Transportation Secretary ought to be addressing. Why is there 1,000 a year?
Probably. Well, some of it also claims that he's blaming the cargo companies, and that their trains are not in good shape. They have no problems, maintenance problems. So it's kind of they're all pointing the finger at stuff.
Nobody does their job. That's what it comes down to. Like, nobody cares. Nobody does their job.
Yeah,
Everybody blames somebody else.
He put out a statement today that it's about the companies trying to save money and not spend any money on rail safety. That's what he's trying to put it for the profit.
Isn't the government supposed to, they have a billion regulations, so isn't the government supposed to force them to comply and inspect it? Like, there's no excuse here.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently
It's not like we're short of regulations.
they're saying that the freight train at the rail was not sufficiently staffed. And Biden administration policies may have contributed to the situation that's coming from the Republican senators in Ohio. So, all right, we got more coming up. 7:10 KFI AM 640, live everywhere the iHeartRadio app.
And Jeff Mark live at 24-hour KFN Israel.
A trial is starting former LA Deputy Mayor Raymond Chan, accused of taking part in former Councilman Jose Rizar's pay-to-play scheme. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says the country's freight railroads need to improve safety in the wake of that fiery derailment that happened in Ohio. President Biden has again pledged America's ongoing support for Ukraine during a visit to Poland. We are going to go to the 22 next.
If they caught yourself.
Yeah.
Big news for Newsmax. AT&T's DirecTV censorship of Newsmax continues, they say.
Newsmax says DirecTV continues carrying 22 liberal news channels, but they just canceled Newsmax.
With Ola and John, that is two conservative channels. That DirecTV has removed in a year, says Newsmax.
Newsmax said they're the fourth highest rated cable news channel with high hosts by Craig Kelly, Chris Alfredo, Rob Schmidt, Mike Huckabee, Greta Van Sufton, and more.
Now, millions of DirecTV subscribers can't watch them.
People like Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, Mike Huckabee are standing with Newsmax before free speech.
Newsmax wants you to call DirecTV now and tell them you want Newsmax back on the air.
Newsmax says, tell them you oppose censorship and you want more voices, not
West. Call free 877 Newsmax, and they will connect you to DirecTV. Newsmax says if you support free speech, you can call 877 Newsmax, and they'll tell them how you can help. Dr. Ben Carson says our freedoms are eroding, so make your voice heard. You can do this. Call 877 Newsmax today.
Southland weather from KFI, very windy overnight. Sunny and windy tomorrow. We have a slight chance of rain in some places. We're looking at highs in the 40s to 50s. This report brought to you by Blinds.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, like Shell places, we're going to the stall on the 22 in Garden Grove.
22 eastbound, right as you're coming up on City Drive. That's the only thing in the Harbor area, but you're still going to be on the break from Brookhurst. And look from Mid-City, 10 westbound, right at Crenshaw Boulevard. We've got a brand new accident. They are getting over to the right shoulder. So you're going to see delays from Western over to the 405. If you're on that 10 eastbound, it's go from the 405 all the way over to the 5 in Commerce. Monrovia, 210 eastbound before Mountain Avenue, trying to clear that crash on the carpool lane. Give us a ride from Sierra Madre. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm getting on it.
Do you need blinds or shades? Blinds.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during Blinds Fifth President's Day sale. Hurry, sale ends February 23rd. Blinds.com.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale is here. Shop and save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress set. Plus, get a $300 instant gift for sleep accessories. Find your dream bed at Mattress Firm. Then cozy up on your new bed because there's nothing better than staying in. Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. You may have to transthyretinal amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Yeah. Visit UKCredit.org or call 833-422-4255. Plus, we got a case of street COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. For a better you in 2023, start with better water. Hey, it's Ian Sharp for Life Source, the whole house water system that will help you be a better you. If clean and healthy water is essential to look and feel your best, and it is, then unfiltered chlorinated water just doesn't cut it. Life Source removes the bad stuff, keeps the good, and means no more chlorine showers or baths. Feel great, look great, get Life Source water. Call 800-803-2696 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Life Source, taste and feel the difference. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Amber Rose, what's famous for being famous people? She's on OnlyFans and tells her son, Mommy has to make money. This is her parenting method. Okay? Don't tell her this is what Whitney did to the pictures. I believe the children are future. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John and Jessica. God. KFI 8640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now, we're on from 1 to 4. So if you're missing this excitement live, you can always check it out on the podcast at KFI640.com or use the iHeartRadio app. It's exactly the same second time. Doesn't get any better. Doesn't get any worse. I heard you stick in a few comments. I think it's so Monday back from the American is always next week. Not yet. We're still getting many ideas. Oh no. Clear from the door, didn't I? Yeah. I'm too sick to help out, so you like to do that. You could go on and quote a few too. California says it can no longer afford aid for migrants to come to the United States for asylum. A lot of people didn't realize this, but California has taken on its share of migrants that are at the southern border, particularly all of those coming into Texas, some of them are state. And Governor Dickey here has been providing quite a program of aid. It's apparently afford. How about that? Talk about it after the news. at 3 o'clock. Oh, well, I'm going to play you some audio. This is kind of an inside thing, but I think it's important to realize what certain politicians are. We have an attorney general, State of California, named Rob. He's got a wife named Mia. She's an assemblywoman. He was given oversight of his budget. Everybody else has done their time with the gas. There's such a thing, right? And a member of the assembly is married to the office holder is going to oversee his budget. And nobody in Sacramento thought there was a problem with it. The bosses didn't think there was a problem. There was one reporter running around trying to get answers on this. And what he said to her, I don't know what you're talking about. You see that story? Yes, I did. I did. He actually said, I don't know what you're talking about. He tried to explain it. It's pretty simple. I just explained it in like 30 seconds. Well, we got audio of this media concept, the assemblywoman getting pretty snippy. And the reporter was asking about if she has apparently given up the role of overseeing her husband's budget. But it took like a week or two of doing it. She got that attitude. Yeah. Yeah, these people are so, you know what, they're so corrupt. And they're not. They've been so corrupt for so long, they don't even notice the obvious. I mean, if you said this, any normal person, hey, should the wife of the attorney general oversee his budget? Everybody would laugh. Well, of course not. No. And the wife in the assembly? Yeah, which is the first thing? Right. So of course not. Wife in the assembly? How did she even get this assignment? It's so right. They gave it to her. And, oh, because you're familiar with him and his work? Sure. I don't know. She handles the finances at home, so she can handle the finances. This is like their private business, see? Yeah, that's probably their mindset. This is our private business. No, that's public tax money. Because, see, if we find out there's all kinds of corruption and theft going on in the Attorney General's office, do you think the wife is going to blow the whistle on that? So you'll hear this obnoxious woman tampering with a reporter from KRCA coming up on the 3 o'clock hour. Every now and then we do a story like this just for Deborah Mark, who enjoys her manicures and pedicures. Well, sometimes. Georgia woman who lost her toe after a pedicure says that she's a walking PSA and there's things she wants people to know about getting a fungal infection. Yeah. This is disgusting. Oh, no. Well, you know, I still have fungus on my nails. Oh, well, right. Your fingernails. Yes, I did. I was on this hardcore medication. Well, I had to get my liver levels tested. Oh, yeah. You heard about this? Yes, I did. Did you get rid of that? Or? Well, I still had, I was on medication for 6 weeks and another medication anyway, and I still have some little black spots. But my dermatologist said she's not too concerned about that, but I haven't had a manicure in a very long time. Well, since the fungus is here. How's your liver? Well, it was okay. It was good. Yeah. Thank you for asking. Wasn't from all the drinking? I don't drink from it. No, it's from the medication. That's it. Well, it could be worse. What happened to this woman? She got a bacterial infection on top of the fungal ailment. And that can make things really problematic. Hey, one dirty toe. And nail infections can occur in public settings, locker rooms, public showers, nail clipper sharing. So who does that? Now, nail salons are supposed to be better, but if they don't follow correct sanitation procedures, this is where the problem is. Don't you all stick your feet in the same foot bath? Yes, but what they do is they have this plastic liner, and so they take it out after each person, and then they do, as Ken said, they're supposed to sanitize. So you see, they're opening up a brand new, but I bought all my own stuff. So the next time I do go and get a manicure, pedicure, I have my own clippers, my own everything, cuticle remover, yeah. No, it's my own, I just said. No, I thought I wouldn't trust what they supplied them. Yeah. So she went to have an ingrown toenail removed. You ever had that? No. Well, a large toe of her right foot. Then it's done often. You often see it and get it right out. Never an issue with it. But cut it and it cuts it. It cuts into your flesh. You know, she thinks that's when the bacteria got in. Oh, yeah. There's layers and layers of bacteria. The coat turned red and puffy. After 4 days, she started to feel The dietitian gave her a cream, but that didn't work. It became more red, more swollen, and then they were concerned that the infection might move into her whole leg. So that's how they took the toe off. Yeah.
So they do that at the nail salon?
Yeah.
The toe removal?
No.
No, really? Not that.
No, they put the on toenail.
Oh, miniature axe, and they just give it a hack and
What is Minnie's on toenail? That he was going like underneath the skin inside the...
oh, on you go. Yeah.
Oh, right. Obviously, Earl has one.
A couple when I was a kid.
That's what that is. Oh, that it is.
Yeah, and then I think they essentially like cut it to your skin to where it won't grow under it and grow. Oh my God.
What a state of toes. They didn't look looking.
A lot of people don't like toes and feet.
They have to be clean. They're gross. It's telling people to be very careful about the sensation. Oh, no, there is a picture of her without the toe. Oh, they had to do that. Is there? I just got a picture of her standing up. Well, near the end of the Fox story, it says, oh, look at that. Yeah, there's a picture without the big toe, the right foot.
I don't want to see that.
She's not a kicker. Oh, God. You want to see Debbie?
Nope, not looking. Nope, I don't want to.
Come on.
No, I don't want to.
All the things I tried to show you, are you going to go back to getting your
I'm not.
pictures?
I will, but I'm using all my own stuff. I'm bringing all my own everything. And then I will, yeah, my other thing. Yeah. There's a few things that I have to buy. But you know what? I'm not wearing open shoes now, so I don't really need a pedicure right now. But come spring, yes.
All right, California cannot afford to spend any more money on the migrants. We'll tell you what that's all about. Johnny Ken, KFI, here on 640. Live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app.
Second March, Biden is 24 hours KSI.
I have all my toes.
We're not here to tell you what to think. We're here to give you the latest.
ASI.
KOST, HD2.
Los Angeles on time.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Remembering the bishop on Dr. Mark live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Archbishop of the LA Archdiocese says he is still in shock over the death of Bishop David O'Connell.
Bishop Jose Gomez says O'Connell was a good friend of Los Angeles. He was an immigrant from Ireland. O'Connell served the area for more than 40 years. Among the many people that are alive, was that he was truly insight with an Irish accent. The bishop spoke yesterday at a press conference at the LA County Sheriff's Department, and after those moments of levity, the bishop became more emotional. He was just very self-righteous, he was so very selfish, so they professionally and sensitivity. Sorry. At this point, Sheriff Luna walks over to the bishop and puts his right arm around him. He whispers into the bishop's ear, listening closely. Family service for Bishop O'Connell attended. The Gregory King
Neighbors of the bishop killed in Hacienda Heights say the accused killer was a friendly man who kept to himself. Flowered balloons and burning candles for the base of the driveway of the home where Bishop David O'Connell lives. Alfred Tejeda says he's lived across the street for 22 years. He says he knows Carlos Medina, the handyman arrested yesterday for killing O'Connell.
He didn't seem like a gentleman to him. And he did, he looks like your favorite grandpa.
Tejeda says the housekeeper and her husband had been house for at least 5 to 6 years. He says he's shocked because Medina was a quiet man who kept to himself. In Hacienda Heights, Chris Adler, KFI News. The news is brought to you by the Cunning Dental Implant Center. Mayor Bass is calling for measures to help curb anti-Semitic violence in LA.
The mayor says she wants more police patrols and more license plate readers.
It is so important that we act aggressively and immediately at the first sign of anything.
South joined Jewish leaders and other city officials for a town hall on anti-Semitism. The town hall last night comes less than a week after 2 Jewish men were shot in L.A. The alleged shooter was charged with federal hate crimes. At L.A. City Hall, Blake Crowley, KFI News.
The Environmental Protection Agency has ordered Norfolk Southern to pay for the cleanup of the train wreck and chemical release in East Palestine, Ohio. They told the company to take all available measures to clean up contaminated air and water. Regulators also say Norfolk Southern would be required to reimburse the federal government for a new program to provide cleaning services for impacted residents and businesses. Rescue efforts are underway in Turkey, where another big earthquake has killed at least 8 people and hundreds more, or has hurt, I should say, hundreds more. This quake, it happened yesterday, comes 2 weeks after a massive one that killed nearly 45,000 people. Officials say the quake yesterday was felt in Jordan, Cyprus, Israel, Lebanon, and Egypt. A magnitude 5.8 followed, along with dozens of aftershocks. Syria's civil defense organization says several buildings collapsed, but there were no reports of anyone trapped under the debris. President Biden has given a speech in Poland, pledging to continue to stand with Ukraine a year after Russia's invasion.
We will continue to be hard and very bitter days. This is a tragedy. The Ukraine is still for the fight ahead. The United States, together with our allies and partners, are going to continue to help Ukraine back as it defends itself.
Biden was in Ukraine yesterday to reassure Ukraine's president of America's support and announced another $500 million in aid. We're going to go back to the Q10 next.
That's actually true. The S&P went down 20% last year, and this year is uncertain. And a bad day today. The majority of economists think a recession is very possible in 2023. Yeah, don't look today. That's why you're time and time again, this advice. It's important to diversify your portfolio, or else you're going to risk taking massive losses. Gold and precious metals can offer a hedge against inflation and stock market volatility. And Legacy Precious Metals is the company that we trust. Yeah, we spend time with Legacy Precious Metals, and you can protect your retirement account by rolling into a gold-backed IRA or have metals shipped directly to your door. Visit Legacy online, and you will get a free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com. Or give Legacy Precious Metals a call. Here's the toll-free number, 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Don't lose your retirement chance. If you live in outdoors, call Legacy Precious Metals today. Download your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com.
The KFI financial report, the Dow closed down 697, S&P 500 down 82, NASDAQ down 295, and the average price for the gallon of regular gas in California is $4.74. Southland weather from KFI, it's going to be windy overnight. Woohoo! Sunny and windy tomorrow with a slight chance of rain in some areas. High mid to upper 50s for Metro LA, upper 40s and 50s in San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, 40s in the Antelope Valley, 50s in Orange County, upper 40s to low 50s in the Inland Empire, and rain Thursday through Saturday. Right now, 57 in Dana Point, 59 in Anaheim, 58 in Diamond Bar, and 59 in Simi Valley. We're going to go back to the Q10 in Monrovia. On the eastbound side, just before Mountain, where a crash had been reported in the carpooling. It looks like they're getting things wrapped up, but we are definitely seeing a backup out of Pasadena, all the way from Mountain. Now, you see that lanes are still being blocked in Monrovia. You can always give us an update. Pound 252 word code FI traffic. Now, we've got real cold fibers checking out orange KFI in the sky.
Eastbound side of the 22 at the City Drive. We've had a long frame stall stuck out there in lanes. And it looks like they've got off to the right side to keep saying they have, but it is very slow getting away from Brookwood on that eastbound side of the 22. Expect delays through that stretch. Real cool driver, KFI in the sky.
And in Anaheim Hills, the 91 eastbound one trend is loading up at Imperial Highway, delays to Green River, going ahead off to 71 and stretches to Pierce in Riverside. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Hi, this is Joe from Cordell and Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell and Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
Contact Cordell and Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's California attorneys. 1455 Tracy Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at Cordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. More stimulating talk.
And I have a radio station.
Got a show? go out and change their votes. Verifying his support flying everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You know that story we did at the end of the hour about the woman who had her toe amputated because of a nail salon infection? Yeah. And at the end of it, I mean, you need to have, she said that God must have had a reason to cut her toe. Yeah. And God just been sitting there, your toe. It's like, well, what would that reason be? I had a reason for losing my toe. That's right. There's a reason for the infection and the amputation. There was no speculation on what that reason was. Some people just believe that nothing usually happens like this. Everything happens for a reason. Like God needed a toe. The good in the toe is needed in heaven. People are funny, aren't they? Nail infection. God had nothing to do with it. What's he going to do with a toe? They were nail infections, but you lose that toe to the environment. Right. It's God's will, God's plan. Really? You can question people any further on that. Well, what would the plan be? Can you bury a toe? I mean, so coffee. Oh, man. All right, well, welcome to this. Nice kickoff. Yeah. We mentioned in his budget message, by the way, I'm channeling a point down, but I can tell. 1 hour to go. So we need to rank down now. It's much worse on Saturday and Sunday. Kind of like a whisper or like a talk. So otherwise, I feel good. Your vocal cords are inflamed. They are inflamed and they're infected. I know, but like that woman's spouse. Hot tea and honey. I got to do a laryngectomy. Take the organs over to the colon thing. Yeah, those are cool. Oh, yeah. I found out the Philly thing still working for the colon.
You take an NyQuil, Ken, so you can sleep, you know, pop?
I did one night. But the next night it didn't work this way. So.
No, it's true, because sometimes I do that to help me sleep.
Oh, no.
I have the rebound effect. You have to take it once and then wait a few times.
I found that most medications work fast the first time.
Yeah.
And your body quickly doesn't tolerate it. By the way, that's only part of a cocktail that you take.
Well, yeah. I haven't had that in a while.
No, kind of.
No, I've been out of them and I haven't gone back.
It's still with sober dogs, but what's keeping you up lately?
Oh, the same earthquakes and then, the wind and, whatever. My mind, I have a very active mind, believe it or not. So things are constantly whirling in there.
Whirling? Wow, I hear the squirrels running around, squirrels and wind. Kind of the squirrel personality is always darting scared.
I'm not a scaredy cat, okay? Most people are scared of earthquakes and what's going to happen. It's not just me.
Like, how much do they speak about?
Who knows? At least people think about it a lot. But I give you guys right? Maybe a little TMI.
True, though. I found out that a tree the other day out in front of the building. Well, think about it. They put a tree there because of an earthquake.
Okay, then I'm going to need to build a tree house and sleep there, and I'll see if I sleep there.
Unless the tree comes down. All right, so about a month ago, Houston was talking about the state's budget, and we're in a deficit, probably. I haven't seen the latest numbers, but they estimate over $20 billion deficit coming this year. So in his budget message, he talked about having to cut back on spending. And the latest is state assistance for health care services to migrants seeking asylum. The story starts out like this. All day and sometimes into the night, buses and vans pull up to 3 state-funded medical screening centers near California's border with Mexico. Federal immigration officers unload migrants, predominantly from Brazil, Cuba, Colombia, and Peru. They're mostly waiting for asylum here. It's what they're going to be a year or two to happen. First inside, they got face masks, they get food and water, medical providers test them for COVID, they offer them vaccines, they allow them to get protection for injury. That is a great welcome to America, though. Hi, welcome to America. We're all crazy. Would you wear this mask? We all cover our faces in this country. There's no real reason for it. We just do it. I thought they weren't doing it. The test system height of the pandemic, all the migrants were coming into Texas and they weren't getting tested or masks or anything.
No, back then they weren't. But I think if you go to this formal asylum processing center, then you get the full medical treatment package.
Well, Newsom said the state can no longer afford to contribute funds to the census. They get federal and local grants, but he said we're going to phase out the state aid for these medical services in the next few months. They can only keep going if Biden and Congress step up with more funding.
By the way, if you ever hear anybody in government say, well, we just don't have enough money, like, fill the potholes, there have been spending your tax money on food for illegal aliens, lodging, travel, that people pay for their travel so they can find their sponsors or their family or their friends. And the state has spent $1 billion on all this.
$1 billion in 3 years.
3 years. $1 billion.
Wow.
So when you hear there's not enough money, we have to raise taxes. We're underfunded. Well, $1 billion of people who broke the law. You give them a free man.
We're not sending any of the migrants on buses because the state's so loaded.
No, you shouldn't. I mean,
You see what happens if
that's how you get that financial burden off your back from on a bus.
they get turned over to sponsors or they get turned over to one of the charities step up and take the migrants to try to help place them. That's what happens after you have like an intake center that gets kind of check on them for make sure there's no problems medically.
Well, this is good business because the federal government is handing out tons of money. So you can get into the migrant services business. There's medical support at UC San Diego. Federal government covers most of that. State pays for nurses and other medical contractors.
Well, because eventually they all put on buses or commercial flights. How can that get no? Okay, that's going to be reunited sponsor at last state. They're extending it the same person.
Well, so they say,
Right. Yeah, well, generally get them on buses and planes. I mean, there's no place to put them.
I mean, we've been taking in tens of thousands. 300,000. 300,000 have come in since April of 2021. That's not even 2 years. 300,000 were processed.
Yeah. There's a lot of them that come to Texas. They got a lot more between some of the years.
Right. Well, these are the ones just in San Diego County and Imperial County. The 3 houses were served more than 300,000 migrants. And then, the food, the lodging, and the travel.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Short of money.
Yeah.
Don't pay the road.
California is set to end its pandemic state of emergency on February 28th. And that's probably when they'll start to cut the funding. Well, they won't get effective until July, but they'll figure out how much they're going to cut.
Well, they did a pretty comprehensive thing that we read a couple of weeks ago about how did the budget, double and triple and quadruple, depending on what year you want to use as a comparison.
Right.
And much of it was for illegal immigration. And much of it, all the increases were like 3 categories. Like illegal immigration, poverty, medical care for poor people, medical care for illegal immigration, and then, a big increase in the prisons. Even though we have far fewer prisons.
All right, we got more coming up. Johnny 10:05 here and 640 live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app.
Never more fun than the 24-hour staff on Israel.
California Democratic Congresswoman Barbara Lee has announced she is running for Dianne Feinstein's Senate seat. Feinstein's retiring at the end of her current year. And that's security secretary from Mexico has been found guilty in New York of taking bribes to catch drug cartels he was supposed to fight. He faces at least 20 years in prison. The CDC has added COVID-19 vaccines to the official immunization schedule for kids as young as 6 months. We are going to go to the 605 next.
Hey, if you're looking to sell your home, call Sellers Advantage. They'll make you a cash offer with no need for repair if they do buy their goods.
The Sellers Advantage, there's no agent. For closing days, they buy with cash.
They'll even offer $10,000 advance to help you with moving and other expenses.
Check out their reviews online. Call for no obligation offer. 888-321 as is.
888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com. PRE number 0196165.
Southland weather from Canify. It's going to be windy overnight, sunny and windy tomorrow with slight chance of rain in some places, highs in the 40s and 50s. This report brought to you by Blindstar.com. It's low on the 605 in Norwalk. There's northbound is going in away from the 105 freeway, taking you ahead to just before the 10. Southbound slowing, loading up out of Pico Rivera away from Peck Road. You're on the break ahead to the 5. We've got Will Cole Driver, KFI on the side, looking at Hawthorne.
Yeah, it is also very slow. If you're heading southbound on the 405, starting in Hawthorne, right here at least the 105, pretty much all the way down to almost the 710, and it gets a little bit better for you. It's also the place where the 105 headed eastbound gets terrible right there at the 405, creeping and crawling over to that slow spot eagle mentioned on the 605. Real Cold Driver, KFI in the south.
Anaheim, 91 eastbound, it's loading up, getting away from, actually backing out the outer Cerritos now on that eastbound side. Watch for delays away from just about Carmenita. You remain on the brakes and stretches all the way towards Adams in Riverside. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindstar.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during Blindstar's President's Day sale. Hurry, stand February 23rd. Blindstar.com.
This report is sponsored by Staples Store. Right now, during Staples Hit-A-Thon, store shares are up to 50% off. Like the Union and Scale Essentials Next Back Cash Share. Now just $59.99 at Staples. In-store only, offer ends $2.25 while supplies last. Staples for working and learning and saving store.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. Attention I-10 freeway driver. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lane project. Don't get stuck. For dates and detours, visit GoFTCPA.com. That's GoFTCPA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lane project. At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up at StartLAFitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, jumps to downward dogs, and battle ropes to box jumps. It's all here at LA Fitness. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities like basketball courts, Olympic lifting platforms, pools, and saunas. This is the best time to make a new day resolution. Any day can be your day to start fresh at LA Fitness. Get your pass today, come in the club, or join online with our latest offers. From yoga to Zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodywork classes. Your muscles might get tired, but your workouts never will. Get started at StartLAFitness.com with your free 3-day pass at StartLAFitness.com. That's StartLAFitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available for an additional fee. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-members only. Other restrictions apply.
Big news for Newsmax. DirecTV just removed Newsmax. Now you can't watch it on DirecTV or Uber. Ted Cruz, Mike Huckabee, Rand Paul are urging you to stand with Newsmax. And Newsmax wants you to call DirecTV and demand that they bring back Newsmax. You can call toll-free 877-Newsmax and they will connect you. If you're not with DirecTV, you can still call Newsmax to show your support at 877-Newsmax. And Dr. Ben Carson says El Freedom to be eroded. Stand up for Newsmax. Call back today.
Hyundai and Kia are going to offer the software update. Up until now, they were charging you $170.
By the way, if you put seeds on top of your Kia, doesn't it sprout and grow?
Zero handle.
You're thinking of the Kia. Oh, God, you're so confused with this stuff. They're very close.
Right. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Johnny Tank, John Cobell and Tank CFO, KFI, and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. All right, so as promised, we're going to present to you now an example of the arrogance of the Sacramento politicians. You have an attorney general by the name of Bob Bontek. You have his wife, her name is Mia. the assembly. She was appointed recently as chairwoman of Assembly Budget Committee 5 to oversee the California Department of Justice's budget and spending. So, wait a minute. Reporters finally caught on to the fact that she should not be overseeing the Hudson Department's budget. The Attorney General is part of the Department of Justice. This sounds like some sort of conflict of interest. But not. It's a big case of corruption. And what's really fascinating is nobody in Sacramento thought there was anything wrong with it, including these two guilty bonders. And he's the Attorney General. He's chief law enforcement officer for the state, and he thought it was entirely appropriate for his wife in the assembly to oversee his budget. I can't, head shaking. It's like, wow, how deep in the bubble do you have to be? How corrupt do you have to be that this was considered normal? They just had to pass this off to no one would notice. Because apparently a reporter by the name of Ashley Zavala with KTRA did some digging, broke the story, and they're trying to get some answers. And finally, after a week, this assemblywoman announced she will recuse herself. It took a week. It took a week. And why? Even the accidental times that an editorial was just his life. But Newsom was asked about this and claiming he doesn't know anything about this. Yes, he's a typical liar. Of course he knows about it. Of course he does. And they were just trying to tough it out, figuring the public's not paying attention. Most of the media didn't cover this, or they covered it in the most bland, benign way that you wouldn't notice. I mean, seriously, you know what? If you look at the LA Times website for their hits, there's a page where you can track. You know, most people are on the LA Times website for about a minute, and they look at a page and a half. That is the extent of how people consume print news online. Right. So, you put down, a 6-paragraph article just to say, hey, yeah, we did cover it the other day, but it's buried, it's hard to find, and most people will find it and aren't even looking for it. Don't care. So here is this KCRA reporter. We have about 2.5 minutes of audio. Apparently, at one point, Sasha just started wagging her finger into the woman's face. When questioned about all this, starts reading from a statement. Let's listen to how it went. Hi, coming over one today. Do you have a second for a kind of brief interview to discuss it not to do it in the doorway? But I'll make a statement to you. I'm not going to do it. You're not going to do that after I make a statement. Actually, that's what I will do. Because I'm probably going to be in the California has absolute confidence in the legislative and budget process. We have spoken with the Assembly ethics, attorneys, who believe there is no violation of the ethical rules in my holding this position. My district is among the highest impacted by gun violence and the carceral system, and the speaker pointed to no one that I would be a voice for the victims and to be affected by this difficult cases. That being said, any budget proposal regarding the DOJ that comes under my purview on budget supplies will go through a transparent and open budget process, including publicly posting agendas, having the entire subcommittee voting on recommendations to amend, approve, or deny budget proposals, and having these discussions happen in an open session, broadcasted and archived to be later reviewed and voted on by the budget committee and ultimately the entire was it racist and sexist for us to bring this up? I mean, what about this? Actually, I'm just saying that you have a lot of questions to people in California has put in your state. They'd like to know if you're going to recuse yourself from USA items. Wow. You sit in my statement if you really actually want to offer truth. I'm not confused. I mean, also, but I mean, if you look at the other subcommittees, the other branches have other experience. I mean, education, here I go. I mean, because you're in education, working families, and you have so much experience with education on topics, why didn't you ask to do the education budget committee? I mean, when you look at Dr. Joaquin Arandula and other members that have actual experience, thank you. Okay, nephew. I still remember being about the people of California would like to know if you're going to recuse yourself from Department of Justice items.
finger in the face, elevator that was.
Yeah, apparently these Johnson, man, apparently used to work for a nonprofit and he headed up.
Oh,
I guess that was a good question to a reporter asked. Like, well, why wouldn't you work on, the budgets of the nonprofit that you were on the issues with the children funding and stuff like that? Why did you want the Department of Justice overseas?
because it's a racket they're running. That's why.
Yeah.
And she wants control of his budget because when she gave the clue when she talked about her district, which is open, and all the incarcerated people, and she probably wants to make sure that there isn't much funding for enforcing the law and prosecution and sentencing and all that stuff, right? So that there's more money given to, or more rehabilitation money given to the prisoners when they're dumped out early.
That's another power couple. I think he's going to run for governor. What do you consider?
Oh my God! Yeah, I think he's going to make a point for Newsom. He is a weasel and a genius. And he also doesn't like criticism either. Because I remember when he was down here on some story.
Oh yeah.
Remember, he got all pictures.
Was that the investigation of the fuel thing?
I think so. Yeah. And a reporter might have been Steve Greger started challenging him, and he got real. He got very angry. Newsom gets like that too. None of these people progressives never want to be questioned. They just want to make announcements. They have a statement. They'll stand there and read the statement, and you're out to question her ethics. And clearly this is corrupt, right? You can't have the wife overlooking the budget. Stop it. And then the reporter says, Texas, is that what you're saying? I like her. Yeah, they like all those words, but you try to see or whatever. I know. That's what you do. You start swatting them back with their own BS. And actually, it's a volley.
Yeah, it's all right. All right, we got more coming up. Johnny 10 5, AM 640, live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app.
Deborah Mark live in the 24-hour campsite here.
A trial is starting for former LA Deputy Mayor Raymond Chan, who's accused of taking part in former Councilman Jose Rizar's pay-to-play scheme.
He allegedly agreed to accept more than $100,000 from a George Cannon, who is a real estate development consultant, for official acts to benefit a project by a Chinese real estate developer.
U.S. Attorney spokesman Kieran McAvoy says the scheme granted special treatment for real estate developers in exchange for bribes. Jose Rizar pleaded guilty last month to running the operation. The news is brought to you by Jacoby and Myers Attorneys. The National Association of Realtors says nearly all of the most expensive places to buy a single-family home are in Southern California, because the best places to buy are in Boise, Idaho, where prices dropped 3.4% from a year ago, and Austin, Texas, where prices are down 1.3%. But the most expensive cities in Southern California, Anaheim, where the median price of $1.1 million is down 1.6% from a year ago, and in LA, where the median price is $829,000, that's down 1.3%. The family of Malcolm X has filed a $100 million lawsuit against the NYPD, FBI, and DA. The agencies are accused of covering up evidence in his assassination.
The proof of what happened and who was involved has always been critical.
Civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump made the announcement 58 years to the day Malcolm X was killed. The suit claims the group had factual evidence that they fraudulently concealed from the men who are wrongfully convicted for Malcolm X's murder.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never.
President Biden has again pledged America's ongoing support for Ukraine during a visit to Poland.
To protect the freedom is not the work of a day or of a year. It's always difficult. It's always important.
Biden was in Poland to mark the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Biden says the war was never a necessity, it's a tragedy. We're going to head over to the 133 next.
If you have bad vision, everything's always blurry and focused, and you really are tired of rolling over and sitting on your glasses and fumbling with your contacts, here's the phone call you got to make. Dr. Charles Manger at Saddleback Eye Center. He will set you free. He's got the laser light laser exam. He's got a laser. It'll measure your eyes over 1,000 times. Perfect map of your vision. You then go to the LASIK procedure room, and in 20 minutes, it's all done. There's no pain, no discomfort. You walk out of there with 20/20 vision or better. It doesn't matter if you're nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, you need reading glasses.
Just the man that could fix the Saddleback Eye Center. I know, I went in there with really bad vision. I walked out of there seeing better in 2020. I thought it was going to hurt. I was scared. I was scared. It didn't hurt at all. No discomfort. Walked out of there crystal clear vision. Be one of the first 14 callers now. Free laser right laser and call them 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
Southland weather from KFI, windy overnight, sunny and windy tomorrow with slight chance of rain in some areas. Highs in the mid to upper 50s for Metro LA, upper 40s and 50s in San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. 40s in the Antelope Valley, 50s inland Orange County, upper 40s to low 50s in the Inland Empire. And we are getting rain Thursday through Saturday. Right now, 58 in Villa Park and 59 in Westminster. From the Southern California Toyota dealer shopping center, let's go places. We're going to an oil spill on the 133 in Irvine. This is on the northbound side to the 241 south. That connector is shut down due to a 90-gallon oil spill. There's a lot of cleanup to go on, and a lot of traffic as well. Now, delays are backing up from Irvine Boulevard. So, if you need to take that 241 south connection, just exit at Irvine Boulevard, and you can take that over to either Ridge. Now, take it to Ridge Valley. You can connect to Portola Parkway, which will put you back onto the 241 southbound. We have Will Holt, driver, checking out. Where are you? Over on the 605, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, checking out a really slow drive here, north outside of the 605. Getting away from the 105 all the way up to basically the 50. Don't see anything in lanes, but it is just really bad, especially between the 105 and the 5. Southbound side, almost the same, not quite as bad, though southbound as you get away from Washington Boulevard, making your way on down south, but you have to find it for better drive. Real cool driver, KFI in the sky.
Taking Exercise in Griffith Park, southbound the lake, loading up from the 134 freeway, taking you ahead to the 605. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shop, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? Have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here is good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes, and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's a special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nurse test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial AmericanVisionWindows.com. For official rulings and more information about content from this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music radio podcasts. KFI AM640. That means what it means, why it matters. Johnny, Johnny, come out and say KFI. Hey, 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and we're on from 1 until 4. Live? We are. After 4 o'clock, you can hear us on our podcast, Same Show. Right after 4 o'clock, whatever you missed, if you want to hear it again, there. iHeartRadio app, Johnny Can On Demand is what it's called. Go do that. Well, the United States Supreme Court has heard a case with some origins here in Southern California. A woman by the name of Nohini Gonzalez was one of about 130 people killed by the shooting incident in Paris. You can forget, November 13th, 2015. Nohini was a senior at Cal University Long Beach. He transferred an exchange program to the shot, along with 19 others, at a beach show out with friends. This was one of these that looked like Islamic State attacks. But they really have an ISIS. They really did disappear, didn't they? Really about ISIS anymore. There don't seem to be a huge threat. I imagine those guys still running around the desert, in the desert, in the depths of America. Not but, so lawyers that have really lost it that specializes in suing companies that need parents ask families that are interested in launching a lawsuit. related to her daughter's death. So they filed this case arguing that Google's YouTube video site broke the U.S. Anti-Terrorism Act by promoting Islamic state propaganda videos to this recommendation algorithm. I heard one of the lawyers say this morning, it wasn't that it was just posted there. They actually had algorithms that directed people there or recommended people go there.
For all these sites. Well, YouTube, Google's owned by YouTube, right? You go to YouTube, say you watch half a dozen videos of anything, right? You will get suggestions in that video.
That's what might be interested in this.
Dozens and dozens of suggestions. And the more you twist the suggestions, the more further suggestions you'll get in that category.
Right. So this lawsuit was a go. But apparently they have lost in the lower court. But the U.S. Supreme Court cited in October 30th today was the day they did hear the case from the outstanding lawyers. So what they're talking about here is Section 230 of the federal law. It is at the heart of the case to protect internet companies from being liable by the content posted by their users. This allows platforms like Facebook and YouTube to grow into the big behemoth that's like together.
Because there was 26 words. No tech platform shall be treated as a publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. In other words, you don't look at YouTube or Facebook, Twitter, as a speaker or as a publisher. It's simply a conduit.
That's right.
It's
just a platform,
a transmission line. So they are not responsible for anything that anybody creates and puts on the site.
Now, YouTube does have policies that prohibit parent content, but their algorithms often miss. Using the right mode.
Because everybody always works, like, screws around with how they present the video and how they describe it so it can get through the algorithm.
Right.
But it's one of those cat and mouse games.
Yeah. So, now are they arguing that something directly on one of these videos led to the attack on their daughter in Paris? Is there something specific, or they're just saying that in general, YouTube doesn't do enough to keep people away from these?
Well, that YouTube promotes ISIS content. And therefore it had a role in creating the group and the frenzy and the death. So, I mean, there are TV stories all the time about people getting radicalized by online propaganda.
Right.
I mean, I think Google's involvement in a Paris shooting is really different.
Yeah, although, I mean, you and I talked about this in the past. The recruitment video.
No.
All this stuff is just posted out there to get people charged up for jihad. You would think there'd be a little bit more. Well, but Section 230 protection, yeah.
I know.
Then you would see all Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and all of them aggressively post this stuff.
One time, I went to my lady talk about in the hallway. College is really busy. I had a girlfriend. I was going to go to I don't know, you have to ask Jack about it. There's you have to ask Jack about it. No, I don't recall. I know that whole thing is like he's supposed to live the hospital house. He's like, good, yeah.
Because I know people at podcasts, right? And sometimes they put on music. It's just
We're doing talent.
transition.
But we're also
YouTube is active.
Right.
They're able to recognize copyrighted use of the fact. It's done. They take the video. So you have to put anything, something.
Okay, are we done? Hey, dinosaur boy, are you there?
Or you have to share license.
You in the beach, dinosaur?
Take on this today for most reporters who covered it as best as they can. So it's not
Put my head down here.
I do not think that
Oh my God.
challenge to Section 230 Well, this is just a Congress.
Holy fucking shit.
That's exactly what we're not to just say.
Are you
Congress wrote the law what to do. Yeah, this doesn't necessarily violate. It doesn't violate the Constitution.
My friend, y'all.
So, I mean, you say the law itself violates the constitutional rights of somebody. But this corporate protection
Let's talk about
for defamation
right?
or liability that could lead to a criminal act.
I'm just
the tech companies bribed Congress by the billion. So 20, how many years now? 27 years? 27 years. It was written in very primitive times. I was going to say, yeah, 27 years ago, it wasn't quite the concept we have today. No, I know. But I mean, once something gets embedded into law, it's obviously risky. They have to completely change the way they do business. If you're liable for everybody's post and everybody's message, which could conceivably lead to a bad act, you don't have much of a business anymore. So you're actually going to do another thing tomorrow that YouTube recommends videos to users that hear that justices will hear a related case involving a 2016 law that allows victims of international terrorism to sue those who knowingly aided or abetted terrorism. This was a case of terrorist attack, and this is a case against YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. It's a related case. This is about an attack on a single person. But the same concept. I guess there are two cases like this just to see if they could ferret out anything that makes sense down the road. But all sides are they're not going to do anything. I think they're all going to fail. I see this with everyone who complains about TikTok videos or other social media where there are these video challenges. They're teenagers that end up filming themselves because they some kind of challenge on the internet. Right. And that's really up to the parents to control what their kids' access to the internet.
I'm just like not sure why I saw him, but there's like, when I first met you, I was looking at this. I know that person, and I was feeling shit. I put the TV up so I could have Halo on the second level. You remember? The little test. But before any of that, my immediate perception of it was just, God damn, this motherfucker emanating the aura of Japanese called Master Basso. So I was like, yo, okay. I think we said, everybody, let's go. It was like, yo, fight that team. Internet companies are doing the same thing. They're allowing the platforms to be served out with user-generated content that could be harmful. Do you mind if I call you Master Basso? But you're from me, right. You were like, I remember what the name is. I remember Master Basso is absolutely my favorite Japanese poet of all of them that you came in the last 10 minutes. My favorite. I should have checked Benjamin Button.
The Environmental Protection Agency has ordered more Southern to pay for the cleanup of the train chemical release in East Howard Street, Ohio. Russian President Putin has suspended Moscow's participation in the last remaining nuclear arms control pact with the U.S. Putin announced the move in the State of the Nation speech where he made it clear he would not change his strategy in the war in Ukraine. From the Southern California Toyota dealer still places for going to install on the 5 East Philmont. Reported a large downtown sign pushing toward the 2
I was a tiger novel with the
away from Washington.
We got certain positions on the team. We got torturers, we got
North outside, Statesboro and Sunset gets a little sluggish heading into the valley. By the way, if you're in downtown Los Angeles, activity earlier has cleared out the Hall of Justice and City Hall areas, all the
Yeah, both.
This is easy for Haven. Everyone's out of lane. You're on the breaks away from mountains. Hey, Apple in the sky.
I think that's not so bad. Right, but then there's that. That's the guy who doesn't really want the ball. And we just say, no, but
The schedule is the same state for Wild on the road this year. The goals That's currently in action versus the Lightning. Clippers have waited Garland just 2 days after he was signed to a two-way contract. Panthers assistant Jim Caldwell announced he no longer plans to be NFL head coach. The former Lions coach had multiple interviews with teams after his dismissal from Detroit in 2017. I'm Frank Henry.
Stunning design, unmatched intelligence, and a compact ready for anything goes. Sometimes exceptional is the rule. The Mercedes-Benz GLA, member of the unrivaled SUV family. Learn more at MDUSA.com.
This report is sponsored by
we used to come Bitcoin. I used to walk down the hallway, yo, Bitcoin, and then all the other guys in the hallway go, and then you go Bitcoin, and you go Bitcoin, you know, guys, Bitcoin. Like the clapper? What?
Now you can't watch it on DirecTV or use it.
Why not?
Hey, crews might have to be Van Paul or DirecTV stand with these.
You know, it's a little thing.
Want you to call DirecTV and demand that they bring back these things. You can call toll free.
I started knocking on guys' doors and those was really great. And they were like, stay on one. And if you walk down the hallway and we start talking to Bitcoin stuff, I was like, well, how do you know? They were like, well, it's a fantastic idea. Very nice. And then they went to the phone. What? Well, hello. Whenever you don't know what to say, it's Halo.
We have your favorite new models in stock.
And you could always look about yeah, that's a very good point. I can make a very good point. There's Halo. There's really. There's Halo. I'm going to vote for my because you play both of there's Halo. I don't want to be the first player to like literally play more video games than anything else while in my house. You're coming to all the games you guys like it's very general. I feel like it's apps like this. The first guy was like this amount of video games. The second guy was like this amount of video games. The third guy, that Hammer or whatever, was this amount of games. Next guy, this guy, Butcher Golly, he got his like a little bit more anyway, he was over here, and then you had, you know, Carlton, and he was playing like Bomb. He played a little GoldenEye. Then what? You know, he got by. He was playing Wii. He was playing with the Wii, I'm sure. And
medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 3 locations, Glendale, and Orange.
That's all. Oh, sorry, that's the masturbation one. No, so they're very similar. They're very similar. It's like very general. But, yeah, but it's just like, you would think they'd be injured, because it's like, well, so more vegan for the last time they've missed it. I get that one-hand action going.
I'm worried that you're not saying no.
So, it depends. Like,
everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We got more fun coming back around in 3 days already, so we're gathering messages. Here's the iHeartRadio app. With the microphone icon there, leave a message. Call the toll-free number 1-877-186 1-877-664-7866. Well, the LAPD, their West Bureau Special Assault Sections are looking for people who might be assisting victims or witnesses in a series of sex Town in downtown Los Angeles. To go to actually a pretty skilled man, the Benjamin Clark, who lives in LA. He started to prove 50 years old. Out of he's set control back. 2017. Now, of course, he came here from North Carolina. I don't know the he appears to targeting women using social media and dating. The point is, in 2017, he contacted women online to use elaborate rules and identity. So, if they reported to the call, they would have the wrong name or the wrong person, and it'd be hard to track them. I will never, I will always be fascinated by meet up with on days. I've got to think that this way to get a pervert or some violent maniac pretty high. I would think every pervert violent maniac would try right? Because you got so you already down like 3/4 of your way down the field there. Yeah. They showed up. You know what they look like. They're in front of you. Now you just have to figure out how to manipulate them and then do damage. That's apparently what he did, and then he assaulted them. They finally got enough evidence to make the case probably this guy. I think it went to his home in South LA and recovered extensive evidence of his connection to the crime, and then he a lot more out there. They tried to make distinction. 6'5", 170 pounds, and in my favorite part. A very distinctive fire area. Are you making that? Right now, I'm just saying when he's trying to lure these women in, that he mentioned he's got a really bad odor. And by the way, what's the good for the odor? They don't bolt? It's so vulnerable? I don't get it. Well, he made it bolt from the why he doesn't know we can work out. Crack somewhere in the room or for get energy. Well, that's an occasion. They think a lot of women did not report this because they're too embarrassed. Or it's well, they should be embarrassed. I mean, if you're a grown-up person, you don't meet strangers off the internet because a lot of the guys are crazy. They're violent. Yeah. Isn't B.O.B.O. is a distinctive B.O.? Oh yeah. Or you still some people you're like, oh, some people like that. Some people smell like dairy. I have picked up on that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's a certain kind of bacteria because the odor comes from bacteria. So it depends sometimes what your body is sweating, like the food you eat. Yeah, I pick up like a locker room smell, yeah. Or how how often you wash your clothes. I think there's a different odor for somebody who's wearing the same clothes. So all right. Look here, special guest. It was a visit. It was what I was saying. Mark Thompson walked in. Yeah, I warm up on the sidelines, but the starting quarterback's always going into the game. Finally, it goes down. They get one game. I'm excited. Yeah. Yes, he is. So I think he got Kate Soul. Oh, yeah. That sounds okay. You can tell a little bit, maybe. Yeah, but, yeah, a little scratchy. But I heard you yesterday. Yeah, that's right. I was just that wasn't yesterday, but it was Tuesday. Yeah, but I got the last in the car. I said, yeah, I'm sitting around up there. I'll come in and sit around. I was driving around doing errands, and there you were. No, thank you for your service. I enjoyed it. I love hanging out here. It's weird on the weekend. So first thing I started had nothing to do on a Sunday afternoon. It's true. Well, now football season's over. Oh, right. Yeah. Call me during football season, forget it. I can't do it. I got a lot. What do you got on now? Yeah. Well, there's international league play in football. XFL? Yeah. XFL, right, exactly. You're staying on two cockroaches in the air. Well, look, you got to take the action where it comes. You know what I'm saying? Alex Jones joining us right off the hop. We're going to talk about that bizarre case of the auxiliary bishop David O'Connell in L.A. over the weekend. In fact, just to your point, on Sunday when I was on, that story was just breaking, and they were so tight-lipped about it
it made me think of that movie, Primal Fear. Remember the movie where the guy, it was Edward Norton, I think that was his breakout role. He's in a movie with Richard Gere, and he's accused, Edward Norton's character, of killing his priest in this awful way. And there were still few details out on Sunday when this news broke. Yeah. I thought, wow, there's something to this story. There's something more. It is not like that movie, Primal Fear, but it's actually, it does have a sort of bizarre twist, doesn't it? With the housekeeper, it's a guy upset he didn't get paid for his handiwork. There is another story there. Exactly. It's unfolding. Jason Richmond's going to join us too about the Alec Baldwin changing face of that case. My neighbor got hit with a $20,000 water bill. Oh. And he's in a tug of war with the water. If you're trying to be fair, if you've got to come on the air and talk to him about it, that's a long shout. No kidding. Hey, they'll explain why it's $20,000. But that is a Supreme Court case, and what's going to happen with the weather? And honest to goodness, the guy who replaced me on Fox 11. My old intern is now the big 6 and 11 o'clock weather guy. He'll be with us. It's a big show. Come on, played by your old intern. Yeah, right there out. Yeah, always available mushrooms. Yeah, was it? Right. You needed an answer at dinner one night, you called him out of it. Yeah. And no dig too small. That's right.
Los Angeles on time.
Live everywhere on the radio app. California Attorney General says over 4 dozen people have been arrested for sex trafficking in San Diego. I'm Michael Kozer, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Operation Better Package targeted suspected sex traffickers and commercial sex workers. Boston says officers posed undercover as people selling sex for money from January 9th to February 10th, which resulted in the arrest of 48 people in San Diego and National City. He says the crimes were human trafficking of a minor to assault with a deadly weapon. San Diego District Attorney Summer Stevens says she's appalled seeing people paying for sex with young women like they were going to a fast food drive-thru. Chris Agnew, KFI News.
The mega church in California has been kicked out of the Southern Baptist Convention for having a woman pastor. Saddleback Church is the denomination's second largest congregation, founded by pastor best-selling author Rick Warren. 3 women were ordained in 2021, prompting discussions within the denomination about possibly expelling the mega church. Saddleback has the right to appeal the decision at the next meeting in June. The church has multiple locations in the Southland and has an average weekly attendance of 30,000 people. Neighbors of the bishop killed in Hoffman Heights said they knew something was wrong with the ABC signed to David O'Connell the morning he was killed. Alfred Tejeda says he's lived across the street from O'Connell for 22 years and was worried when he didn't see him on Saturday. I'm usually out in my front yard watering 7 in the morning. He usually about that time opens up his blinds, looks the sun in, walks his dog. He says the bishop was a soft-spoken man and he talked to almost every morning. He says he's very sad because O'Connell was the light of the neighborhood. He saw the good in everyone. An ex-public security secretary from Mexico has been found guilty of taking bribes to protect drug cartels he was supposed to fight. The jury in New York deliberated under tight security for 3 days before reaching a verdict. Garcia Luna faces at least 20 years in prison. His sentence is set for June. Luna is the highest-ranking official in Mexico to ever be tried in the U.S. Lawyers say the charges were based on lies from criminals who wanted to punish him. The Supreme Court said that its first case about a federal law that shields Google, Twitter, and other internet companies from lawsuits over content posted by others. It's a huge deal for any American who puts social media use or website or internet service. Those companies have been protected, really blanket sweeping community by Section 230 of the Federal Communications Decency Act. And he said his wire says about whether the family of an American student killed in a terror attack in Paris in 2015 can sue Google for helping extremists spread their message and attract new recruits. Several justices said they were wary of allowing lawsuits against YouTube and other social media firms over algorithms they use to direct users to related content. President Biden's in Poland talking about support for Ukraine a year after the country was invaded by Russia.
1 year ago, the world was bracing for the fall of Kyiv. Well, I just come from a visit to Kyiv. I can report Kyiv stands strong.
Biden says the U.S. will send Ukraine for as long as it takes. Yesterday, the president announced another $500 million U.S. aid to Ukraine. The first acapella group to win a Grammy for arrangements become the first acapella group to have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The 5 members were honored this morning in the live performance category. GPS came together in 2011 and sold 10 million albums worldwide. And Serious Extreme, known for their covers of Christmas albums and original music without instruments. That's what I told you. TPX has performed. They performed everywhere, including the White House, the Kennedy Center Honors, the World Series, and the Hollywood Bowl. Star is between Etta James and Cole Porter. Look at the 405 freeway. And now, what the last couple of years have taught us one thing, is the value of things we can control. And this year, addressing hair loss is your exception, right? Now, a friend at advanced hair restoration for years, even decades, with hair loss through a simple one-day treatment. And they did it for me, and they do it for you as well. Your natural hair begins to grow the very next day, and it's all backed by the advanced hair care candy. It works for bald spots, receding hairline, thinning hair, men, women, younger, wiser, and of course, it works for you. So the top-rated physicians and advanced hair have changed the lives of tens of thousands of people. True story. And now it's your turn. Take your free consultation by phoning them up, 844-333-HAIR. And to celebrate the new year, you're going to get special financing. $250 off and 250 free haircuts. The value of things you can control, you can start growing your own natural hair today. That's right. Phone them up, 844-333-HAIR, or become inspired with before and after pictures at the website, advancedcare.com, advancedcare.com. Stop by with us in KFI. The wind is going to clear up most of the clouds through the night. The temperature rolls around 40, or cold temperature. Sunny, breezy, at about 5 degrees cooler during the day tomorrow. Around 50 at Tuesday, highs around 60, Metro LA, Orange County, mid-60s, close to 70, and then in Pine Valley, close to 60 in the high desert, Antelope Valley. Chance of rain starting tomorrow night and all the way into Sunday, about 5 degrees cooler Thursday, that'll last through the weekend. Right now in Anaheim, 57, Newport Beach, 59, Toledo, 59, Long Beach, 60 degrees. KFI Financial Report, Dow Jones down 697, NASDAQ is down 295, S&P is down 82, the average price of regular gas in California, 474. Down, let's get to a crash in Sepulveda Pass.
Citizens on the 405 northbound Myers-Bravo Center. Good news is that they rolled this wreck off to the shoulder. Traffic is pretty jammed up, leaving the 10 freeway in West LA. Now let's take a look at Long Beach with Will Coltzberger, KFI in the sky.
Looks like we had an earlier problem here. A couple of trucks that handled up northbound side of the 710 at Pacific Coast Highway. Backed out of lanes, but it's still kind of crummy getting away from Ocean Boulevard, headed northbound, all that truck traffic getting out of the port. And as far as the 405, you can expect some pretty hefty delays to southbound side, getting away from Hawthorne from the 105 all the way down past the 710. Real cold driver, FI in the sky.
Pasadena, 210 eastbound, slowing down away from Mountain. You're on the brakes ahead all the way to Citrus, more slowing in upland from baseline as you continue to the 15. KFI in the sky, help stay here faster. I'm in for Martinez.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell at the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years. Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's California attorneys. 1455 Brady Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com. Hey, Steve Sharp, California just changed the laws for solar, and sadly, it means new solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlux. If you're even thinking about solar, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time for waiting. Start today at sunlux.com, sunlux.com. ESLB 1008374. American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. More stimulating talk.
And I have the radio station.
It is the Greg Conway Show on KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, live across America, across the world. The Conway, just across the Burbank area, not that far away, but sadly under the weather today. So Mark Thompson sitting in for Tim. The whole Conway crew, apart from me, is apart from Tim, I should say, is here. And I'm here. Normally I would be here with Tim, Jerry, but now we're solo. So I need the collective power and energy of all listeners. But we've got the full crew for you, and we'll check in with them as the afternoon wears on. There's a big weather change coming. We'll talk to Fox 11 LA meteorologist Rick Dickers a little bit later. A bizarre story out of the Department of Water and Power. You will be both astounded, some of you will be able to relate to it, and then the resolution that the DWP is seeking is in itself bizarre. We'll touch on Alex Baldwin coming up, the Supreme Court as well. And right now, we want to get to a story that dominated the weekend headlines and was full of mystery at the time. As it turns out, I think it was because law enforcement was surveilling the person that they felt might have been responsible for killing the auxiliary bishop in Los Angeles, David O'Connell. But we'll find out more as we go to Alex Stone now for a complete report and update on what they know. Alex Stone, welcome to KFI.
Well, yeah, it's good to hear your voice. How are you?
And you as well. You know, on my show, Alex has I do a YouTube show now. It's just a radio station.
I've been watching you. You do a great job.
Oh, thank you, Alex Stone. You'll notice that we do a sweeper, like a thing with music and a lot of drops. And at the end of one of them is you, Alex Stone, reading a transcript. I guess I don't even know what it was from now, but it is the words "adios, mother effort."
I don't know what I ever said that on there. But I got to tune in now and hear that.
Hearing you say it in that Alex Stone very straight ahead, journalist, reportorial way is pretty terrific. So that's
wow.
Yeah.
Now I got it. Wow.
Anyway, Alex Stone, it was a weird weekend because this story broke and there were no details. Essentially, the cops were being a tight-lipped. I think they were surveilling. Fill us in on what happened and then what we know, please.
Yeah, so early on, I think we didn't know a lot because they didn't know a lot, but this was a call that came in on Saturday afternoon. 12:57 is when the 911 call came in. He was a deacon from the Archdiocese who went over to Bishop O'Connell's home. Went in because Bishop O'Connell was supposed to be at a meeting and never showed up at that meeting. Went in and found what was reported at that time to have been a medical emergency, that O'Connell was in bed. Something was wrong. 911 was called. Medics went. He was declared dead in bed. What doesn't really add up right now is that it took a while for them to know that he had been shot and that it was murder and not suicide. Early on sounded like maybe suicide. By Sunday morning that was ruled out. Then the hunt was on for a killer, and they didn't know immediately exactly what had gone on, who went into that home, why did they go in. We now know that they found surveillance video of a dark-colored SUV that pulled into the bishop's driveway and then left, but that was about all they had. And then Sunday night, there was a tip that came in, we now know, saying, you know what, this guy Carlos Medina wasn't acting right, had been talking about the bishop owed him money, was acting strange, like terrorist investigators may want to look into it, this may be your killer, and that's when it got moving very quickly from Sunday night into Monday morning. Neighbors have been telling us that they noticed he was acting strange as well. This is one of those neighbors. That's one of the neighbors in Medina. So police or the sheriff's department believed that a homicide unit that based on what the tip said, that Medina was in Central California. So on Sunday night, early Monday morning, uniformed deputies, from what the neighbors are telling us, went time there, sealed it, and then somewhat surprisingly, around 2 o'clock in the morning, Medina come out to deputies, SED, the Special Enforcement Bureau, the sheriff's version of SWAT. They eventually were called in, and around 8 o'clock yesterday morning, he eventually came out and was taken into custody. But what we don't know, Mark, is what that relationship was. We know that Medina's wife was O'Connell's housekeeper. Medina had done some work at O'Connell. Relationship issue, was it really just that Medina felt slighted and that Bishop O'Connell owed him money? Was there something more to it? Sheriff Luna last night saying they didn't know the motive. They know the witnesses saying that what conflict was going on. And last word, we haven't heard from the sheriff's department.
department in a number of hours now. They said they were going to put out an update tonight. We haven't gotten that yet. But what was that relationship? What was the beef? And that we don't know.
Wow, so it's interesting because I've heard about this owing money thing, but you're saying that was just really a rumor that was picked up by.
Yeah, I mean, that's what witnesses said, and we know immediately after the arrest yesterday, Medina was being interviewed. His wife, the housekeeper, was being interviewed as well. We're told that she was cooperative and willing to tell investigators things. So they have been learning a lot. We don't know a lot of those details yet. We believe he's going to be, the case will be given to the DA's office probably tomorrow, it looks like. And then the DA's office will have to decide what those charges are going to be. He could appear in court tomorrow, or it could be the next day, depending on when the clock started ticking on with the holiday of when his arrest was and by when he's got to be in court. So we will begin to learn more of these things as the DA gets traced and begins going to court. But what that actual spark was to allegedly cause him to go into that home and kill the bishop in his bed, maybe sleeping, that isn't clear. Investigators may know it, but publicly that isn't known.
So I remember at the time when it broke, I know we have to take a break there in a second. Maybe we'll keep Alex about David O'Connell because he was, one of the people without enemies, I would think. But I remember at the time, to finish my thought, that there was no sign of forced entry. There was no sign of forced entry. The only thing I remember from this, again, very tight-lipped first report of the bishop's murder, and that made me think, friend that is, or certainly someone who, your mind begins to spin your own narrative.
Yeah, that was likely the door was left unlocked overnight or whatever it was. So it seemed like it had to be targeted in that moment based on they were allowed in, but instead with something else of a road that many didn't want to go down. Exactly. It does seem like it was that.
Yeah. We'll button this out with just a word about David O'Connell again, the Gibberish bishop who was killed in his bed. I mean, when you put it that way, it just sounds so, gruesome, which is indeed what it is. More without a stone as we continue. It's the Conway Show. Tim is out 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Into the KFI 24-hour newsroom. And Michael Cruz.
Officials in San Diego say 48 people that arrested over a month between January and February in human trafficking operations targeting commercial sex customers and suspected traffickers. The Supreme Court says it's wary of a law passed in the early days of the internet that gives companies immunity from lawsuits over its content. They suggest Congress to change the law, not the court. A 4-day workweek trial in Britain that is pushed as the biggest ever in the world. That went from June to December of last year showed that employees doing 4 days of work were less stressed or burned out and had better work-life balance. We'll take a look at the 91 freeway. If you're in an accident, besides your car damage, the injury from what injured victims go through. Your injury can keep you from your everyday activities, including work, not to mention having to live with the pain. That's why the attorneys at Sweet Greens have devoted their lives to helping injured clients. They're going to help you get that medical treatment you need so you can heal. And they can help you get the money you deserve so you can financially recover. And best of all, they're going to treat you with great compassion all along the way. Sweet Greens has one mission, and that's helping hurt accident victims get better physically, financially, and emotionally. That's all they've been doing for 18 years. And how about this? They've recovered over $1 billion for their clients and awarded Best Attorneys in America. You pay nothing until they win. If you're in an accident, call Sweet James, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, and sweetjames.com. Something hit something in Riverside.
This is a crash on the eastbound side of the 91 just before Van Buren. Now the carpool and actually the middle lanes have been blocked according to the Highway Patrol, and they're running a brake right now so they can hook up these wrecks and haul them away. And what this is doing to the drive, you're looking at stop traffic from just about the 15 freeway. They're looking for an alternate surface route to Magnolia Avenue or even Indiana Avenue instead. There's not no coach driver, I believe, put on the sign.
Yeah, something as you drive in Hawthorne, you sound down the 105 super slow as you get away from the 405. It's terrible. All the way into Linwood, you get a little break around the 770 on the brakes again over the 605. Now the southbound side of the 405 pretty heavy as well, getting away from the 105 all the way down towards the 710, and it looks like you can even actually down towards the 605. We'll go forever. This is the most definite Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Dynamite.
Hockey on the schedule as the Kings face the Wild on the road with Phoenix Copley, the probable goaltender for LA. The Ducks are currently in action versus the Lightning. The Clippers have waived Nick Darling just 2 days after he was signed to a 2-way contract. Panthers assistant Jim Caldwell announced he no longer plans to be an NFL head coach. The former Lions coach has had multiple interviews with teams after his dismissal from Detroit in 2017. I'm Frank Aaron.
Does your pet have the same energy to you have? Having problems with itching, scratching, a dry coat, or droopy ears? Your pet needs Dynamite. It's an easy-to-use 3-in-1 daily supplement that supports their immune system, digestion, healthy skin, and shiny coat. Go to Dynamite.com, DINOVITE.com. This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Hiring is hard. Luckily, yes indeed. The hiring platform makes it easy to attract, screen, and interview candidates from the same place. Just sponsor a job. You'll immediately get a short list of quality candidates on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit to get started.
Dave Matthews Band Live. Friday, August 25th, Yamava Theater. On sale now at YamavaTheater.com or the Casino Box Office. Pre-order the new album, Walk Around the Moon Now. Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, knee pain, or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back?
Hey, it's Jerry and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is an all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes have been doing this for years. Now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations: Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from professional counseling.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Call Pacific Coast Termites for a free home inspection. Call 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com.
Pacific Coast Termites! You're termites!
The green, friendly way.
Win Las Vegas Rocket Field, Your Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous rides. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at Awakening.com.
And now for today's Roblox Winter Weather Alert. iHeartland on Roblox has been walloped by a winter snowstorm. This is a winter wonderland. You can now ice skate at State Farm Park. In State Farm neighborhood, you can compete in snowball fights, grab a hot cocoa and cookies, and more. There's also special events for your favorite artists and podcasters all month, along with scavenger hunts, exclusive content, and unique items. So enjoy the best of winter weather at iHeartland on Roblox. Head to iHeartRadio.com/iHeartland today. Maybe she will laugh with you a time. That means it doesn't laugh. I can't find it particularly yet. I'll just talk to me in the hallway and say, thank you. As I said, you can be aware of this, that, the other. You have a guest in studio, make sure you have the microphones on. Thank you, little dear.
I'm going to watch that our further. Staff house.
On JFI. And on demand anytime on
I'm a staff house.
Yeah, what up, everybody? It's a party on Tuesday, but the head partier is out today. Tim Howard Jr. is ill. Mark Thompson sitting in on KFI AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Talking to Alex Stone and covering the story of the grisly murder of this auxiliary bishop, David O'Connell, and widely loved by so many different groups in Los Angeles. And we were talking before the break about how the entire thing went down. First, the news broke. There wasn't very much known. Speculation of all sorts. Alex, you mentioned the SWAT team, and for what I'm told, the suspect wouldn't come out of the residence for a while, as you mentioned. And
There were a bunch of things the SWAT team did to kind of allow neighbors out. I heard they drilled holes in fences to permit their. I'm a little unclear. It sounded like a little more of a complicated operation than just surrounding the house and saying, come out with your hands up.
Yeah, my understanding is that they had to do a number of things. They had time because this went on for many hours, and once the Special Enforcement Bureau got on scene, that then they got neighbors out. They had already gotten the roommate out earlier, and so they had a lot going on. But at that time, there was still a lot that was unknown. They thought this was their guy. There was a tip that came in on Sunday night. The SUV matched the one that was seen in the driveway. But what still doesn't make sense, Mark, is that the initial hours of this whole thing, not knowing that it was a gunshot wound and not knowing if it was suicide or murder or something else. And the Sheriff's Department hasn't clarified that yet, and maybe we'll get some clarification on that at some point. I don't know how you arrive at a shooting scene, and clearly this is no criticism of the investigators at all. It just means whatever was going on at that scene, not know that the person had been shot. And if there's no weapon there, not know that it was murder. Did he, we know he was shot in the upper torso in bed. Was he shot and then turned to a side where, let's say, his chest was down on the bed and they didn't go through and they couldn't see a gunshot on the other side until the coroner investigators arrived. According to the sheriff, once coroner investigators arrived, they determined it was a gunshot victim, and then Sunday morning determined that it was murder and not suicide. A lot of things that just don't add up in all of that. Had to be a initial deacon who went there. I think it was a medical emergency and not that the bishop had been shot to death. So a lot of that still yet to come out publicly of what was that scene where they didn't initially know that there had been a shooting and they didn't initially know that it had been murder. Some of that we may not learn until it comes out in court, or the Sheriff's Department may choose to clarify that at some point, but it just doesn't add up. Normally you arrive, you know that there's been a shooting in that situation based on the condition of the victim. If there's no gun there, then you know it wasn't suicide. But all of that was slow to come out. They didn't determine that until Sunday morning.
And this person who lost his life seems like one of those shining lights at the church. Our church has been mired in controversy now, for the last decade or four. But I mean, really, like they've reached sort of a fever pitch from the standpoint of some of the controversies that emerged in the church. And here's someone who was really widely regarded as a holier man, if you will, and as someone who would embrace the poorest members of the community and tried to raise them up. He was quite an extraordinary person from what I'm reading.
He was. Been in the Archdiocese 45 years, born in Ireland, went through the early years in Dublin and in Ireland there. That guy, I was talking to BBC in Northern Ireland today, and their question was he famous in Southern California? No, he wasn't. The communities where he served were, he's been called the peacemaker, where he went into LA's gang-ridden neighborhoods, and the county supervisors knew him. Obviously, those in the church knew him. I talked to a co-worker today. Her fiance had some interaction with him because he had interaction with the church. So those who attended services, they knew him. Police knew him. But was he known to the average Southern Californian? No. But he was doing the work in those neighborhoods, bringing fractured sides together, divided sides together, and by all accounts, he was an extremely kind man, sense of humor, soft, just a warm man in what he did to try to get rid of the divided nature that so many of our neighborhoods in LA that the people live in, and was doing great work there. But that early on brought a lot of the questions of his work with the gang. Was somebody after him? Was it something else that was going on? It was interesting that one of the services that we have transcripts from on Sunday morning, that the parishioners were told, do not believe what you hear in the media about him. Wow. So there may have even internally been some worry that something was going to come out. We kind of love it. It seems like whenever there's any question, the answer is always whether it be from a politician or from the church, don't believe the media. But nonetheless, this was
something we don't know yet. There was related that we don't know yet. Yeah, wow. You're right. That's good. I'm just thinking in the hours that went by between the initial report and the apprehension of the suspect, the only thing you could do was speculate. And when you leave it to rumor and speculation, you are almost, and this is what the church did, having to knock down the shadows of stories even before they come to light. It's a fascinating thing there that lets people to go to social media to guess what this may have been, and it doesn't appear with any of that. And, in some ways, the church indicated they didn't know. At that time, they were just saying he passed away in his sleep, that maybe it wasn't murder at that time, maybe it was natural, maybe it was suicide. He seemed to early on want to dampen down anything that you might have heard in the media saying it wasn't true. Well, I'm going to get the story of the weekend murder of Virginia Bishop David O'Connell in L.A. And it's told. Thanks. Always great talking to you, my friend. You got it. You too. That's right. All right, Alex. When we come back, if you want to get to the bizarre case of Alec Baldwin, I say bizarre because the whole story is bizarre, right? What happened on that set of Rust. But there are even bizarre details within that overall bizarreness. For example, the deal made independent of Alec Baldwin, such that they would continue with the movie. That was one of the deals that was made alongside the settlements that were discussed on the side. Meantime, there's a criminal case and a manslaughter case against Alec Baldwin. But this is the other detail. Alec Baldwin now won't be facing as much time in prison as previously thought. We'll talk to Jason Nathanson about that next. It is Thompson here from Conway on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now, into the KFI 24-hour newsroom, Michael Crozier.
Trial started in L.A. for former L.A. deputy mayor tied to a bribery scheme run by former councilman Jose Weezer. The man is facing more than 10 charges related to his alleged involvement in a scheme in which real estate developers were given special treatment in exchange for bribes. Racketeering, conspiracy, 7 counts of honest service wire fraud, 3 counts of bribery, 1 count of false statements, federal investigators. U.S. Attorney spokesman Kieran McAvoy says, among other allegations, he is accused of helping set up an arrangement in which the Chinese developer paid $600,000 to settle a sexual harassment claim against former councilman Jose Weezer. We're downtown LA, Blake Crowley, KFI. Who was not suspected at Manuel Dominguez High School in Compton following a fire in the school's cafeteria. Broke out about 7 o'clock the last night on the campus. The Compton Food District says nobody was hurt. Schools were closed yesterday because of President's Day. An 18-year-old in Philadelphia has been charged with the first-degree murder for the fatal shooting of a Temple University police officer. Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kennedy says that he feels relieved that the shooter will face accountability. I'm confident that they will bring justice to Officer Fitzgerald, his loved ones, and this entire community. Shooting happened near campus Saturday night. Assistant Officer Christopher Fitzgerald had been investigating a recent string of robberies when he ran across 3 people in mass. 2 of them ran away. Investigators say the shooting happened during a struggle with the accused shooter. Some restaurants are trying out food subscription services. Things like Panera and GFNs are experimenting to ensure steady revenue in a post-pandemic world. Some places are offering unlimited drinks for free delivery for a monthly fee. Other services bring out favorite appetizers every time the customer visits. Personal finance app Rocket Money says the average person in the U.S. pays for nearly 7 subscriptions in 2022. That was up from 4.2 in 2019. Breezy and cool tonight, lows around 40 degrees, mostly clear, and it's cooler tomorrow, about 5 degrees, and cooler Thursday, about 5 degrees. With a chance of rain coming late tomorrow, it'll hang still. Yesterday, Hope 59, Huntington 54 degrees. Things are slow in Irvine.
Closing at the 405, heading northbound, delays filling in from Irvine Center Drive. Looking a lot better once you make your way past Jeffrey. That big ride will last about a minute because the extra of the 55 freeway remains a slow drive all the way to Field Beach Boulevard. Now we've got this whole
South LA where we had an earlier problem of stall on northbound side of 110 beyond that up towards downtown LA. If you pass the city there, it gets really slow all the way past Big 101 as you head northbound. Real close, Robert. KFI.
the drive out of Pasadena, slow moving on the 210 eastbound, leaving the 134 freeway. During the braking stretches all the way into Rialto. KFIE helps get you there faster. I'm into Martinez.
Big news for Newsmax. DirecTV just removed Newsmax. Now you can't watch it on DirecTV or Uber. Ted Cruz, Mike Huckabee, Rand Paul are urging you to stand with Newsmax. And Newsmax wants you to call DirecTV and demand that they bring back Newsmax. You can call toll-free 877 Newsmax and they will connect you. If you're not with DirecTV, you can still call Newsmax to show your support at 877 Newsmax. But Dr. Ben Carson says our freedoms are being eroded. Stand up for Newsmax. Call 877 Newsmax today.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to send you out iHeartMedia to work for you. From your cell dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
You've heard this saying, see wise, pound foolish, right? It means you do something that seems a little bit like now, penny, but then ends up costing you big time in the end, pound. Business leaders that found their service centers uninsured and AC, and we see this all the time. People putting out peanuts their money because they don't want to take the time to spend the money to get it done. But it only takes about 90 minutes and costs just $88. Which is just pennies because there are huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your first thing done. You'll also save money on your energy bills and your system will last longer. Don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Service Champions for a precision furnace connect today. Our number is 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicechampions.com.
On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Children, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? So I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a campus that was a deepfake.
Really? Really? That's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there.
Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Spring's going to be here before you know it. So start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technologies.
Call SolarMax, get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 for the most powerful solar panels on the market. Plus, you want to lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
You can save even more with a 30% federal tax credit in California solar rebate.
Call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Dial pound 250 from the cell, say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250, SolarMax, to go to SolarMax.com.
Returns available on food credit, CFW 972 party.
Activity, only to be part of the morning, part of the
KFI AM 640.
an iHeart radio station.
More stimulating talk.
The Conway Show on KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mark Thompson here for Tim. Tim will be back tomorrow. He's just a little under the weather today. Normally I love hanging with him and jamming, you know. But today we're jamming on our own. So again, Tim returns tomorrow. This Alec Baldwin case, we'll get to in a second, but we'll walk through some other headlines. I just want to mention it's supposed to get very cold around here. Cold storm system is moving down late tonight, bringing rain and snow. We'll be talking about that even as we follow it with Rick Dickus, the meteorologist from Fox 11 News. The LA County Fire Department is equipping all paramedic units with CPR devices. That story coming up, and we're watching that as well. And the LA County Flag supplied half staff in honor of the slain Bishop David O'Connell. As you know, we just did a pretty good drill down on that story with Alex Stone. If you missed any of that, it'll be available on the podcast. So all those stories we are watching. But now to the bizarre case of Alec Baldwin and the set of arrests. I was mentioning before the break and before the news just how many layers of bizarre this case has associated with it. I mean, the entire accident on the set was beyond freakish. I mean, it almost felt like act one of those old Columbos or something, you know, where you see the star of this film shoot and kill somebody, and the whole thing had been planned, and then, you know, and then later in Act 3 or whatever, they lay it out. and you realize, oh, I see what's happened. But this is real life, and this is a truly bizarre and sad case. And now, into this truly bizarre and sad case comes actual charges against Alec Baldwin that have been rolled back a bit and reduced. To take us through some of this is Jason Nathanson on the line. Hey, Jason Nathanson.
Hey, good to be here.
Yeah. So, I understand Alec Baldwin is not going to be facing as much time in prison as was thought.
Yeah, and the big headline out of those original charges was the possibility of a 5-year prison sentence because of a special enhancement on the weapons charge in this involuntary manslaughter charges. Facing actually 2 involuntary manslaughter charges, as well as, and it could be as we agreed, the armor on the movie as well. Both of them facing those 2 involuntary manslaughter charges. Then there was this enhanced weapons charge that was on top of it, which carried with it a 5-year maximum prison sentence. The involuntary manslaughter charges, the original one, they carry 18, not just 18 months. 18 months is a long time in prison, but the mandatory amount is 18 months. So they have the 5 years on top of it. It was a really big deal, and I think turned a lot of heads in Hollywood and around the country too, as did the charges. I don't think a lot of people really, especially after more than a year, expected these serious charges to be common, but they did. And the 5-month one, or the 5-year one, Baldwin's lawyers have pointed out repeatedly and said that there's a problem with that, in that the special enhancement became law in New Mexico in May of 2022. The shooting itself happened in October of 2021. So that enhancement part wasn't even law when the shooting happened. Therefore, they felt, and they filed a motion on this, that it shouldn't have been charged in that way. And then yesterday, the Santa Fe County District Attorney's Office came out with a statement saying that they were dropping that special weapons enhancement. They say in order to avoid further litigious distractions by Mr. Baldwin and his attorneys, the special prosecutor has removed the firearms enhancement to the involuntary manslaughter charges in the death of Helena Hutchins on the Rock film set. And they said they kind of ended with a pretty pointed phrase saying, the prosecution's priority is securing justice, not securing billable hours for big city attorneys.
Yeah, wow, that is like a little bit of a jab. And I also heard about the political side to it, that, there would be the judge involved. There was a Trump-appointed judge, and Baldwin had done Trump on SNL, and there was sort of this get-back quality that was being suggested. I don't know if you heard any of that as well.
Yeah, and the judge would have nothing to do with charges, first of all, because that would, those are 2 completely separate things. Now, going forward in the trial, certainly that might be scrutinized, and we'll see. There's a hearing, I think, it's Baldwin's first appearance on Friday. And I have to check. I don't know if he actually has to be in court or if that's a virtual thing.
And just to be clear about it, I think the arithmetic was, well, they can actually seek an enhancement because this judge is more likely to, allow it or to, be favorable to the prosecution, given the history of Baldwin playing Trump on SNL. There's a narrative that they built around it at the point.
Sure, and that's what you're trying to do. I mean, that's what the defense is trying to do also. They're trying to build their own narrative as this gets closer and closer to a jury trial, because what they're trying to do in the end, is affect those 12 to 18 people who are actually going to be hearing this case and try to see, is this based on the law, is this based on something else, whatever. They're trying to build something. So when they filed when Alec Baldwin's attorneys filed their protesting to some of the charges and some of the things, and they were not happy with the special prosecutor as well. They're trying to build their case, and in this case they won, but the DA couldn't get that as a win. They had to, throw something in there at the end.
Hey, Jason Nathanson, I mentioned sort of the bizarre nature of this action of the court, but also the way that the negotiations unfolded and some of the agreements that were made as part of the negotiations. I mentioned that they are going to continue with the film run.
Yeah, and a lot of people were, there are 2 camps about time. Nobody's going to try to make money off of it. But also, there's something kind of, I don't know, morbid, a little macabre about watching film when you have that scene itself. So a lot of people thought, okay, this movie should never people are dead. But then when we got the announcement a couple of weeks ago that, and we knew that the filming was going to happen, but we got the official announcement that it will start up again in the spring. her family, her and Audrey's family said that, look, this is part of her life's work, and the way to honor her, the way to make sure that her death actually maybe means something is to actually finish this movie, to see what she was working on, and finish it so that she did not die. The family thinks, then you kind of got to go with them, right?
That's what makes it, because the unseemly aspect to it is sort of melted away by that, if that really is their sentiment.
Right, and that is the sentiment of Hudson's husband, who is now also, and you're talking about some of the negotiations here, he's now a producer on the actual movie.
Yeah, and you know, Jason, would you mind just hanging with us? Or I want to just wrap up with your last couple minutes on this, because this is, to me, Hollywood and, like, politics paralleling each other. And I'll tell you what I mean by that, and I'm curious as to your feelings as well. Jason Mason's with us there. We're talking about the Baldwin case and all the aspects to this case. The latest news, of course, is that Alec Baldwin, as Jason was just saying, won't face as much time in prison if he's found guilty of the charges of manslaughter in this upcoming trial. More with Jason Mason as we continue. It's Thompson for Conway on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio.
Meeting in honor of Bishop David O'Connell was set to death in his home over the weekend. The Environmental Protection Agency has ordered Norfolk Southern Rail to clean up their train wreck and chemical release in East Palestine, Ohio, or pay triple the cost of the EPA says to clean up. And a $100 million lawsuit has been filed against the city of New York, state of New York, the FBI 58 years ago. Here in overnight, some wind out there, clear, a little cooler tomorrow, about 5 degrees. There's a chance of rain starting late tomorrow, a little bit cooler, and that chance of rain into Sunday. This report brought to you by Churches from the Southern California Toyota Dealer Travis Center. Let's go, Casey. Explode in Burbank.
This is the eastern side of the 134 freeway.
From the 105 on down towards the 7 track. With that traffic, KFI.
From blocking the right lane, and then you drive back away from Camino Capistrano. This is rocks and debris in the roadway as well. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm into Martinez.
There are so many reasons they look for churches. They keep something in there. Simple, hard to be, that'll lie irresistible. They ain't start to find 99. The only chance is only here for a minute. As you say, the state. Well, this is a great state of place. This report is sponsored by Almonte RV. Get ready to train into warmer weather with Almonte RV Spring Special for your next open road adventure by March 31st and save 10% off of your night rate and receive 200 between now and May 13th. The promo code Spring 23rd. For more information, visit AlmonteRV.com or call 800-327-2149. Contact and license 1046-71. Here are some homeowners today. We fix it, yes. What is our team rejuvenation? Where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on-call unit drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drainage net. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice at that price. It'll air conditioning and plumbing, fuel generator, an emergency rental, or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance service. Duffy Power has you covered. Go to DuffyPower.com, DuffyPower.com. That's DuPhie Power.com. Hey, Team Sharp, California just changed the laws for solar, and sadly, it means new solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system. If you need to have your solar thinking about solar, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. There are kids everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're watching a few stories, not the least of which, and you haven't noticed it yet, maybe, except maybe a little bit of the wind. The winds are really going to pick up. Cold storm is moving down into Southern California late tonight. Rain, snow, as I mentioned, wind, possible power outages associated with them. Heard a little bit about that. And the Supreme Court has heard that case over holding Google liable for videos with harmful content, watching that story as well. And finally, that smuggling boat that washes ashore at Huntington Beach. As it turns out, several details there. People are detained, and we'll give you more details on that a little bit later. Now we're talking to Jason Nathanson, who covers Hollywood and all the legal machinations of Hollywood as well. And there's a little bit of that in this Alec Baldwin rush case. Alec Baldwin won't be facing as much time in prison as previously thought if he indeed is convicted of manslaughter in this upcoming trial over that movie set shooting. And Jason, remind me, he is on trial for manslaughter for the act of holding the gun or for being a producer on a film in which this happened?
Actually, both. And if you go through the charges, they really laid on Baldwin for, as a producer, being a part of a situation that created this unsafe set to begin with that led to these problems. Also, as an actor, he should have known, he should have checked the gun, should have been more responsible, that they talked to many other actors on many other sets where the lead actor would never just take a gun and take the word of somebody, that they would always look at it themselves. But there were all these kind of things that happened, and if any one of these 90 or so things didn't happen, Helena Hutchins was so negligent in every way that they say that that's what led to her death.
You know, Jason Nathanson, you know that there are a bunch of these movies being done in that same area. Probably, you could drive 5 minutes and get another movie set where you can see the cost. Those are the star costs or the director costs, right? They get the big money. Maybe a $3 million movie and literally $2.5 million where there's above the line stuff that, like paying the star, and then the actual shit being done for $500,000. That's a little bit what you're saying had on a run. Instead of having an armor and a prop person, as also having an armor, and that's being played out throughout the line. They put the company up in accommodations that are, far away from the set. We heard rumblings about that and about safety issues. This is something of a light on something that, as I say, is a phenomenon in Hollywood, these low-cost productions.
Yeah, and it's something that's been going on for years. And really one of the, I think, most sentimental things that happens on these sets are the long hours. And this is something that came into the rough thing as well. You mentioned there's like, oh, they put you up in a hotel, so what if it was an hour away? Well, if you're at the end of an 18-hour day, and you have to then drive to the hotel an hour, and then you got to be back on set within 6 to 8 hours again, turn that around, and do another 18-hour day. After 3 weeks or so, you don't know where you're coming to go, right? You don't know what's going on. And then you add into the mix firearms, ammunition that somehow got on the set, which has never been on the set, live ammunition, which has never been on the set in the first place, and actual working firearms. It's a dangerous, it's a very dangerous mix. And it's kind of a wonder if this doesn't happen more. Now, we hear about the big ones that happen. It's, like on the set of, what was it, Star Wars, it's Harrison Ford's leg, right? He broke his leg. You hear about that kind of stuff all the time. But I think there are more of these things that happen that they might not be deadly, but there's more of these accidents that happen that we could never hear about.
No, you make a good point. I mean, I think that all of these things are constructed, even the stuff that's constructed to code, and where you have a bunch of people, certainly Harrison Ford isn't working on a small indie movie, and yet stuff still goes sideways. Stuff breaks, it doesn't quite react. So, but in this case, as you say, you stretch everyone to the very limits of their ability to do their job, and you add to that long hours, and that stuff can happen. But there's an extraordinary thing. I'm glad we spoke because the thing I was going to mention were parallel politics is I feel as though, and maybe I've taken a little bit of the wind out of this argument, which fortunately, because I really had trouble squaring the fact that they were going on with this film, given the fact that this woman, this young person, vibrant, talented person, was killed on this set. And it seemed to me to be a money grab. You know what I mean? You know that no matter what, everybody's going to want to see this movie. The same way they slow down a car accident and all the rest. No one will say it. Everyone, I would never watch it. I mean, it's just wrong. It's just, it gives me the creeps. But then it'll do incredible business. But you say the family, just to review, they want the film finished to honor her memory.
That's what they said in the statement. And Matthew Hutchins, who is her husband, who was made an executive producer on the film, remember, he filed a lawsuit against the production. He filed a wrongful death lawsuit, which was settled. And part of that settlement was making him an executive producer of the film. So he gets say, and he gets, a little bit of clout there. And in the release of when they said that they're going to start up filming again next spring, or this spring, part of the statement was from him and saying that, we're doing this to honor her memory. And it seems like everything was kind of like, not maybe hunky-dory, but at least a little bit settled. They're going to go on with it, and that's going to happen. Then came the charges. And then what happened kind of quietly, actually, last week, which is very sort of new wrinkle into this, is that Matthew Hudson, who is now an executive producer on the film, he's now on the witness list for the DA coming up in these preliminary hearings. And it sounds like they're not going to call him unless he has something to say that would incriminate either Alec Baldwin or Nancy Pelosi, or they'll help build their case. So the drama here is not over.
Wow, that's going to be an awkward set. A little bit. Man, what a story. I wish it weren't true. As they say, it feels almost like a dramatic narrative that you'd see in one of those Stephen J. Cannell shows that, that populated the 70s and 80s. But it's real life, the Alec Baldwin case. Hey, thanks so much, Jason. Always love your stuff, and I appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, of course.
Jason Nathanson. Yeah. Man. I mean, it's just, how is a loaded weapon on that set to begin with, right? And apparently, to kill the boredom, they were shooting at stuff around the set. There were reports. There were usually all going to come out of trial, of course. But the reality is that, I don't know Alec Baldwin at all. And I don't really care about Alec Baldwin in a sense. I want you to know this next remark is not like but I want you to also, and I'm wondering what you think, consider the fact that he's an actor on the set, and the guy says it's a cold weapon. The guy whose job it is to know whether or not, you hear this, well, he should have looked in the weapon. Really? There's a guy whose job it is to look at the weapon, and he said it was a cold weapon. Were he supposed to check that guy's work? I don't know. I'm sympathetic to him. I don't know whatever, but it just seems to me because he's Alec Baldwin,
and was on the scene
definitely elevated to a level of responsibility. Now, and so the stink is on him a little bit more, the legal stink as well. But the last thing I would say is, hey, in trial, maybe it'll come out, then what they're talking about. The things were done sloppily, and that he had control over it, and if that's the case, then he ought to be found guilty. I mean, again, that's a detail here that will come out in this trial. He's deeply disturbing and deeply sad, though. And now Baldwin will not face quite the charges that he was facing initially. When we come back, this is an amazing or easier it is to avoid the idiots around you. We don't like people to run everywhere on the radio app. Just can't believe it. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Archbishop of the LA Archdiocese says he's so shocked over the death of Bishop David O'Connell. The Postage Gomez says O'Connell was a good friend to Los Angeles. He was an immigrant from Ireland. O'Connell served the area for more than 40 years. And one of the many speakers that are reminded in the central newsroom was that he was truly insane, which I'm highly passionate. The bishop spoke yesterday at a press conference at the LA County Sheriff's Department. And after those moments of levity, the bishop became more emotional. What if this space of record is to say self-protection on me and sensitivity? Sorry. Around him, he whispered into the bishop's ear, listening closely. A memorial in service for Bishop O'Connell. Gregory KFI News. Officials have released photos of a man wanted in connection with a triple homicide in Montclair. Chief Renteria is still on the run after allegedly killing 3 relatives January 30th. Pictures show the man has a small tattoo under his left eye and has brown eyes and is likely wearing a black sweatshirt and baseball hat. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department has anyone with information to contact their department. Mayor Bass says he wants more police patrols and more license plate readers to help prevent anti-Semitic violence in LA.
An anti-Semitism caused out of the shadows. We must make no mistake. It will be stamped down. It will be stamped down aggressively.
Bass, city officials and Jewish leaders hosted a town hall last night to discuss anti-Semitic violence. The town hall was in response to 2 Jewish men being shot as they left their synagogues in LA. The shooter was arrested in Riverside. IHOP giving out free pancakes in honor of National Pancake Day. They're giving out a free short stack of buttermilk cake next Tuesday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Only some of the more than 1,700 restaurants are participating. You can check ahead. Breakfast City Bacon Glendale says the offer is for dine-in only and limited it's a one per customer. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg hard drive on rail safety. Buttigieg says railroads and clean car owners should upgrade to clean car carrying flammable liquid. Freight railroads should improve working conditions.
What's the baby? How you doing, Ramsey?
Asking for waivers from inspection requirements every time they develop new technology. Israel's president has called on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition to compromise after it pushed ahead with a controversial
Happy the best of us.
down the middle.
What did you do, baby boo?
Majority passed the first reading of two bills yesterday.
One revokes the Supreme Court's ability
I like to
to
keep
rule
it fresh, like to
laws
keep you on your
overly
toes. You never know what you're going to get out of your old rabbi.
Constitution of sorts in a country without one.
Notice that the other bill politicizes the appointment of judges, which gives the ruling government an automatic majority.
That's what I like to hear.
President Isaac Herzog says it was a difficult morning. Scholars gained over.
Welcome, everyone.
The African penguin population is rapidly declining, down 23% in the last 2 years. So innocent for hunting.
I don't know formally. Pleasure to meet you, Katie. My name is Rabbi Michael Rothschild. I live in Irvine, California. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. On YouTube, I have more content than any person in global history, which is really something. I feel that data is the number one commodity, which it is, and that I am sitting on a gold mine of data. So not only do I stream my life all day, but I do it on 5 different streams on YouTube, and at least 7 different streams on Instagram. I like to discuss everything that really pushes the mind and life, whether it's health, cryptocurrency, NFT, paranormal, science, life extension, and I really just appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Changed the lives of tens of thousands of people. True story. And now it's your turn. Tiffany free consultation. My phone number up 844-333-HAIR. And to celebrate the new year, you're going to get special financing. $250 off and $250.
Right. So I recently became a critical member. So I think because I just kind of started getting serious with my Twitter account that I did not get the full check mark, but I did get the ability to tweet 4,000 characters, which it's been absolutely game-changing to me, and I feel like it's going to be game-changing for the world, and here's why. The ability to tweet 4,000 characters.
Tampa rain is going to kind of move in starting tomorrow night. It'll kind of linger into early Sunday. A bit cooler on Thursday. It'll kind of hang with that temperature through the weekend. Right now in Fountain Valley, 57. Lake Forest, 55. Murrayville Area, 56. Manhattan Beach, 56 degrees. The KFI Financial Report, the Dow is down 697 today. NASDAQ was down 295. S&P was down 82. The average price for regular gas in California, $4.74 a gallon. Let's get to the crash in Van Nuys.
Yeah. So I'm going to put in the chat. It's a really interesting like what I like to do with my so for instance, yeah, absolutely. Here's a timeline of written UFO encounters. 1561 is the earliest one that AI has been noticed. Looks broadsheet published in Nuremberg Pyramid, which is a strange object in the sky that's engaging the past. The next major one is 1652, account of bright objects flying across the sky in London, published in a strange entry from Perthshire. 3 is 1742, a newspaper in Massachusetts reports on strange lights in the sky over New England.
All the way to the 138, and it's slow in Corona, 15 southbound, leaving the 91 freeway better by Connecticut Canyon Road. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Info Martinez.
Most certainly. I'm going to put it in the net, take a look at it. It's easier to see it as well as the timeline for that.
Nerve tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve ache, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com and try Nerve pain signals at the source. Use this directive.
Rockstrap, ROTHSCHILD.
More stimulating talk.
An iHeart radio station.
AM 640 right everywhere. Much going on, of course, the storm system moving in. Crows mentioned it. It's going to be pretty big. Rain and snow and wind. Meantime,
smuggling boat washes ashore at Huntington Beach. Several people detained. Six Flags is going to hire over 1,500 employees during their spring hiring event. All those stories are making news. We're following them through the afternoon and tonight. I got a call from a neighbor, and he said, I got this situation with the water, EWP. And I said, well, what's going on? But it tells me the story. And it's pretty remarkable. And many Southern Californians and Angelenos can relate to a bit. I know everybody's
Definitely could see that, and especially because not being able to see the image that they're doing, we're just going on the interpretation of, medieval people. It is something. It shows that they're looking in the sky, and that at least we start the timeline from there, and then after that, 1600s are the next one. I did put that in the chat if you want to take a look at all the ones, and it gets up to the gimbal in 2004, up through some of those recent disclosures up to 2020. So it's quite interesting.
Mark, and that's great you did that. So the bottom line is, for me to move to LA, move this, our welcome water bill was $21,132. $21,132.78. What happened was, we got a call, my wife got a call, and the water, a lady on the call said, oh, it looks like you're using a lot of water. We don't know whether it's a meter read or what, so we're going to send someone out. 2 days later, they send someone out, and that's the bulk of the street, because I use a lot of water. And you must have a leak. I said, well, maybe I have a leak. There's no indication of a leak, no water pressure drop, no sound, no mud pile, nothing, you have no clue, that's good. And so they got the leak, and I said, well, what do you do? So it's not our problem. He said, we bring water from the street to your house, that's your problem. It's not our responsibility. Those are very polite. He left. Right away, we call a plumber, get a plumber on the house, drives the bill. Can't figure out what is going on. Meanwhile, my wife calls the water company again. It's a pretty apparently bad leak. You're going to have a pretty good bill, $15,172, and we almost hit the floor. I said, what? $15,000 water bill?
How do you in this house, you and your wife?
Yeah, our normal bill is like $300, something like that. And we're pretty responsible.
Like Tesla bill?
So she said, my wife said, how would we know if there's a leak? We have no clue. She said, what we do, this is the biggest here, listeners, is get a screwdriver or something, go to the street to the vault, lift up that concrete thing, and then look in there, and then put gloves on, and then you reach into the vault, you put the gloves on so the spiders on, and then flip open the cap, and then read the meter. And you could do that frequently, so you know if you have a leak. But we find out that they don't know when it's spiked. He said, we have to. Would you tell us that all of a sudden we're using water? He said, we don't have a way to keep that. The largest water company in the United States, there's no technology to say when we're using water for the issue. But he said,
the gas company, they tell you that. The gas company,
yeah. If your brakes go bad, the light goes on. Or if you're low on gas, you get a light, but not the water company. And so the story is, we found out that 100 feet down our slope, which is at a 45-degree angle, there's a drip line, and the valve was not closing apparently, so the drip line is just drip. And we had no clue. And she said the only way you know, or we know, is when you get your bill and they use the meter. But you got to be kidding. Then we find out that by the time we found out we had a $50,000 bill, we find out that they have already run into the next 30-day billing cycle. And she told us to expect another bill, probably at $5,000 or $6,000 more on top of the 15, plus the sewage charge bill. So there you go.
So they can't be serious, though. You can't be expected to pay $20, $25, what will end up being $30,000 worth of the water bill, or can they?
Yeah, we bring water to the street, sir, and after that, it's your problem. Why should we take responsibility? That was the response from the inspector.
Wow. So you really,
you're in a
negotiation with them?
Well, I'm doing all I can, Mark. If most people look, maybe not do like I did. And I think it's good. But they say I'm finding names and things. But honestly, it's like doing this with cobwebs. And what I have found out is they are willing to pay half, which means they would leave me with a $11,000 bill. And I said to them, look, I'm feeling like in despair, like I don't have hope. That, okay, yes, I think you guys should thank you for the $10,000, but I think you should not charge me for that much money for doing so. You certainly could have told me that, because you knew that there was a $15,000 issue. Take that off, apply the $10,000 credit to my $15,000, and I'll just keep that $5,000. That's terrible.
Well, you are a good negotiator.
Well, I don't think that's very good, because I'm starting to pay a lot.
Well, and of course, the reality is that, yeah, that you're getting stuck with a bill that you shouldn't be stuck with. I mean, to begin with, and the way, apparently, they do the billing and track it is adequate. If they can't tell you that you have this insanely off-the-chart water bill that has, it essentially defied all the other months that you normally are consuming water, then you're out of step with every other utility. And that's the way they all work.
And how many of your listeners, Mark, I wonder, have dealt with it? I had a friend tell me that they had a water issue with $12,000, and the city said they didn't offer them a payment of anything. They just said, you don't pay up to turn the water off. That's how you told.
Wow.
So it's just like dealing with the IRS.
Yeah, I mean, it is. This is a brutal story, but it feels as though they really have to step their game up in terms of keeping customers aware. Also, just from the standpoint of water consumption, you want people to be aware of their consumption.
What do you think? What do you think, Mark?
And the other thing is, when they told you to read the meter, I mean, do you know how to read a meter? I don't know how to read a meter.
And by the way, the meter is installed upside down. But I looked in there and Bob Brady, I couldn't even see the thing. I thought, it must be me. I don't know how to read this thing. They say, well, it's online. You can go online and work out. But, by the way, we immediately get it fixed. Immediately. We still got it fixed. It's on the bill. And then, in my research, I find out there's a product called TRUMAN, F-R-U-M-E, which is a leak detector for $200. I buy it immediately, put it in. Then I find out that that's September 26th for our city, put out a TV thing, when he's on TV, and news, and saying that everybody should buy this Zoom device. That was on September 29th. I had no idea about it. Then the guy on the phone said you can go to the vault and look at it. He didn't say, hey, there's a Zoom. I don't know.
It seems to me that from the standpoint of helping customers avoid situations like this and deal with situations like this, they're way behind. And I know that they're, a favorite target. Nobody's happy with DWC, but that is just insane. David, thank you for sharing your story. I hope you can get some sort of more positive resolution. It really sucks, my friend. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Mark. I hope it helps the listeners to find this. Thank you very much.
All right, that's good. We're a little late, but I wanted that story to get out in its entirety. And when we come back, I'll tell you, I actually have a story not so dissimilar, and you may have it as well, but wild. KFIM 640, live everyone at iHeartRadio. It's the Conway Show. Thompson sitting in for him. 24-hour newsroom is always staffed. 24 hours. And here's Michael Croson. The LA County Fire Department says it will be the largest public safety agency in the country to have mechanical CPR devices with every paramedic unit when they're deployed by the middle of this year. Ricky Griner was re-signed with the WNBA Phoenix Mercury after returning from Russia in December, where she was in prison for 10 months over fake cartridges found in her luggage. And a bill in Florida is considered that would make it illegal for a dog to sit in a driver's lap or stick their head out the window of a moving vehicle with a punishment that includes a ban on owning animals. Clear and cool with some winds tonight. Clear and cool tomorrow with a chance of rain coming in late tomorrow. Not going to rain until Sunday. This report brought to you by 1-800-NO-CUP Criminal Defense. Let's get to a crash in San Juan, California.
This is essentially an Ortega highway in Boca Raton, where it's being reported that it's off limits currently due to cleanup after an earlier crash, which is right at Nichols Institute. So, there's really no close alternate to work your way around. Here are your options. To the south, you can take the 5 all the way down to either Highway 76 or 78, reconnected to 15 that way, or to the north, head up to the 91 freeway and take the 15 southbound. Now we've got real cold drivers checking out Culver City, pay up in the sky.
Slow driving conditions here on the 405 freeway. Head northbound, take away from Venice Boulevard, all the way up through the pass, through the merge 65. Just expect to take a little extra time on that drive this evening. Also, looking at a very slow drive out of Santa Monica, 10 freeway to head eastbound, starting at 20th Street, terrible, all the way across the city floor there into the East LA intersection. More coal project, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Hope get you there faster. I'm in for Martinez.
I'm attorney Gary Capanopi, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless they're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP.
This report is sponsored by Clark Pest Control. For over 60 years, Clark Pest Control has been California's leader in pest control technology. If you need help getting rid of pests, termites, rodents, mosquitoes, and much more, contact Clark Pest Control for a free estimate today. Call 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. That's 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. Or visit ClarkPest.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We have to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix today. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is warm clogged in drains for just $80 through the 30-foot drain chain. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaner service is just $30. So nice and better part. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. BOETPL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, like knee pain or shoulder pain in your hips or back?
Hey, Gary and Shannon, you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes have been doing it for years now. You can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations, Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. It's 213-997-PAIN. Welcome to the CTAP Games live from the Hate bedroom. It's another eventful night, Bruce. It sure is, Ron. Steve has been flailing everywhere, struggling with this success. His wife, Michelle, is as tense as a fiddle string, trying to contain rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. Here he goes, and the mask is off. Oh my, good glory. Michelle throws her elbow. Now a shove. And she's leaving for the couch, taking her place as the Hage's 100-pound lamb. That's in that dog craft, too. With all this struggle, you should get inspired. Absolutely, Bert. Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. It's right, a button. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no hose. Just sleep. Learn more at Inspire. That's InspireSleep.com.
Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to the important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
Our iHeartRadio Podcast Awards are back. It's the biggest night of the year for podcast fans. Can't wait to celebrate your favorite. Head to iHeart.com/podcast awards. Check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year. Best comedy, crime, news, sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th. Join us for our 2023 iHeartRadio Podcast Awards. Audible is a proud sponsor of the Audible Audio Pioneer Award. From groundbreaking originals to best-selling audiobooks and the best and latest in podcasts, you'll find your next obsession is Audible, the home of storytelling. Try Audible free. Sign up at audible.com. Radio personalities have a closer relationship with listeners because you have that interaction via phone calls or social media. You're on in their car in a way that city people cannot be. You can have listening feedback so you develop a rapport. Look, Ellie, and many times people say something positive or negative, not expecting a response. If what you want to talk to you about, we can talk about it. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio
radioactive. It is a big Tuesday evening Conway show on KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mark Hoff, you're sitting in for Tim. We're watching a few stories here at KFI. As you might imagine, the storm system that's moving down to Southern California late tonight, bringing rain and snow. It is going to make headlines. It's going to make headlines with road closures and with rain and snow and wind, I might add. LA County Fire Department equipping all paramedic units with CPR devices. And that Montclair triple homicide, authorities are releasing photos of an at-large suspect, a relative of the victim. All of that and more here at KFI, watching all of those stories go up in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. And the story that we just finished covering in some detail was my neighbor who told me this story. It literally is happening to him now, where he ends up with a $20,000 water bill for a month of water because he got this leak, didn't know about it, and then if you missed it, essentially there was a leak going on in a sprinkler on a hillside, which he's responsible for landscaping, but apparently, he's not carrying the torch down to the into the property to check out the sprinkler system all the time, which is forgivable. But there's a little drip in the drip system, and it was never drip. It never stopped dripping. And as a result, it took him 6 weeks to figure this out. There's this $20,000 worth of water used. Now the UWC, I think this is the most, if I can say, well, it's an insane bill, and that you are called upon to pay it, and that the wiggle room, that is its own horror story, right? And how do you pay that? What do you do? But the other part of it to me is that we as consumers of water, called upon to conserve water because there's a drought going on, have no way to monitor water use in our home. Aside from knowing that I shouldn't leave the sink running, I should, space out showers over multiple days, perhaps keep them really quick, that you don't use a dishwasher until you don't have to. There are things you can do as a consumer to cut back on water. And we're called upon to cut back on water during the drought period, as I say, but the notion that there is no technology that we have access to that would strictly tell us that we're in the red zone on water usage. Some way for us to, when you have the family meeting, go, little Johnny, we're going to have to cut back on the length of those showers or whatever it might be. Or if you can relay your lawn with all of these, drought-resistant plants, these are fun to do. I don't think it's unfair to call upon DWC to outfit us with some way to monitor our water use. And I mean some way that's easy. You heard it in that prior segment. You call DWC, they tell you, well, you need a pair of gloves, and you go out to the tree with a screwdriver, and you lift up that concrete thing, and then you'll reach down under it. You need the gloves because there's oftentimes these spiders down there, and you'll lift that top lid, and you'll look at the meter. Well, how many of us know how to read the meter to begin? It makes absolutely no sense. There has to be, particularly now, they're 10 years late as far as I'm concerned, with the technology that you need to be out today with to keep track of the water consumption in your home. It's just, by now, it's safe technology. Everything else can be read that way. Your gas consumption can be read that way. Your average monthly gas consumption, and then you can pull it back if you see something extraordinary, or contact them if you see something extraordinary. They are way behind on this. So now there is apparently this, what is it, a flume device? Is that what he calls it? It's a device that's designed to monitor your water use. Does anybody have it yet? None of the Conway kids have it? I mean, I guess it's brand new, to be fair. The technology is fairly new. But it sounds like something you want to get. For a couple of $100, it either monitors your water use, or it, Sharon, what does it do? It monitors your water use?
The flume?
Yeah.
I believe so. You put it down there and monitor, so it would detect if you have excessive water.
Okay. Well, then back to something that we should all get. The flume water monitor.
I'll order them now.
You know, for my birthday, which has just been...
The 29th?
It's the 26th, but thank you for playing. Listen, I would have given you... Flip it. I would have given you credit, though, 29th. It's pretty close.
I like the 26th.
It's the day after Jesus' birthday. That's a good way to remember it. It's right after David's. But anyway, maybe... Well, I mean, it's passed now. I think I'm going to need it before next birthday, so never mind. But it would have been a nice gift, the flume water monitor. Yeah, so that water leak, this is what you should all know, and that's why I thought it was good for him to come on. They are going to nail you. They're not going to say, well, you didn't know about it? Oh, okay, well, then don't bother. We'll cover you, but, you know, let's clean up that leak. No, that's not the way it works. They say, no, you're on the hook for it. And this happened to me, and I'd forgotten that it did. When I lived in Brentwood, the bougie neighborhood of Central, and my life was great. I used to go home to a house that looked out over the Pacific. Life was great when you were bougie. Yeah, I was bougie. I was bougie. Because they still say they're more bougie. You know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Mark. All the kids are saying bougie.
They do use bougie a lot.
Okay, thank you. So I was bougie-licious a little bit. You know, I was on TV. I had everything working. Yeah. Anyway. Sorry, I just got lost in my own memories for a moment. Anyway, when I was living in that place, I got a water bill for $10,000. And I forgot, it's so weird, how can you possibly forget this? But I did. And it was the same thing that you just heard from my neighbor, David, who was talking about his $20,000 bill, which actually then ballooned to $30,000 because he didn't know it for 2 months. And they did the same thing. They said, you need to figure out where this leak is. And so we went over the sprinkler system, and sure enough, it was the same thing, but it was an underground leak. It was even more forgivable. Like, here's the trick. Way down there. Here, I'm not saying you should have noticed, but at least it was knowable. Mine was under the ground, and there was a break in one of the pipes, and it had been leaking under the ground, so you have absolutely no evidence of it. And what they did with me, as I recall it, they split it with me. And because I was bougie at the time, I could afford to split it with me. Now, if they came around, I would go, dude, way too much. Can't afford it. Anyway, the moral of the story for everyone is get that flume water monitor to detect leaks. It is the Tim Conway Jr. Show. Mark Thompson sitting in for Tim on KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Into the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Michael Crozier.
Neighbors of the victims killed in Hockey in the Heights said the accused killer was a friendly man who kept to himself.
Flower blowings and burning candles to the base of the driveway of the home where Bishop David O'Connell lives. Alfred Zaheda says he's lived across the street for 22 years. He says he knows Carlos Medina, the handyman arrested yesterday for killing O'Connell.
He didn't seem like a gentleman the same. And he did, yeah. He looks like your favorite grandpa.
Zaheda says the housekeeper and her husband have been house before the bishop for at least 5 to 6 years. He says he's shocked because Medina was a quiet man who kept to himself. In Hockey in the Heights, Chris Adler, KFI News.
This report brought by Simple Soares, the LA County Fire Department, putting mechanical CPR devices on every paramedic unit. They'll be paid for by a $1.5 million grant from the Department of Homeland Security and $240,000 from the LA County Fire Foundation. The Fire Department says plans to roll out the devices by around the middle of this year. The CDC has added COVID-19 vaccines to the official immunization schedule for kids as young as 6 months. The agency can't force vaccines, but schools across the country use its recommendations for requirements and guidelines. Recommends kids between 6 months of age and 18 years old to get 2 doses between 4 and 8 weeks apart, followed by a booster dose. President Biden's given a speech in Poland, pledging to continue to stand with Ukraine a year after Russia's invasion.
We continue to be hard and very good at day. This is a tragedy. The Ukraine is still for the fight ahead. The United States, together with our allies and partners, are going to continue to have Ukraine's back as its defense.
Biden went to Ukraine yesterday to reassure Ukraine's president of America's support and announced another $500 million in aid. Airbnb is honoring Broadway's longest-running musical by inviting 2 special guests to spend a night at the venue that inspires the Phantom of the Opera. Guests can rent out a room at the historic Palais Garnier in Paris starting March 1st. I've seen their place,
Airbnb says the one-night stay will be on July 16th, costs only $39. The bedroom will be in one of the most exclusive chambers in the Opera House. It'll be decorated to the nines. Guests will have dinner and a private show. Phantom of the Opera will take its final bow in New York City April 16th after more than 35 years. We'll take a look at the 405 freeway next. Dr. Manger over at Satellite Eye Center wants to give you the all-new Laser Light LASIK exam. The Laser Light LASIK exam uses a laser that measures over 1,000 times to perfectly map your vision. The Laser Light LASIK exam helps my doctor, Dr. Manger, give you crystal clear vision. I give away a Laser Light LASIK exam for the first 14 callers only. So stand by to get the Laser Light LASIK exam that takes 1,000 measurements of your eyes for free. Getting your eyes touched by a laser, measure your eyes 1,000 times. Very important for nearsighted, farsighted, glasses, contacts, everybody. You've been told in the past you're not a candidate? Well, you might be the perfect candidate with Dr. Manger, my doctor. So you get you a free Laser Light LASIK exam, taking over 1,000 measurements of your eyes. That's the first 14 callers right now. One of the first 14 callers. Call right now to get the free Laser Light LASIK exam. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. South high weather from KFI. Breezy cool tonight, lows around 40 degrees, mostly clear, and a little cooler tomorrow, a little cooler Thursday. Rain's going to come in late tomorrow night. That'll kind of hang until Sunday. It's 55 in Costa Mesa, 57 in La Palma. Things are slow West LA.
This is the southbound side of the 405, and delays are coming in at Santa Monica Boulevard. The drive remains slow all the way to Halifax Parkway, and more slowing in Hawthorne, using the 105. You're on the braking stretch, heading to the 605. Check out the Cajon Pass. Just got real cold cider. KFI in the sky. Do we have real cold cider?
Really?
Yeah.
There we go. I think the right button. Northbound side of the 15, 6 foot slow as you get away from the 215. It is a call all the way up. I think that's the one for me. And not that far, so much better than yesterday. Sure. If you are kind of deep on the 210 though, that's kind of ugly. Approaching the 50. Basically from the Claremont area, right around Monty just to that area, all the way over to, well, almost yes, 15 as you go east. Real cold side of KFI in the sky.
In Bergland, on the 5 northbound, the race leaving Buena Vista, taking you ahead to the 14 and making that 14 north connection. Remains a slow drive as you roll ahead towards Golden Valley Road. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
Introduction of your life. If you think enter 888 OPO when free, I know what podcast.
People say I got a drinking problem. What part of people are saying? Good evening, Homer Simmons here. Tim Conway Jr. is on KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. But Tim is sick today. We'll be back tomorrow. Mark Thompson sitting in. All I'd be sitting in with Tim, of course. But we're watching some breaking stories. In fact, this cold storm that's going to move in. We'll get to that in the next hour, talking to meteorologist Rick Fisher from Fox 11. But it's going to be rain, snow, and wind moving in tonight. Our County Fire Department equipping all paramedics.
It was named after some New Testament land and people of the Bible. And when they thought of that name, it was called Jewish kingdoms and temples in ancient times, as well as events surrounding the origin of their faith in the Jewish
the water used to be because my neighbor getting hit with a $20,000 bill. He was in the house with his wife, and he's going, "What? This is crazy. There's a mystery or something." And they go, "Oh, you got a leak, and it's not our responsibility. We just bring you the water from the street. After that, it's on you." And they're hitting and with it. So Neil today judges because Neil had a take on this also, and I was saying you can't read the meter anyway. Why are they giving you all of these instructions as to how to read the meter? First of all, it's tough to get the meter under a concrete thing on the street. That's what they were saying. You can go out and read the meter anytime you want. Your neighbor's description was spot on of the sleeping hole in which you have to go into. There's never been a time where I've seen like a black widow or something and miserable inside there. But it's not so much a technicality, because this is one of my favorite fears in life. I mean, everything else we buy. Okay, yeah, occasionally you have a couple bucks, you go on Amazon late at night, not a good thing. But you're still present for it. You're with the air. You're a partner in the situation. But my biggest fear is that bureaucracy somewhere, some agency is like, moved outside to the told you, bus closed, man. And you're going, but I didn't know about this, about that. And so you don't need to be able to read the meter per se. You can turn all the water off in your house to the best of your ability, the stuff that you see. And you go out there, you lift that. It's usually in that small pathway on the other side of the sidewalk, right, like under the curb. Yeah. You pop that open. That's why you get that key. You pop it open. And if you've got your sink off, you're doing a shower, if that thing is spinning like a time sequence, like that, then there's a list. That's the only way that I know, other than the plumes that are now flying off the shelf. Well, we mentioned them. We gave the plumes a big push, and it sounds like they're. But I'm with you. There has to be something that is not. I didn't have to go down to the well in the town to check. And if they're checking and they see an anomaly, you think they'd say, we want to conserve water. I don't know, buy a plot of land somewhere next door that you're watering, or any water park at your place. It's not like, hey, it's gone up by 5%, right? Some massive consumption. Yeah, to not have these barriers is not only irresponsible to the people you're serving, it's irresponsible to the resources that you're trying to protect. Exactly. How can you tell us that we need to monitor our water usage and we all agree that we need to monitor it? I mean, this is a mega drop that we're in. Of course, my $7,000 dead lawn right now is, and then you walk by your neighbors and you get green with No, you're right. You judge people now. Well, I had to do it. We put in a new lawn, and we actually got a drought tolerant California native lawn for that reason. We tore out everything else, put this in so that it would do. So, that is adorable. Well, that story doesn't have a very happy ending, but I will tell you that we've been able to find the drought-resistant plants, and I recommend it go that way. The plants are quick. The grass is much more difficult. Yeah, I might just go on the go with the gravel. Is what I would. We did that. Yeah. We did that last time. And the gravel's died? No. They give you, when you give the gravel to the BG and the decomposed plant or whatever it is, when we did that, they said, oh, we're going to give you a tax break. All right. Then you'll have to pay taxes on the tax break. Well, look, it's comical. That is comical. It really is. But this is very consistent with the way the story started, right? Which is that they can't tell you how much water you're using, but they want you to conserve. You want to conserve, but they have no way to let you know that there is a massive leak at your place until you're 2 months into the leak. And then in your case, they don't even have a way to reimburse you for this expense. It's absurd. Or they have a way, but they won't say you all pay. Yeah, you can go to Google satellite, look at our house and all the different stages of, zero spacing, and we had to look. We got huge charts. Well, let me just say, thoughts and prayers, if I could. I'll take all I can, but I know a lot of people who do those. I love them. No, yeah. You like thoughts more? Thoughts more or prayers more? You feel like more of the prayers side of me. I like both. People are thinking about that. It's very nice thing. I think good energy out there is good. You think there's a limit on thoughts and prayers, or can you thought and prayer a bunch of things at once? Here's the thing. It's something that people can do with their thoughts. I know it's coming from them. When they say in prayers, they say the who. Oh, right. I don't know. If it's not the right God, spaghetti with cheese, sandwich God, then I think that's fine. It's just the stop. That's what's always been done. So many gods. Yeah. Very tough. I was here with the thought before I stepped out to the thought. Really focus on thought. Yeah. I think is what we walk away with. When you come back, can you put on your fork reporter hat? There are some famous tons of fun. But yes, I will. I thought you were Coke. Yeah. How about that for knowledge? Super Coke. Here's the Coke. Oh, yeah. This is the hot. I have to say we're in the kitchen. But the Coke, isn't it? I think so. Oh, man. Well, I didn't have to know that. No, I'll tell you, because I got it confused with two. Kick is the Canadian term for the hat, I think. Oh. So it's just because of, you have an embarrassment of sophistication. Yeah, maybe it's not right. Neil today, he's the fork reporter. When he comes back, we have some questions about that. Mark Thompson sitting in for Tim Conway Jr. on the Conway Show. Tim is out today. We'll be back tomorrow. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now, Michael Crozier in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Officials are saying that there's 40 people that arrested over a month between January and February in an anti-human trafficking operation targeting commercial sex customers and suspected traffickers. The Supreme Court says it's wary of a law that was passed in the early days of the internet that gives companies immunity from lawsuits over the content that's on their sites. But the court says it should be up to Congress to change the law, not the court. And Cambridge University Boston College is a 4-day work week trial that took place in Britain from June to December of last year. Showed employees were less stressed, burned out, and they have better work-life balance. We're checking 210 freeway that you're in an accident, you must call 3 days and call them right away. You bet, right? So if you're injured in an accident, I always recommend just one law firm in the world to everybody I know, and that is Sweetgreen. This year alone, we won over $100 million for injured clients. Some of the most recent Sweetgreen settlements might often include got a serious stop sign, maybe a stop sign right now, what stop light, and somebody plows into you from behind, maybe you're texting, whatever, got a check for $315,000. That's unbelievable. Another one, guys walk out of the neighborhood and this big old nasty, greasy, out of control dog comes by, all matted, nails long, and bites your tooth. What do you do? Call 3 days for a check for $500,000. So phone them up right away if you get any kind of accident. Anything. I'm telling you, call the best attorneys in America. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. 3days.com. Clear and cool with the wind tonight. Clear and cool tomorrow with a chance of some rain coming in late tomorrow night. Now kind of rain till Sunday. Cooler temperatures as well. This report brought to you by Mattress Firm from the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center. Let's go places. Things are slow, lots of fun.
It's a 10 lockdown. You're on break, losing the 2 and stretches all the way to Hubbard. Let's take a look at Graham. It's still cold slender, KFI in the sky.
It's likely yes here on the north outside the 67 right around Lambert Road. A crash due to get away. A couple of vehicles involved there. And you know what? It's slow all the way back to snapping out. But even beyond that problem, further up ahead, we've got flowing pretty much all the way through the Brea Pass, through the merge to the 60 on the north side 67. Still cold, however. KFI in the sky.
And in San Capistrano, Ortega Highway remains closed in both directions approaching Nichols Institute to clean up after an earlier crash. We think they'll have it reopened by about 6:30. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm in for Martinez. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale is here. Shop and save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress set. Plus, get a $300 instant gift with sleep accessories. Find your dream bed at Mattress Firm. Please cozy up on your new bed because there's nothing better than staying in.
This report is sponsored by Blinster.com. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blinster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during Blinster's President's Day sale. Hurry, sale ends February 23rd. Blinster.com.
I don't know if there's no way to what you can try with your 3-day free pass.
Sign up today at startalleyfitness.com. Confessing to swimming, running to rowing, waterworks to box jump. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities with Olympic lifting platforms, basketball courts, pools, and more. Starting new daily solutions. Visit the top today. Come into one of our hundreds of locations or join online with our latest offers. Grab your free 3-day pass at startalleyfitness.com. That's startalleyfitness.com.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
I want you to know what happened overnight. I want you to know the news of the day, but I also want you not to be ambushed. I want you to get up gently, have a cup of coffee, and let me tell you what's going on.
Wake Up Call with Jennifer Jones, live 5 to 6 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The kids are running around the house. Mark Thompson here on KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tim will be back tomorrow watching a few stories. I mentioned the storm that's moving in. It's going to be a big deal. It's going to usher in a period of cold weather and stormy weather that will continue all week long. We're also watching the Montclair triple homicide. Authorities releasing photos of an at-large suspect, a relative of the victim. And a smuggling boat washes ashore at Huntington Beach, several detained. In studio with us now is Neil Sabeza. I've asked him to put his sports reporter hat on because I do have some food-related questions.
You give me a mark.
Yes, they are. First, there is a new Super Mario Brothers restaurant? That's how you say that.
So the kids, well, I'll tell you what, there's a game called Monopoly.
Okay, you know what? Mock me if you must, but Super Mario Brothers, you know. It says, ask Neil about 7 must-try dishes at the new Super Mario Brothers restaurant inside Universal Studios. So I'm sorry, I haven't been in Universal Studios in a few years.
It's fine. This is actually a break right from